She finally made me realize.
Hello, everybody watching, and that's a lot of you. We really appreciate you joining us tonight. Listen, this is our 4-year anniversary. We're going to be streaming tonight the entire election. The promo code and hashtag is Crowder Election Stream. It's Crowder Election Stream. You get $30 off if you join Mug Club at louderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club. We launched it 4 years ago on election night. We had the Vox Ed, but before that time, keep in mind, we didn't have Change My Mind. We didn't have Crowder Confronts. We didn't have The Daily Show. We didn't have Good Morning Mug Club. We didn't have Audio Wade. We didn't have Quarter Black Garrett doing what he does. We didn't have Half Asian Bill doing what he does. We didn't have Tokenawan. Gerald was still kind of around. And we didn't have any of you, and we wouldn't have survived the Vox apocalypse. So here's to another 4 years. You get $30 off. We know that you have many choices tonight to watch this election live stream. We appreciate you joining us, so please use the promo code Crowder Election Stream, and we will see you after this. It's election night, everybody.
Yeah.
This one's for all the marbles, which Joe Biden lost.
Let me make sure.
They're gone?
For some reason, I'm hearing myself a little, but I think we're good.
Yeah.
We have so many people in studio with us today. We have my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond. How are you?
Yo.
How are you, Gerald A?
I'm mad I have to share a screen with him.
We're going to be shooting, actually, Gerald Morgan later on tonight in this broadcast because we have a new sponsor, Spartan Armor, to test the bulletproof vest. We'll be shooting Gerald.
No.
That's not a joke.
No.
We'll
work.
be shooting Gerald
They
in
work.
a
They're
Spartan
good.
Armor bulletproof vest.
I just want to make sure legally it's fine.
It's fine.
No, this is not
It's
fun.
absolutely fine. It doesn't matter if he was inebriated when he signed it. Quarter Black Garrett is here. How are
Hey,
you?
what's up? Good morning.
Audio
Good night.
Wade, I don't
I'm ready to
like
go.
it, but hopefully you'll take some of those votes from Wayne County
That's what I'm hoping for.
Audio 8 is here. Tokenawan is here. Reg the Bandit is here, unmasked for the first time. I'm not a fan of it. How are you?
I'm sorry. I just too much dragon energy. You know, the mask would only hold me back.
I thought that was an energy drink that was being sold by half Asians Bills people.
Yeah,
Delicious.
it is. Good pitch.
It could be a good fit.
Boiled bats.
I used to buy Red Bull when it was the old Chinese. It was only came from China. It was like in the brown glass bottle.
Yeah, from Thailand.
Yeah,
Really?
exactly. And that was not the same as Red Bull in this country.
Not quite the same.
No.
Let's
Totally
bring up
different.
really quickly CNN and make sure that it never leaves the screen. Quarter Black Garrett, I know I mentioned that earlier. Make sure it never leaves the screen. Oh, wait, right now we need to do my my streaming first.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're going to bring up CNN, NBC, everything tonight. We're going to be calling states. We have guests. Who do we have as guests? We have Jorge Masvidal. Boom. We have the Daily Wire,
Daily
including
Wire
Ben
guy.
Shapiro,
Whoa.
Anthony Cumia, Dave Lando. We have Alex Jones. We have the Hodge twins. We likely,
That's a great
we
night.
possibly have Donald Trump Jr., depending on the victory
some
party,
secrets,
where
you know?
he is.
Yeah.
We'll be shooting someone in a bulletproof vest.
Yeah.
No.
Even Brendan will be attacked by an attack dog when Wisconsin gets called tonight. We'll
okay
be
with that.
calling all of the states. We want to be watching this with you tonight. And, of course, a giant bottle of domesticated fowl.
That
Because
works.
I was told that I can't actually name the sponsor.
Right.
So
You don't want to give him free.
before
free
the
time.
non-sponsor. Before we move on, I want to get everyone's predictions, but let me tell you something here. First off, win, lose, or draw, okay? We need to be praying for this country, praying for the president, the former vice president, because, oh my God, if Joe Biden for some reason wins, you better pray that you've been praying for that guy. That guy needs it. Has anyone actually tried to watch a full Joe Biden rally?
It hurts.
It's difficult to
It's
do.
not really even something that can be done. You can't watch it. It's not something you can do. You cannot.
It is
follow
impossible.
He was sitting there, and the Nortons were really good, and I like the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they signed a ball. You know, honk.
My jacket.
Most people don't watch Joe Biden rallies by himself.
No.
Again, the promo code is Crowder Election Stream. That's the hashtag.
That is also
and
the hashtag.
we will be likely first in calling a lot of states, certainly as fast as anywhere else, because we do the job that the news will not do. Before we move into everything else that we have tonight, I wanted to go through something here because a lot of people thought, oh, this is bad. Biden's going to win. I even got a message from a couple of friends yesterday, which, by the way, on Election Day, of course I have other things to do.
So many
I get
things
messages from like,
to do.
hey, I was thinking election's coming up and I thought of you. It's like, oh, thanks for texting me for the first time in 6 years.
The busiest day of the year.
I've got stuff to do. Before we do this, I did want to start today in tonight's broadcast in the Pledge of Allegiance. I know it may not necessarily be cool, but let's start it. We're going to use that flag behind Reg the
Okay.
Bandit because it's the best one.
right.
Let's go.
Stand.
And a 3, a 2. Oh, people looking at my junk. Okay, maybe we go to a long shot here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You know the thing. Okay.
The thing.
Under God is still in there. Who
Please
knew?
be with our country. Okay. I want to tell you why I think that Donald Trump can win tonight, and why I think that you can put the lighting back to normal there, Quarter Black Garrett. Don't want to.
I wanted to blind you. I was trying
Yeah,
to
let's stop
blind
that.
Go for that.
Dang it.
You guys, all of you have to bet. Do you think Donald Trump wins before we go into our maps?
Yes.
You do? Mm-hmm. Reg, the bandit?
Yes.
Sorry, what?
He's too deep.
He's
man.
monitoring all the
He's too
results.
deep.
Yeah.
I
Monitoring
do
the
think
results.
Donald Trump wins, but I'm not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
one of
yeah,
these
yeah.
one of these sort of right winger, just Trump cheerleaders. Let me explain to you my case here, okay? It is amazing to me, and we'll go to CNN in a second, how they are all ignoring early voting that we already have. They're going by polls, which it's tough to gauge the accuracy, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And based on, I told Audio Wade this, I told Reg the Bandit this, who couldn't be bothered to even listen to me right now.
He's not.
But
It's too deep.
I told him
I'm
this,
telling you.
and I told McBrody this, and everyone who thought that Biden was going to win after I made this case, they said, okay, I feel a little bit better about it.
Yeah.
Okay, please. I haven't
Because
heard
I'm
it yet.
using
You
some
haven't told me.
actual data. Okay, so let's bring up my screen here for the first time. We usually don't use my screen. This is the map just from 270 to win. This is the way they said it. They finally gave Texas to Trump recently, but up until yesterday, this is the map that they actually have.
wow.
Okay, so let me tell you why I think Donald Trump can win. And one other important thing, people act as though Donald Trump needs to run the whole board. They act as though Donald Trump needs to have this inside straight in the Midwest. I will tell you this, if Donald Trump just maintains in the states where he had strong leads last go-around, none of the states in the Midwest, but states like Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, and Arizona, guess what? He only needs one from the Midwest. if that map happens, which is the most likely scenario, Joe Biden needs all of them, meaning Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. A lot of people do not know this. So let me show you why I'm pretty confident in these votes. So right off the bat, Texas, of course. People trying to say Texas is a swing state. How about you go fornicate yourself with a wire brush?
Wow.
All right. Now, I feel really confident in Florida and Ohio that these are not swing states at all. If you look at the polling, and of course, Florida, many places are basically already calling it for. This was before, just now. But if you look at the numbers, the numbers used on CNN, the name words used on CNN were ugly numbers from Miami-Dade.
Yeah, exactly.
Really?
Oh, it
in
hurts
Miami-Dade? Because that's kind of what you got in Florida, Biden. So Ohio and Florida, not really swing states. Now, let me explain to you a couple of reasons why here. This is important in looking at the early voting. This shows you from Vox, so I'm not using a conservative source. This isn't coming from Alex Jones, so he'll be on the show later. I appreciate his input, but he's not my source on the Electoral College.
Of course.
Of the early voting, at this point, Vox had 63 million, sorry, you're correct. You are correct, sir. By the way, correction, I said Charlottesville, North Carolina in that last video, and I wanted to stab myself in the face. I know it's Virginia. There's Charlotte, North Carolina, and there's Asheville in Carolina, and I mixed it up. Apologies. There you go. You fact-checked me. I fact-checked myself. I swallowed some turpentine. Turns out you have to swallow a lot of, not turpentine, strychnine to end yourself.
Oh my gosh.
Turns out it takes more.
You just get the runs if you don't.
I just forgot who I was for a little bit, but I don't have any more. I don't have any more tapeworms. So
That's a positive.
this
Cleared
was
right out.
63 million, 35. We're mailing 35 million in person.
Yeah.
Okay, for the early voting. Now, let me ask you this before we move on. It has been widely sort of touted by every expert from the left and the right that we can expect a massive surge today for Trump voters.
Yeah.
Right, compared
Big
to
time.
early voting. Let me ask you this anecdotally. Anyone know any Republicans out there, conservatives, who mailed in their ballot, short of people who were actually traveling for business? I don't. I know plenty of liberals who are because of the COVID. I might, because if I don't, I might. Which, by the way, I'm actually sick today. I don't know if you
you're
can
done.
tell.
Oh, man.
I have my
You have the
sinus and
COVID?
my throat and maybe a sinus, but I don't actually have the COVID.
Oh, that's good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I was tested.
I was hoping for
we
it so we
kn-
can get
Well, I
it
was
over
hoping I would have COVID so I'd get over it faster.
Right.
Well, there you go.
Turns out it's an actual flu.
Something actually dangerous, huh?
So we have this, okay, and we also have the numbers, the percentages of what are coming in from early voting. Okay, now why am I confident in Florida? Well, first off, it doesn't so much matter with Florida because we already pretty much know that Florida is going to Donald Trump. But let me show you some early voting numbers. This comes from Target Early, okay, and it's been pretty accurate because I've actually confirmed the swing states with any local publications that I could. Doesn't mean it's entirely granular, but I trust it. Okay, Florida, we're going to use the modeled party, right? You can go by state and modeled party. This should show you how votes have come in. So in 2016, Florida, look at, sorry.
Woo.
Let me fix this a
zoomed.
little bit. All right, here we go. In Florida in 2016, right? Democrat 48% and Republicans, son of a bitch. Hold on a second, let me zoom in a little bit.
Technology.
Why is this happening? Oh, thanks, Steve Jobs.
There you go.
I blame Tim Cook. Anyway, okay, you see 48% registered Democrats,
Yeah.
43% registered Republicans, and you had 7.6% unaffiliated. In 2020, this is about 7.1% unaffiliated, relatively unchanged. But in early voting, going into Florida, Republicans had a 0.5% lead. That's within the margin of error. Now, what have we seen in Florida with the voting day of? 2.5 to 1 Republicans to Democrats.
Wow.
So that little lead that they had, we watched absolutely evaporate. And again, the words that I saw on CNN were, well, the words I saw from somewhere, news. But I also saw people saying that it was going to be ugly. Really, you guys can wake up here. It's fun. It's going to be a fun
No,
election.
I thought it was funny.
Crying out loud. Bill's acting like you're at a Bill. If you act like you're at a deposition, I'm going to grab a screwdriver and pour this down your throat.
I'm
He
ready.
would love that.
I'm
Ready.
ready.
So
That's
right
what I
there
want.
with Florida, you can look at this and you can
That's
go,
huge.
okay. On average, Democrats were saying they needed anywhere from an 8 to 15 point lead in early voting to make sure that they make up for the actual. What is going on there, Quarter Black Garrett? Stop distracting
worry
me.
about it.
They keep. Do you see this going? You see what's going on?
I do.
Audio, Wade?
I do.
I'm trying
talking
to
to
give
him.
my case here as to why you don't need to swallow a knife. Doesn't mean that Donald Trump is going to win, but I am amazed that no one is talking about this. If you ask me, I think he's gonna fucking win. Let me tell you why. Florida, boom, confident. Let's fill that shit in. Okay, Florida, filled in. Ohio, I filled in. I feel really confident about Ohio, and I'll listen. If I go to early voting in Ohio, it's not even close. It's actually kind of surprising. It should be demoralizing. I don't even know why they consider it a swing state. You look in Ohio, 47% Democrat, 39% Republican in 2016. But Donald Trump won Ohio by what, 8 points in 2016? Wow. So that should also tell you that at least 10, 15, 20% of Democrats and unaffiliated went for Trump because Trump won Ohio with only 39 to 47% of Republican vote. In this go-around, Republicans already had 6%. Do you think they're more likely to increase that gap in same-day voting or less likely? Again, these are statistics. I'm getting granular. Let's use the logic here. One party told everyone, oh my God, virus, you need to vote by mail. Yeah. And one party told everyone, hey, if you want your vote to count, vote in person. It's very clear that Republicans are going to be voting in person more, and we're seeing that across the country right now. No one denies it. So when you have a lead of 6 points, which really could be a lead of 15 points, again, because Donald Trump won Ohio when it was still a spread for Democrats, that's not even close. Now, let's go to Georgia. So I'm confident in this map right now, okay? Oh, and Iowa.
So are we seeing this is what you're seeing from the granular data? Is that stuff where we're having a silent, the silent or the shy Trump voter, as Trafalgar would put it, or are we seeing just a lot of folks who said on the polls, hey, or they're out there protesting and saying, I'm definitely going to make a change, I'm going to vote for Biden, and then they're just not showing up at the polls?
What I think is really peculiar? Oh, perfect example that you asked that. Here, Iowa, let's go to my map really quickly. Iowa, Go screw yourself. Of course Iowa's going Trump. Iowa's a perfect example. They had Biden ahead in Iowa, even by 4, by 2, by 1. I think the most I ever saw was Trump plus 2. Des Moines Register is the gold standard of polls. Here's why. It's different from other state polls. They get it right because Des Moines Register is a paper, which, by the way, endorsed Biden. They also have a caucus in Iowa. They have a pretty solid ground game, political foundation in Iowa. They called it, I think, last year. Reg, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong. I think they called it +7 for Trump or +8. He won it by 9 points. Iowa, from Des Moines Register, the most recent, most accurate poll has Donald Trump +7. But they have it as a swing state and 270 to win. Swing state.
Well, they have to keep it
and something else. We've seen this. We saw it last go, and we see it this election. How do you have Biden 10, 12, 14 points ahead last week, and then going up to Election Day, statistical tie?
Well,
are we supposed to believe that in 1 week, 14% of Americans said, I was wrong about that demented old circus monkey who sniffs kids all this time. I mean, boy, would I have been red in the face.
You got to look at the qualitative analysis, though. If you've ever been to Iowa, they are some of the nicest people. They tend to be the most generous and donate large amounts to mental health services. It's no surprise that they wouldn't support the lead brand for mental health services that is Joe Biden. I mean, he is bringing so much
No, he's
attention.
A commercial for more mental health services.
I know. It's really great. It's really great how his family, shoves their fist up his ass and makes.
Okay, all right.
Well, so I have to tell you, the reason I was distracted is because right as you were giving us this intro, Decision Desk HQ called Florida for Trump. And I was thinking,
think about this for a second. That's called early. That means a dominating win. And I haven't even gotten to that part. I was going to say, if Florida and Ohio are dominating wins and you see Georgia, North Carolina go Trump, and any Midwestern state leading Trump, you can call it. So that is a very dominating. Huge. How much of the vote is it in Florida? 80%?
It's over 90, I think.
Over 90.
It's over 90.
And I also have to say, speaking of winning, we're over 300,000 viewers live.
Wow, that's pretty insane.
That is.
Don't you people have better things to do? Promo code Crowder election stream. Okay, let me give you more analysis here. So Iowa. Again, people say, are they using polls to try and manipulate public opinion? They had Iowa as a toss-up. That should tell you, how are they this wrong? By the way, if it's record vote turnout and Donald Trump wins, fire all pollsters tomorrow. Tomorrow, you need not return. We'll ship your items to you.
No, Stephen, they got better.
We will send them to you in a cardboard box, preferably under a bridge. Okay, let me finish. Let me finish this, and then I want everyone to come in. Okay, so now let's look at Georgia. Okay, do I think that Georgia's going to go Trump? This is the map, again, that I'm really pretty confident about. We're starting Donald Trump off with 260. Oh, again, this map, I should remind you guys, for some reason they fill in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania for Joe Biden. So I'm just going to put these as toss-ups right now. Yeah. So
Probably fair.
Let's go to Georgia, one that they've been saying, Georgia's a toss-up. Okay, let's look at Georgia. All right. Georgia is one of those, actually, where if you look at 2016, there was a Republican advantage in Georgia. Donald Trump won Georgia by a significant margin, 52 to 42. Not many unaffiliated in Georgia. Still, early voting, we expect early voting to favor Democrats anywhere from we're talking about points, but let's say 5%. let's say 5% minimum is what you can expect to be chipped away on same-day election, and especially from what we're seeing in Florida. It's still already a 7-point lead for Republicans in early voting in Georgia. Now, keep in mind, in Georgia, too, that is with 93% of the vote from 2016 already counted. So 93% of all votes in 2016. Now, that could end up being a total number of 112% of the votes from 2016.
Sure.
Right? Because there could be more people who vote. But the point is, Republicans have a significant lead, and they're ahead. So, Georgia, I'm sorry, I haven't seen in the recent polls, obviously have it closing. Okay. Georgia, pretty damn confident that goes to Trump. Again, I'm not entirely confident. Confident in Florida, which I said, that's already been called, and Ohio and Iowa. Those are the swing states that I said, they're not swing states. Okay. Now let's go to North Carolina. Everyone's saying, North Carolina's in play right now. I feel like I've heard that before, asshole. So, North Carolina. Let's go to North Carolina. What do we see in 2016? We actually saw 10% spread here, right? 10%. I don't know if everyone can see this. This is big enough?
Yeah, we see it, yeah.
52% Democrat in the model party to 42% Republican, but Donald Trump carried North Carolina. What do we have right now? A 1-point spread. So if you actually look at this number from 2016, that would mean that at least 10%, unless all unaffiliated, but there aren't a lot of unaffiliated voters, right, in Georgia. It still wouldn't be enough. You would have to estimate that in Georgia, anywhere from 10 to 20% of Democrats peeled off and voted Republican. Do we remember, did Donald Trump win North Carolina by 2%? Did he win it by 3%? He won it, but it wasn't like Michigan, 0.7%. But again, right now in early voting, just early voting, they're down 1 point. Feel pretty damn confident that North Carolina is going to be going to Donald Trump. So now we go, okay, North Carolina goes to Donald Trump. Let's just assume this. Arizona is one. That's very interesting because I will tell you this. I'm not a defeatist. We'll talk with Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire very soon.
What's the implication?
And I love Ben Shapiro, but Arizona had me scared.
Sure.
Because of all the, como dice?
Como se dice.
It is on that.
Is that it?
Yeah,
It's como se dice.
Is it como se dice?
Como se dice.
I pronounce it guacamole.
Donde está out? So Arizona had me concerned until I realized, wait a second, for the same reason Miami-Dade, Hispanics aren't all a bunch of illegal It's not an illegal monolith. There are a lot of Hispanics who like Donald Trump, including people who watch Telemundo, including Cubans, including Venezuelans. So Arizona, if anything, I think might be more Trump than last go-around. Here's what's interesting about Arizona. It's one of the few states where we have both registered voters, where they give you the party actual registration, as opposed to just a modeled number, which is a pretty good estimate. It's not just based on polls, but let me show you in Arizona, just so you have a good idea. Let's go.
You got
Arkansas?
Yeah.
Sorry.
AZ, baby.
AZ. I apologize.
It's okay.
Baby?
It was right next to it.
Arkansas was just called for Trump.
Oh, Arkansas. Call for Donald Trump.
Did we
There we
think anything
go.
else?
There's some flipper
go click on the
kids
other one.
drinking some Courvoisier.
And the New York Times has Georgia at 82% chance to go for Trump.
Wow.
And North Carolina, 69%.
Well, hold on a second, because we have actually Donald Trump here to call these states, but let me get through this, and then we're going to have to go. All right, so this is registered voters in Arizona. 33% Democrat, 39% Republican, not modeled party, registered voters that we saw in 2016. Right now, 37-37, an even split. That's just early voting. None of this is counting today voting. This is target early, so none of this is counting today's voting. Again, keep in mind, Donald Trump won Arizona when there was a 5-point deficit to Democrats. And I show you this because this is registered voters, and I want to show you so you can see the modeled party. The numbers are overall higher, but the ratios remain the same. See, 42 to 48. Only here, we have a 1-point lead for Donald Trump in Arizona. So either way, you would somehow have to believe that in Arizona, outside of early voting, Democrats today are going to come out in a 2-to-1 ratio to beat Donald Trump, which we are not seeing. And again, with Arizona, that's 92% of the total vote coming in from 2016. So we give that to Trump. Okay, so all of these I'm pretty damn confident in. People say Donald Trump needs to win the whole Midwest. Are you out of your tree, sir? And probably smoking crack. Here's the deal. Pennsylvania, rife with voter fraud, so it probably won't be called tonight. But, Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania. He wins. Let's take away Pennsylvania. Donald Trump wins Michigan. He wins. Okay? If he doesn't win Michigan, then he can win a combination of Wisconsin, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Maine 2nd District, Wisconsin, and potentially New Hampshire. Then it becomes a little bit more tough, but this is why it's interesting. Let's look at Michigan. Where could Michigan go? Let's look at Michigan. And then we're going to have to we have Donald Trump here to call Florida for us.
That's true.
Michigan, modeled party. There was a deficit of about 3 points when you look at 2016, Republicans to Democrats. Donald Trump won it by 0.3. Right now, early voting only, there's a deficit of only 4% in Michigan. Again, we expect that to close. So what does that mean? A deficit? I will not be surprised if Donald Trump wins Michigan. I won't be surprised if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania. I won't be surprised if Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. I would be surprised at Minnesota. Pennsylvania, the AG in Pennsylvania said under no circumstances will he allow Donald Trump to win. So that is, he said that. It's almost as though that sounds treasonous.
Yeah.
Is that in his job description?
I appreciate the honesty. You get too many of these guys, they lay behind the log. At least you got a criminal, he stabs you in the front.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. So before I fill this out, really quickly, we actually have now live, Hunter Biden is having his very own viewing party, and we have exclusive access. Let's go. Hunter Biden's live election party.
Is it the right face? No, good. Oh my God.
I hope you find what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Also, I hope you find that non-fade there, Quarter Black Garrett.
Looking for
There's a lot of gymnastics. I'm doing it.
Can I say?
Well, one thing. Let me finish this one thing, and then we're going to call this Florida. One thing here, because now we're done. And by the way, that's with Michigan. Michigan is only, keep in mind, Michigan is only 58% of the vote. So it's a 4-point spread. Donald Trump lost it with a 4-point spread last time. Wow. And it has a significantly higher portion of the vote remaining than these other states that have been mentioned.
So it's pretty close.
Here's what bothers me most. Is they've been saying Donald Trump needs to run the table. You know what I mean? Kind of like an Inside Straight where someone, is that an Inside Straight? Is that a poker thing or a flush? What is it? Inside Straight?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Full House?
Drawing
I don't know.
to an Inside Straight.
I know that when I watch it on sitcoms, someone goes, Full House, and they go for the thing, the person goes, and then they throw down the cards, and then they do this.
Yeah.
That's what I know. I think Trump might do this. Go,
Or the kind of baby.
So let's take this scenario. Donald Trump already has won Florida, Texas, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Iowa, which is not outside the realm of possibility.
No.
All right. They're saying Donald Trump needs to run the board. If he wins Michigan or Pennsylvania, he wins. Okay. How does it look for Biden? Let's give Biden Minnesota, which he's guaranteed to win. Well, he doesn't win enough with that. Let's give Biden Wisconsin. Well, that's not enough. Let's give Biden Michigan. That's not enough. Whoa. Biden needs to win all of the blue wall. Wow. So what do you think is more likely, that Donald Trump wins either Michigan or Pennsylvania, or a combination of Wisconsin and another state, or that Biden wins Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania? He has to run the frickin' board, people. I don't know why everyone else is acting as though Donald Trump only has one path. Biden only has one path. And by the way, even if we were to take Arizona out of the equation, Biden still really only has one path. One other thing that we need to take note of tonight, if the Maine 2nd Congressional District does go to Donald Trump, it's unlikely. That surprisingly has a huge effect on tonight because it reduces the likelihood of a tie. If we see that in Maine 2nd Congressional District is called for Donald Trump, that, even though it's one vote, drastically increases Donald Trump's chances because he doesn't need to win 2 states in a combination. He could win one of the Midwestern states. So this is me being nerdy. This is me giving you my analysis, but I'm just trying to tell you, I don't know why the media wasn't talking about this. I've been following early voting all along, and this is assuming that all of these are correct, that we're not seeing a significant amount of Democrats go Republican. When you look at the polls that we had, and they asked Democrats, how likely are you to support your candidate? It was in the 70-something% with Joe Biden. It was in the 80 to 90-something% with Donald Trump. So here's my question to you. With these, is it more likely that Trump wins either Michigan or Pennsylvania, or that Biden wins Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania? And then let me ask you, is it more likely that a Rust Belt Democrat, someone in any of the aforementioned states, votes for Trump, or is it more likely that a Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin Republican votes for Biden? That is the important question to ask yourself, especially when you look at states where they have seen direct fracking. Obviously, is a big one. The automotive industry, taxes that have been lowered for middle class farmers who are happy because of trade deals. I think, based on all statistics that we have available to us, it is far more likely for Democrats, to become Trump voters, and we've seen this before, than any Republicans to become Biden voters. So they already did. I want to confirm they did call Florida. Now you can stop mirroring here my iPad, and we can bring back up CNN. They did call Florida.
Yeah, so Decision Desk HQ called Florida. AP hasn't called it yet, but it's New York Times has over 90% reporting and over 95% chance that it goes to Trump.
So we actually can call Florida, and so this is time for you guys. We have President Trump here. Florida, thank you. We love you. Thank you for the electoral healing.
It's Trump, it's Trump, it's Trump. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA.
Believe what you're seeing. Got electoral healing, baby. Makes me feel so fine when it just suits my mind. Oh, Florida, I just swung up on ya, and then I won ya and hugged ya. And
There we go.
Not yet. Too early.
Too early there, Quarter Black hair. All right, let's go now live to CNN to see John King soil himself.
Like it stand. Just pull out Missouri, for example. It's one of the more conservative states in the country. Joe Biden's ahead right now, but that's early voting. You come down to Texas. This one's more real. This one is more real. We're
Joe
up to about
Biden's
60%
ahead in
for
Missouri.
the estimated vote. We have a ways to go. We know Texas is going to be more competitive this year. Can Joe Biden win it?
No.
Stay with us. We'll get through this. But so as you look at this map,
We'll get through this
together.
So
transparent.
Will you, John King?
And so you're looking at
Will you pear-shaped gray Dudley do-right?
most of this is going to
sit through this?
small counties.
I won't kill myself. My doctor gave me Prozac. Prozac he gave me now.
I think when you're looking at all of the data, you've got to look at where the mainstream media is, and where even I think voters on the left and the right were going, you can't trust any of these national polls. And every time you look at a mainstream site, they just skip over the data that doesn't matter. I want to say it wasn't until the last couple of days that you're really starting to see some questions raised about how effective was the early voting. Like how effective did the mail-in ballots actually come if you've got a ton of people surging on election day. And it does seem to me as though the entire reason for emphasizing that was to intentionally discourage people from coming out to vote on the conservative side, to vote for Trump, because they wanted to say it's already done.
And then they want their job security, where they go, 14 points ahead. He's 14 points ahead in Wisconsin. Really? Hold on a second. Election's tomorrow. We meant 1.
Just drop the 4.
We meant 1 point. Well, you said 4. You said 14 points. No, we meant 40.
Yeah.
Minus 39. It's a weird way that the
it's the news.
It's a weighted poll.
Common Core.
It's weighted 40. And then we counterweigh 39. So it's 1.
You see, you wouldn't understand. We're
so
the news.
You want
we need
you want to be fired. I should be.
Hey, Roland, Reg Amanda, did we hear about what happened with that crazy call for Virginia earlier?
Yeah,
where it was
what
47% Biden, 70,000% for Trump, and they were like, called it for Biden.
Yeah, there's something funny going on there. AP called Virginia for Biden very early on.
Like 5:30.
Yeah, and now we're up to, let's see here, 35% reporting. And Donald Trump has a lead of about 300,000.
Well, but you know what? That always happens with Virginia. I don't know if Fairfax is in. And,
that's true. But if Virginia moves, so you've got New
Virginia.
Hampshire,
I very much doubt Virginia's going.
I agree. I'm not saying that it won't. I'm just saying, but if that happens, it completely obliterates Biden's chances, because not only does he have to take all the swing states, he's got to take states that are not in play.
Right, I know, but let's just not even entertain ideas that aren't.
And I'm
even...
with Stephen that I don't think that it moves. And I think the big question though is who's out there with the itchy trigger finger? Who's just going?
You know
all
why?
Right, I wish.
I tell you exactly why. You know what they tried to do with Virginia? They wanted Virginia to be that. Is it bellwether? The term they wanted Virginia to be that bellwether, the way Florida just was.
Right.
I tell you what, Florida dominating win for Donald Trump from what we know. And give me those numbers once we have them in, Reg, the total numbers. And if we see that with Ohio. This is the thing. Ohio isn't really a swing state, but Ohio is a state that's very representative of the country. Think about it. You've got some big cities there. You've got Columbus, you've got Cincinnati, you've got Dayton, you've got
Cleveland,
Akron,
but it doesn't
you've got Cleveland. You've also got a lot of colleges in Ohio, as well as farmers, rural areas, and some nice, wealthy suburbs.
Amish.
Ohio is an area that actually is a pretty good intersect of the United States. And if Donald Trump wins that dominatingly as he did Florida, that's a really bad sign. If he wins it by 2 or 3 points, fine. If he wins it by 5, 6, 7, 8 points, it's a sign that he's going to win. What I think they wanted to do is what they did with the polls. They wanted to say, hey, don't worry, everyone in Rocky Mountain and Western time zones. We're already calling Virginia for Trump. So we're calling Virginia sorry for Biden. So Trump doesn't have any. So you might as well stay home. And instead... Florida ended up being that way, which could energize people, I think, in Arizona, particularly the Como Dice folk in Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny that Biden did, kind of by insulting the black community, saying that the Hispanic community is very diverse, but while he was simply looking skin deep, right? The actual purpose of looking at these groups, and specifically the Hispanic vote, is there are a number of individuals who are very pro-Trump, who are very pro-conservative, who are out there saying there's nothing in Biden that is going to be in favor of me because all they know that he sees them as is an immigrant vote. That's it.
And by the way, we actually have Smooth Manny, the slightly racist voter, later today, talking about how he filled out the ballot. He's Colombian, and I don't know if you know this, but Colombians can be very racist.
I mean, yeah.
My mother was wildly offended at how Smooth Manny filled out his ballot, but you have to hear his reasoning, and he is Hispanic, and his family is Hispanic, but even I heard it, and I thought, that's a little severe.
Wow.
But again, it's like, just look at soccer riots.
Look at
what's going on with
with Florida, it's just huge.
Florida 50 to 48, and that's with what percentage of the vote?
91 estimated.
Where are you guys seeing 91%?
Bottom right.
Vote?
Bottom right.
Do we know what percent of that vote is? In other words, I think the Panhandle usually comes in later.
Look at Michigan.
The Panhandle
Look at that.
still out.
It's still very, very early in Michigan.
Yeah, it's very early in
only
Michigan.
9%.
But in Florida, it's if I'm not mistaken, I remember the Panhandle tends to come in later.
It does. They're on Central Time Zone.
It's typically
so
Pinellas County. They're coming in later. When we looked earlier, they hadn't come in. I don't know if Reg, if you've seen whether they've come in or not. But they were still out a little while ago. So
in other words, if there's a 2-point lead right now in Florida for Donald Trump, that's the best shot that they had with Miami-Dade County, and they expected the Como Dice's cavalry coming over the hill, and instead they said, "Donde está mi balato for Trumpo?" And they're like, no. Stay home. I'm going to call ICE. I don't care. You can call ICE. I am going to vote, but I don't wear the shoes to my polling station because they make me fall down.
Yeah.
So I think they were expecting that's their best shot. So I wouldn't be expected to see a 3 or 4 point lead for Donald Trump in Florida, if not more. What did he win it by? Do we remember? Maybe, Reg, you can bring that up, what he won Florida by last election?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, it looked like in Miami-Dade, Trump had pulled in 100,000 more votes than he did last time around.
That's big. That's supposed to be your home, Joe.
Huge.
That's what my 2-year-old says.
So in 2016... Trump won 48.6% to Clinton's 47.4%.
Oh, so it's already further apart.
Yeah.
It's already further apart than that.
That's a big
and
spread.
again, it's only going to get worse because I don't think we have the Panhandle. Perhaps someone can let us know or let Reg know. I think the Panhandle, I remember last go around, was the last to vote. Well, before we continue here, and by the way, the promo code is Crowder Election Stream. You get $30 off. It's our 4-year anniversary. You get $30 off. It's what allows us to do all of this. We have some people on standby to make sure that we are not copyright struck tonight.
If you see me run out, either I've got to pee or shit's afoot.
Or both.
Wow. Could be.
You never know.
It could be
Or
both.
number 2, is that what you're saying?
You could also be shit on your foot with this domesticated pheasant 102.
It's 100. It's
just over 100.
I said, no, you're thinking of something else. I said 102, buddy.
All right, Donald Trump has won Indiana.
Donald Trump has won Indiana.
There we go.
Oh,
that was gonna
my
happen.
word. It's time to call it for some electoral healing. Indiana, Donald Trump, take it away.
It's Trump, it's Trump, it's Trump. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA.
Believe what you're seeing. Got electoral healing. Electoral healing, baby. Makes me feel so fine. Winning just soothes my mind. Indiana, you got the Indy 500, and then some corn.
Wait,
Come on. What about Notre
Facts.
Dame?
Well,
Those are
listen,
facts,
Notre
though.
Dame, he's been busy campaigning.
Jeez, corn.
He doesn't have time to write all, and I cannot believe that we have 50 states of this.
So hold
much
on, Steve,
winning.
you were talking about this earlier. Looking at, we spent a whole time nerding out on the analysis about the early mail-in voting, and
I
my
did.
tax lawyer and my corporate lawyer back at the firm are sending me some data talking about Nate Silver walking back the reliance that he had.
I hope he
on those
walks it
votes.
right back into the strap-on from 7. Lust is the sin. Don't take it out on me.
He after.
It's one of the deadly sins.
What he says.
I mean,
it's
it's
one
true.
of the deadly sins. Nate Silver, you should know better. So
Way
let's
off.
see your maps before we continue. I just love look at the face on that. I mean, listen, it could go anywhere, but you guys saw my map. You guys saw what I saw.
Yeah.
I've already been. You know what? I've got one out of however many. Florida. And I said
That's a big one.
Everyone was acting like Florida was up for how many times? Reg, the bandit, how many times did you hear me say you believe Florida? Everyone here believed Florida was a swing. I'm like, Florida's not a
No.
swing state.
No, it was
and
not.
Ohio is not a swing state. I've told you guys, Ohio, Florida, and Iowa are. I would be more surprised if Florida went blue than Texas. I don't think Texas is going
You
blue.
did. No, so hold on. Let me say one more thing about Nate Silver. So you remember earlier you were like, I'm going
bald.
to nerd out. We're going to dig into it. Look, we got to look at this data. Let me just read you Nate Silver's tweet. The big split in mail versus election day votes just makes election night harder. Like, I think the Midwest sort of looks decent for Biden, but it's very hard to know much definitively unless you've really done a lot of needle-like analysis on exactly what type of votes are in. If only there was a stream.
If there was only a
that was
source.
doing
If
that
only
analysis.
there were a stream. Are you guys telling me that I need to bring them on right now?
No.
Okay, not right
No.
now. So let's show your maps then first.
Okay.
Gerald, let's see Gerald's map, and then let's see Bill's map. And who here has a map?
I have.
I do.
All right, well, let's cycle through. Let's
we all
see
have a map.
yours really quickly. You have to show them to the camera, or do we have them digitally?
I just have. I have it here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's how you have it looking finally. That's upside down, quarterback, Garrett.
Upside down.
Yeah, no, that's not the right way to do it either.
Does he know?
Oh
how
my
to do
gosh.
this?
Pretty close to 2016.
Thank
where I
God
gave
he
a couple
wasn't
different
with the.
ones,
Thank God he wasn't with the Spaniards.
I gave him a couple of different ones.
Okay, so
I gave him Australian
Audio
risk.
is
It's
good
good
to
to
have.
changed it a
So
little bit.
I don't have Trump losing any states that he won last time.
Right, that's
Okay.
the
And
same
I,
here.
I did just as a long shot give him Minnesota.
you did give him Minnesota.
Yeah, I didn't give him that one.
By the way, when Wisconsin is
I
called,
think you're right, though.
even Brendan is going to be attacked by an attack dog. Oh, and I should tell you,
Oh, that's
later in the
good.
stream, Betty, my lovely Betty, will be reunited for the first time. She's been
right.
at doggy training to become a physical therapy dog, and she will be coming in here with an entire a pyramid of toilet paper as she had before. You guys, do you have your maps? Do we have overlays for their maps?
I didn't
Or no.
know. No, I didn't.
No,
So
we
I
don't?
can tell you.
I don't
I
give a
can
rap.
I can
have
tell you
mine.
We
mine
have
too.
them.
So
Yeah. So if you know
We do? Okay, let me
Pull 'em
show.
up.
Let's show Half
Bill-
Asian Bill's
Yeah,
map.
Bill didn't follow directions. We have Gerald's.
I sent
Bill can't be
Yes.
bothered. Harump. He's going
I
into court.
sent in a
I
map.
mean, what is fascinating is I'm
Are you
There
sure?
we
Bill
go.
goes into court. He's going, are you sure about those 5 minutes? Where's your
Now?
map? Are you sure about those 5 minutes?
Well, let
I
me-
may have been mistaken.
Let me tell you what my map looked like, which is I
small
definitely
Asian
think
penis?
that there's, well, that's an obvious, that's an duh, that's an everyday.
sorry.
There's no question there. It's the California of penis sizes. You know where it's going.
California.
Trump win China.
But the
got a kinda
Michigan,
penis.
you got, actually, I bet you would. You get a lot of those rural votes out in China. They're like, man, fuck Beijing. But back to America. I'm with you on Minnesota. I do think Michigan goes Biden. And I'm not necessarily that's reflective of the actual populace, but just the voters and who are going out there.
Yeah.
But I did see Florida, of course, Texas, of course, North Carolina going to Trump.
Okay, and you?
I picked Minnesota. I picked Pennsylvania, and then obviously the other states. I thought Arizona
you guys
was
are
solid.
out of
Iowa
your
was solid.
mind. I think.
No, hold on. So
if you think Minnesota goes red, but Michigan and Wisconsin don't, that's what's crazy to me.
I thought it was going to be a toss-up between those three. I thought one of those at least would go red, and I picked Minnesota for fun. Because I didn't figure anybody else would.
This isn't about picking for fun. Do you know the consequences if you're getting shot in a bulletproof vest? Do you understand how painful that's going to be?
You mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, it's going to be very painful.
No.
He's not going to die because Spartan Armor is a wonderful sponsor, but it's going to hurt.
Yeah. Well, no.
I think people think we're joking.
No, Gerald, it's definitely going to hurt. Yeah, I mean,
no, it's just not going to happen.
I wanted to be shot in a bulletproof vest, and then my half-Asian lawyer said we couldn't get the key man insurance.
And I'm definitely not a key man, so is that what I'm hearing?
Look, there's a reason why we asked your wife to sign the permission slip.
Whoa, honey!
We do not have the Daily Wire yet, correct? No, not yet. Okay. So actually, before we continue, I do want to, by the way, people who are watching at MugClub, latino.com/MugClub, The Blaze will be taking your chat throughout the evening. Of course, keep us updated, Reg the Bandit, as things unfold. But we actually have our correspondent. Let's hold on that. Our correspondent, Thomas Finnegan, who you know, he does our morning traffic updates. Yeah. We actually sent him out to polling stations today to kind of get a feel. It's our own unofficial exit polling. So let's go to Thomas Finnegan out in the world.
Well, Stephen, I was on my way up to Waco to ask some people who they're voting for, but my car broke down. So now I'm here in Travis County, and I'm looking for some folks to ask some questions.
Oh, well, we hope that you stay safe. I don't really know if that's the best way to fix your car, but you plan on asking some people out there today,
I'm
right?
Sorry, Stephen.
You plan on asking them about their votes?
On the fritz too. I can't quite.
Well, sure.
Here's some folks. I'll go ask them.
Okay.
Hey,
well,
ladies, who you voting for? Who you voting for?
Yeah, I don't want to.
I hope it ends well.
Nah, well, it doesn't end well for me. Thank God I have
it's
a
like
lawyer.
a threatening walrus coming after you with a tire iron. I mean, you think he's there for hugs, but those tusks.
Not with.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
He's Canadian. He's harmless.
He is.
They've never won a major war. Their greatest accomplishment was bending over for the king, like Nate Silver will do for us by the time the evening is through.
Hey, poor guy.
Taxation without representation? More of it, I say to you, Nate. All right, let's go to now. Actually, our lovely friends. You're always told do not cross the streams, but we've decided to. You know what? We've decided to go against the grain and cross the streams. Daily Wire. We have Ben Shapiro, Jeremy Boring, Andrew Clavin over there. Can you hear me, gentlemen?
Then do you blame the Belgian Prime Minister for the fact that there are more deaths per million in Belgium?
Dennis Prager.
Do you blame every country's leaders
Dennis Prager, stop
for
speaking.
the coronavirus deaths, or only American leaders?
Are they punking us?
You give him one. You give him one fake university, and he holds court.
Goes on.
I thought we had an electric button to be able to switch.
So they don't even know that we're there?
That's what they promised us.
Can you guys let me know? Is there anything you guys can let me know? Should we just cut it? Hey, Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro.
If Hillary Clinton hit
Ben Shapiro. Hold on a second. All right. Baldy. Sort of an addendum. PragerU and Yamaka. Can you guys hear me?
Wait, is that Phil Jackson?
Hold on a second. I think Jeremy is.
Stick around with us. We have another good treat for our Daily Wire viewers right now, and that is that we are joined by and also joining, because of the magic of the internet, it's a cross stream. I don't know who gets to take credit for it, but you know, as long as it's me talking, I'm going to take credit for it. We're being joined currently by our good friend Steven Crowder, who is also live all night, the way that we are. Look at him.
Yes, we are live. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Well, I tried to call in, and then Dennis Prager over there was holding court for some reason. Like he's got a university or something like that.
That's Phil Jackson.
Dennis, we got stuff to do too. Well, listen, I want to know what you guys expect tonight. I went through why I think it's far more likely for Trump to win than not, and how Biden actually needs to run. The only person who needs to run the board tonight is Biden. Biden needs to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He needs to win all of them if Trump holds on to North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, which I think he will. And I sort of contrasted this with the modeled party votes that we saw in states, and it was accurate. Would we say, guys, to the letter with Florida thus far. And I think we'll see it in Ohio. So what are you guys expecting? What's the feeling over there between the two Gentile, well, I guess one Gentile and 2.5 Jews?
So, as you know, actually, Dennis and I together add up to 2 Jews. I'm like half, and Dennis is like a Jew and a half. I think that the feeling.
Wait, are you guys just going to avoid the incredible discomfort that Andrew Klavan converted from Judaism?
Yeah, we just ignore that.
Okay, all right.
Until they need the magic healing.
We'll see how it all comes out.
You should watch Andrew handle snakes. It is remarkable.
By the way, Klavan will be the first person to find out whether he was right or wrong in this room.
And you'll get a note. You're going to get a note.
So I think that the feeling
in this room right now. At least his note will include a tip. Go ahead.
That's true. Cautious optimism, I think, is the feeling in this room. At least for me, cautious optimism. Right now, they're saying that North Carolina looks like it's trending Trump. Georgia's trending Trump. Texas is going to stick Trump, which means the next state that we're really going to find out about are Pennsylvania and Ohio. And these are all too close. These are all too close for comfort. So I think I don't want to get over.
No, Ohio is not too close for comfort. Ohio is not a swing state.
Stephen, you spend more time than we do in the Rust Belt. I mean, you have a lot of roots in Michigan and spend a lot of time there and were with their governor routinely.
Roots.
Tell us what you're thinking about those states. Why isn't Ohio a swing state? What are you seeing that we're missing?
Well, Ohio is not a swing state because if you look at the early voting, and I had this up before, actually Donald Trump won Ohio by, I believe it was 8 points last go around, but actually Democrats outnumbered Republicans in 2016, which means there was a huge portion of Democrats who voted for Trump, registered Democrats. And even now with the early voting, without any of today's voting in, we're already seeing Republicans with a pretty wide margin in Ohio versus Biden. So if you believe that Democrats will come out today and outvote Republicans 3-1, then maybe. Otherwise, I don't even think it's close. Now, outside of that, Michigan, there's about a 4-point spread when you look at the modeled party model. But again, Donald Trump won that where he was down about 4 points. Again, so that would mean that if he's down 4 points, he could be up 7, really, in Michigan, because a lot of Democrats will vote for Donald Trump. Now, I don't know that Donald Trump will be victorious in Michigan or Pennsylvania. I don't think we'll know Pennsylvania until we look in every single ditch and find a few extra million ballot boxes.
Yes.
Right. But I will. Here's the question, right? Logically speaking, if Donald Trump hangs on to North Carolina and Georgia, which everyone was saying was a swing state, and I said I'm very, very confident in Florida and Ohio long before Georgia and North Carolina. So if those go Trump, I will eat this bag of coffee, Black Rifle, wonderful sponsor, if Ohio goes to Biden. And I also would be surprised to see Arizona go to Biden. So when people say that, guess what? Trump just needs to win either Pennsylvania or Michigan. If that map that I just laid out for you remains true, guess what? Biden needs to win Minnesota, not enough. Wisconsin, not enough. Add Michigan, not enough. Pennsylvania, now he gets over it. What do we think is more likely? That Donald Trump keeps the states that we've all agreed upon here and wins either one Michigan or Pennsylvania, or that Biden runs the entire blue wall? I think the former is more likely, and Michigan could go either way. But I don't think Ohio is too close for comfort, Ben. I don't want to say that you're a defeatist, but come on, there's no way Ohio is going for Biden. I'd be very surprised.
I'm still getting over Ben Shapiro being cautiously optimistic. That for the rest of us, it's party time, you know.
Cautiously optimistic for Ben is still very negative.
Stephen, I have a question for you that transcends the political.
Yes.
Are you strapped right now?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is a wonderful. I'm going classic. This is a .357 Magnum, Smith & Wesson Model 686. It's an old revolver that carries 7 shots. A .357 Magnum and some moon clips in here. So we have many guns in this office. We don't live in California. I don't know if you're in Nashville
Are you investigating a murder? Like what exactly is going on over there?
Well, you know what? I will tell you this. I wore it once for open carry, and I came home, and my wife just got very comfortable. So.
Good enough for me.
I continue wearing it. My
Cannot
wife
argue
likes
with that logic.
suspenders, but who am I, Larry King? So I just wear the open carry, and my wife likes it. She's like, I really like it, and I enjoy it, and it makes me look tougher than anyone else on this stream, which is good, which is really all I was aiming for.
If you didn't look tougher than the people on this stream, you'd be in real trouble. I will say, and I rarely pay
Dennis
you
Prager's a big
compliments,
guy. He's like 6'5", so you know.
Well, yeah, you don't want to wrestle with Dennis, that's for sure. But I rarely give you compliments on the account of I hate you and all, and I got to see you be waterboarded that time. You don't even need a gun. You're a freaking giant who practices Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I think that you're going to take good care of yourself.
Well, thank you very much. But that being said, in the street, I've always avoided physical altercations, and I will say this to anyone who tells you this out there: if it does come down to a physical altercation, I'll take a gun. Just like the whole Gracie family who created the UFC. They're like, in the street, what are you, out your mind? I'm going to go bang bang shoot, you dead. So yeah, it's nice to roll around the mats and drunk uncle jiu-jitsu, but otherwise they're getting some 357 or my Walther.
The real reason that he knows Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is just because that's how he gets to know people and greets them. Literally, the first time he came over to my house, he put me in a headlock and put me in a sleeper hold. No. Absolute fact.
That's a lie, Ben.
I tapped out. Dude.
Ben, correct that lie because you're an honest guy, and I don't want the alt-right people to go out there with ammo and perpetuating a negative stereotype. I did not walk up and choke you. I asked you, and you said, okay, be careful, and you forgot to mention that you had a hernia. Ben, you didn't tell me before I choked you.
It goes without saying I have a hernia. Come on.
This is 100% a true story. And then I was outside of Ben Shapiro's apartment going, I think you live where they shot the original Karate Kid. He's like, what? But yeah, this is the right.
Stephen and I have the weirdest non-sexual S&M relationship. Like the first time we got together in a room, he put me in a headlock. And then I watched him be waterboarded. Yeah. And frankly, we just need to stay out of the same state.
You know what was worse than waterboarding? I was at Ben Shapiro's and I thought we would never talk again because Ben Shapiro put me up for, I won't name it specifically, but he put me up, he recommended me, he was very nice, for a morning radio drive show where it was like a news show. And he said, here, he had his whole, I think his show was in Orlando, he had his whole radio set up. And then like the day before I did it, I was going to go, I'm going to do what this show is. And they said, we don't want any opinion, it's straight news. I went, and I bombed in Ben Shapiro's den so badly that I remember sitting there for 5 minutes before I opened the door just because I didn't want to look Ben in the face. I was like, you looked me in the eyes, and then they told me do straight news, and I made a joke about, they were like, what? Ben said, what did you know? I was like, something about my penis size. I don't know. I didn't break FCC rules, but I know they didn't like it.
As you do.
I'm so sorry, Ben. So, no, I do remember that. Those were good times.
It's been a rocky road. It's been a rocky road.
It has been.
Let's just focus in again on the fact that you have a wife and I have a wife and all that.
Yeah.
No. Let's focus in on the fact. Let's focus on the fact that you have a very, very good-looking wife, Ben.
Like,
which I didn't know.
So does Crowder. I know this is. It's not a fair world. I mean, I think we have to.
It's not a fair world.
Hey, by the way, I just saw Ben Shapiro's sister for the first time 3 days ago.
Really?
It is amazing how much they look alike.
She's not going anyplace good.
But it's insane.
I'm not going to say anything inappropriate, Ben.
Wait, they look alike, but she's also beautiful.
Yes.
It's kind of like a square circle. It doesn't
I
make
know.
A friend of mine met the president for the first time. He's a middle-aged guy, and he has a beautiful wife. And he told me he met the president. This was basically the entirety of the dialogue because they posed for a picture. And he said to the president, Mr. President, my daughter is currently interning, which she is, at the White House. He has like 4 great daughters, this guy. And Trump looks at the guy with total seriousness and says, I hope she got her looks from your wife. That was the entirety of the conversation.
Hail to the Chief began playing in the background.
That same story happened with Joe Biden. He said, I hope she uses PERT Plus. True story, and then we will have to let you guys go. We were, we taped this video the other day where I was asking people about Charlottesville. Very fine people on both sides, and
it was a terrific video, by the way.
Thank you very much.
You did a great job with it.
I made a horrible mistake. I said Charlottesville, North Carolina. Of course, I know it's Virginia, and Charlotte, North Carolina. That's one of those things. So fact check me. So I want to make sure that I'm clear about that. But what happened was, I don't remember what I was going to say. What were we talking about before this? Something. There was a lady saying that Donald Trump was sexist. And I said, okay. And you believe that, and Half Asian Bill, my lawyer, will like this. And I said, and you believe this why? She said, well, I think he hates everybody. He doesn't have any respect for women. And I said, okay, but you believe that Biden does? She said, yes, absolutely. And I did all of these equations in my head, I swear to you, within 2 seconds. I was this close to just leaning into her and going... and sniffing her. And then I said, no, wait a second. If I do that, I'll get sued. But then I said, wait, that would be absolutely hysterical because I could get sued for doing exactly what Joe Biden did. However, I don't want to be locked up in lawsuits. So maybe I'll just say, what if I sniffed you right now? And I felt like that would undercut the argument. So I said nothing. But all of those calculations in about 4 seconds, I just wanted to lean and go.
About the maturity. Watching the maturing of Steven Crowder.
You're right. I absolutely 3 years ago I would have sniffed her. I would have been like nibbling her earlobes. This is
Steven, thanks for
Thanks
for hanging out with us tonight, and thanks for your prediction. I'm hopeful that you know more about the Rust Belt than we do. I'm hopeful that your way of looking at this is the right way, because I think the one thing we all know is that hair sniffer cannot be the president of the United States.
Right. Well, let me ask you one question. One question to everyone. Arizona, how do you think it goes?
Well, I mean, the way that Trump is performing with Hispanics in Texas, I'm a lot more positive than I was earlier today about Arizona. I thought it was a nice edge. I think I got to favor him in Arizona now.
What about the black vote that we've said might be the biggest ever for Republicans?
So it is in Florida, but we don't have enough stats. And we are seeing some movement.
Would be significant.
We're seeing some movement, not really in Georgia as far as I've seen, but North Carolina. Some of the majority black districts.
Hey, Mensa members, let's stay on Arizona. I wanted to go out on a quick note. I get that you guys know Arizona. Just everyone say Trump or Biden, and then I got to let you go.
Trump. I'll say Trump. I'll say Trump in Arizona.
Okay.
Arizona, yeah.
All right.
The question is the Senate race in Arizona.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, thank you guys. DailyWire.com. Where's your stream for people to watch it?
DailyWire.com. Thank you, Stephen, and thanks to all of our friends at The Blaze.
Absolutely. We may check in with you later. All right. Be well, gentlemen. We will see you. We must go. Okay, we are back here. Is there anything new since that has happened, Reg the Bandit? Let's see what's going on at CNN really quickly.
We've got some Florida information.
Oh, Florida information. Is it about the colored?
Whoa. Red versus blue, guys.
Yeah, those colors.
What are we seeing in Florida now?
We were seeing it was 93% reporting and still looked like a 2.5% lead. So still filling in.
I think that's in the bag. I actually thought you were saying Florida on the CNN because I think it's a done deal at this point.
Yeah.
We had a few calls that not necessarily surprising. Biden takes New York and New Mexico, and Trump, as they've called Nebraska, Louisiana, Wyoming, South Dakota, and North Dakota.
President Trump outperforming 2016 by 5% in
those
Georgia.
Specific counties, in Georgia. So in Georgia right now,
let me ask you this: has most of it is Atlanta? Are they counting Atlanta right now? Is Atlanta? Are those counties being counted by a significant amount, or are they not in by a bunch? Because if those counties are already in by a significant amount, and Trump is ahead, that's a really bad sign because he wins the rural and the suburban Georgia vote pretty handily. It just comes down to about Atlanta and one or two other major counties.
Yeah, it looks like there's still a lot more to go in Atlanta there with the numbers that they're showing. But the fact that he's doing so well in Georgia, and you made fun of me a minute ago, Virginia. Look at the numbers in Virginia right now.
Right.
Trump is way ahead. I know there's still a little bit to go there, but I'm kind of shocked by that one. I mentioned it a second ago thinking, that was pretty surprising. They took it down, and when it comes back up in a minute, Reg, can you dig in and find out what's going on there? Are we just waiting on huge Democrat districts to report, or what?
Are you talking about Georgia here?
No, I moved on to Virginia. Sorry.
Virginia.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still a little bit of a mystery to me. I'm assuming that they must not be reporting some major Democrat districts. Otherwise, that call would not make sense. I know there's some similar stuff going on in Georgia that the New York Times is, because of the districts that are being reported, the New York Times is favoring Trump to win Georgia pretty heavily.
Wow. Hey, Quarterback Garrett, can you show off the color balls that are on my prompter? One thing here, let's bring up the map that we have filled in.
Yeah.
Let me see. Does anyone else here notice something? Really quickly, let's bring up the map.
Bring it up here.
Does anyone notice something with this map? What do you guys notice? Do you notice they're quickly calling? Even though these are states that were generally, like, we knew New York was going to go, obviously, to Biden. Right. We knew Illinois. There are far more Trump states that they're calling quickly for Trump. And by the way, they're not all small states. Tennessee, Florida, Missouri, These are not small, inconsequential states.
Right. Yeah.
So if you look at, they're filling out that map faster for Trump, and he's outperforming right now in Georgia. It's early by 5%. These are rapid results. That's what I was saying. If it was a walk-off win for Donald Trump in some of these places, that could mean that we'll have the results tonight. But again, if you look at this map, sure, I think, what do we have? We have 101 versus 133 electoral votes. But again, if you just look at the total number of states, because really it's Illinois and New York, we have a good amount of moderate states. And by the way, some of them are pretty diverse states when you look at them. Tennessee is not always that far red. We should have a good idea as to what is coming in from Tennessee. I'm trying to see there. Obviously, Indiana, we know, Oklahoma, Arkansas, okay, Louisiana. Missouri, what's funny to me is they had Missouri as a toss-up, only about 2. And remember, I was talking to Liz, you were from Missouri. I'm like, what, are they out of their mind?
Yeah, it's absolutely insane to think about where these. I mean, but again, if you're kind of following, you can get very far out on a limb if you start listening to this echo chamber about the number of early voters and how many people are out there and how many broken windows there are and how many protesters there are, and thinking that that's going to translate into votes, especially when you then add on the veneer of national polling or poor structures and processes for local voting. You're gonna get yourself where you're way out on a limb, and that's what we're saying.
Right.
Yeah. We're seeing it close a lot right now in Ohio and Texas. They've been showing these numbers that Texas obviously I think is going to go Trump, but they've been showing Biden's lead early, right? And they're showing reporting from Houston and Dallas and
Texas
some counties that are
going for.
No, I know. I'm just saying what you're seeing is these things are closing very quickly. The only thing that's not closing quickly because they're slow at everything is Pennsylvania. These guys are notoriously slow at counting, and we're going to have to wait on these jerks all night. Can we bring up that quote
from the AG in Pennsylvania here, Reg the Bandit? What was it that he said? If all the votes are counted, there's no way in hell that Donald Trump wins. How do you say that?
Wow.
How do you say that?
If you know something other people don't know.
Right. Which is namely, they're going to rig it. And this is amazing right now. They're saying Donald Trump is complaining about a rigged election. They've said they will not call it. They won't allow it to be called tonight no matter what in social media.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they think they're just going to be too many votes
Pennsylvania is
left
saying he's not going to win no matter what. Is that not saying it's a rigged election?
Yeah.
What if Donald Trump wins because of people getting their shit burned down in Philadelphia and your guy promising that he's going to end a significant portion, like a quarter of your economy? What if Donald, no, he's not going to win. I think there's some rigging. Thinks there's some carnival barkers afoot.
Well, and Trump was raked over the coals for hesitating when they asked him about a transfer of power.
Right.
But they're totally fine if they don't accept the
have they conceded 2016, by the way?
Not yet.
No.
How about
they're still on that.
There are still new documentaries about the recount in 2000.
Yeah, I think the only way to make sure that they do concede 2016 is if we make them concede 2020.
That's a good point.
There you go.
It's a twofer, right? You got to accept both of them.
It absolutely is a twofer. Hey, by the way, people who are watching right now, please do hit the notification bell because subscriptions don't mean a whole lot if you're subscribed to this channel. Notifications let you know when we will be streaming. It actually gets pushed to your phone. And of course, we do Good Morning Mug Club here weekday mornings at 10 a.m. Eastern, and we will be back here for sure on Monday, maybe even on Friday if some stuff breaks loose. Some stuff dislodges like John Wayne's colon.
I thought the live stream was just going to run straight until Friday.
That's really
Pennsylvania. Because that's when they said they're going to count all the rest of the votes. They're like, hey, we're going to take a
off.
So, it's a union town.
We were staying here just to make sure that in January Pelosi doesn't install herself as the leader of the free world.
Look, I'll step in.
I tell you what, I would personally GoFundMe for her to install herself as a gargoyle in front of the Congress.
There you go.
Hey, her hair is way too blown out to be a gargoyle.
I don't know. They have
Walmart
swoops. They have swoops in that. What's that medieval art style? I have no idea.
Now, Stephen, I think we're seeing your predictions about early voting come to fruition again. Now, North Carolina is 79% reporting.
Can you punch this in at all? Can you punch this in from your screen, or do we have to?
No. This is just going by New York Times. I'm just on the iPads here. But North Carolina is 79% reporting, and Trump is up by 1.6 points. But the thing is that 97% of the votes that were counted are early votes, right? And those were 97% of them have already been counted, right? So the early vote is in.
So the early vote is in, and Trump already has a lead.
So Trump has a lead. So they're basically, New York Times, their little needle is 90% Trump.
Okay.
For North Carolina?
Now, is everything you're talking about, is that all available on the New York Times page? Because if so, I might just bring it up here on my own screen so I can look at it.
That'd be good.
If you
CNN seems behind.
CNN is behind, but I would like for people to be able to see what it is that we are seeing as well, not just CNN. Guys, do we have that ability?
Yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, CNN has the ability to do that as well. But CNN looks like they're slow playing all of these wins for Trump or moving in Trump's
Because I'd like to hear, as you present this to us, I'd like to be able to show it because we're not going to get it from CNN. Right now, CNN is more for some guffaws.
Let me just...
They're good for the laughs.
So, what I've been saying, folks, is when you look at this early vote, they need to have a significant lead. And we're seeing that again with Florida. Keep in mind, in Florida, people go, oh, they were up by, I think, 115,000 votes in Florida.
Yeah.
They were up by 115,000 votes, Democrats, before same-day voting. It was called here before 9 o'clock. What was it? It was called basically at 8:30. Florida was called the moment the show started. They only needed that much of the same day voting, and they saw it was going to be a complete and total blowout. And now I don't see how North Carolina goes to Biden again, unless for some reason, I don't know, Acorn throws a few sandwiches at some hobos, and they get them over there to the polling stations. But I don't see the way that Biden wins.
There's just a lack of attention, I think, along the lines of qualitatively listening to what the real voters on the ground are talking about. And so many folks who are, they just don't know who to talk to about what their vote is going to be. It's certainly something fun and great to do to talk about supporting Biden. And only really at the very last minute do you see any kind of celebrities coming out. Predominantly minorities coming out in support of Trump, which is just throwing certain groups into a tizzy. And what I would say is, I had a good friend of mine today mention, he said, and he's a progressive, a Democrat, voted for Biden already early, one of the early votes, and he said, look, what's going to happen at the end of this if Trump ends up winning is that Democrats have to take a very deep look about their tactics of persuasion and where they are in the ivory tower. And look, I'm going to tell you, it's going to make the country better.
Well, but it's not their tactics. How much lipstick can you put on bad policies to make it look good, right? It's not the person. It's not the tactics.
That was a weird analogy.
I was going to say the pig.
I don't know. You were going to go with.
I was going to go lipstick on a pig.
You said on bad policies.
I veered when I shouldn't have veered.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
So it really comes down to the policies. The policies are just
Can
bad.
you also kill two birds and get stoned, Gerald?
He just abandoned the metaphor. It wasn't mixed. It was like
I self-correct. You self-corrected and didn't sniff a lady. I veered from pigs.
Yeah, I know, but those are words.
Well, that's true.
Mine was an action.
Yeah, but look, I don't think that their policies are the things that people are liking right now. I don't think it's their messaging. I don't think it's their tactics. I don't think it's Joe Biden doing campaign rallies. I think they just have really bad policies for the country, and it's turning people off. At the very least, it's not energizing even their own base of people that want something other than Donald Trump. It doesn't even look like they're willing to get out and go to the polls to vote. It just looks like they're going to stay home and be like, well, it's Biden. I don't know. I mean, they did twice. Picked Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden back to back.
I know, but you're just saying it's election night. What else you got? Saying Biden and Hillary aren't good candidates. We need a little more than that from you.
I said they had bad policies as well. And it doesn't matter the candidate. You could put any candidate up there with really bad policies.
Put a bullet in you so hard.
Oh, it's going to make you feel good, isn't it?
Oh my gosh! I think we might just pull a Houdini and remove
insurance,
the Spartan armor plate.
No.
Or at least the trauma pad. We're going to remove the trauma pad.
No, don't remove the trauma pad. I don't even know what that is.
Every pound of that muzzle energy.
Oh, Gerald, you want the trauma pad.
That's what I said. Don't remove it. I don't know what it is, but don't do it.
Yeah. Have you ever been in the aisle and then your wife's like, "Get the pads," and then there's like the small, the medium, the large, the heavy. This is the one you need. It's right beyond that, and you're going to need it.
Yeah. Trauma.
We're not doing this.
Yeah, we are.
No, we're not.
Yeah, we are.
No.
So we have the ability. To bring up.
We do have that New York Times section with the needles.
Okay. Let me see that.
Needles.
Yeah, guys, we want to make sure. So I know we have CNN, but we want to make sure that folks can see what it is that Reg the Bandit is communicating as well, because we have coverage that nobody else has, and I don't want people just to take my word for it. Let me see that needle.
Yeah.
So this is where we have right now. So they are giving. Well, why even have a needle with Florida? So look, the fact that there's a needle with Florida. Bring it back up. There's a needle with Florida. It's already been called, and then you see Georgia seems to be further along that needle than Florida, unless I'm missing scale right there. Oh no, probably Trump. Quite likely Trump. So North Carolina. And Georgia going to Trump.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's, what did I tell you, folks? North Carolina, Georgia. Now, North Carolina and Georgia, if they go to Trump, let's just do this really quickly. Let's fill this in. Let's give North Carolina and Georgia to Trump, and then Ohio. Never mind. You guys don't need to fill it in. Screw it. Forget about it. The point is, once that happens, it's a very tough path.
Yeah.
Joe Biden needs the entire blue wall. North Carolina, Georgia, they go for Trump, and Ohio, I guarantee you, will go for Trump. I'm not a Cenk Uygur where I say, I'm calling the election. He called it 3 weeks ago. I'm not, but I would be very, very surprised to see Ohio go for Biden. I just don't see that happening. So, according to the New York Times, we're looking at Georgia, North Carolina for Trump, then Ohio. I'm telling you, my little needle is going kind of like if it's a kind of like Hunter Biden's crack compass. It's just going true north. I think that Ohio's going to go for Trump. Then at that point, ooh boy.
Yeah. Well,
ooh boy. What does Biden need? All of the above, or if he somehow wins Arizona. But again, based on what we're seeing, what's the pattern we're seeing? The Hispanic vote and the black vote, particularly the Hispanic vote, as you see it in Texas, as you see it in Florida. Well, this is also Arizona. They were thinking would become more of a swing state. It might become increasingly out of reach. Because this is where I disagree with identitarians. Republicans do not need to win a majority of Hispanic voters. They just need to mitigate the losses. Yeah. They were having their clocks cleaned for a very long time. You know what? If you're starting to get 30, 40% of the Hispanic vote, and there are more Hispanic people in Arizona, guess what? That actually improves your chances. Yeah. It's actually better to have the Hispanic vote there than to have zero Hispanics in Arizona, because then you're left with rich white liberals and you're left with working class conservatives. It actually helps. I would wager that if you go above a certain percentage, for example, white Americans with bachelor's degrees, particularly if it's in social studies or creative studies, that the margin is so much higher of them voting liberal that it's counterbalanced by Hispanic Americans, even if it's not a majority for Trump. But it still balances out to maybe 70, 80% going for Biden that you see with single white females with degrees in German poetry. So it's a good thing, and I will tell you this: people should heed this right now from Donald Trump. This is the way to restructure the Republican Party, and it's amazing because Donald Trump has done it while governing as the most conservative president, certainly in our lifetime. I know I will not name names, but I know that many people here many people in our office voted straight Republican ticket and maybe didn't vote Donald Trump in 2016. I don't think there's a single person here who didn't vote for Donald Trump in 2016. I don't know. I believe in a secret ballot. But that's not because we thought Trump was a dick. It's because up until 2016, Donald Trump gave more to Democrats. Up until 2016, people thought that Donald Trump was going to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. And now we see that Donald Trump has done more for the conservative cause than any president in modern American history. Yeah. And that's why this is important, too. It's important because America right now, if they vote for Donald Trump, or if it's even close, they are voting for staunchly conservative stances and principles on economic policy, on immigration, on personal liberties, on Second Amendment, on freedom of speech. They're voting overwhelmingly. Donald Trump did not have to go to the center, unlike Joe, I'm not going to ban fracking, man, Biden. So this is also something that's really important. Think about this for a second. A vote for Trump is a very clear vote on policy. He just changed the visas, the lottery visas right now. That's a great thing, by the way. We can talk about that a little bit more later on. We know where Donald Trump lines up with Supreme Court justices. We know where he lines up with life. Yeah. We know where he lines up with taxes. We know where he lines up with reopening businesses. With Joe Biden, he's tried to be moderate. You can vote for him because, well, you're for him banning fracking, or you can vote for Biden because you think he won't really ban fracking. You can vote for Biden because you think maybe he'll still let you kind of have your Second Amendment rights, or you can vote for Biden because he promised he's going to make Francis Roberts his gun czar, or O'Rourke, Francis O'Rourke his gun czar, and have a mandatory gun buyback. So this is what's really interesting here. There's a vote for clear-cut conservative ideas, policies, and you know what? Kind of what you want. Kind of like tofu, Joe Biden. And you would think that would attract more votes. That's what's interesting to me about this dynamic.
Yeah, and those two big states, obviously Michigan, the Whitmer effect, right? What are we going to see there? Because obviously it's not just about Joe Biden. It's about how people are soured on this kind of authoritarian reign that she has there. And then, like you said, with fracking in Pennsylvania, like it's very, very difficult with somebody who doesn't have a great set of policies that he's putting forward, is not very energizing to a base. And he has two big key issues in those states going against him. And those states are adding more and more Republican voters every single year ahead of Democrats. I think you're right. He has a really tough time, and I wouldn't be surprised if Michigan ends up just a little bit bigger win than last time. Right?
I wouldn't
put
be
it in my
surprised.
map, but I would not be surprised if it's like a 1.2%, something.
I would
like just
not be
over
surprised.
1.
I'm gonna call the opposite. I'm gonna say I still think Michigan does not go Trump. I think he goes Biden. I do still think Trump prevails overall when you get the other states. But
you're saying no on Michigan.
I'm saying no on
Why?
Michigan.
But you think he wins Wisconsin?
Man, have you looked at Whitmer? Have you looked deep in her eyes?
Well, you can't look deep in her eyes.
I think that's why it's going to go red.
You can't look
That's
past
what
the
I
flaps.
That's why I think it's going red.
Nope. I'm telling you.
There aren't. It's beady eyes.
What does that mean?
All out there.
That's
It's
worse
looking
than
in
the
her eyes.
pink
You can't look
lipstick.
any deep into her eyes. It's like a magic eye poster. You have to look shallow so you can see what's going on.
Exactly.
And then it's just children being sacrificed.
Then her husband comes up in the boat that he's not supposed to be on. He's got anyways.
Right.
Not making any sense at all.
And he walks bent over with a
No,
limp.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not exactly sure why. I haven't gone through the. kind
I
of
wouldn't be
detail
surprised either.
That Stephen went through earlier on about the early voting.
Right.
But I would say when you looked at where, again, using some of these third-party sources or using even Vox, which we know is not a source that would normally be going in an even.
It's a
keel.
source that's trying to get us removed from YouTube.
Exactly.
Yeah, you
right.
can say
So when you added all those sources up, it's much less of a very sure thing when it comes to these particular states and what the early voting looked like and whether we're going to have that big gap. And I think there's a big enough gap there that there's a significant chance that Trump does not take Michigan.
He's already ahead right now.
By the way, have any states been called since?
I know he's ahead.
So I have a couple of updates here.
Okay, so one thing, just punch right in with updates there, Reg, or audio. Wait, I need you guys to, because I can't keep track of everything.
Oh,
Just start punching in like you guys,
baby.
We're updating
No,
the
but
map.
punch into the show because people aren't paying attention.
Sure.
Punch in. Just let me know. What
Yeah,
happened?
no, not a big surprise. D.C. went for Biden.
They get the vote?
New Jersey has voted to legalize possession, sale, and everything of marijuana.
Nice.
Now,
Everything.
two states that I really think we
Is there a
need.
30-day waiting period for the ganja?
I got no idea.
That's important.
Oh man, is
'Cause you need
Rogan
it now.
moving
Like, you need it
again?
right now.
The two states where I think Trump needs to, I want to see that factor that you're talking about, right? The Trump pulling ahead, the sort of red wave because of the early voting being counted earlier, is Ohio is not looking as good as I would want. It's 51 to 48, and there's 65 to 78% of the votes in. So I really want to see that turn around.
Well,
And
do we
then-
know how many of those are today's votes versus the early votes?
Yeah, I don't. They're not reporting all the numbers with that. I can see if I can dig in a little bit. The other one that I'm really, they got to pick it up is Texas. Joe Biden has a 0.6% lead with over 70% reporting. So I'm hoping that we're going to see a widening of that.
Well, that'll depend on which counties we know. Too,
They
with
showed
Texas.
a map just a little while ago, and they pulled off what happened in 2016 and basically left so many counties, unaccounted for, and then they pulled it back on. It's like, oh, okay, that's why. Like, there's tons of red counties that haven't been
there's
counted
still
yet.
time. I think
Yeah,
there's still
so-
time.
No, don't think there's still time.
No,
It's
for the
obvious
red
that
counties.
The smart money says that Donald Trump wins Texas. Don't
No,
don't
I know. I think
taint
it's
this dream with your
I think,
pessimism.
but I
it's
think
very
Texas,
likely that he wins Texas.
I think Texas is going to be a lot closer. I think Trump wins it, but I think
Yeah.
it's going to be
It
a
is
lot
gonna be
closer than it should.
I
Well,
agree.
there's no question. You get an influx of
Californians.
Californians,
You-
same thing.
and I'll tell you, ground game in Texas is excellent. There are people who
For
are
Democrats.
working, for
Yeah,
Democrats,
yeah.
even for Republicans, are working very, very hard. So there's
Yeah.
a lot of different votes. There's a lot of people who are motivated, people who are moving here in droves. I mean, you can't just take the California out of the 100,000 companies that have moved their headquarters here from
exactly.
California in the last 3 years. So look, they're going to turn a little bit and they're going to make their votes. I don't think that's going to happen. I do think that there is going to be some pretty tight races. You've got anyone from Morgan Meyer and Genevieve Collins here in Dallas. You've got some of the bigger races around Texas. You're going to see some blood in the water when it comes to the local races that should have been or have gone red in past years. But I do still think, and I agree, it'll be a narrow but a firm lead for Trump in Texas.
Do we have a way to bring up that map, actually, as far as Texas, for people who are watching live? Do we have a way to bring that up, guys? These are things we need to have so people can kind of see.
our map up.
Houston is, but no, I don't mean our map. I mean the
right.
actual districts and stuff in Texas if we go to a website, because especially people don't realize there have been some years where Austin has gone red and Houston has gone blue. Houston is consistently the most blue county.
It is, yeah,
Texas,
for sure.
or whatever
Dallas County is right behind it.
Dallas
now.
County is right behind
for
it.
sure.
A lot of people are surprised about Austin sometimes going because of a lot of sort of Willie Nelson pot smoking libertarians.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Austin is by any means red, but again, you have to take into account that Texas is a very, very big state, and there are a lot of people who live in suburbs. For example, if you just take Dallas, right outside of Dallas, you have suburbs like Plano and Frisco, which are some of the fastest growing cities in the world, and they're bigger than a lot of the mid to large size cities in the Midwest.
Right.
and then those counties are overwhelmingly conservative. So
Yeah,
I wouldn't be
we've got
surprised for it
the-
to be close in Texas.
Yeah, we've got basically it's what you're saying here. We've got the overlay there, and you can see that those blue centers at Austin, San Antonio, Houston, El Paso, Dallas are being reported on, and then some red, but we've still got to fill in those other.
Oh, now Donald Trump is up by 0.3 from last time. Last time you said
Right.
Biden was up by a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Right.
it's
He was
moving quickly.
This is actually the Politico is actually a little bit behind.
Okay.
But yeah, this is roughly the same place.
Yeah.
Okay.
So most of all of the rest of those counties were red when CNN brought those up from 2016.
Right.
So
And Ohio
don't expect
also
that to
depends
change.
because keep in mind with Ohio too. Ohio always seems more blue early on because again you have those big cities in Ohio and those typically tend to be the places that count the most. And in Ohio you have Columbus, you have Cleveland, you have Dayton, you have Cincinnati, you have but then you have a lot of other areas in Ohio. A lot of farmers, you have a lot of suburban people, and those votes tend to be counted afterward. I just and even then Donald Trump is leading. It's tough to know how much of the vote being counted is early vote versus today's vote because some states are doing them in different orders.
And that was one of the graphics that just came up. Was North Carolina was showing 75% of the vote was early vote. So it's almost like a tortoise and the hare type thing. You've got a fast sprint from those early votes that are getting in, they're counted, and certainly they're probably going more one way than the other. But now we're getting a catch up. And what is not really quantified again is how many people are actually showing up in all of these different polling stations. How many new voters are, and how many voters that just simply are untouched by any kind of qualitative polling. You just really, I think, if there's anything that's going to be very clear, is that this is the last we've seen of any reasonable, sane person looking at national polling when calling an election.
Oh, even state polling.
You have to.
Even statewide. You've got to
even
go
state
to
polling.
the districts. You've got to go down to that granular level.
You know what? As a matter of fact, here let me bring up right now. I'm going to bring up RCP polls.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned what Trafalgar is that how you pronounce it?
I don't know.
One of those guys.
I'm a hooked on phonics.
They got 2016 right. They got a lot of 2018 right as well. And it's not saying that they're always going to be right, but they basically said, look, we've got to poll differently. Donald Trump is doing something to the electorate that we've never seen before, and we can't ask the same questions.
Well, it was interesting.
Okay, so Florida. Let me show you Florida. So what do they have? That right on the day before the election, yesterday, for the first time, you had two polls that had Trump ahead. You had +1 and +2. But what did you have on the 29th through the 1st of November? You had Biden +3.
Oh, yeah.
You had Biden +1, +5, +1, +4, +3, +6, +3. You only had Trafalgar and surprisingly an outlier from Washington Post, ABC News at +2. You had Monmouth. You had Biden at +6. You had NBC News Mars, Biden at +4, right? There are really only a handful of polls.
Ohio.
What's happening with Ohio?
Narrowed greatly. Now it's neck and neck, and Biden was way ahead. So
and that's
that
CNN
red wave
too.
is coming
That's
fast.
CNN. That red wave is coming
Pennsylvania,
fast.
same thing is happening too.
Why do you doubt your sensei?
We didn't doubt.
Why does everyone want to? Why is it like? Did everyone get together tonight and say let's be negative as shit tonight? Even though Stephen laid out his case, like I don't know.
I've been positive and agree
I'm like,
with you.
what the?
I think
What else
we're
we're
going to
gonna
just nod?
No, I'm just saying, but you're making a case. Well, come on, guys.
No. Look,
God only knows. There could be someone in Ohio who's, I don't know how. What do we have? 300-something thousand people watching right now.
It's
Trump
460.
460.
460.
We have 500,000 people watching.
Hey,
what the
by the
fuck
way,
is wrong with you? Why are
Sweater
you
on
still watching?
the shop right now. Sweater.
Yeah, a lot of credit shops.
No, but what I'm saying is, there could be someone
Sorry, I'm
out there
hawking.
right now, little Ohioan, going like, I'm gonna. The crowd is. It's a lost
It's already
cause.
done. Their polls are
not.
closed. It's okay. It's okay. They're done.
Well, I don't know.
Now, Kansas has just gone to Trump, according to Fox, I think, called it. And we've also got Colorado going to Biden.
Well, it
So,
doesn't surprise me.
not a surprise.
The entire state woke up in a haze.
Yep.
those guys.
Do we have Donald Trump calling Kansas, actually?
Kansas.
I'm not sure if we do. I don't think we do.
I'm not sure that made his list.
I'm not sure that we have Kansas.
I don't
We got Colorado and New York.
We do have Colorado. Oh, right. Well, let's have Donald Trump actually calling some electoral. Let's do the short version for Colorado. Colorado being called by Donald Trump for
It's Trump. It's Trump.
Colorado, you just voted like some dopes, high on edibles, cause you smoke drugs.
They do.
Wow.
They do.
He just nailed the
These
point.
are accurate.
Very factual.
Very accurate.
See,
like
your shirt busting open there.
My shirt busting open.
Yeah, no, it's just like your strap is pulling.
Like we were just talking about Colorado Road to El Dorado.
Oh my gosh!
I don't know if you guys can see this.
Why don't you cover that up?
I don't know, but I actually still have a scar from where a burn from where I dropped the cigar in my. I fell asleep when I was outside in a zero gravity chair, and I had a cigar in my mouth, and I fell asleep and I went and woke up, and Joe Louis actually leapt.
Is that going to be worse than the scar or whatever I'll have from being shot?
No, that'll be good.
Don't worry about it. Spartan Armor is a good product.
Spartan Armor's got
Spartan Armor is a fantastic product, which actually we should probably at this point go to our first Thomas Finnegan.
We'll check in with him. He's setting up.
Do we have the stinger and then he comes back to me, or does it go? We're going to go straight
to him.
Just going to go straight to him. So Thomas Finnegan is actually setting up. He's making preparations right now to shoot Gerald for our wonderful sponsor, Spartan Armor. Thomas Finnegan, take it away, sir.
Hi, Stephen. We're really excited to try this out. We spent a lot of time preparing this segment, and we're really curious to see how this armor holds up.
Okay, well, that's fantastic. I don't know if you have any predictions. Okay, well, I guess that's about it.
He's gone.
He's left,
His feet could. Oh, I want to see Dana Bash. I want to see what she's doing, because look, she's like.
That's a good Dana Bash.
I feel like every day her cheekbones get higher and larger. Like they're just slowly distorting.
I feel like every day she makes a pencil disappear in someone's eye.
Eventually, they'll be her shoulder blades.
Yes.
Her cheekbones will just be.
Dana Bash. She looks like a confused owl.
Can you guys see the little map down there in the very bottom of the CNN map?
Yeah, they fill in so little.
They've got like nothing filled in.
Nothing filled in because they don't want to demoralize people.
This is a map that, as you just said, is probably just going to come down to what we always thought it would come down to. That blue wall up there.
Thanks, lady.
Really
hold on a second.
Hold on to.
Go screw yourself.
Right.
You never said it was going to come down to that blue wall. You said Donald Trump's going to lose North Carolina. Donald Trump looks like he's going to lose Georgia. Certainly Arizona. You didn't even have. If you were to actually look at the 270 to win or RCP map, they weren't even listed as toss-ups. You had Arizona listed as blue.
I think Dana Bash actually, when they scrolled out, actually, I think she's tuned into the stream to try and get new advice.
Is she tuned into the stream?
Yeah, she might be.
Let me see. So Florida, they had Biden at +9. There were polls within the last week. Quinnipiac, right? Quinnipiac. Fuck you. Had him up by 5. Yeah. Let's go to North Carolina. Let's see what's going on here. Hold on a second. You know what? I guess if I go RCP map, are we still able to mirror my thing?
Yeah, if you just mirror to the
Is it not mirroring? Okay, you know what?
Donald Trump in Florida, like 370,000 votes ahead.
Okay, don't bring it up yet. I'll tell you when to bring it up because right now there's fat people porn.
No.
It was for a skit.
Right. Actually, because I could Apple TV play it out in the control room. They can't get away.
Studio.
All right, so here, let's go right now. I want to make sure this is 2020 because sometimes they can. No, is that 2016? That's 2020.
2020, yeah.
So they were saying now they're saying like, oh, it's going to come down to that blue wall. Really? Well, let's look at Georgia. Georgia, okay, you have Trump at +1 now, but that's only because of the last, literally from the 29th to today. Before that, you had Biden +2, +4. The only one that had Trump ahead was Emerson and WSCB Landmark. You had Biden +2, +7 from Quinnipiac. Remember when Quinnipiac was thought of as the gold standard?
It was the poll.
It was always Quinnipiac. It was Reuters. It was Monmouth. And then you have people. So for some reason, WSB TV Landmark, I assume that's a local poll.
Yeah.
Atlanta Journal, again, just like we see. Now you have Quinnipiac up +3, right? You have Biden, you have him all the way up +8 for a while. And by the way, they are definitely massaging these numbers because we did not see these kinds of numbers favoring Trump when we were looking at them for a long time.
Close.
Let's look at North Carolina here. Let me bring this up and look at North Carolina from, what is this still? This is still on Georgia, Trump versus Biden. Let me look up North Carolina. You know what this might be doing, actually? This might be showing a 4-person race versus a 2-person race. So North Carolina, look, they have Trump up at +2. But what do they have? They had him Biden +6, +6. They had him +4, +5, +1, +4. Look at this. It's not even close. And the only reason that they gave Trump a slight advantage is because of the Insider Advantage poll, which they discredited, by the way. Remember they said Trafalgar, Insider Advantage, Rasmussen. These are outlier polls. we're seeing it again. They've been right in these states.
Yeah.
They've been right in these states. That was +4, where they had Biden +2, +. How does this happen? How does it go on October 30th, from October 23rd to October 30th, Biden +6 by CNN, NBC News, right? How does it go from +6 to nothing? And now they're going, it comes down to this blue wall, but you didn't say it came down to the blue wall. You said that Donald Trump had to run the board and get an inside straight, blah, 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 blah. And now you're going, Donald Trump, it's really going to come down to the place that Donald Trump surprised you by winning last time. It could go any way. I'm not saying that Donald Trump is going to win, but even the editorializing here makes me want to open up this 102 waterfowl.
Delicious. Can I take an opportunity?
Huge bottle.
It is large. I do want to take a quick opportunity. My understanding is that I think Ilhan Omar has won re-election, and if anything, that very much solidifies that Gerald's map was made by someone with 0 brain cells because he chose Minnesota to go Trump. I think he's wrong.
I can
never go full Jesse Ventura.
Ilhan Omar has won re-election.
Ilhan Omar. This district is mine now. It belongs to me.
We'll see. Well, it's not over
that
yet.
her or the brother?
No. You married your brother? No.
Say it ain't so.
So are we going to send her a cookie bouquet or what?
I don't know. I don't know. Do they make halal cookies?
I'm sure they do.
Probably.
Don't be insensitive.
What's funny about her is I would imagine she's a non-observant Muslim where she doesn't eat halal, but she still commits terrorism.
Well, there's only some things.
Pick and choose. She's a cafeteria.
Right.
Muslim.
Yeah, I think the whole marrying your brother and then another dude and then cheating on that dude with a married guy. I think that only the men are allowed to do that in Islam, right?
Let's say
divorce.
Yeah. Talak.
Yeah, I think that only works for the guys. So she may be. That may be some weird feminist brand of.
Which I think that they thought saying talak 3 times was more of a tongue twister than it was.
Yeah.
They thought it would be more of a burden
so hard.
for Muslim men. Who wants to say who Piper pecked the pickle peppers 3 times? And if he doesn't get it right, the clock restarts. He said, turns out they're going to do that a lot, especially when we promise to stone their ex-wives to death. Well, that's on us, but we can't change the holy text now.
Again.
I never thought of it as a tongue twister. That's great.
Yeah, I don't know.
Everything can be fine. Yeah. So, hey, we're seeing more in Ohio now. I mean, granted, I'm mostly looking at CNN because that's just what you're forcing me to watch right now.
Yeah, well, we can also switch between streams. Guys out there in the control room. Hey, can we, real quick before you go on, can we go to Men at Work? Can we see, let's go to the people out there, what they're doing. Let's hit Men at Work and see what's going on out there. Hey, Brendan. You getting ready to get attacked by a dog when we call Wisconsin? Is anyone else there? All right, thanks. This has been Men at Work. That's been very nice. It's so dark out there.
I thought that was
very dark.
Yeah.
It is extreme.
It's a party.
I think they're actually just sleeping.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're not paying
They
attention
were
at all.
really excited to lock us in this room and be like, "All right, guys, watch CNN for 6 hours."
Folks, you can tweet me at @SCrowder, and again, the hashtag is Crowder Election Stream. If there are any particular meltdowns that you think we need to tune into, let us know, or in the Blaze chat. If it's NBC, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, Young Turks, Vox, I don't know, New York Times, Nate Silver, because I always particularly like my meltdowns to involve what looks like an Uncle Fester bald cap. Please, just let us know, and then we can tune into that. But you were saying something, Half Asian.
What we were looking at was Ohio, still, again, a little bit behind. But when you look at Ohio and where they're at on the number of votes, it's slowly creeping up in terms of evening out on that number. So that means you, again, had that big influx of early voting, which only accounted for, I think, 40 to 50% of the vote in Ohio, much lower than you saw in North Carolina, which was 75%, and in other states which were north of 50. So you didn't even have that much more you needed to catch up in Ohio. So it's starting to trend again more in that direction that you were pointing to. You didn't have you had a bunch, but you didn't have enough early voting to counteract the number of people that are coming in from the votes today.
So let me ask you this, Reg, because you're looking at the New York Times needle.
Yeah.
Florida, and from what they're saying, North Carolina and Georgia, that seems to all track with what I told people today with the early voting, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And let me see if I can pull up here.
And hold on one second. Yeah. Everyone here knows that I'm a comedian, correct?
Yes.
Oh, really?
So the fact that I was able to find any of this information. Now, like I've said, this number remains to be seen. The number was, I've always said, pretty definitive on Florida and Ohio. And I felt pretty confident, pretty definitive on North Carolina, Georgia, and ultimately Arizona. And we're seeing right now, certainly Florida, that already happened, what the New York Times is saying with Georgia, North Carolina. It doesn't determine exactly what's going to happen in that blue wall. That still is anyone's game. Yeah. But again, if I'm right, and we are right thus far with the other states, that means that Biden is going to have to run. He's going to have to tune up Donald Trump in all of those states. I'm a comic, folks. Out of everyone who's on this stream tonight, I should rightfully be the least respected among all of us. This just tells you that the media is lazy and they're not doing their job. And so please do consider joining Mug Club at louderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club, because I'll tell you what, I might be a simp. I might have accidentally said North Carolina when I meant Virginia. Come on, Charlotte and Asheville, Charlottesville, it's easy. But either way, someone's getting hit by a challenger. The point is, I really do some work because I'm a simp, so I work a little bit harder. And I'm telling you what, I think I'm right. I'm right about that. I don't know who's going to win, but I've been right about those things. What are you about to say there, Reg?
Yeah, first of all, I think simp, if you're using it as an abbreviation for like simpleton or whatever, that would be non-standard usage. I can tell you. It's a simp is someone who kind of makes a big deal of girls on the internet and idolizes them. But
what? No, is this shut up. Hold on a second. I'm going to bring this up.
Reg is going to explain
that must be Urban Dictionary.
Wade,
audio Wade. What have you heard with simp?
He's wrong.
I don't know anything about memes.
Reg is correct.
What does simp mean to you, audio Wade? How about this?
Simpleton.
How about this?
Sure.
Fence-sitting pussy? Give me an answer.
I don't know anything about internet language.
It can mean both. I'm saying in modern vernacular that the sort of Zoomer class uses, a simp means someone who is very desperate for women and gives them a lot of attention. Obviously, yes, there is the more antiquated usage of simp.
Wiktionary has spoken.
Oh, by the way, a short history of simp. Now it says in the New York Times, an insult takes a dizzying trip through rap, men's rights, misogyny, and TikTok. So you know what? Fine. I meant simpleton.
I'm waiting for the chat to
simpleton.
The point that I was trying to make was that you are correct on what's important, which is there are a whole bunch of different New York Times little needles, but what interests me is the probability one here. If we can bring that up, we have Florida with 93% reported.
Still not called. Still not called.
Over 95%. But most networks are calling that. Now Georgia is 47% reported, 83% Trump. And then North Carolina, 82% reported and over 95% Trump. That looks like he's probably got it in the bag.
Wait, which one? Hold on a second. I want to see I'm going to bring up the
North Carolina
RCP general election.
Let's go, baby.
Well, hold on a second. If we're using the 2016 general election, it would have been the four-way race, right?
Correct. You had Jill Stein.
Yeah. With that other guy. Gary Johnson?
Gary Johnson.
Let me keep talking there, Reg. Someone else.
Hold on. So all I'm saying is that it's only looking better in Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina as the night goes on. And so I think we can see a lot more of that. I think, again, you guys made fun of me about Virginia, but I think it's going to be closer there than people expect. I think Trump is going to do a lot better
in Virginia?
In a state like Virginia.
They made fun of me.
I mean, look at the numbers right now on CNN. It's 56-41, 45% reported on CNN, which is at least 7 to 9 hours behind for Virginia. So
let's call it a solid.
But even there, look, I'll call myself out, which is when looking at Michigan. I mean, Biden's going to have to do a lot better if I'm going to win this prediction that Michigan's going to win. Or that Biden's going to win Michigan. Yeah.
Is there a way to how do I find results here for 2016? I'm trying to find these right now.
If you're looking at mainstream media and you're trying to find anti-Biden results, you're not going to find them.
It's going to be real.
So Donald Trump won Florida by 1.4 points. Is that right?
2016, that sounds about right.
1.4, and now they're predicting him by 3.2. Donald Trump won Georgia by about 5 points. What are they predicting him tonight? In New York Times.
Yeah, he is up in the New York Times by 3.
Okay, he is up in the New York Times by 3. All right, well, listen, we will go right back to that. But right now, we actually have to go to our next guest, one of my favorite guests. I want to make sure I have the plug right. What's the plug here for the do I have plugs for the guests? I know it's Game Bred Fighter, right? Game Bred Fighter on YouTube and on Instagram and on the Twitter. And he is an American who has ties, roots in Cuba with his family, but I don't want to call him a Cuban American because he might hurt me.
Right.
And he's been on the show, and he has played a pivotal role in, of course, Florida, which we've already called for Donald Trump. Jorge Masvidal, how are you, sir? How good do you feel now that Florida went to your guy?
I want more. I should have been redder, if you ask me.
Well, it's almost 2 times the amount of last election. So he'll probably win Florida by over 3 points. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't actually. I thought we'd turn out a little harder. I think we did good. I was talking a lot to the people that run the internal polls in Miami, and they were ready to lose Miami by a lot more than what they ended up losing by. I think with Hillary, they lost by like 300 and something thousand.
Hey, Jorge Masvidal, we love your beard, but can you angle the camera up a little bit? Because it looks like you look like a reverse Wilson. There you go.
Okay. There's a hat.
Very nice. Let me ask you: Do you think that Donald Trump wins tonight?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's a my brother.
What states do you think he wins? But as far as in the Midwest, because you have Wisconsin, Minnesota, and then you have Michigan, Pennsylvania. What would you call for Donald Trump? Because that's what it'll come down to.
I'm putting money on Pennsylvania. I got some inside sources. While I was at the Trump rally in Florida, Pennsylvania, I'm betting money on Pennsylvania. If anybody want to take me up on the bet, I'm also betting Arizona, man.
Oh, yeah. No, I think Arizona for sure, especially because if you look at how the Latino vote went in Florida and we've seen in Texas, Arizona is actually, I mean, people thought that, Arizona is going to be further out of reach for Donald Trump. I think, if anything, it might even be better because, again, people see Latinos as one demographic, as a monolith. For example, Jorge Masvidal, let people know here, how different is a Cuban American's, for lack of a better word, but a Cuban American outlook. How different would it be from a Mexican American outlook, or let's say a South American, let's say like a Chilean American outlook, or else like a Cuban American versus a Mexican American outlook? How different are they? Should they be in the same category, which is what pollsters do?
Politically wise, like an ideology and stuff like that.
Yeah. Who's that there with you? Lil Weezy?
We got some friends. One of my training partners and my father's here. You guys met my father.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I haven't met your father. Did he enjoy the cigars that we sent?
Oh, he loves the cigars. Hey, que le mandó todos los cigarros. He's smoking one right now.
Oh,
yeah. There we go.
Hey, your father looks young.
Yeah, man. He ain't doing too bad for himself.
he also looks very white.
Little light skin, yeah. You got to stay.
I was expecting the camera to turn over and have like a Jorge, not Jorge, have a little bit of a Yoel Romero, like, I love cigar! I have cigar for you! Okay, so Cuban Americans versus Mexican Americans, because you're all put in the same category, Latinos.
Big difference, big difference on the politics on how the taxes go. Like a lot of these South American and Central American countries, they don't mind having these crazy high taxes. Right off rip, the Cubans will tell you they're conservative as hell with their money. They don't want to play these games where we're gonna give more money to the government for what? To rely on what? We've already seen what that does in places like Cuba and Venezuela, that they promise healthcare for everybody and fix nobody. So it's harder to convince a Cuban to swallow that pill. That the more you pay taxes, it's gonna be better for you. Right off rip, they're already like a little hesitant, and always against anything socialist. If they're socializing too much stuff, they already start to get very wary.
Yeah.
My father's just one example, but all my aunts and uncles are always talking to me about this on how it scares them and why it scares them so much.
You know what's interesting is that you brought that up. I think that's the main difference. So when I did this video yesterday, or was uploaded yesterday, where I asked people about Donald Trump being a racist, there was a Mexican lady who said, well, he hates Mexicans. And she said to me, and we might upload this interview separately, Audio Wade was there, she said, in Mexico, the government, they can arrest you if you speak out. And I said, well, that's terrible. She said, especially if you're wealthy. I said, what do you mean? She said, because then they can take more money from you. So they try to vilify the wealthy. And I said, oh, do you see that happening here? She said, well, that's a really good point. I said, so do you understand like the difference between a massive socialized government? She said, Mexico's not socialist. So here's the big difference. They see Mexico as a corrupt, crappy country. but the government tries to claim that it's not socialist. Whereas I think with Cuban Americans, it's been very clear, hey, why are things so bad? Your government keeps saying socialism. So you guys were fleeing, meaning Cuban Americans, your father there, fleeing an actual government that persecuted you for speaking out against socialism. Current Mexicans are just fleeing a crappy economy. And so I don't think there's as much of a resistance to socialism because they don't connect those dots. Do you think that may be a part of it?
That's one good way to put it. It's actually, a lot of the Mexicans will say their government is corrupt. They don't have faith in the system. The politicians are all bought out, but they're not against socialism as hard as we go. You know, I mean, you ask any Cuban, and it's like the worst thing you could call them. You know, is a communist or dictator, anything like that. You know, so if you come to Miami, you want to piss off a Cuban, that's what you say. You know.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do that when I get my concealed carry permit, and I just feel like I want to go down. It'll be not suicide by cop fire. It'll be suicide by Cubans, and I'll just go socialistas, and then see what happens. All right. Listen, Jorge, we can't have you on super long tonight because we have a lot to get to, but I appreciate it, brother. It's Game Bred Fighter. Where do you want people to follow you most? YouTube or Instagram? Like, what's your best place?
YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. We're always putting up content, fighting related content, anything, man, on all the websites. So on Twitter, Instagram,
all right.
Facebook.
Absolutely. And we will have you back soon, and next time we'll have you build a raft for us. Jorge Masvidal, thank you so much. We'll see you, brother. Let him go because he'll get mad at me and hurt me. Did anything happen here while we were talking with Jorge? Any new updates there?
So the Vegas odds have flipped to Trump.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't know if someone can pull it up. But
Wait, hold on a second. Deja vu.
I feel like it's earlier in the night than last time.
It's way earlier. What did they flip it? What did the Vegas odds flip to?
Someone's got to pull it up. I just had a little bit of a message on it. So, yeah, we're going to pull it up and take a look. So
yeah, I think it's 64 for Trump, 36 for Biden.
Wow. And watch those odds change dramatically when they call Georgia, North Carolina, and Ohio for Trump, and they will. I'm willing to bet it'll probably go to about 75 Trump.
Yeah. By the way, the odds, if you saw the stock market today, do you think the stock market's going to go up if they think Joe Biden's going to come in and change tax policy and close down the economy?
I actually do because they've backed Joe Biden.
They have backed Joe Biden, but they're putting their money where it's going to grow. Like if he comes in and takes away Donald Trump's tax policy, do you think that's going to grow the economy or slow it down? If he comes in and closes down the country, is it going to grow or slow down?
But it doesn't matter. It could be better for big banks. That's the thing. It could be. Here's the thing. Joe Biden is better for big companies. Think about this for a second, everybody who's watching. And by the way, please do consider joining Mug Club. LouderWithCrowder.com/Mug Club. It's what allows us to do this. All of this is free tonight. We have a couple of sponsors, Black Rifle Coffee and Spartan Armor, but we give the rest to you. And of course, every day you get like 45 minutes to an hour of extra content, and the kind of content that you can never see on YouTube. And if not, just please hit the notification bell because subscriptions don't mean a whole lot on YouTube. We're going to be bringing Betty out soon after a commercial break where I pee. But think about this for a second. I'm doing the Jorge Masvidal.
Yeah.
By the way, you think there might have been something rolled in that cigar a little bit?
Oh, boy.
Hopefully no random out-of-contest testing. Yeah. And by the way, I say this, Jorge Masvidal, for people to know him, is like the guy was a blast to have around. He was great. Yeah. Really warm. Here's one thing I will say with Jorge Masvidal. There's a little bit of that ember beneath the surface where you're like, if you actually say the wrong thing. Like we've been around people like Daniel Cormier, George St. Pierre, Jake Shields is that way too, but Chael Sonnen. But George St. Pierre and Chael Sonnen, who've been on the show, if there were an altercation, they'd probably like back away, alert and authority.
Yeah.
Jorge Masvidal's not that guy, but he's not a bully at all. But he's so warm. He's so warm and inviting, and he was so nice, and his manager was fantastic. But you can tell, don't piss him off. Think about this for a second, though. We are, for the first time in modern American history, a net energy exporter. We are energy independent, right? And our carbon emissions are lower than when Obama left office.
Sounds terrible.
Now, I know people will say that, well, our emissions were going down faster from Barack Obama, and that is true. They were going down faster, but with the side effect of crippling the economy, right?
Yeah, there's that side.
With Donald Trump, they've still gone down mostly, but we literally are entirely energy independent, and we have under $2 gas, which the moron, Newt Gingrich, and I say that because I don't like him. Newt Gingrich is the perfect example of the swamp. Went in worth $30,000, left government office worth $35 million.
Oh, nice.
But when you look at he wanted to campaign on $2 gas. So we have $2 gas. We have more jobs. We have more American jobs as it relates to energy than ever before. Because of fracking, we've reduced coal. We've reduced our carbon emissions significantly. We're not even in the Paris Accord, Kyoto Protocol, Paris Accord. Yeah. Montreal Agreement, Kyoto Protocol, Paris Accord. I used to have to follow this because I used to get hung on those words all the time. It's the same thing. It's the same bullshit. New country that doesn't matter. Or city. Think about that for a second. Now, can anyone out there name me a more green-minded company than Tesla? Anyone? Than Elon Musk? They're moving from California to Texas. So we have a country where we've reduced regulations, where we've increased fracking, where we've actually decreased the cost of gas. We now are a net energy exporter, and our carbon emissions are down. And there is not a state in the union with not only more green incentives, but crippling punishments and tariffs and fines on businesses that don't cooperate. They used to have a law, I don't know if they still do in California, where you could only have a certain allotment of SUVs on the lot because more Americans wanted SUVs at that point before they had skyrocketing gas prices. And still, Tesla leaves California to Texas. What do you think is better for the environment long term? Also, what do you think is better for the environment long term? Because Saudi Arabia, they're irrelevant. Places that don't have the EPA. It is remarkable to me. No one ever talks about that. We have more energy jobs, we are energy independent, and our carbon emissions are, I believe, the second lowest of any year. They went up slightly, I think, one of the years, but they're still damn low. No one talks about it.
And what
the voters.
What no one talks about is where's the world leader in clean technology. So again, not just vehicles, right? But think about even in oil and gas or energy itself. There are so many different companies in the United States. So even the ones that are kind of the brand names, your Shells, your whatever, and even though some of those are European companies as well. But when you look at the West, including the United States, the number of scientists, laboratories, government funded, or just capitalism fueled innovation to try and make this work. Look, some of the biggest people supporting the environment are hunters, are conservationists, are people who are in the gun industry, and folks who want to preserve these outdoor areas. But how are you going to come up with it? Is it the Postal Service that's going to come up with this technology? Or is it your Elon Musk's? Is it going to be your other companies in America that have the freedom to be able to do it? And where are they going to do it? In California, where half the state is on fire and the other half is falling into the ocean? Or in Texas, where they're welcomed with open arms?
Yeah. Or Greta Thunberg's lovely homeland, where half of all able-bodied men don't work.
Ooh.
Now, speaking of the whole energy, and we thought that the fracking with Joe Biden might be an issue in Pennsylvania. So we've got 40 to 47% of the votes in Pennsylvania, and Trump is up by 2 points, 50% to 48. So, it's still early, but that looks good to me.
That's still really early. So I don't want to.
It's that mail-in vote, like you said. Yeah. It's that early vote. So he's really going to have to outperform.
I don't want to count those pipelines.
No,
we're not there. Profit.
Hey, so I think we're hearing. It was just tweeted by Jeff Mitchell saying that Fox and CNN walking back Virginia. Now they're coming back again. There's some flipping and flopping here in the last few minutes. I don't know if Reg, you can look into
where Virginia might be in play.
There was some question about how the numbers they were calling it for Biden, but now the Trump's numbers are huge again. I don't know if there's some kind of technical slip up, but
so
this is crazy.
So here's the deal with Virginia. The thing about Virginia is that the mail-in votes do not even start being counted until 7 p.m. And then they're counted till 11. So the results that you have early on are the in-person day of. And so I think that's why they tried to call it so early. They thought, we can call this, but let's look at the lead here, because Trump, it could be that he's getting enough of a belief. If you go over to CNN, they have not called Virginia for Biden.
And by the way, that's 50 minutes that they have left to count?
Right.
So it's 10, 11.
And Arizona right now. Arizona doesn't look very good for Donald Trump, but I don't know what they're counting first. I think they have 8. They're saying 80%.
Oh, good Lord, yeah.
Of Arizona.
Yeah, 80.
That's high.
Yeah, I mean, 80, hold on a second, but 80% in and a 10-point spread, an 11-point spread, something tells me that they haven't counted some serious counties there.
Yeah, they're saying if it's too early to call
80%, that must mean, do we know which counties have not been, people in Arizona let us know, because that's one of those things that seems weird, kind of like the last go-around with Florida, where Florida, I remember, looked really bad. When we were doing the live broadcast.
Right.
And then the panhandle came through. I think we were on the line with Anthony Cumia when that happened, and we said, oh, wow, that's changing. So I know they just counted Maricopa County, which is where they expected Biden to do the best. And I don't know if this is 80% of all Arizona votes. No, 72% in now. It's
okay, all right. So maybe
was that 80% for Maricopa County? Can you let us know and fill us in there, Reg, in Arizona? Because I tell you what, it's one of those things, if it were close and it was 70% in, you go, okay, that's bad. But if it's a 10-point spread, that tells me that the overwhelming Trump counties have not been counted.
I would think so, yeah, because I don't think it's going to be nearly that big of a spread at the end of the day.
Well, Arizona hasn't that big of a spread for Republican or Democrat,
Right.
I don't know, ever in modern election history. So the fact that they're saying too early to call difference, 218,000. Now, they also may be counting the early voting in Arizona, depending on the state. Again, this is why this matters. They may be calling the states, they may be counting the mail-in votes first or the same-day votes first. Which state was it that counted the mail-in votes first? I think it was North Carolina, right? Where they counted the mail votes first pretty quickly, and Trump was ahead by 1.5, and now they're going to same-day voting. So
yeah, generally they count the day the mail-in votes early. The Pennsylvania and I think Michigan are the flip, which seems sort of backwards to me.
Well,
Arizona, you can bring it up. You know, a little bit lower down there, you'll see that Phoenix and Tucson,
Tucson.
Yeah, sorry.
What is it with you guys in pronunciation?
Well,
you can really see it here.
Eats a California pizza kitchen.
But
Tuscan chicken sandwich flatbread.
Yeah, I would assume those more rural areas out there, the less densely populated, are going to be more red.
Right. Yeah, it's tough to see with Arizona. Well, Arizona could still go. Arizona could go to Joe Biden. That could be a surprise.
Interesting.
And if that's the case, then we have a race in our hands. I would expect if Biden wins Arizona, for it to go back to about 50-50.
Yeah.
And then I think that if Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia, I would expect the betting odds to probably go back to maybe 60-40.
And there's been a little flip-flop. So depending on what particular site that you're looking at for the Vegas odds, there was a little blip there around 8:15 Eastern where it flipped to being pro-Trump or Trump being favored. Then it went back for about an hour. Then it went to Trump again and has been kind of solidly Trump. Now, solidly Trump being that it's, they're saying that the odds are in his favor, but it's clear that those are shifting on 10 to 15 minute intervals depending on how these are coming in. And there's a lot still out there that that we just don't know about.
Yeah, we don't know about. No new updates as far as I understand it. So I'm going to take this minute to do we have like a 2.5 minute break? 2.5 minute break.
Sir.
2.5 minute break. Again, the promo code is Crowder Election Stream. Enjoy these commercial sketches, and I will be back in 2 minutes once my bladder has been cleared, and we will have more for you. Stay with us, not the other guys, because they lie.
Wonder. 2 and 2. P-O-G. Is virtue.
Yes, come on. Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you. Oh, who lives in a swamp right under the sea? Who sniffs your aunt's head and won't let her flee? Who touches your mom and gropes all the kids? Be sure not to tell your dad what I did. Horny, Biden, grab it. Biden, grab it. Biden, grab it. Biden, grab it.
So just you got to anticipate ahead of the time that you start mentioning it, and then
Black
him, you're
rifle
bringing it up.
Covfefe.
No, I know, but I'm just saying you got to preempt him because as soon as he hears it, he starts going, okay, where is it? So you got a minute. Okay.
1 minute. Okay, folks. Frankly, it's the best coffee out there. AR-15 coffee. M16 coffee. It's a coffee with Bazooka Joe. The coffee. Look at the
Can we get the hero shot? Do they still make Bazooka Joe? It used to be a penny. Rifle of color coffee. This coffee should be dating a Kardashian, right? This coffee is the best coffee. Black Rifle coffee. And unlike other companies who claim small batch or premium, Black Rifle coffee isn't roasted, frankly, until you place your order, making sure it's the freshest coffee. Many people don't know it's a bean. It goes bad. Coffee. Go to blackriflecoffee.com/Crowder. Enter the promo code Crowder to receive 20% off your first order of Black Rifle coffee.
Yeah, I think that's the best we're going to get. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Great. Someone give me a Diet Coke.
So anyone not realizing how amazing Black Rifle Coffee is, how much they've done, you've got to go to blackriflecoffee.com/Crowder to get 20% off coffee, apparel, all the other things. Look, we know the CEO and founder, Evan Hafer. He's been doing this since 2014 after 20 years serving the U.S. Army. And just amazing stuff. The coffee, the story of bringing that together is amazing. And now Steven's going to come over here, serve me this water that I deserve, and I'm going to drink his sick water.
Lozenges because I'm sick.
So they've got
Everybody, I'm here. Don't tune out.
They've got.
Did you pronounce
Oh,
the
you're
S
saying
in
that they're going to
lozenges?
tune out because I'm in the chair? Come on. No, but listen, seriously, when you think about Black Rifle Coffee, there are folks who are out there sponsoring a show that so many others in the world would not be willing to. So many other brands
They got
would
the
not
cojones.
touch with a 100-foot pole. These are people who would, I don't know. You don't even want to know those people. But literally go to blackriflecoffee.com/Crowder, 20% off.
tasty.
And you'll be able to get these delivered by Christmas morning by having the holiday roast going to service members. blackriflecoffee.com/Crowder. It's
a great
and,
gift.
20% off. So I don't know if we're seeing anything particularly exciting. One of the things I was going to say is from a technological standpoint, MSNBC Live has the crappiest touchscreen television. It's grainy.
Yeah.
It looks like what you would see in airplane in the traffic control center. It's got thick lines. It's terrible. I don't know if we've got some other streams that we can pull up. I almost want to go back.
They're pretty bad.
To Old Man King and Wolf Blitzer and their Old Man Love.
They're pretty bad.
So
CNN looks at least
I'm
a
just
little
not
bit
liking
better
it,
than this.
But we're seeing some pretty interesting things. I know the Vegas odds are switching up a little bit, and now I'm gonna give up the seat. You know what? Let's give it to the man.
Give it back.
Did we hit the sponsor there for Black Rifle?
We did,
We
sir.
did.
He hit him
All
really
Oh, so
hard.
well.
I apologize, guys. This is one of those nose things.
Does it work?
Disgusting.
Yeah, it works really well.
Did you do this on air?
Allergy things.
No, just so people know, just so you know, I am very sick. Don't have the COVID, though. An actual sickness. Not that COVID isn't real. I would just rather be asymptomatic.
Right.
Yeah.
I would rather be asymptomatic. And I don't know about you guys, but I would take lung stuff. I would take... basically, the worst for me is throat stuff and the runs.
Yeah. Having to run to the
I
bathroom
don't
every
mind
5
throwing
minutes.
up so much. I don't mind
Yeah, it's not too bad.
congestion, but the burning throat and the runs. Hey, by the way, you know what? We don't need to overcorrect. I was panicking. Apparently, we're doing well. People are enjoying the show.
Yeah,
the stream is. Did you already get the?
The numbers
Black
are
Rifle
pretty decent, yeah, but just make sure. I mean, tell people your favorite coffee from Black Rifle and give us that promo code one more time. Just toss it. Soon it'll be fine.
Yeah, okay. Hold on a second. I'll toss this on the couch. Just don't lose it because I need it so I can breathe. My favorite is the vintage roast, by the way. The vintage roast from Black Rifle Coffee. This is the one that's not a black bag, but it is. They were out a little bit with COVID because it's pretty tough to source these beans. Fantastic medium roast. Works for espresso. Works well. I have a lozenge, isn't it?
It's okay. Yeah.
Works well for espresso and works well. Don't tune out. Don't tune out. I'm just sick. And it works really well for drip coffee. So I do recommend that. And I like their silencer smooth a whole lot. Yeah. Listen, we have limited ads on this show. And a big reason is because of people who join up and support Mug Club. And another reason is just because I'm not going to run ads for something that I don't use or don't like.
Yeah. I love coffee, and for you to pick them, that's
remember when Keeps came to me?
Yeah.
I remember.
Keep your hair. I said,
They should have come to me.
What?
Look, we've voted 72 to 1 here at the company. Really, it's only like 15 to 1 because that's how few people we have here.
Right.
15 to 1. Gerald being the one holdout that we would not let cuties run ads on this show.
It's true.
We really take it seriously. So.
Hey, by the way, I just heard that the Vegas betting odds are something like 2.7 to 1 for Donald Trump.
They changed?
Yeah, they changed.
Oh, boy.
Someone who actually works over at the Blaze, who also works with the World Poker Series, said that it had changed quite a bit. Is there anything, by the way, before we go? What?
Trump has overtaken in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
that's big because he was down like 2-1.
Do we see
now,
what this is?
now.
What do we
It's
see now in
overtaken.
Pennsylvania? And where should I be looking here on my own screen, Reg? Where should I be looking to see any of these live results?
Yeah, I've been looking at the New York Times, and if you want to see district by district, you can go to Politico, state by state. So that's kind of what I've been doing. Yeah.
Is there a specific thing that I should be typing in?
Oh, just Michigan.
New York Times election.
Yeah. Just the state and the New York Times, and it should pop up.
It's about the only thing anybody's
Donald,
talking about.
Yeah, Donald Trump is also up in Michigan. It's only 35% of the vote.
It depends on which county.
True.
Yeah. Also, this is what I would like
Wayne
to see.
County's in for a pretty big number already.
Wayne County's already in?
Not all of it. No, not all.
Wait,
of it.
hold on a second. If a good amount of Wayne County is in and Trump is ahead,
30-something%, 40-something.
Oh my God, that's a disaster.
But check me on that because I saw it.
That's a disaster.
At the bottom.
Oh, folks.
If you want to bring up the Politico breakdown.
Robin Williams, I'll say, oh boy, that's a really big nightmare. I'll do my Southern preacher voice. Oh my God, that's a really big nightmare. And now I'll do my gay voice because I'm Robin. Oh, look. If you look at Wayne County, you look at the way they gerrymander, it looks like a big penis. Oh.
If somebody did that, that would actually be funny. If they gerrymandered into like a penis district, that'd be hilarious.
I think that's factually accurate.
Yeah, that's Robin.
That's pretty accurate, yeah.
It's pretty true.
His golf thing was pretty funny.
One of my favorite is Artie Lang and Gilbert Gottfried. They said when Robert Williams killed himself, he used a nanus.
Ooh.
Oh. Boo.
My Lord. Come on. Too
So you know what? I'm not gonna watch. Yeah, shut up. Come on. For crying out loud. You think it's dark? Do you know what a big gaping crap hole our country is facing right now? Listen, there have been no new calls with states. So this is one thing a lot of you folks may know, that I love dogs, and I love dogs because they're kind of different from elections and that they're honest. Betty has been gone for a very long time. And you may have remembered, we received more backlash from this. You can bring up this B-roll, Quarter Black Garrett, where during Mug Club quarantine, one of our shows was nothing.
That was in the peak
but Betty
of toilet paper
eating toilet
pandemic.
paper. And that was the peak of toilet paper pandemic when there was a shortage.
Yeah.
So when I had Betty loves toilet. Betty is a sweet dog. You all know Joe Louis. You love Joe Louis. But Betty was the most insubordinate dog there was. And having a dog who wanted to eat toilet paper, like I had read books on what do? She keeps eating toilet paper. To spank her with the toilet paper. And she would whip around and grab the toilet paper from my hand while I was spanking her little butt with toilet paper before I could finish. This was in COVID. It would be like, and I'm not saying that it's comparable, but I do think it's comparable to the plight of Jews who had a baby in an attic who started crying, and so then they had to, put a. That was me with Betty. It was like, hey, we're all in this here.
No.
So we need to be aware of others' needs, and so really quickly before we bring her in, this is going to be another segment. We're going to bring her back and test her obedience. Show Betty the terror. Now, as you can see here, we have a whole wall of toilet paper and a wonderful trainer. Betty has been gone now for 3 months. I have not seen her in 3 months. I saw her for a couple seconds earlier today, and we are going to test Betty's obedience because we couldn't do it with Joe Biden and small children with sniffing. So it's the same level of temptation.
It's like illegal.
We are going to test right now Betty's obedience with toilet paper and see just how good of a job this trainer, who is amazing, Carolyn, has done. So let's send her in. Everybody get ready.
Yeah, buddy. All right.
Oh.
Get ready for the Betty. What? She's looking for a treat.
No way.
This is crazy.
I can't believe it's the same dog.
Wow.
It looks smooth.
Did you give her Benadryl or something? Like,
Sorry, I was just trying to tell you to give her the speaker there, audio Wade, because she could.
yes.
Carolyn, you are a dog trainer.
Yes.
You're a brilliant dog trainer.
Thank you.
From what I
Appreciate
understand, I was very scared when I brought Betty to you, and you said that you thought I can walk over to her right now.
Yeah,
okay.
walk around.
All right. So we have Betty right now. Can I say hi to Betty as she comes back? Hey, Betty.
Go say hi.
Hey, I haven't seen you in. Oh, you're gonna bite my nose? Okay. Hello, Betty. I want to see if you get excited, but She's still not going for the toilet paper. I don't know if everyone
That's
can see this.
That's
but
amazing.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Wow, we can see
No,
it.
Betty.
This is not the same dog.
I don't want to do any direction.
This is crazy.
Well, she ate
That's
toilet
insane.
paper for 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was 30 minutes. And you saw that,
Yeah.
and you said, as entertaining as it was, it was a very irresponsible dog ownership.
I would rather not continue to see that after her extensive training.
On a scale from here, we can kneel down here. Sit, Betty. On a scale from 1 to 10, how difficult would you rate Betty when she came to you?
Probably a 7 or an 8.
Probably a
for
7 or
like
an 8.
A solid 7 or an 8.
What would a 10 be?
Yeah.
Oh, like a Malamute or a Great Pyrenees, like dogs that just have no desire, oftentimes, to work for the human.
Okay.
Other than what they're bred to do, so livestock guarding, pulling, that kind of thing.
And how long did it take you to train? Because no one here believes this.
No.
For her to not eat this toilet.
Yeah, this is crazy.
And you can keep the CNN there in the lower third, so people know it's still an election training quarterback.
It's still a president being elected.
How long did it take you to get her to this point where she's not even, she's kind of sniffing it, but she's not that interested?
It probably took a couple, 3 weeks of consistent work on obedience and to develop a relationship with her and all of that before we started the big ticket items that were a bigger draw for her previously. But I'd say by the end of the first, 4 to 6 weeks she was with me, we'd done enough.
And she just farted. You smell that, correct?
It could, yeah.
Betty, sit.
Don't blame your
Good.
dog.
Thank you. Good girl for sit. What? She keeps trying to shake. You taught her how to shake.
We've been working
Shake.
on waving.
Wave.
Say hi.
Say hi.
Can you say hi, Betty? Say no.
Oh, she only knows that now. You're connected to her. You're not going to listen to me. What advice would you give to people at home who have a terror like Betty, who their choice was either someone like you or the trash on Tuesday?
Oh, jeez.
Is finding a professional to work with that'll help give you guidance on how to give corrections, consequences,
Right.
create inhibitions. But then a lot of it's structure, learning how to live with the dog and meet its needs on a regular basis. But a lot of it with her was not letting her run the show.
Okay.
And not letting her.
She
get
was
away
used to
with-
running the show.
Yeah.
You silly little
And
bitch.
that
You were
cute
used to
face.
running the show. I
Yeah.
know she's so
That cute
adorable, but
face.
everyone would always say she's the sweetest dog, and I'm like, you don't live with her, and I love her. But okay, can you show us some things that maybe are new with Betty? Obviously, she's not touching the toilet paper. I'm going to go back to sitting down. But what kind of obedience can we expect from Betty as you return her now to our homestead?
So she can stay in position much longer.
Okay.
She works for food now, so we were working on different tricks. So working on wave, working on spinning in different directions, sitting pretty, those kind of things.
Okay.
She has been up since 4 this morning, and we flew in from Kentucky, so
she's
she may be a little too tired for the tricks, but.
Yeah.
Hey, what happens if you throw the toilet paper in front of her?
Oh boy.
Oh boy, make sure you got this.
Drum roll.
Good girl.
What?
What?
You didn't switch dogs. Right?
This is a different dog.
This is a different dog completely.
No, we'll finally be able to put that incinerator to good use because this here is a witch.
Wow. See if she drowns.
Carolyn, do you know if you weigh more than a duck?
It's going to be
We're going to have to burn her.
Yeah.
How did you? She's not. She's just like she doesn't even want it.
No.
Is this like a Tony Robbins thing where he said like you have to teach yourself that you hate it if you want to quit smoking? Is that what you did? Like did you coat it in spider venom?
If only it were that easy, but no, it's a lot of repetition and applying a consequence that outweighs the utter joy that I saw on the quarantine video of her destroying the toilet paper for half an hour.
Okay, that was her life. And you moved recently to the great state of Kentucky, right?
We did,
so
yes.
you're not set up yet, but I will. Anyone who will listen, I will send to. You'll have a fully operational compound.
Hopefully within the next 2 to 3 months.
Right,
max,
where people can send their dogs, board them with you, and you can do with their dogs what you do with Betty.
Yeah.
And
then we teach them, like I'm working with you and your wife on how to keep up with her training,
right,
and how to continue.
and
it
Joe
from there.
Lewis.
Yep, exactly.
And you also have your dog is going to be attacking even Brendan.
I do, yeah.
later
Oh,
on.
good.
Yeah. Let's bring that. So I know Betty's tired. Do you want to bring in Ice? Yeah. So Ice is actually the Belgian Malinois who trains under Carolyn, who is going to be ravaging even Brendan later on when the state of Wisconsin is called. So you have
Go
to
to that
stay.
shot.
Oh, look at Ice. He's got a mug.
Look at
Ice.
Oh my
Hello,
goodness.
Ice.
Wow.
Hello, Ice. Hello, Ice.
Wow.
Hello. Oh my gosh.
Say hi.
And why is she called Ice?
Good. Well, I shortened her name.
Yeah.
She was originally named Isis.
Wow.
before I know, right?
And you know the code to the studio.
Jeez,
Is it because she's brown and scary?
Well, that may have played a factor. It had more to do with sticking with an Egyptian theme. She was named after a goddess. But,
Oh,
no one
okay.
studies mythology
Oh, that's
anymore.
that goddess that in Humanities 101 you have, well, Christianity isn't original because of Isis. And you're like, shut up. Look at this. So she goes up, she goes in, and Betty just ignores it. And I will tell you, I've never seen anything like this. When we brought Joe Lewis in, because Joe Lewis is, well, he's been fine with most dogs, but he's not great with strange male dogs. I walked in and Carolyn said, just drop the leash. And I said, I don't want to. And she said, these dogs are worth tens of thousands of dollars that I've trained. I'm not going to let anything happen to them. And she was like, Ice, here, Duke. And they were just, it was like Willard with the rats. They just went wherever she told. Look at this. Look at this.
Say hi.
That's incredible.
And Betty's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Oh, got her. I like it because it's two things I like: dogs and violence, but not violence against dogs.
Right. Of course.
And how did you? Well, we're gonna ask you a little bit later on how you trained Ice before Ice attacks. She attacks Brendan. But I'm hoping that they call Wisconsin early so we can watch him get hurt. How shocked do you think Brendan will be since he's never done this before?
I think he's definitely in for it. He looks a little scared when I've seen him around. And
yes.
Yeah. He definitely. Definitely seems to be sporting a pretty.
He lives alone.
Seems accurate.
He lives alone, and he's too scared to go to the bodega to get cereal.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine that an attack dog is on his list of things to do today.
He won't even go to his own bathroom at night.
He won't.
He's the bed.
Wow. Something he thought that Marley brothers from Muppet Christmas Carol would come out of the toilet.
Well, that's scary.
He said it's the last time he watches any Muppet themed holiday film as he lives by himself.
It never happens more than once a year.
I know. All right. Well, Carolyn, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming in. Thank you for what she's done with Betty. Everyone give Carolyn a round of applause. This is unbelievable.
Job.
And I'm really looking forward to watching you kill Brendan later. All right.
That's insane. I can't believe that.
Carol, and we're going to have her back on the show when actually she has her compound set up in Kentucky. Because she was a lifesaver. And I tell you what, she is just like a good parent where she would tell my wife, she'd go, no, what you're doing is wrong. This is what you have to do. These are the boundaries, expectations, limitations you need to have with dogs. And she is incredible. And also, by the way, I should thank her for her service. She's former military.
Nice.
Thank you so much. By the way, everyone watching, the promo code is Crowder Election Stream. Is it Crowder Election live stream? Crowder Election Stream. That's the hashtag as well. You get $30 off at Mug Club. Anything new going on that I should know about? Well, first let's go to CNN and hear what John King. Let's hear the quiver in John King's voice.
Where do you go? Well, then we come back. Number one, let's just assume for the sake of argument, Joe Biden gets the congressional district here. Hard to see if there is a true election day surge. The president went out here and did a rally, but the Democrats are pretty confident they're going to pick up the one in the 2nd district of Nebraska. So let's do that for the hypothetical.
Get the one.
We'll watch as it plays out. And you're at 293 to 245. So then we come down to where we ended 4 years ago. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, right? And so Joe Biden, 1, 2, gets you to the finish line. You don't absolutely need Pennsylvania. If you win Maine's second congressional district,
so again, even there, if Biden wins Arizona, he needs Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan or Pennsylvania.
And
he
a
still
district
needs
in Nebraska.
And a district in Nebraska, which he's probably going to win, but I don't know. The way things are going, how confident they're saying in Nebraska, considering how close it's been in some areas of Virginia, I don't know.
So some other interesting news. Nate Silver again, backtracking faster than Michael Jackson, moonwalking away from the Los Angeles County DA. And so he is now saying clearly Biden will not win in a landslide, which is not news to anyone here, but news to a lot of folks out there. But one other thing that's just coming in,
including
from
Nate
Holly
Silver.
Otterbein, Philadelphia officials saying they will not report any more mail-in ballots tonight. Of the approximately 350,000, I think they're going to report about 776,000 so far. And so they're,
to be fair, they could have been burned in a fire. Well, they could have been burned in a Walgreens.
Could have been
it takes time to throw them away.
Yeah,
take the Trump.
What happened to the ballots? Our votes matter, but you burned them. Shit, I thought I burned the vote that came in from Decatur. That's Illinois, a suburb. But I understand the racist sentiment that you wanted to stop the Decatur votes. I see your point. I do.
Yeah.
We hurt only ourselves.
Wow.
With this behavior.
Wow. That was like a little one-act play.
It was a little one-act play.
It hits home.
You should see my little one-act about Watergate.
Now, we've got an interesting take here from Nate Cohen at the New York Times. This is just in a tweet, but he says, it's an ominous sign for Biden in Pennsylvania. Trump is running ahead of his 2016 performance in Trumbull County, Warren near Youngstown and on the West Pennsylvania border, with nearly all of the vote counted. So it seems like that based on the, breakdown of how the state went last time, it's looking increasingly good for Trump, even though it's still.
I think that Pennsylvania is the most likely scenario for Trump to win. I think more so than Michigan or Wisconsin or Minnesota. But I also think the rampant voter fraud. That's why I couldn't call Pennsylvania for Trump. And I bet you, if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, based on what we're hearing from that AG, they will not relent control. If you want to talk about someone refusing to accept results of the election, talk about it's these hiccups, these lozenges. I'm very sick, people. It is Pennsylvania.
Person.
It's Pennsylvania.
Yes. And in Pennsylvania,
sick. It's a sick thing to do. I'm hosting an election live stream when I got a throat like I just blew the Tin Man.
Well, you saw that the CDC said that even if you were positive for coronavirus and quarantining, you could still go out and vote.
Right.
Yeah.
So
how they've changed their tune.
The coronavirus, it knows that you're doing a stream. It knows a lot of stuff. But we saw a lot of weird stuff going on in Pennsylvania today.
Was that confirmed, by the way, that there was a letter sent out to Pennsylvania that if you had recently been to a Trump rally, I saw this and I assumed it was fake news from the right, that if you had been to a Trump rally, a potential super spreading event, that you were not allowed to go vote in person?
Oh, I hadn't seen that.
If someone can confirm, I assume it was fake.
I mean, I did definitely see, maybe he was just trolling, but it was one of these poll workers saying that they had thrown a whole bunch of Trump ballots in the trash in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And then I also saw some poll watchers who had a valid certificate being forced out.
Away, yep.
And
I saw that.
You also had a lot of voting machines, go down. That happens. But just a lot of stuff that made me feel weird.
One thing. Hey, whoever has their phone notifications on loud, you better stop or I'm going to stab a fucking pencil through your heart.
Well, that's hard to hit.
Boom.
I watched Midnight Run the other day. So I was in Dennis Farina.
So interesting. We still, again...
I have no interest in seeing your dumb ass alive if you come back and your phone's not off.
We still don't have Florida call, despite the meter being pegged all the way down on New York Times.
It's buried.
I mean, literally burying the needle.
They're like, not calling it.
Yeah.
Who wasn't called
95%.
Florida?
Not yet.
So it was Decision HQ, right?
Yeah.
The
Decision Desk?
Yes, that is who called it early on.
Is that Fox News Decision HQ?
No, they are actually their first big election was 2016.
Oh.
And they're now playing a pretty central role, and they seem pretty reliable, in my opinion.
Looks like New York Times has basically called it too.
They basically so if you look at the map,
The New York Times has called it with Florida for Trump.
No, not only that, but North Carolina. So when you scroll down to the battleground states to watch on their meter, they have pegged Florida and North Carolina both at 95% chance Trump. But when you go up to the map, they're still not willing to concede those because then it would shift the actual meter.
Where are you looking at these meters? Can someone tell me where this is? I have no idea.
So if you click on the actual results themselves, it'll take you to a direct inside.
I have no idea. Can someone show me the meters here?
Go show them. Go give them.
Someone show me these meters here.
meters.
I'm on the New York Times election right here. Where do I go to see these meters?
So if you go, this is what they're trying to avoid. This is
Steven Crowder getting tech support.
This is
from an Asian person. This is all the stereotypes.
The meter's also a great function.
I'm sorry.
Yours looks different than mine. Check it out.
To everybody.
Does it?
Yeah.
State results? Is this it maybe? I don't know. Someone else has it. Okay.
A drunk person.
What? Oh, Don Jr. is trying to call us in. So everybody, let's have Donald Trump Jr. Let them know on the Twitter. I don't really have any plugs for him, but Donald Trump Jr. Let me know when we have him here. I think he's probably trying to FaceTime in. So I believe we have his number, Donald Trump Jr. So everyone, you should be looking forward to this. Donald Trump Jr., not senior. Though senior might be with him.
Could be.
Could be with him, but I like Donald. But you know what? I like Don Jr. well enough.
He's a fantastic fellow.
He's a fantastic fellow. And you know what? He doesn't have a tough act to follow because he doesn't do crack and bang his dead brothers.
Yeah, he won the lottery in comparisons there.
You would really think so.
It's easy.
Yeah, it's like
low bar.
It's like going up after like Paula Poundstone.
I'll take.
If she's your intro act and you show up, it doesn't really even matter if at that point you're nothing more than a Dane Cook. Because Paula Poundstone is so bad.
We're still trying to get back with Don Jr.
Oh.
I mean, obviously there's a lot of excitement.
Can you?
Megyn Kelly now.
Megyn Kelly. She's calling in early. Can you do me a favor? Can someone do me a favor? That's Brodigan, by the way, everybody. And he's coming in and he's
3 sheets
drunk
to the
and he's
wind.
able to handle this little.
Yeah.
Let us know, is Don Jr. trying to FaceTime in or if Don Jr. is trying to Skype? That'll determine what we have. And Megyn Kelly, I assume, is going to Skype in right now. So let me know when we have Megyn Kelly.
You know. Yeah.
And you guys let me know if there's anything new going on with states. Of course, we're keeping you abreast.
New Hampshire, they're just calling that.
New Hampshire, they're calling for Joe Biden. Well, that doesn't really surprise
Utah
me.
for Trump.
Utah for Trump.
Oh, the Mormons are supporting Trump. Thanks, guys.
Do we have? Aren't you supposed to have lower thirds there for Trump and all this stuff there, Quarterback Garrett?
I got a lot of stuff.
Yeah, you got a lot of
Some
stuff.
stuff.
Bring a lot of people on the air.
Louisiana, voting early and often. We love you.
Louisiana, Kansas for President Trump.
I do have Utah.
Kansas for President Trump.
Yeah.
Utah for President Trump. All right, let's see Utah for President Trump. Oh, there we go. I think it's time for some electoral healing, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Johnny Utah, the best movie I ever saw. Shot his gun, went Point Break.
He does like Point Break.
The best movie he's ever seen.
It's the best movie he's ever seen.
Wow. It's a great cultural
It was
reference.
a toss-up between that and Godfather 3.
You picked the right one.
But don't you have a little thing on the bottom of the screen also when we call states? Am I not mistaken?
We got it all.
But we haven't used it once.
We have.
Maybe once.
Maybe once. Am I mistaken?
Trump won. It's him dancing.
Big time. Look at that. 235,000 votes ahead
It's
in Michigan.
really loud. So it's
Okay, well, there we go.
sometimes.
Well,
That's big.
Come on, guys. Come on. Let's make sure that we bring up. I mean, come on. Look at all the
More
work that went into
screaming
that.
eagles. More screaming eagles.
More
This is the second
screaming
time.
Eagles.
It is the
And if this, I tell you what, if this night gets any better, I'm going to have a cigar and pour some of the Wild Fowl 102 into my beer.
But you got to turn the part that we
gross.
covered up around because you can see that. There you go.
Yeah, there you
that's
go.
the part we need to see
You
now.
didn't cover up this part. Does anyone have a Sharpie?
No, it's fine.
It's not fine.
It's fine.
Well, that's because you're lawyer-minded.
It's totally not fine.
Bring bartender glasses.
So Reg the Bandit. What do we have? We have Iowa. Well, come on, Iowa. So look. Oh, see that lead? Like I said, narrowing quite a bit. What I expect, they had a 10-point lead for Biden in Arizona, and they were saying 75%. I'm willing to bet that it's those counties.
I'm nervous about that though. Arizona. I mean, 208,000 votes is a lot in Arizona to overcome. So he's going to really have to take most of what's outstanding.
Yeah, Minnesota is pretty bad right now. Minnesota, Iowa. See, but here's a good example. Iowa, 25%. It's you can't go too close.
No,
you have to be. You have to be past that 90-something% threshold, and it has to be a pretty even spread across the board.
But unless it's Florida, then even past 95%, you don't call it because you just can't give up.
But again, we're looking at the kind of quality votes, the tortoise and hare type race. What are the quality of votes that came in early, the type of votes that we're counting, the type of precincts that are reporting? Are you getting these rural votes versus the urban votes? You're tending to have the better technology, the more staffing, the more votes coming in from the urban areas, and they're trickling in the rural areas. So it's no surprise that you're seeing a qualitative difference in the type of votes that are coming in, which impact the ultimate.
Because you know what the lesson was from Tortoise and the Hare?
Neither are good in soup.
Run fast.
Shark fin.
No glasses.
You don't remember?
I don't.
You don't remember Tortoise and the Hare? What the lesson was? No one remembers?
Slow and steady wins the race.
It's actually don't take a nap. That's the real lesson. If you're in the middle of a heated race, don't take a nap. Can you imagine LeBron in Game 5? He's like, I gotta shut my eyes for some shit. No. That's what
They got overconfident.
He got overconfident.
Yeah.
The moral, and then there's a lady who lived in a shoe, and she was just a filthy whore. How do you have so many kids that you don't know what to do?
Yeah, where's the baby daddy?
Here's a hint. Use a rubber shoe, lady. There's a jumping off point.
You're finding all these like subtle, not so subtle lessons.
There's no fiber.
Buried in there.
There's no fiber optic. There's no internet in the shoe. It's terrible. I will say I did get a text message from one of my partners who said I'm looking very full Asian today, and
really?
he said that I'm a sad
partner,
a bad co-host for you today. He said Gerald's doing better than me.
You look more tan. Like you
Thank
get confused.
you.
Like I could say like Laotian, Cambodian. You don't look full, you don't look just Chinese.
Laotian?
Thank you. I think it's actually because my face is more moon-like right now.
Doesn't look moon-like to me.
Oh,
just looks
that's very
tan.
sweet.
Like you've been on the golf course.
I wish.
Or you've been in the
play
jungles
golf?
of the Viet Cong.
I've been yes. Did I tell you about the one time when I was working in the gun industry at this company and I was wearing a green sweater, a dark green sweater?
Oh, did you give a customer PTSD?
No, I gave one of the co-employees who was a Vietnam vet. Some other guy had brought in an AK, and I stood up holding it, and the guy goes, "Oh."
That's exactly
what you should have done. Is you should have run at him and jump over the counter.
Yeah,
I just started yelling at the top of my lungs.
Did you?
Yeah. And then I stripped off all my clothes. just to reenact that, napalm photo.
Good for you.
I know. I was really trying to just make him feel at home.
I'm glad you're my lawyer and you'll be going with me. To court for
you're welcome.
We had Megyn Kelly.
Yeah, Megyn Kelly. I can see her. Wonderful. I want to make sure. I know I know that Megyn Kelly has her podcast. What is the name of it? Is it just the Megyn Kelly Show? Megyn, what's the name of your podcast?
The Megyn Kelly Show.
That's
it.
Perfect.
Subscribe right now. It's really good.
Oh, I think people should subscribe, especially with the original titling. Now,
It's so clever.
that's everywhere. You know what? Here's the deal. Take it as a compliment. If you're big enough, no, obviously not in physical stature. If you're big enough in cultural stature that you just say the Megyn Kelly Show, and people say, well, what's the elevator pitch? You say it's the Megyn Kelly Show. They go, well, okay.
Get it from me. That's it. That's all I got.
I understand.
Although I will say today, for the first time, I did a little talking points memo at the top of the show.
Okay.
It's already our most downloaded show. It really, I just had a lot to say, Stephen, over what's been going on these past few years with the shaming of the Trump voters. I'm really kind of sick of it. And it occurred to me last week when I was sitting with my girlfriends in New York having dinner, and they were all like, Biden, 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 yay, 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 register everything. And, I was like, what do you think? I mean, like probing. And my one friend said nothing. And then when everybody dispersed, she was like, I'm voting for Trump. She's afraid. These are good friends. She doesn't want to tell. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to get out there. I just sort of listed the reasons. And I acknowledge and understand Trump's flaws and foibles. Trust me, I do. But there are a lot of good reasons to back the guy. If he's your guy, you shouldn't be shamed for it. I'm sick of people being shamed for being Trump voters. It's BS. I'm on the Upper West Side, and you can't even, God forbid you wear a MAGA hat up here. Can you imagine what would happen?
Yeah.
So anyway,
well, I think
check it
they
out.
would lift it and be like, is there a kippa underneath it? There's none. She's not one of us. I knew it by the eyes and hair color.
They'd be like, she must be working for the Post. Those are the only people up here who wear those things.
I thought maybe that she wasn't because she was out of synagogue, but Cuomo has made none of us allowed at synagogue. We don't know anymore.
Can I tell you one thing? You mentioned synagogue. So I live in a building that's mostly Orthodox, and they lean more conservative.
Yeah,
and
they
so
do.
it's almost like finding a little oasis in the midst of this sort of crazy liberal stew out there, because these are not normal progressives for the most part.
No.
This Upper West Side is official leftist territory.
Yeah.
And when we first got here, I was walking down the street saying to my husband Doug, like, do you think it's as liberal as they say it is? And at that moment, somebody walked by wearing a T-shirt that read "Kill Cheney first." I'm like, oh, so yes.
Well, that's also really dated. Like that'd be like the same. Like that guy probably has a whole closet full of "What's up" shirts as well.
I moved here a long time ago. Now you walk down the street and then, there's basically just causes like, want to sign up for Planned Parenthood? How about Greenpeace? What about this, the Green New Deal, AOC? And you're like, oh, do you know me at all?
Yeah. You know what I usually do is I ask the people for Planned Parenthood, I'll say, hey, would you walk with me for a second? I walk them over to Greenpeace, and I ask them if they will help me abort a baby whale. And then for some reason they find it distasteful. And you know what? Listen, I'm just trying to bring us all together and find some common ground. Megyn Kelly, this is interesting, though, because you mentioned, listen, people obviously know that you and Donald Trump have had your differences, but I saw you two go back and forth on Twitter where you kind of gave him some props, and he said, thank you, Megyn. Have you two talked at all beyond that one meeting that took place years ago? Like, have you two communicated?
We did. So yeah, when we sort of it wasn't a feud, it was sort of a one-way anger from him to me for 9 months. And I went and saw him at Trump Tower. He put it to bed, and then I called him before the inauguration just to congratulate him, make sure we were good, and we are good. And since then, it's been fine. It's been fine. He hasn't come after me. I hit him sometimes. I support him some other times in terms of whatever he does. I mean, I cover him like a regular journalist. Right. Like more people should do. And the reason he thanked me is because I said in a tweet that he won the third debate. To me, it was very clear.
Yeah.
People are like, F you, Trump. And you know what you get a lot? How could you support him after what he did to you? Now, number one, I never said I was supporting him. But number two, that's you needing to get over your own shit. Like, that's... Right. I'm not going to hold anything against any politician. It's part of the game. I'm not saying it was pleasant, but you put yourself out there as a public figure, as a reporter in the public square. Yeah. You got to be able to take a punch.
Well, I have a question about that. And guys, just let me know if any states come in. Megyn Kelly, they might interrupt us here as states get called because we have some information coming through. Yeah. But let me ask you this. Did it kind of help after you saw that he's the kind of things that he said about you or said toward you, he says about everybody, including friends?
Well, that's actually true. He does. He is an equal opportunity offender. But listen, the problem with what he did to me was it was sustained, and it was hundreds of tweets, and I was the first, so it was unusual. And I was kind of alone. So it wasn't like he was attacking everybody, and that's what I think led to the increase in security threats in my life and so on. I think now it's very different. And listen, it wasn't pleasant. I wasn't like, yay, Trump during the time.
Right.
But every night before I went on the air, I would make sure to check that, to remember it was not about me. It was about the viewers and giving him a fair shake, as well as Hillary back then. And it took a lot, but I did it.
Well, don't give Hillary a shake. She'll go into another seizure. It's like shaking a baby.
What? Say again?
I said, don't give Hillary a shake. She'll go into another seizure. It's like shaking a baby. You don't shake a Clinton.
She was fun to cover, though. Come on. She was fun.
Cover in an epilepsy blanket because she couldn't see the sun rays, for crying out loud.
Here's my favorite moment of the 2016 race, when she was like, I didn't have a second server, and I didn't destroy emails. None of this is true. And while she was saying it, she was wearing a black and white horizontal striped shirt.
Right. So either like she really wants some hamburgers, or she's a thief, by the way, from another era. Like she's a 1940s thief. Like she just transported from the Valentine's Day massacre. They'll never catch me, see? But that's a little different from...
She just got back from Paris.
Right, yeah. It's a little different from Joe Biden, who I think summarized his campaign well with the shirka bag and turban in. And I agree. Megan, your thoughts? Have you tried to watch an actual Biden rally? Because people watch the clips that people show. I go, no, not the highlights. Have you actually tried to watch a full Biden rally? The man makes no sense.
I think you're using the term rally very generously, I have to say.
Yeah, that's true.
When I saw him with walking down the stairs, and there were like 9 people there, and there was like a smattering of applause, I was like, you know what? I misjudged his basement strategy. He should go back.
Yes.
He was onto something. Just stay down there until November 3rd. You're good. It was a good call.
Let me ask you, who do you think wins tonight? So I kind of went through my whole strategy this evening, which seems to have been borne out thus far with Georgia, North Carolina, with Florida, with the early voting. Arizona may be an outlier. Who do you think ultimately, if you have a firearm to your head, that's not a threat, you have to bet, who do you think wins?
If I have to put money on it, I would put it on Trump.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Because he's got to hold everything. He doesn't look great in Michigan and Wisconsin, at least going into tonight. And so far, the vote's very early. But if he loses one of those 2 states, like if he loses both of those states, he has to hold on to every single state that went for him last time around. So he can't lose.
No, I disagree with you.
He can't lose Pennsylvania, he can't lose any of them.
No, I will say this. I disagree with you. Here's why. We went through the numbers here earlier today. If Donald Trump holds on to North Carolina, I said right off the bat, I'm very confident with Ohio and Florida. I said those aren't swing states. I would be more surprised if Ohio went blue than Texas, okay? So I put those in there in Iowa. And then I said, I'm pretty confident that we have Georgia, North Carolina, likely Arizona. That's the one thing I could be wrong about. But if he has North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, and New York Times is saying that he'll get North Carolina, Georgia, and of course Florida and Iowa, guess what? If that happens, Biden has to run the entire blue wall. He can't have one of them. So in other words, if Donald Trump wins those...
Trump cannot afford to lose Michigan and Wisconsin.
Yeah, he can. Here's the thing. He only needs one.
And one other state. That's my point. So if he loses Michigan or Wisconsin, he's got to hold on to Pennsylvania. He won last time around with 306. That included Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, that blue wall. If he loses the 2, he's got to hold on to one.
Hold on, but
he can't afford to lose all 3.
No, but he only needs Michigan or Pennsylvania. So in other words, if he just keeps North Carolina and Georgia, whereas if this same scenario, Donald Trump has Georgia, North Carolina, Florida, right? The same scenario, Iowa, Ohio. Okay, he just needs Michigan or Pennsylvania, period. He wins.
I agree with that.
But Biden, okay, give him Minnesota. It's not enough. Give him Wisconsin. It's not enough. Give him Michigan. It's not enough. Give him Pennsylvania. He needs all of those to win. Trump just needs either Michigan or Pennsylvania or a combination of Wisconsin, Minnesota, which is far less likely. So I think when people say Donald Trump needs an inside straight, I go, actually, Joe Biden's the one who really needs the inside straight because he needs to carry all of them unless he steals another state. And even if he steals Arizona, he's still going to have to pull 3 of those states. I haven't crunched those numbers. So, no, I think the sentiment is right.
Ask you, when you say inside straight, what does it mean?
I
Honestly,
don't know either. See, everyone, I thought it was a poker term.
Inside straight, what did you get? What did you do at the poker table?
What is it there,
You're
Gerald?
drawing to an inside straight. You need one card, right? And it's not like an open-ended straight. You need one on each end. You have the least amount of outs, basically. So it's the hardest thing to do to get a straight, right?
What I was saying is this: when I learned everything I learned about poker, I learned from like 90s sitcoms, so like Fresh Prince or Family Matters, and they would say, "Let's play," and then someone would put down this is all I know. All I know is Full House, and then usually when someone puts it down, they do this. They go, "Ha ha, Full House," and they go like this with the pile, and then someone goes, straight flush, and then they do this. Oh. And so I always wanted to do this. I knew this meant winning the game, and I knew that if ever someone was doing this, provided that it had not already been preceded by it was a switch, because there's always the first reach and someone goes, no. That's what I know about poker.
To your earlier point, though, now it makes more sense. I understand. It's difficult to get. I do play poker. Actually, we got a 7-year-old boy. You sit down with him, he's like, all right, listen. Ante up, we're playing up and down the middle. Low spade in the hole splits the pot.
Like, well, I'm sorry. I think your son might be a future criminal, but continue. At his age, I was playing Pogs.
I think he's been polling better than the pollsters have been putting him all along. I do believe in the shy Trump vote. And really the only meaningful question going into tonight was, how strong would it be? We're seeing some other interesting storylines emerge, right? Like Trump's support with Hispanics, with minority groups who we're told are supposed to hate him. As it turns out, maybe not. And he's sort of recreating the look of the Republican Party in a really interesting way. And already you're seeing some of these Democrats online melt down about how, well, Cubans aren't really Hispanic. They're white. You know, they're white. So that's not, and like,
yeah.
The racial attacks are already ratcheting up as the Republican Party seems to be embracing more of these minority groups, in particular the Hispanics.
Yeah, and I think they've looked at Hispanics as a monolith. We had Jorge Masvidal, who's the bad mother effer belt winner in the UFC. He's Cuban American, and they don't like just being lumped. And not only that, Mexican immigrants don't like being lumped in with illegal Mexican residents. That's also something people need to understand. Cuban Americans very different from Venezuelan Americans, very different from Argentinian Americans, very different from Honduran. But really, there's a difference between, and this is one thing I was talking about with Jorge Masvidal, Cubans are so anti-socialist. They're so pro-America because they were arrested, right? People ask, why don't we have asylum for people from Mexico as opposed to Cuba? Because in Cuba, you were arrested, you were effectively Clintoned, right? You were ghosted if you spoke out against the government. That's not really the case in Mexico. They just have a crappy economy. It's not the same as being persecuted by a government. And so they come here for more economic opportunity, but not necessarily to contrast the kind of culture of oppressive government that you see in Cuba. And I tell you what, the Cubans are sick of it, and their women are fertile. Let me ask you this. We do have to get going. I'll be on your show, from what I understand, this coming week, correct?
I'm looking forward. I'm getting my cross-examination ready. We're going to start back in your 16th birthday, and we're just going to go forward from there.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, I just had an article with Bloomberg, and they pretty much did that. So I was like, all right. They were.
Fun. I'm looking forward to it.
They actually asked me, I swear to you. I think it went up. What was the title? It was like, Can't Stop Conservative Creator. And it was a picture of me with a cigar saluting in front of the flag. And it was a hit piece. I was like, do you understand that, like, this is the picture of Johnny Cash giving the finger? And they were asking me about, from 7 years ago, a company who developed my website. In other words, they created a template for my website, and they were asking me what my association was with them. I'm like, what are you asking me about? Do you realize Hunter Biden's smoking crack?
Why'd you say yes to them?
Because I wanted to promote my rally in Michigan, so I never do press. People know I never do press. I'm kind of seen as a recluse, and I was like, well, I need to promote this rally in Michigan because I want to actually save seniors' lives. So I said yes, but then he didn't even ask me about that. So screw that guy. I'm
so over them, honestly. It's like the mainstream press is so dishonest. I just find it so disgusting. It's like, I always laugh because even now they'll introduce me because, of the way I left NBC, and it's like, well, let's talk about these Halloween costumes, and are they really offensive, and when did that happen?
I just assumed it was because Jane Fonda's a bitch, but yes.
The controversial Megyn Kelly. I'm like, I don't hear you introducing Jimmy Kimmel as the controversial Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon. All these people have actually worn blackface so many times I can't count.
Right.
Like, the press is so dishonest, Stephen. I really think that's part of what we're watching tonight.
Yeah.
Did the press manage to take down Donald Trump? Did they do it because they were his number one opponent? Unlike Joe Biden, they didn't stay in the basement. They were out shooting at him from hour one of his presidency, not to mention before. And did they manage to kill him? Because I'll tell you something, they managed to kill themselves during his first 4 years. They're dead. Journalism is over as we knew it. Legacy media is done. And the only way forward for the American public when it comes to trustworthy relationships with the press is here online.
Yeah, I think you're right. And also, so are legacy pollsters. They should be done.
Totally.
They should absolutely be done. Think about this. Before tonight, they were mocking, Trafalgar has Donald Trump ahead in Florida. Okay, Quinnipiac, Monmouth, you're fired forever. You had him up +8, dummies. All right, Megyn Kelly, we must go. It's the Megyn Kelly Show. I will be on there this week, and I will let people know to tune in. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. You look lovely. We must go.
Thank you. Good to see you. Bye, guys.
Good to see you. We are back with any updates that I missed while that was going on. And guys, just feel free to shout them out.
Not a whole lot yet.
So we got a little bit of improvement in Michigan. The numbers continue to trend upward. I think I am going to lose my prediction on that. I'm going to predict that I lose.
You think Donald Trump's going to win Michigan?
My prediction, but I'm telling you,
Is there Reg the Bandit? Is there any reason
He's going to lose his prediction.
Yeah, he said Michigan was going to lose. He said Trump was going to lose Michigan. I know, it's my show, you little shit.
No, I'm saying Trump might win Michigan.
He's like the kid in Family Matters. Dad, you keep on treating me like I'm a little kid.
Come on, man.
Come on.
I'm moving out.
So this is what we're hearing in kind of the meltdown.
Got caught spray painting a principal's
The polls
car.
just opened in California, and Joe Biden won. Yeah.
Shot right there, right? First say. No, we're hearing from a lot of folks. There's definitely meltdowns going on the left about what states are happening and kind of looking down, like what are the very few paths and kind of narrowing it down to if Biden were to somehow come back, take Michigan, take Wisconsin, he can lose Pennsylvania, get Nebraska 2, Maine 2, and Arizona and hit 270 on the nose. That seems to be kind of the prevailing hope, if you will, for a path for Biden at this point because things have been shaken up so much, starting with Florida.
Can you give me the update on Michigan there, Reg the Bandit? Because that's interesting.
Yeah, so Trump it's 54.5% for Trump and 43.7% for Biden. And, we're at about 39% reported, so that's still early, but Trump has quite a lead.
Oh, wow.
The only other information, New Hampshire.
Do we know how much of that is coming in from Wayne County? Because that's Detroit,
one,
Flint area, or which I don't know if Flint is Wayne or if it's Macomb, but people in Michigan, you can let me know. Depends on how much is coming. In other words, if this is coming in where there's a significant amount of the urban vote, and I would imagine that of all the states where you're going to get more urban vote for Donald Trump tonight, it'd be Michigan and Ohio, because you do have a lot of black Americans who work on those assembly lines, the auto manufacturing, who are in that Rust Belt. And of course, you have a lot of black Americans there who, frankly, just support Donald Trump. He had a 46% job approval rating.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen. Do we have any idea to which
pull
counties?
up the sort of spread there from Politico.
Okay.
And I will also say that the New Hampshire was called for Biden. That was another thing that happened, but that's not a surprise. So if you can see
there
there,
some possibility
and let me know, guys, if Don Jr. tries to call in or when. Let's make sure we have anyone else. We'll just shut him out for Don Jr. Sorry, Kumia and Landau.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, it looks like we're still lacking some results from Lansing there.
Lansing is definitely left, but Lansing is not as populated. Can you zoom in for that for me? Is there any way to zoom in at all? Do we know if that is, if we can go to the map, if that is Detroit? So is most of the vote coming in from Detroit already in Wayne County?
Let's see if we can get a...
His overall lead, by the way, in Michigan, 239,000. That's stout.
That's I was looking stout, at that but if they haven't brought in the vote from Detroit... And look, by the way, it's all red up in the north except for Leelanau County, just around Traverse, because it's a little San Francisco with... It's just nothing but hipsters and sodomites.
So Lansing isn't in. Is that typically red or is that?
No, Lansing is left. Lansing is a state capital.
So it looks like that's it looks like that isn't in.
Yeah, that isn't in. But Lansing is more of a college town, so Lansing doesn't have nearly the same amount of votes as say Grand Rapids. And by the way, Lansing, the second you get out directly from Lansing, it goes back to red.
Back to red.
So we did that. Remember when we were in Lansing?
Yeah.
Remember all the Trump signs you saw? So even in Lansing, it's still pretty mixed.
Sure.
Because Lansing isn't as big of a city as people think. Now that's one thing too. People think of Trump voters as bumpkins, as country folk. No. Suburbs and mid-sized cities, you still get a lot. For example, in Ohio, you get areas like Youngstown and Steubenville, places that still have old school Main Street. Kind of think of the city in Slapshot, right, with Paul Newman. Those places still tend to be red. The places that tend to be blue are big cities like New York and San Francisco, where people are entirely dependent on the government for everything. Think about it. If there's a natural disaster at all in New York or in California, you are 100% dependent on the government for transit, for food, and there are shortages all the time. So it's not just Farmer Brown and Mr. Urban Elite.
Now we're seeing reports that there was a record turnout in Detroit, right? So you're seeing a lot of votes that are come there. But I think the point you made earlier is very important to remember, which is the number of folks that were just kind of counted as votes in the bag in the black community by Democrats. But look at the history, right? I mean, everyone who's looking at Detroit is looking around going, yeah, there are some positive things here happening. It's not, completely and utterly a barren wasteland, but there's a lot of things that need improvement. And when you look around and you look from Whitmer on down, you go, I feel like we should change something here. What would be the thing? Should we get rid of the great people?
Yeah.
Should we get rid of the great environment? Or maybe we should change the politicians who haven't done anything? And again, we get back to that question of, are people actually counting the substance of the votes? And I think we're going to see something very different when the numbers are finally tallied.
Oh, we have Donald. We have Don Jr. on the phone. Is he not able to call in? Oh, okay. Sorry. Hello. Well, hold on a second. I guess I'll just show this to people. Can they see here? Hello, Don Jr. How are you, sir? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing fine. You weren't able to call in. Was this because? Do I need to fire someone here in the suite? Sorry, I'm looking here, but I'm showing you to the crowd.
Should I try to call in on the other one? I just have to delete one of your emails. Otherwise, the FaceTime went to this one sort of as a default.
Yeah, you know what? They're saying they can get you through right there. Token Allen, what should he call? Or are you going to call him?
Yeah, we'll
What? We'll
call him.
Finish your phrase for crying out loud. We're going to call you in 20 seconds from the studio, senor. All right, thank you, man. We love you. Bye. If I don't see you again, bye.
Yeah.
All right.
You don't want to say the
Will
number
what?
on
Will,
air,
Will,
right?
Will,
You want me to say the email on air?
Finish the phrase. Just say we'll call him or he'll call us. That's what I said. No, you said Will. What?
Hey, you mumbled.
I thought you were saying Will I Am and trying to go through his entire catalog, which is not to be celebrated.
That's what I was trying to do.
Hey, whoa! Breaking news! I think the Democrats already concede 2016.
Oh, good.
Hey.
That's fantastic.
There's no way. That's fantasy.
I swear, if we lose Donald Trump Jr., someone here is going to lose a thumb like you stole an apple in Saudi Arabia.
Boom.
Wow.
No, they cut the whole hand. They get the whole
street rat.
So Pennsylvania,
I'm not like that. What?
Pennsylvania 56-40, what, 43?
Well, it's not even just that. It's the total number of votes, because even if they count more later.
Oh, right. There we go. Let me see him on the screen there, Quarter Black Garrett. Donald Trump Jr. And not that Donald Trump Jr. is not enough of Donald Trump, but, some people might be mistaking. Obviously, I don't want them to think that Donald Trump Sr. is calling in. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, buddy. Yourself?
I am doing well. I tell you what, I should be employed as some kind of an oracle, because this is what I called going down based on the early voting that no one was paying attention to. Are you guys feeling good? You guys are really feeling like you're going to win this?
Listen, I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't ever count my chickens before they're hatched, but a lot of the trends that we're seeing look pretty good. So, we just want to keep it going. You see the Vegas odds makers, they flipped to 68% to us. That tends to be a pretty good sign. So, again, we're just here hanging out at the White House, with my father, the vice president, some of the family. It's just been pretty good.
Well, I would imagine that you're pretty fun to have a party with. Pence, not so much. Nice guy, but do you have to send him to bed early with a glass of milk?
No, he's not. Honestly, he's just a great American. He's truly one of the nicest guys. It's sort of interesting with him. Anything that's ever happened to us in our lives that has been good or bad, he's there to congratulate you or just to make sure you're okay. He's the guy that picks up the phone himself and does it. It's not like this is the White House operator. It's you pick up the phone. It's Don, it's Mike Pence.
Well, I'm not saying that he's not a great
respect that a
American.
lot.
I'm just saying that sooner or later I want a lampshade on someone's head if you're having a victory party.
I imagine I'm probably a little bit rowdier.
Yeah, there it is.
I think we can fact check through that one.
Yes, exactly. We'll give it half a Pinocchio. Let me ask you this. Were you surprised at all by Florida and what we're seeing now with North Carolina and Georgia? Or had you been, because a lot of people don't give you credit, Don Jr., for the ground game that you guys have had, because Donald Trump is this sort of seen as sort of the celebrity candidate. But compared to Biden, you guys were knocking on doors, you were on the ground, and I've got to imagine you were paying attention to that early voting, which I was, and 100%. No one in the media was talking about it.
Well, we're up 14% with Cubans down there, and we had 2.5 million trained volunteers. I mean, we did everything with ground game. In the last month, I did 107 rallies myself. So I did a bunch of those in Florida. I mean, I did one in Vero Beach last week for my last one in Florida. 3,000 people showed up for me. So I saw the energy, I saw the intensity, but we spent the time. I mean, I did a bus tour with Jorge Masvidal, the great UFC fighter.
He was just on the show 20 minutes ago.
Oh, great. Like, yeah, we're doing Fighters Against Socialism, and he has this incredible story. It was just a super cool guy. And when I was like, hey, you want to do a 4-stop bus stop, like one grueling, 18-hour day? And he was like, I'm in. And his speech is really good. I don't know if he sort of gave you the stuff with it, but, whether it's the story of his family or really when he's like, listen, right now we got a Super Bowl winning coach. You don't replace the Super Bowl winning coach because you don't like the attitude, and you certainly don't replace him for someone who hasn't won a fucking game in 47 years. His words, not mine. And I'm like, you know what? I understand. I mean, he's been great, and I think down in Florida, you saw, they still haven't called it yet. Meaning, we won it by a margin about 3 times the size of what we did last time, but they haven't called it yet because I guess they're trying to milk the ratings.
Right.
I
think they haven't emotionally prepared themselves yet to accept it. Let me ask you this: Is there one right now, based on what we're seeing, is there one state that you're most worried about and one you're most confident about? And I know you have to be careful because you don't want to discourage anyone.
I'm just superstitious, so it's not about there's things that I see some trends that are pretty good. I mean, I feel pretty good about North Carolina. I feel really good about Georgia.
Sure.
Arizona, Michigan coming in. Some of the rural numbers I'm seeing in Pennsylvania look pretty good, but who knows what they're going to do when they start cheating in Philadelphia. So there's a lot still out there that I'm not sure of yet. But like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic, and you're starting to see the looks and the frowns on the MSDNC type networks, and these people are not exactly thrilled, I don't think, right now. But again, there's still a lot of race left.
And do you remember Donald Trump Jr.? There's still a lot of race left, but when you guys win, who told you that he believed it all along? This guy.
It was you. Hey, Steve, how are we going to do in Michigan? What do you think?
You know what? I will tell you, I was totally wrong in 2016. I said, there's no way he wins Michigan, and that's been me tonight with Minnesota. But that's more so because Minnesota voted in Jesse Ventura, so I just feel like, you can't quantify that.
Yeah, exactly.
I will tell you this. I think you guys, if I had to bet, and I was saying this, without voter fraud, Pennsylvania would be the closest thing to a surefire thing in that belt.
Yes, I agree 100%.
Yeah,
that's what I can't account for.
But you have an AG who literally said they will not allow you to win Pennsylvania. Michigan, I said this Donald Trump, I said this a long time ago, and people may remember this. I said, listen, when we have these sort of racist identitarians on the right, who hate people like you and me and Ben Shapiro more than anybody else. And I always said, you don't need to win, for example, the black vote. You just need to mitigate your losses, where let's say you get to the point of 30%, 35%, or even 20%. And when you look in Detroit, when you look in Michigan, you look at Wayne County, you look at a lot of black Americans in Michigan. Here's the thing. Not only are more black Americans going for Trump than any other Republican in modern history, Hispanics, there aren't as many in Michigan because, it's cold. But with black Americans, you also have black Americans who are on the assembly lines, who've benefited directly from the trade agreements that Donald Trump. So there's even more reason for black Americans to support Donald Trump. So I think it comes down to this question. Do people think it is more likely that a Democrat, a registered Democrat, votes for Donald Trump, or that a registered Republican in Michigan votes for Joe Biden? And I think if you look at the margin, as thin as it may be, that you won last go in Michigan, there had to have been at least 10% of registered Democrats voting for Donald Trump. And that gap with the early voting is within 4 points. So if I had to bet right now, I would probably bet on you guys winning Michigan, but I certainly think that either Michigan or Pennsylvania, barring some kind of voter fraud, and then that's the whole game. You guys win. This is the one thing I've been talking about, Don. No one else has been talking about this. They say, you guys need to play, you guys need to run the board. No, listen, if you just hang on to North Carolina and Georgia, Biden needs to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. If you guys hold on to your states, you just need Michigan or Pennsylvania, and it's curtains. So I actually think that you have far more paths to victory, barring a huge upset from Biden in one of your states. Arizona might be one to watch because it's a little unpredictable, but even then, that doesn't give Biden enough. He still needs to win 3 of the 4. So I think you're looking pretty good. I would bet right now you guys win Michigan. I would have bet before the election Pennsylvania, but I think it looks good for you.
Yeah, listen, and like I said, I've been on the ground more than probably any human being alive, and that energy has always been there. So if those rural guys turn up the way it looks like they will, I mean, again, it feels pretty good. It's a question of you're right, Pennsylvania. How badly will they be able to cheat? If we win by 1 point, we lose. If we win by 50,000, it may be harder for them to make up that difference cheating. So We just got to see where that ends up. But again, cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic. I will tell you this, though. The level of love that you guys, I think, is unparalleled in any other state. My father-in-law, who, by the way, was not a Trump fan in 2016 in the primaries, and neither was I. He was a Ted Cruz guy. He owns a factory that's relatively close to the Grand Rapids airport. And by relatively close, I mean 2.5 miles. He parked his car at his factory. He's 65, 67 years old, and he walked to your rally last night and sent me a video that, of course, was awesome. Completely inaudible. I couldn't see it. I couldn't hear it because he is 67. He's using like an old brick phone. But the spirit remains. The love that people have for Trump in Michigan is unparalleled, I would say, in any other state. And you know what? That can change some minds. So I don't know, but I know you're tired. I know you've got a bunch to do. Donald Trump, thank you so much for being with us.
I'm on 1 hour of sleep and 30 interviews today. I'm got to get back at the game. But I appreciate all you guys are doing, and look forward to talking soon, buddy.
Just borrow a rock from Hunter. We will see you later. That always gets me right back in the mood. You can let him go. That's always nice when Donald Trump.
He never shares. He never shares.
Do we need to push Dave and Anthony Comia a little bit? What do you guys? Do you guys think we should probably move it a little bit?
Yes, we'll let you know when the news spot is if we need it.
Okay, when the news spot is. Sorry, guys, we definitely want to have you on. Is there any new update since Don Trump Jr.?
So we've got a little bit of news. I think Reg has got some as well, but I think Dan Crenshaw is being reported as the victor in his race, tighter than one would have expected. But given the changes in the demographic there, some of the other races in Texas, as we talked about earlier, are kind of those non-ballot races are tending to go more Democrat than folks had expected historically. Still getting some wins. Morgan Meyer here, kind of local in the Dallas area, and some other races that are kind of going the other way, going blue, but still some lead here in Texas. Reg, what's the details on the Texas vote right now?
So in Texas, well, I'll just say that we've got Washington and Oregon and New Mexico for Biden.
Okay.
Which are not really surprises, but it's interesting to me that, the networks are calling these with 0% of the vote, 1% of the vote.
Yeah.
I think just to give some people some hope. Obviously, it's a safe bet. It's a safe bet.
Right.
But that's a little humorous to me when they're not calling Florida yet.
Don't use the word humorous.
Don't use the word humorous?
Unless you're referring to a bone.
Okay.
Does that really bother you?
No, you know what it is?
No.
When I would do stand-up shows, or like
Humor.
I would do something like I hosted CPAC for 4 years. People would come up afterwards. It'd be like me, Bill Bennett, Rick Santorum, and they'd come up like, I really enjoyed your speech. It was very humorous. I'd be like, oh, do you have a pencil? Because I hate the word humor.
Isn't calling it a skit also pretty offensive? Because I saw on Twitter the other day someone, maybe Candace Owens, referring to one of Saturday Night Live's skits,
Gerald did that on this show.
He did.
Skits if it's an actual skit, but stand-up isn't a skit.
So
and none of it is humorous.
Okay. So in Texas, we have 84% reporting, and Trump is up, pretty conclusively here, right? With 51.7%.
See, when I was saying you guys were all being doomsday.
No, I was not being doomsday.
You control your blame. It goes to him.
I do control my blame, and I'm going.
Well, you'd be wrong.
Tractor beam sucked you right in.
You'd be wrong.
Hey, can I just make a real quick point?
What? You so horny?
I want to say that's obvious, but
it isn't.
400.
He's so horny. Of course, he's so horny.
See, that's a good mix. I like that. You got the serious lawyer. You got the horny Asian. I like it. No, but 490,000 people have nothing better to do than watch you. And
They're still watching.
They're still watching.
Hey, by the way, guys, listen. I appreciate the 500,000, which, by the way, translates to a rolling average of more than CNN. Please do consider joining up. I know we talk about this all the time, but louderwithcrowder.com/mug club.
Yep.
You get access to the entire Blaze TV catalog, okay? And every day when you see us broadcasting in the morning, Good Morning Mug Club, we go on for like another full hour. There's all kinds of content that you get exclusively. And if you don't want that content, you still won't get this content if you don't join up at Mug Club, because we're not making enough off YouTube, for crying out loud. They just considered my criticism of Bill Nye's gender Netflix episode political election meddling.
Yeah, you made that in 2018.
And don't forget, right? No matter
I'm playing 19D chess.
No matter where the presidential election comes out, there is still a fight with regards to big tech and how they are using Section 230 to protect themselves at the expense of conservative voices, how they are using their policies, saying that they are viewpoint neutral, enforcing their policies against conservative voices while saying we're fair, we're fine, taking money, bringing in users, and really deceiving the public as to what they're about. And with this election, when we talked about this wasn't Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. Joe Biden was, like Megan said, just down in the basement. He was on the lid 90% of the time. It was big tech against the rest of the American people to really understand what the facts were. Every turn, every post. I mean, the running memes of the last couple of weeks were they're going to have some kind of thing about the voting on every single post about voting, and they're going to have something about COVID on every single post regarding COVID. And all of that
Jack
is
Dorsey's going to spear a fish.
He is. He's going to be out there. He's got that little family of sparrows in his nest of a beard. But all we can do and be protected is to have the blades, to have the people who supported the show, so that when they not only yank the chain of monetization like we saw in Vox Apocalypse, but they do even worse. They continue and they up the shadow banning. Like they up the times where they are creating defamatory posts themselves by labeling true news as fake news with their unchecked third-party fact checkers. I mean, it's become incredibly brazen, and really, we could not do it without the fans who support the show.
I know, and I said we wouldn't do this tonight, but if someone can let me know, someone out there in the control room, if the Young Turks are melting down, you do have to let me know. And I don't want to punch.
We may have a clip.
We do? Oh my! Here's the thing. I don't want to punch down because I know we're so much bigger than because we're so much bigger now than the Young Turks. But you do have to keep in mind.
Wait.
When I had no one, it's like they're lucky.
Audience-wise.
Well, they have more
have
subscribers.
you seen Chink's head as of late? It's getting bigger.
It's true. It's almost like it's like someone expanded and didn't hit the shift key.
It's like when you look out the hotel door and it's that fisheye.
Right.
I stole that from Brennan.
It's like the fisheye with someone who also has mumps. So
very nice.
You do have to understand that they went after me when I had like 25, 50,000 subscribers and no recourse. And when I think it was Politicon came to me a long time ago, said, "Do you want to do Politicon?" I said, "You know what? I think we had Johnny Boy say like, he'll do it if it's someone like Brian Stelter or Cenk Uygur or something like that." And they said no. And I think they brought some other people forward. So it's one of those things where these people have attacked the Young Turks. And I get it, they're small, but they do also have like $30-something million from foreign entities, foreign caliphates and Al Jazeera. So I don't want to be a bully and punch down, but this is a guy who called the election for Biden like a month ago, and he said no doubt. And even his co-host Anna Kasparian was like, "I don't know yet." And he was like, "No, it's over. No one's ever come back from a 14-point lead," because he believed it. He believed there was a 14-point lead. So apparently we have a clip.
Yeah, we have a
looks
clip.
like we do. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, make sure that can we put it up so that I'm still on screen while we show the clip, because. Is this going to be as funny as Anna Areola?
Oh, we'll see.
Can't possibly.
All
right. Let me see the Young Turks clip. Let me see what's going on there.
Yeah. Are we good to go with the?
I gotta arrange it a little bit.
Okay, we got to arrange it a little bit differently. Yeah. Then we do have Anthony Cumia, Dave Landau coming up. We're going to have Alex Jones after that, the Hodge twins later on, and we are going to be shooting Gerald. Okay, we do have the clip.
All right, I got it.
All right, we got the clip of Cenk Uygur. Okay, all right.
Get out of the way. Both Jake Tapper and Nancy Pelosi and all those and every editor at the New York Times has to get out of our way. Let us hit the Republicans in the face instead of playing patty cakes with them. How many elections are we going to get to a razor's edge with a monster idiot fascist like Donald Trump? One last thing, I swear to God I'm going to go to Ida. But one last thing on this, guys. Forget him being a racist. Forget him being a fascist.
Okay, I will.
The guy's IQ is lower than 70. He's an idiot. He's a total moron. And you couldn't figure out how to crush him in an election? Man, the corporate Democrats and the mainstream media.
You called it for Biden a month
They
ago.
absolutely, positively suck. And they brainwash smart people into compliance.
Yeah, you thought Biden had a 14-point lead.
Get out of the way.
They brainwash smart people.
Look at him.
That's his excuse.
They brainwash smart people like me. I thought that Biden had a 14% lead. Jake Tapper, you broke my heart. Jake Tapper, you broke my heart.
You're making me mad.
I thought it was a 14-point lead, and then I thought it was an 8-point lead. Listen, Win, lose, or draw. If Donald Trump doesn't win tonight, it doesn't change what I do. It doesn't change what we do. I don't want anyone out. You should still celebrate. I'm going to light up a cigar either way because guess what? I live in the United States of fucking America. Isn't that wonderful? And I say this as someone who was raised in Canada, so I appreciate it a whole lot more than you do. The fact that these people who believed, they're mad at the people. They lied to you.
Yeah.
Think about this. All the stupid. By the way, he's calling Trump a level 70 IQ, which is an actual invalid. People don't understand. Like a 70 IQ is. Can we say retarded? It's actually not even functionally retarded.
Sure.
And I think that's actually one of the biggest mistakes people make. Donald Trump is a lot smarter than people give him credit for. I've met people who don't speak. For example, Arnold Schwarzenegger probably has a very high IQ. He doesn't speak the language very well. My mother has a very high IQ, but she says sometimes things that you're like, is that for real? Because she's French Canadian.
Sure.
And it's a different
endearing.
language. So that's really stupid to underestimate your opponent. But again, he thinks Donald Trump is a 70 IQ because of all the same people who vote for Donald Trump. He thinks that they all have a 70 IQ.
Yeah.
Those people with the 70 IQ were the ones who said, a 14-point lead? Well, why make it any points? Just make it 100 points. No one bought it except for you.
I mean,
no one bought it except for you. And I'm amazed with $20+ million in Al Jazeera money that's all you got?
I did like that little zing in there he threw in there at the end. It was kind of getting a little mumbly and weird because that's who he is. But he was like,
I'll get mumbly if I keep going with this. But he's just mumbly because it's like the hatred seeping through his pores.
That's what I mean. At one point, he actually kind of let slip a little self-hatred. He was like, corporate back. I was like, wait, are you white?
Oh, wait, that's me, no.
Think about this. The Young Turks are funded by a foreign caliphate. This is literally funded by mugs.
Yeah.
It's by you guys joining up. People are just like, how much? That was the guy at Bloomberg. Oh, well, how much do you own? I own 100%. We have licensing agreements, and we work with The Blaze. Wonderful people at The Blaze. We have wonderful sponsors who we choose. You guys, kind of like PBS has viewers like you, only they get huge federal grants. No, we're actually funded by viewers like you. Ask me how much money we got from Qatar. None. Ask me how much money we got from Al Jazeera. None at all whatsoever. And for some reason, we got it right. But this is crazy to me. Hold on a second. What's Gerald looking at?
Alabama, Tommy Tuberville. That's a seat we have picked up in the Senate. They just called that for Tommy Tuberville. So that's a good pickup.
And Lindsey Graham won.
Yeah, we knew that. But it's somebody going.
I used to hate Lindsey Graham. And now I love him.
Yeah.
Post Kavanaugh.
Hands off.
Kavanaugh, he was
hands off my Grams.
Hands off. Okay, hey, so something interesting coming from at Matt Brunig.
2 scoops of raisins.
Looking at exit polls.
And Stevens, Lindsey Grams.
What?
What the hell's the matter
That
with
does not even make any sense. You are mixing these things. They do not make sense.
It's my wild pheasant.
Okay. According to exit polls, Trump did better in 2020. This is at Matt Brunig reporting this from Edison Exit Poll. Did better in 2020 with every race and gender except for white men.
Oh.
Changed
Is this
from
nationally or in a
2016.
state?
Nationally.
Okay.
This is nationally. You're looking at +4 for black men, +4 for black women, +3 for Latino men, +3 for Latino women, and +5 for any other race other than black, Latino, or white. So,
and I don't believe that. Let me tell you why I don't believe that.
Okay.
No, I believe it's more. Because what happened is I was watching John King. I was watching him on CNN the other day going, keep in mind, Donald Trump, he's behind in Pennsylvania. He's behind in Michigan right now by 4 points, and that's a state he only won by 7%. So we can give that to Joe Biden. Oh, shit. What did the polls have him behind? Not how did Donald Trump perform.
Right.
What did the polls have him behind? So that's saying exit polling, right? But how did Donald Trump perform with Hispanics and blacks? Probably better than the exit polling. Yeah. So that's the thing. Are they comparing exit polling with performance? That's what they'll often do, is they'll perform Donald Trump's performance in 2016 with the polling going into 2020. So I'm saying that I think they can massage that and tweak it to make, and I don't have the thing in front of me to see it.
Sure.
But right away when they would often say, oh, well, he only won this by a thin margin, but now look at these polls. The polls had Donald Trump way behind. They had him further behind in Pennsylvania. And if I'm not mistaken, they had him further behind in Michigan. But it would be like this. Not only do they have him further behind, it's a rolling average, right, you see from RCP. This is something, too. This is why that huge closing of the gap going into election matter. Well, hold on, what?
We've got New York Post is calling Arizona for Joe Biden.
Or Biden.
Really? Okay. New York Post is calling Arizona for Joe Biden. All right.
Okay. We've got, but the decision desk called Ohio for Trump.
Okay. Ohio for Trump?
Yeah.
So we've got Ohio for Trump, and we've got Arizona for Biden.
I believe Trump has something to say about that.
Does he?
Yeah, for Ohio.
Oh, let's see what we have with Donald Trump. Ohio.
It's Trump.
Ohio, I just won the whole show. Kasich said no, but he's a doe. Right, folks?
That's true. I don't think he's really calling states.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a good thing that he won Arizona. But again, that doesn't really change it. That just makes it now it puts him on even footing.
Yeah, well, he's got a much bigger lead now. It's 400-something thousand in Pennsylvania. He's got a pretty sizable lead in Michigan right now, and he's up by a slim
I'm just
margin in
concerned
Wisconsin,
about Pennsylvania, and he's also ahead in Wisconsin.
Yeah, he's slim margin.
I wish, can we have someone out there, can we have someone in the research department, can someone do me a favor? And I know, Reg, you're working on this. Can someone look at the counties specifically in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin? I want to see those counties so we know what has actually come back in.
We can see it. It's so many.
Okay.
That it'll be difficult to fit on the screen.
No, I don't need to fit on the screen, but someone out there can kind of give us an idea. We have right now, hold on a second before we continue. Well, you can talk, Gerald, when we have guests.
Yeah.
What were you about to say?
I was going to say what we're looking for is specifically the turnout in Wayne County. Like how much are they reporting in Wayne County in Michigan? So these big Democrat strongholds. So Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh Pennsylvania. Sorry, Pittsburgh and the other one. Philadelphia. There we go. Sorry, I was losing my mind there. And those are what we're looking for. We're trying to figure out if all of this vote is coming in from the rural areas or if the cities have put a lot of those votes in.
So based on what we have right now,
is.
Donald Trump needs to win any two, Michigan or Pennsylvania. He needs to win one of those, and then any of the other two states in the Midwest. That could be Wisconsin, that could be Minnesota, that could be Michigan, that could be Pennsylvania. So it'll be interesting to see what the betting odds are in Vegas now that Biden won Arizona. But it seems like that's been pretty close, though, too. Well, really? 53-45? I don't believe that.
With 25% remaining, too. So it just depends on, again, where that's coming from.
That seems like it might be a premature call. But right now we do have Dave Landau and Anthony Cumia, of course, from Compound Media on with us. Dave and Anthony, how are you, gentlemen?
270 on that map.
Yes, we are. Oh my God, Stephen, this is insane. We're watching for every second that goes by, my opinion changes, but I have great faith. The news is so terrible. They're running this on purpose like some kind of neck-and-neck horse race. They will not call states for Trump. They call instantly for Biden just to keep this illusion that they've had going for 4 years alive a little longer. I absolutely have faith that Trump is going to win this.
Well, did you see that they called Arizona for Biden?
Yeah, that was getting me a little upset.
Yeah, that was depressing.
Last election, of course, he did take Arizona. It's the only state so far that has been flipped.
Right, and it's looking pretty good for Georgia and North Carolina. So really it comes down to, can Donald Trump win either Michigan or Pennsylvania and then one other state in the Midwest? And if he does, he wins.
I think absolutely he can do that. I don't think that's out of reach. I think it will happen, as a matter of fact. What else does Biden have going for him that gives him the win?
There's
not really
voter fraud in Pennsylvania. So
right, voter fraud.
Yeah, voter fraud in Pennsylvania.
But
you're so right. That's exactly right.
But he's up. We were saying last we saw he's up 13%. There's no way, as we said, they can shenanigan more than 10%.
Oh, don't put it past them.
He's not up 10% in Pennsylvania from what I'm seeing. He's up. He is.
Last. What do you got?
He's up 10%, right?
Well, it depends. Hold on a second. It depends on which counties are coming in, too. Right. And Dave Landau, I'm interested in having, and I know you'll be in studio here pretty soon. Dave Landau, you, of course, are from Michigan. You have that great bit about Journey in Detroit. I would encourage people to Google it or YouTube it if it'll actually show up. I sound so old. Google it. Sorry.
YouTube it?
I would encourage you all to web crawler it, okay? Piss off, everybody. Dave, do you think Michigan goes for Trump? I mean, right now he has an 11-point lead. But of course, that's not all of the vote coming in. Do you think Michigan goes for Trump this go around?
Nope. Where did he go?
And it's the first time that it's ever even been pushing red like this. So I really do think that there's a very strong chance that Michigan's going to go red.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think how do you think that people there feel about your fascist frigid bitch governor Whitmer? Because they always claim she has like an 80% approval rating, and I'm like, really? How does she have an 80% approval rating? Did they compare her to the bride of Chucky? Did they bring him up on the stage at the same time? That's one of those numbers that I feel is hyperly inflated, and it usually comes from a local press in Michigan, which I don't trust because they claimed we had 200 people in Lansing, whereas our head count was 3,500. So you think that Donald Trump will win Michigan, Dave?
I really do, and I think it is because of Whitmer. I think entirely the reason why they're going red is because of the lovely job that she's been doing here. As we all know, she's completely taken way too much control, abused her power. She's a complete cunt. So, yeah.
Well, hold on a second. Someone else, I hear another voice in the background, Dave, that sounds like Lil Wayne. You guys are all talking over each other. Hey, we're crossing streams and you're crossing your own stream. Kumia, aren't you Italian? Don't you carry? Can't you start just bust a few rounds in that studio?
I gotta take some control. I understand. Yes.
Fucking guinea, disgusting. What?
2 years.
What? I just said something racist about Italians. What was that?
It's what it was.
Isn't it funny? Italians never care. My boxing coach, Anthony, you could probably my boxing coach, who's Italian, he didn't get offended at anything. Guinea, Wop, Dago, unless you brought up that scene in True Romance about the Sicilians, and he'd lose his mind.
Oh, yeah. We don't like that scene at all. It's really because it's a grandmother kind of insult.
Yes, it is, because Italians are inherently racist. My joke to him was we were holding pads, and I said, Dave, and I won't say his last name, but he's Italian, and I said, hey, well, you're Italian, but let's be honest, like Southern Italian. I said, let's be honest, there's probably a person of color hiding behind your woodshed somewhere down the line, and he threw a left hook to my body that crippled me for a moment in time.
Oh, shit. Yeah. Some people get very angry.
He proved your point.
He did. Yeah, he proved my point. That's the Moors obviously are in his lineage because they were known as very sturdy people as well.
What do you think? I heard Georgia had stopped counting ballots. Is this true also?
Georgia had some ballots freeze earlier today in a county which, of course, was overwhelmingly Trump. But even the New York Times Needle is overwhelmingly saying Georgia and North Carolina are going to Donald Trump. So do we have the New York Times Needle on Michigan or Pennsylvania at all, Reg the Bandit? Let me know. Because
they don't have a separate needle that I see for those areas, but we do have the counties if you want to go through those at any point.
Okay, you know what? Hey, I hate to cut this short, Kumia and Landau, but we're having a little bit of feedback going on, and we do have to get going. And Alex Jones has been waiting, and if I keep Alex Jones waiting, I might end up in a river.
That's going to be a problem.
I might end up with a gay frog head in my bed next to me. So it's Compound Media, and from what I understand, you guys will be in the great state of Texas sometime soon. We'll have you in studio.
Yes, indeed, sir. Very cool. Thanks a lot, Stephen.
Thank you. I'm sorry it wasn't longer. It's just, next time get your shit together and arrange it.
Yeah.
All right. Take it easy, man. I love those guys.
They're good guys.
All right. So we have so much. I'm trying to think of what we have to get to as far as the show. Do we have any updates here on states? I really need to pee. I don't know if I can take a break here to pee.
Go take a break.
By the way, you guys can take a break. You can hand it off to pee. You know what? Really quickly, before we go, I'm wondering if we don't need to bring on Dr. Choi. He's probably busy. But we can go to, I think, we can't shoot, right? We can't. No, wait, we can shoot.
We can shoot.
We're going to shoot. So everybody, tweet this out. We are going to shoot Gerald. Thomas Finnegan is going to shoot. It's Gerald B. Thomas Finnegan is going to shoot Gerald B. right now with our wonderful sponsor. Before we go to this commercial break, Spartan Armor, and I'm going to tell you about it right now. We're going to shoot Gerald B. live. Thomas Finnegan, let's go.
Give me 1 second. There he is. There he is.
He's almost.
It'll be that camera over there.
Have a jam. Have a jam. Get jammed. Yeah, looks like he got it. Yeah, right in there. I did it. Good. 15 seconds. Stephen, Gerald B. has met an untimely end, but it was for a good cause, and we set out and did what we wanted to do. Back to you.
All right, I'm glad to be with you. We actually wanted to have me be shot or Gerald A, but we couldn't. I don't know if you guys can see this. Look, this is the vest here from Spartan Armor. I don't know if you can see it or if you want me to hold it back so you can see the lighting here a little bit. Might need to brighten it up.
Where'd Steven go?
Where'd I go? It's me!
Hey! I'm glad I didn't get shot.
Who's that behind there? That's Spartan Armor. It's me. It's me. And then look, here's the plate from Spartan Armor. I don't know if you guys can see this here if I hold it up to the light.
There you go. Right there.
Look.
Yep.
Look, yeah.
And look behind this. Nothing.
Yeah, didn't even scratch the sticker.
Nothing. And I know this is rifle proof. That was 9mm, but that was coming out of a carbine with high pressure ammunition.
I was expecting when the first shot went through that the whole sex doll would just explode. But no, it was just...
that sex doll was pretty rugged.
Pretty tough.
Well, I think it was the Spartan Armor, but...
it has to be, I guess.
Well, you know what?
We shot it right in the face.
Because some people give me flack. They were like in Lansing, like, are you wearing a tactical vest? I'm like, no, I'm just wearing a bulletproof vest because people want to kill me.
That's a good reason.
And Spartan Armor, they have some... I'll get some after the next break. I'll get some vests where you can all put them on. They have vests that are like really low profile, that almost like Michael Keaton in Batman where he got shot. It's basically like a gel. And that's 44 Magnum proof. And that right there is totally rifle proof and super light. So really happy to bring them on. Spartan Armor. You can go to is it SpartanArmor.com? I don't have this right here. What's the website? Is it SpartanArmor.com? SpartanArmorSystems.com. Use the promo code Crowder. You get 10% off all of your items. SpartanArmorSystems.com. And one thing too, a lot of other body armors out there, they claim that they're NIJ equivalent, but these are actually NIJ certified. So they certify them in a lab in a far more official scenario than with a blow-up doll. And they actually will protect your life. So you can get some thin ones that are 44 Magnum proof or some thicker, like actual plate carriers, that are full-on rifle proof. I had no idea. How is that Chelsea Handler on CNN? I have no idea.
No, but hey, I just want to let there was a lot of concerned tweets during that little segment, making sure yes, Gerald B. not only remains safe and sound, but still the _1 most preferred Gerald B. by Steven Crowder
and a tender lover.
Oh my! Most important.
I said rugged.
Very tender.
Rugged lover? I don't know about rugged.
I don't know. Rugged.
And the only reason that Gerald B. did deflate was because Thomas Finnegan shot Gerald B. through the head 3 times.
Very directly.
So it
that
was
is true.
Not any.
No, it had nothing to do with the armor.
That's
That's because Thomas Finnegan has anger issues. So listen, this is something
not a good relationship
we can update this
with
for you.
Gerald.
I will say I am surprised by how well Donald. So here's one interesting thing. Lost Arizona, okay. But we still have Pennsylvania and Michigan where Donald Trump is looking ahead. We're not really hearing a whole lot from Wisconsin, which surprises me. But Arizona had a significant demographic shift.
Yeah.
Right? Where Arizona had significantly more Latinos and they had a lot of people move out. Certainly working class people have moved out of Arizona. They've been priced out of Arizona. So if you actually look for a home in Phoenix, right, you're talking about many millions of dollars for even a decent home. Recently when I was in Phoenix, you were talking about $800,000 for a bungalow, right? So it's priced at a lot of the working class Americans in Arizona, and then you have a lot of either illegal immigrants or you have people who've come there who don't speak English very well. So even though Donald Trump is winning more of the Latino vote, there was such a drastic shift in demographics in Arizona. We don't really have that in Pennsylvania and Michigan. So the fact that according to, was it AP or New York Times or where was it?
I think it was AP.
Yeah, it was AP.
AP that Donald Trump is performing better with black men, with black women, with Hispanic voters, with both men and women. That really matters in places like Wayne County, in a state like Ohio where you have Dayton, where you have Cincinnati, where you have Cleveland, where you have Columbus, right? Or in Michigan, where you have Detroit, where you have Flint, because there hasn't been a huge shift in Michigan where all of a sudden there are a huge number of Latino voters. So even if Donald Trump is doing better by 4%, well, you're losing a lot of that working class, non-college educated white voter, which, by the way, non-college educated typically right now means educated because they're not getting a degree in underwater basket weaving. So there was a shift in Arizona that definitely hasn't taken place in Pennsylvania and Michigan. So if I were just to use those numbers that you gave me from the AP and say, Donald Trump's doing better with black, male, female, Latino, male, female, and you haven't seen, let's say, a 20% drop of white working class Americans and a 20% increase in Latinos, that's a net positive. Arizona was a little bit of an outlier because we didn't know what those demographics were. I still am surprised.
Now, some people are, we have some Trump campaign officials and other people saying that it's too early to call Arizona. Fox News has been really eager to call states for Biden very early on. And their coverage has frankly been pretty terrible, I think.
It's uncharacteristic of them to call early. They tend to be the later ones, right?
So they're saying, 2/3.
They call really late, like Karl Rove. This election's not over. It's not over. You're over. What are you saying? I don't know. I should have ordered Keeps.
So I don't want to give anybody false hope, but I think that feels like a little bit of an early call in Arizona. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Well, and CNN hasn't called it yet.
Well, Arizona was the one I was least confident about compared to Georgia and North Carolina.
So one other thing you were asking about Wisconsin, which currently is 51-46 Trump, though my understanding is that is at 59% reported, but without counting the absentee vote. So I don't know if, Reg, you can double check that, but there's certainly some question there about that pattern we talked about earlier.
Well, you know what, though? That's interesting with Wisconsin because if I bring this back up, you guys can keep talking really quickly. Maybe I can here. You know what? I'll make this so I can mirror so you guys can see this. Don't go to it yet, Quarter Black Garrett, but let me know when you have access to it. Track early.
Hold on a second. And so that will be interesting. It's not very clear to me from at least where I'm at on New York Times whether or not they're just simply they haven't even tallied how many votes they have or counted them by registration, which can certainly give you some indication. But whereas in Pennsylvania, for example, some of the information I was seeing is that there are something like 2 million votes that are outstanding, 60% of which are Democrat votes.
Well, here's what's interesting about. About Wisconsin. So if you can bring up my screen here. Is it mirroring to you guys?
Yes,
okay. So, hold on a second. There we go. Okay. So we go to Wisconsin. This is one that I told you about. Wisconsin, which Donald Trump won last time. This is by the party model, right? By the modeled party. It was 48-39 Democrat. And what did Donald Trump, can you let me know, Reg, what did Donald Trump win Wisconsin by last go? I think he won by like 0.7%. So he won, but he was down by 9 points, right, compared to Democrats. In other words, there would have to be at least a 9-point shift from Democrat to Republican. The early voting in Wisconsin this go around has it within under 2 points.
Yeah.
So if there's a lead right now, again, this is based on the modeled party. I don't think with Wisconsin, I don't think we're seeing as strong of a Democrat early vote. It surprised me, and they had a very strong ground game in Wisconsin. So if I had to bet, does Wisconsin go to Biden? Probably right now if I had to bet, but it's not a done deal at all. By any means.
Trump won by 0.7% in 2016.
So he won by 0.7% even though there were 9% more Democrats than Republicans voting. Which means that there has to be at least 10% of Democrats or unaffiliated going for Trump.
Yeah. Well, and just to piggyback off what you just said, there's in Pennsylvania, 60% of the vote is supposed to have the 2 million that are outstanding. Trump has a 510,000 vote lead. if 60% of 2 million comes in, Trump wins Pennsylvania.
Right. In looking at those numbers, it's not clear. I think the person reporting them is just simply stating the facts, right? Which is it's still outstanding.
Right.
There's no way to call Pennsylvania, but it's becoming increasingly clear if there isn't if there is a split between Wisconsin and Michigan, Pennsylvania becomes the place that we're waiting, I don't know, a week,
but it's looking so good for Trump.
It is.
Even if that many votes are outstanding. If it stays what it historically has been, and that many votes are outstanding with the lead he's building up right now on votes.
You guys are boring me. Let's go to CNN a little bit. You guys are just arguing about.
You're boring. You're going to go across this map, and you're looking at this map, and if you're watching at home, this is important. Throughout the night, Donald Trump had been leading in the popular vote. As we get the West Coast results, Joe Biden is now 1.6 million votes ahead there. That's important from a symbolic and a moral victory, but it's not how we pick presidents.
If you add hell as a territory, of course Biden's going to win the popular vote.
I'm pretty shocked
all the dead people
that CNN just admitted that the popular vote isn't how we pick presidents, because I've been waiting to hear that for 4 years from them.
Right? Yeah.
I'm surprised that Virginia is actually as close as it is. Honestly, I thought Virginia was going to be a landslide. What were you about to say there, Audio Wade?
Yeah, I was just curious. I don't think we've taken a look at the map in a while. Just sort of.
Oh yeah, let's bring up the map again, so we can show this map for people who have not seen it. I don't see it up there on the screen. Okay, so they're called. If it's called Arizona, it has what is it? Election HQ or Desktop HQ? What's the name of the place you're using? Reg the Bandit.
Decision Desk. We've also.
Did they call it for Arizona yet?
I don't know if they have called it. I know Fox News did. Let's see here.
And I know New York Post and Fox News did.
Yeah. Those are the two, I think.
And I think most of the like 238. What am I thinking of? 538.
538. Nate Silver.
They had Ohio and Florida both blue. Is that correct? And then
right.
And then, but they had Arizona red. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, so, it doesn't matter because it's still a net gain.
Right. It does seem like the surprises have been more in Trump's favor, at least in the.
Well, it does seem like Nate Silver should be, shot at dawn before breakfast, figuratively speaking. The guy's never been. Remember when there used to be
that's what I meant.
Remember when there used to be bumper stickers going into 2016? Trust Nate Silver.
Yeah.
Remember it was like trust Nate Silver, trust because he got it right twice.
So you're looking at Decision Desk is saying that in Arizona you do have Biden leading, but they have not called the state finally, or given the final nod. Interestingly, they are already saying a lead, not a final call, but a lead for Trump in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So right now, some of that stuff is very early.
What does that mean? They're just saying he has a lead, right? Are they saying that it looks like, in other words, if they were to bet, that it looks like Trump should win?
It seems like that's what they're saying is based on where they're at, that the lead
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania?
I mean, this is clearly very preliminary. I mean, I don't even know how you can do that right now.
Well, that's what CNN has up right now, right? So they're saying this is where the race is right now, right? They're saying Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are in Trump's camp, but it's not over there yet. So I think that's probably what they're saying as well.
If Trump wins Wisconsin and Michigan, or Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, or Michigan and Pennsylvania, he wins. If he wins all three, he wins in a landslide.
Right.
So in other words, people don't understand. He doesn't need, again, we find ourselves at this exact position. What did I say? Joe Biden needs to run the board. I even said even if he wins Pennsylvania, so even if he wins Arizona. So let me bring this back up to 270 to win here. Okay. So I need to mirror this for you, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, let me bring this up really quickly. Apple TV Studio. All right. Oh, shoot. I just accidentally hit something. Shit. I got water all over myself. Okay.
Oh,
don't do it.
All right. So obviously North Carolina, we can't call yet in Pennsylvania. Okay. Let me just reset this map really quickly. All right. Ohio. So here's about where we are right now, assuming Minnesota is called, but Minnesota is not called.
What about North Carolina? Are you calling that?
Oh, why do I have North Carolina in there for?
There we go.
What? Yeah, I am calling North Carolina for Trump. Screw that. By the way, has Georgia been called? Because I noticed Georgia on our map is filled in. Has it not?
Not that I've seen.
Fix that in the map. Whoever's there in the control room. Don't make me come in there and punch you in the nuts.
Map.
So what I will say is this. Let's assume North Carolina and Georgia, because even New York Times is assuming so. All right. Arizona goes to Biden. Okay, we give him Minnesota. Is it enough? No. We give him Wisconsin. Is it enough? No. We give him Michigan. That gets him enough, assuming that he wins Maine's 2nd Congressional District.
Right. And the Nebraska split there.
Right. Now, if he wins... Now, for Biden, we find ourselves in this situation. Look, let's leave Minnesota and Wisconsin out of it completely. If he gets Michigan and Pennsylvania, he wins. But again, that assumes that he gets a district in Nebraska. So this idea that it's like this washout for Donald Trump or for no, it's really not. Donald Trump just needs to win Michigan. Now, Donald Trump could win Michigan, for example, and Wisconsin. Biden can't win just Michigan and Wisconsin. Biden can't win just Michigan, Wisconsin, or Michigan and Minnesota. He doesn't have those options. Biden needs to win Michigan. Here, I'll zoom in a little bit. Biden needs to win Michigan and Pennsylvania, right? That is, he can do it with just 2 states. Now let's flip it for Trump here, okay? And this is not even giving Trump any of the other states like the main 2nd congressional district or that extra district in Nebraska. If Trump wins Michigan, he can win Minnesota or Wisconsin and he wins. Or he can win Pennsylvania and he wins. Biden needs both Michigan, Pennsylvania to win with 2 states. And if he has Minnesota, Wisconsin, he needs Michigan and Pennsylvania. So he needs 3 states or 2 of the big states. Donald Trump just needs 1 of those big states. So what would I say at this point? If I were to have to bet, I'd probably give it 60-40 chance for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think we're looking at, with Arizona kind of being the opposite side of where Florida was, of kind of quelling the heat, if you will, on where those votes are. I mean, that's a pretty important 11 votes,
right?
That are now putting in some big contention. I mean, I don't think that we can realistically say Minnesota's still on the table. So it really is coming down to some of these smaller districts, Nebraska and Maine, as well as Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
I think it really comes down to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. That's really what it comes down to.
Any word on Nevada yet?
I have no idea what the word is on Nevada yet, but I would assume that Nevada is, of course, going to Joe Biden. Because
I think that's what most
are commie pricks.
Yeah.
So we're at CNN saying 47% in for Michigan, Trump 54. 46.
What do they have? 50% in for Pennsylvania, and Trump's up 12.
He's up 520,000 votes. That's huge. If there's only 2 million outstanding.
Wisconsin, Trump's up. Okay, he's up 6 with 59% of the vote.
And Fox has called Texas for Trump.
Oh, surprise!
Hey, Reggie and I said closer, but still Texas.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, people.
I was just ragging on you guys because it shouldn't even be close,
Yeah,
right?
it shouldn't be close, man.
I'm the guy. I'm the out of towner, right? I'm just
it shouldn't even
grinding
be close.
your
But what has
gears.
changed Texas is not just more Latinos;
Yeah.
it's more Californians. It's more wealthy, upper middle class whites with college degrees who get college degrees in things that are useless.
Well, that's the thing is the Latino vote. I mean, folks on the left and the right will say that Texas politics on the left and Texas politics on the right are still different from national politics. So even trying to coalesce a Latino vote in Texas is just insulting to the whole spectrum of people who are voting out there in the Latino community. But I think you're right. The bigger change is
Latinx.
What was that?
No.
He can't focus because he's so horny.
No. No. Yes.
He's so horny.
Wait. No to Latinx. Yes to horny.
Okay, that's fair.
But you got to look at what these votes are. Where are the people going? What are the people who are out there saying, hey, I'm a 4th generation Mexican immigrant who's been in the United States, and I'm looking at someone who's going to support the economy, that's going to try and keep my taxes low, who's going to support innovation in business. I mean, there are individuals in these communities who are saying, yes, absolutely, I'm pro-Trump. We looked at that Edison exit poll. The number of Latino men and women who are going for Trump is something that defies everything that we've heard from the Democrats and the entire progressive left of saying, hey, if your skin is this color or you identify as Latinx, then you must vote in a certain way, and it is a rebuke.
I want to do that as a video, by the way. I want to do that as a video.
Oh, yeah?
I want to go to a seriously Mexican area and ask them, refer to them as
Like El
Latinx,
Paso?
and just see the question marks in their face like they're a Pokemon who's been captured.
I can see my father-in-law, who, as I've mentioned, his name is Beto. He is from El Paso. He is not Robert, though. I can tell you if you asked him that, he would take a long swig of his Bud Heavy and walk away.
You'd be like, you Latinx? You'd be like, no, I'm still Latin. No, you're not. You're not an Latinx. Yeah, no, I'm still Latin. I don't break up with it.
Abbott and Costello walk in, it'll be crazy.
Yeah, it'd be crazy. By the way,
no good.
And they'll steal our jobs. What are we about to say there, Joe?
This is important. Trump is actually outperforming 2016 in Philadelphia right now. They just showed that just a second ago. He's actually outperforming in a very heavy Democrat
Who
area.
would have thought?
Yeah.
The first
Who would have
baseman.
thought when Stacey Abrams made the trip to take a shit down the Liberty Bell crack, that for some reason that all of us people might understand that there's a president who supports law and order. Who would have thought that same thing with Wisconsin, Kenosha. Think about that for a second. You have these crazy lockdowns in Michigan. Pennsylvania, you have no more. That's why I said I think Biden lost Pennsylvania. Going in tonight, I felt as though I could not put that on the board for Trump because Pennsylvania, look into the history, they have rampant voter fraud. They've had rampant voter fraud for a very long time. And like Reg talked about, the AG saying, there's no way, if we count all the votes, there's no way that Trump wins. But that is interesting because what matters more than even the mail-in, and I was having to go by the numbers that we had with the mail-in numbers, which surprised me with Pennsylvania versus the same day numbers. We didn't have the numbers on Philadelphia. If he's outperforming in Philadelphia what he did last year, it's a good sign. I see very little reason, unless he underperforms everywhere else because of single white bitches.
Right. He'd really have to stumble in a lot of the other counties, and I don't really.
What was that?
SWBs.
Yeah, SWBs. Single white bitches. When they say that's a big lie too. When they say suburban women don't like Donald Trump, blah 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 blah. No, these aren't moms or wives. These are women. These are the kind of who these women are. Like my wife had a friend who lived in Detroit. She was like, I'm going to go move to Detroit because they have coffee shops.
It's quaint.
And it's quaint. She thought Detroit was fun.
Right.
And then all of a sudden she realized, oh, wait a second. I've been mugged twice. My friend's been raped.
Yeah.
All of a sudden Detroit's not so cute anymore. And so she still wanted to be pro-Detroit, but she left to go live in a suburb so she could annoy all her friends at the local Starbucks, telling them about how there's this great local coffee shop in Detroit that isn't Starbucks, but she doesn't live there anymore because she values her reproductive organs. The point is, that's why Donald Trump was doing poorly with suburban women. Not because of the people you think of like Pleasantville, the mom, the wife, the Amy Coney Barretts. It's because of single women who realize that living in a city, a cesspool of filth and sadness, is absolutely terrible. And so then they move out to the suburbs, but they're still single. They don't have a family. They don't have a job. They don't have responsibilities. That's where Donald Trump lost ground. And those are kind of intangibles that they're tough to quantify in this election. But people want you to think that all of a sudden these moms, these wives who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 are turning their vote. That's actually not what's happening.
I'm actually getting some news here. I'm sorry I got to break it in here, but these hoodies are on loudwithcrowdershop.com.
They are for sale.
Fresh.
Crowder Shop.
Look at that.
Wait, is he
Fresh,
getting a
brand
commission?
new.
I think so.
He's not getting it. He was the one who
Also
came up with them. I
follow my
hate
Twitter.
hoodies.
Oh, I like that hoodie.
I like that hoodie, but I didn't want to sell a hoodie because, Trayvon.
Why did we have him sell the hoodie?
Well, why are we selling Arizona iced tea
Why
then?
not?
We're selling Arizona iced tea?
Yeah.
I thought we were selling a make it your own kit, where it was we're just selling the Skittles and the syrup. You supply the Arizona watermelon.
Yes, you're right. That's
exactly.
Correct. Sorry, I was saying correct.
You can take a drink
plausible
of that.
deniability.
You can
Sure.
take a drink of that.
It makes sense.
In your new fresh hoodie.
I don't like hoodies because I'm an adult man. Okay, I don't have a mixtape dropping.
Look. Just because you
But
don't
they
want
are
to be
nice.
comfortable
They're very nice.
while you sit around.
If you're gonna get
You
a
don't
hoodie,
always wear hoodies.
If you're going to get a hoodie,
If you're going to get a hoodie.
And you got to wait 3 weeks
is a
for
nice
the
hoodie.
Pennsylvania mail-in ballot counts. So your point about the suburban women, and really it gets back to that question of what are we looking at in the traditional models that we have for polling and how people seem to be more homogenous, and they don't take fact that different people in different areas, and especially in different counties, whether it's Maricopa County, whether it's Wayne County, whether it's Philadelphia, they're not really contemplating what are the real circumstances on the ground and how are you going to count those folks. So that's why you're seeing these other kind of startup polling places who are going and saying, I'm going to ask a different question.
Right.
I'm going to ask about what are my neighbors doing. I'm going to go and be more dogged and persistent in getting additional data points. They're going to do better and better. Your Quinnipiacs, they're falling by the wayside unless they can do something.
You can hold your liquor, but you just mispronounced Quinnipiac. All right, we are going to be back right after this. Actually, I believe with Alex Jones, I have to go pee, and then we will get the expert. How long can we take a 2.5, 3 minute break?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a 3 minute break right now because we have to get Alex Jones on the phone and make sure that he too is more sober than my half Asian lawyer Bill. And then we will be right back after this. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We got you first.
Justice.
I think you've got a confession to make. You're fake news. You are fake news. Well, Trump was making America great. Yes. Where were you?
just a sneak preview. Can I get your attention for some breaking news? The polls are already tightening. Prepare to lose. Your nursing home COVID deaths have got you blue. Things you can take for more years. My friends, your fake news. Are you ready to lose again? When Biden poops, you can try to resist, but you will lose. My terms are sort of like Twix, my friends. They come in twos. 'Cause Trump is getting the best. The best, the best, the best of you. Yeah, I keep getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you. Yeah, Trump keeps getting the best, the best, the best. I'm besting you.
You get your favorite half Asian lawyer. I am the best and the worst half Asian lawyer on this entire show.
True.
I know I've got a couple of tweets. People saying, looking very full Asian. They're saying, Gerald is outdoing me. No good. I'm not liking it. I don't like any of those comments. But I'm definitely doing way better.
You got my tweets.
I'm doing way better than Old Man King. I can't hear anything about anything you guys are doing because I don't have my headphones on, and I refuse to wear them. I don't want any of Steven's lights. We need Reg the Bandit back in the seat, getting some more data for us. But we're really seeing a very narrowing of the path. There's only so many different places we can go at this point to really know where Pennsylvania is. We've got a lot of votes that are still going to be out. I don't know if, Reg, you've gotten any information about how long this process is going to take for Pennsylvania. When are they going to start recounting or finish counting the additional ballots? And do they have an estimate as to how long that's going to be? Because I think a lot of people now are just saying, okay, how long are we waiting on Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I mean, the reports I've seen is that they are just stopping counting for the night. So that seems to indicate that, you know, we'll have to wait till tomorrow for a result from there. I mean,
if we're lucky.
Yeah. So that seems sort of premeditated to me to string things out. I mean, this is a state with, you know, a Democrat governor in control, and so I'm kind of leery about leaving that to their,
well,
their discretion.
Remember, I mean, we've talked about this already, but you've got an AG who has said, when you get all of the votes in, like he knows what the contents of the vote's going to be, what he's thinking about the end is. And, you know, we're not trying to, you know, talk about conspiracy theories. It's just what kind of reasonable assumption would one make from a public statement from the AG talking about these kind of votes when the vote should just be whatever the votes are going to be.
Right.
So, you know, I'm not sure if we've seen any other meltdowns, but CNN has continued to be pretty ho-hum, being pretty slow.
I got food in my mouth.
Well,
Steven over here is energizing. So
one thing I'll say is that in Arizona, the governor weighed in. I don't know if you guys went over this. And he said that the Arizona governor said it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported, and we haven't even started to count early ballots dropped off at the polls. In Arizona, we protect Election day. Let's count the votes.
So that's incredible to me. Do we have any indication as to how many election day ballots were dropped off, or how many non-election day ballots were dropped off.
Stay there.
Yeah, they've got 76% reporting right now in Arizona. So if we're, I mean, he's really 210,000 vote lead in Arizona right now. He's going to have to carry most of what's coming in. So I think it looks pretty bad.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be. It's going to be a lot.
It doesn't change Pennsylvania, Michigan.
You've got to absolutely get most of those votes if you're Trump trying to eke out a victory. I understand that the thoughts are, okay, maybe it's too early to call, but this is not even going to be, what was it in 2016, a 0.7% lead that was had by Trump in 2016. So, I mean, I think you're going to look at something even closer than that. So you're going to add in, maybe Arizona is going to come down to some very last minute, maybe that's tomorrow or the day after. You've got Pennsylvania that's going to be tomorrow or the day after that, if not even longer.
Or Friday. They predicted Friday before the election.
Yeah. Okay.
That it would take them until Friday to be able to count all the votes because I don't know why.
Well, look, I don't know if anybody can wait until the weekend. I didn't board up the windows at my law office, so I'm a little concerned about that.
You probably ought to do that.
And I brought all my guns here to the studio, so that's
we appreciate
exciting.
it.
Now I'm going to take my desk back. I'm going to give you guys some bulletproof vests.
Okay.
Poor decision making here.
Yeah. This is light. Holy crap!
Well, that's a
really?
T-shirt. And then hold on a second. We have Alex Jones on. I forgot something.
No, this
hold on.
This is freaking awesome right here.
I just want you to make sure you guys. I want to make sure. Well, first of all, if you're one of the over 500,000 people that are here watching this stream and you're sticking around to watch me, thank you. If you're here to stick around
Numbers
and watch
dropped to 250.
Steven,
they're going down pretty fast.
Dang it! But if you're here to stick around to see Steven talk with Alex Jones, we all know how big tech talks about Alex Jones. We know how they really don't like to see him, and we really know how much Spotify employees really don't like Alex Jones. But he'll be here talking with Steven a little bit. But don't forget, Steven was handing out SpartanArmorSystems.com, our newest sponsor, supporting us. Great body armor. He gave the rest of us, Steven, and he gave us all body armor. He gave Gerald a T-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you guys try them on.
But it has the logo on it.
Oh, good.
So that's good.
Well, is it bulletproof? Is the logo going to say?
Yeah, try them on. Oh, no. This seat is warm.
Asian warm.
You know what I mean? Like when you sit in someone else's seat in school?
Yeah.
So sorry, hold on a second. I don't know if you could hear when I was talking before, but my nose got all stuffy.
Did it?
What do you mean? What about my nose? So I got to... I've never used these where you don't actually press it in your nose.
Did you have to do this on air? I don't...
I think
I have to do it on air, so you guys can just listen to Gerald and stuff. And what I'm going to do...
I hear that's
and you know what else I got? Look at this. I got, because I got a Quip toothbrush. Not a Quip. It's not a Quip.
The
What are these
thing
called?
where you just...
Whiffs.
Those are good.
Quip is the one that sponsors Ben Shapiro, but they were afraid because they thought this show was too controversial.
Do you have bad breath or something?
I feel like Wisps is...
No, I tried to eat something in their break.
That's not a good idea.
The good thing is,
Oh, Lord.
I got toilet paper so I can keep it sanitary.
How in the world did we get 500,000 people
I'm not
to
even
sign up for
confident
this?
how this is happening right now.
I don't
but
think
like
it's real.
Hey, Alex Jones, I'll be with you in 1 second, brother.
Sorry, Alex.
So does that have like the little mouthwash ball in it?
Yet, so,
is that the whole thing?
This little thing.
Yeah.
No, that's crazy.
Look, it's got this.
Those are nice. Those are...
Can we go to this?
Yeah, it's a little toothbrush.
That looks great. That's a great shot.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's very. We'll bring those guys on.
You know, you can tell your story. I was watching the 2020 election, and Steven Crowder brushed his teeth.
I look left.
That's your
Just
story.
refreshing.
Right, and then left again.
Are you okay?
All right.
Stage left. And I feel like Steven's getting ready for Alex.
Mental Health Awareness Week.
I'm excited about that. Wow.
At least he didn't go sniff you, Bill.
We do have Joe
That's
Biden
great.
running for president, so.
That is true, yes.
I mean,
All right. Okay. Do we have our next guest on? Is he ready for us?
He's ready.
All right. Our next guest, you know him, you love him. I was about to tell him to promote this on social media, but they've shadow banned him. Actual outright banned him.
For Trump.
But I host him on the show because I don't believe in doggy piling. Mr. Alex Jones, InfoWars. How are you, sir?
You were talking about that.
No, it was Roger that was talking.
Roger saying he helped me call it back.
And here's a statement about Arizona. They say it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes.
Does he not know that I'm here?
And we haven't even started to count.
Okay, let's go to Steven Crowder right now. We'll go back to you guys. Steven Crowder, we appreciate you being with us at 11:20 12 Central Time, Texas time.
Hey, screw you. I
were in the state of
appreciate you being with me. Yeah, I'm not on your show. You're on my show. You son of a. Can I say? I don't know. Yours is broadcast on radio too, so I can't.
No, say you piece of filth.
Okay, you piece of glorious filth. I was just saying. Sorry, I had to brush my teeth because we don't have these commercial breaks here, and I hate the doggy pile that happens with people like you. We usually send to people, hey, promote this on social media, and I realize, sorry, you can't. And so I said that's wrong. And even though I disagree with you more than a lot of people who used to host you, I just can't get on board with people who don't support you afterwards. So I'm glad to have you on here tonight. And what is the best site, Alex, for people who are tuning into my stream here?
That would be Infowars.com or Newswars.com or electionnight.news. But listen, you're here with us. We love you. Your bet, is Trump winning? Is Trump losing?
Yeah,
I think Trump's winning. Put it on the line.
Yeah, so I did a whole kind of breakdown early on in the show with early voting and with the percentage of the early vote and what kind of a gap there needed to be. Thus far, I've been right about all of it except for Arizona, which seems to me like there was a little bit of an early call. Arizona's a little bit tough because there have been some serious demographic changes. But right now, I think one thing Alex Jones and everybody else sort of gets wrong is what's going on there, Quarter Black Carrot?
Nothing.
Okay.
Don't worry about it.
What's going on here is Joe Biden needs to run the board. People act like Donald Trump does. Donald Trump, he just needs to win Michigan or Pennsylvania, and then he can win any of the other. He can win Wisconsin and Michigan. He can win Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. Joe Biden, even at this point, let's assume he does win Arizona, he needs to win Michigan and Pennsylvania, the big, or he needs to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, and then Michigan or Pennsylvania. So there are still fewer options for Joe Biden at this point. And I will say this. I don't know. And this could go either way. It doesn't change what I do. My problem is with the media, right? No one's going to be making a highlight reel out of me because I'm going to light up a nice cigar either way. But I am surprised to see Donald Trump outpunting his coverage from 2016 in Philadelphia and seeing how he's doing better with black men, black women, Latinos, and we haven't had the same kind of demographic shifts in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin that we saw in Arizona. It bodes well for him. It's anyone's game, but it does bode well for him. Gun to my head, I still bet that Donald Trump wins.
Well, I hope that's the case. Stephen Crowder is here with us.
What do you think?
Election night. No, I mean, I am not the mathematician like you are, but I'm seeing some of the same numbers you're seeing. What do you think is going to happen if Trump wins versus Trump loses? What does Trump need to do if he wins versus if the Democrats win? What's going to happen?
So if Donald Trump wins, we're going to see some civil unrest. Elijah Schaefer, I believe, is on the ground in D.C., who we'll be checking in with because he said that they already have. Apparently, pallets of bricks have been appearing, like power-ups in Mario 3 out of nowhere. So I think if Donald Trump actually, if he wins, I think he actually needs to probably move pretty quickly in quelling any civil unrest. And I don't mean quelling any protests, that's fine, but civil unrest that could harm fellow Americans.
You mean quelling murder and burning and death?
Primarily, yes.
Nailed it.
Yes, exactly. I have no problem if someone wants to go out with their signs and, shout that someone's a racist or wave a shaman stick over some poppies. That doesn't bother me one bit. But if they start burning down a Walgreens, I think Donald Trump's going to need to stop that pretty quickly. If Joe Biden wins, I think there's still going to be right. Here's the thing. In Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, right, they're boarding up their shops. And that's obviously not because of Trump supporters, right? What is so shocking to me, I shouldn't say shocking, but what is very difficult for me to comprehend is that these places, right, they oppose Donald Trump and they're boarding up their stores like Austin. When has anyone ever boarded up a store because they're afraid of, quote unquote, the Proud Boys? No, they know who's rioting and looting, and they know that if Donald Trump wins this in a fair election, that they can expect their own stuff to be burned down. Please kill me last. Well, okay. I guess you're last.
By the way, Stephen Crowder, are you wearing a shoulder holster firearm right now?
I am wearing a shoulder holster right now. I'm wearing the same shoulder holster that I wore at Jared Foster's there in Austin. Yeah, it's an old 357 Magnum. That's a 7-shot or 8-shot actually. Just because I wanted to go classic. I wanted to go old Dirty Harry look. I know that you're probably carrying a firearm, but it's probably in the waistband. I said this earlier to Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire folks. The reason I wear it is my wife likes suspenders, but I'm not Larry King. And I came home one day in this, and she got very handsy. So now I wear it at every opportunity.
No, I agree. When I come home, Like I have like machine gun belts and like hand grenades. My wife gets so excited.
Yeah, well, just don't dirty talk and tell her to pull the pin.
What is that giant bottle of liquor you got right there?
Well, because I would say it's Wild Fowl 102 because they're not a sponsor, but it's nice. I actually haven't had that much to drink tonight. I was planning on it when Donald Trump won, but I haven't been doing that. Seems to me like you guys might have been doing a little bit of drinking tonight.
I think I've had a couple drinks.
I've been drinking.
I never know with you, Alex, because sometimes you're like, I'll talk with you. I'm like, yeah, maybe we can go grab it. You're like, no, I'm not drinking anymore. I stopped. My sleep is better. And then you're like, I'm drinking again. So I never know.
No, I go on and off of it. I did like 4 months last year. Don't drink. I lost like 30 pounds. But let's get serious. Steven Crowder.
Okay, I was.
2020 election. How epic is this? And it's so nail biting. Like, is Trump going to win? Like, what are the latest numbers? I want to hear it. I just want to be here with Steven Crowder. And we've got Owen Schroyer in the other studio. I mean, what's the latest numbers? What's happening right now?
Well, I don't know what's going on. Is there anything that's new that's developed there? Hold on. Reg the Bandit is here with me. I don't think that anything has been called right now in this period of time, but Reg the Bandit, is there something new that I should know about?
The AP did call Minnesota for Biden.
Okay.
But, that's how it was looking anyway.
Okay, so Minnesota's gone to Biden. That doesn't really necessarily surprise me. It really comes down.
Roger Stone on like 20 minutes ago. He's like, I think Arizona's preemptive. They came out and like now Arizona's not sure, right?
Yeah, it's some places are saying that Arizona is preemptive, but it doesn't seem. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone is saying that it was called wrong. They were saying that it might have been called a little bit too soon. Listen, I don't know that that's necessarily foul play. I just think people are eager to try and call something first. So it really does come down to Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And if Donald Trump wins 2 of those, he wins. It really is. Listen, it's anyone's game. They haven't called Iowa, as far as I know. That's obviously Donald Trump. And they haven't called North Carolina or Georgia.
So let me ask you this question, Steven Crowder, with your great audience right now, tune in. What happens if the left wins versus what happens if Trump wins? What do they do? Like, what's their victory dance versus their defeat event?
Well, I think, remember the song The Mexican Hat Dance? It's similar, only no hat. They just dance on Mexicans.
That makes sense.
They just stomp. My point is they just stomp people. That's what they do. I don't think it really matters. I think maybe they might put Eddie Haskell it and put on a nice face for a couple of days if Joe Biden wins. But I think it's pretty tough, to put that genie back in the bottle when people are ready to burn stuff down right now. If Trump wins, I think there's still going to be some destruction. I come from Montreal, where listen, if the Montreal Canadiens won the Stanley Cup, our city rioted. If they lost, our city rioted.
So what happens though if Trump wins?
If Trump wins, I expect there to be some significant violence in the street.
But you're absolutely right, because they want power. They want political domination.
Right.
And so they want fascism, so they're going to do it. The only question is how bad is it going to be?
Yeah, I don't know how bad it's going to be, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if this if it dwarfed the kind of riots that we've seen over the year of 2020, or I guess I should say earlier in the year in 2020, over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Steven Crowder, I got to say it. I agree with you.
Yeah, I hate it. I don't want that to be the case. Yeah.
You can't have a gallon of whiskey on your desk without taking the top off and drinking at least 5 ounces right now.
I can't do it.
Trump's gonna,
I can't do it. I'm carrying, Alex. I'm not going to commit a crime. You should know better.
Oh, you're concealed carrying under Texas law. But you're not driving a vehicle, though.
I'm not driving a vehicle, and technically I'm open carrying. So you know what? All right.
That's right.
5 ounces, I think?
5 ounces of Trump blues.
I'm not going to open 5 ounces. I'm not going to open 5 ounces because I have to finish a broadcast here, Alex.
Fine. You're going to do a great job.
This is what everybody wants. Thank you for look. You know what I wish?
I wish sell 100 mugs. That's probably 5. It's 5 shots.
That's probably 5 shots. Yeah. I wish that we had those big ice cubes, so it doesn't dilute over the course of the show.
Big juicy ones, yeah.
Yeah, I thought we had some, but unfortunately my wife used them for some kind of a project she found on Etsy, so, I beat her without mercy.
Some kind of ice project?
Here we go. Oh.
Here you can see there's a little bit in there. Now, keep in mind, Joe Rogan couldn't peer pressure me to drink Gentleman Jack the way you just did for 2 reasons. 1, Gentleman Jack sucks.
It's not good.
2, I understand that you have my best interest at heart. I feel like Joe Rogan just wanted to argue with me about pot.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
But I think that you just want me to have a good time. All right.
The truth is, Stephen, we're going to get married.
Oh, hey, and by the way, Alex Jones, we do have to get going. Did you read that Bloomberg article, by the way, that came out?
Yeah, somebody's saying.
No, which one?
Okay, because I was worried that you might read, because there was this Bloomberg article came out that was a hit piece where they asked me about you, and I said, like, oh, yeah, I said I had him on. I said I disagree with Alex Jones on a whole lot, but obviously he's an interesting character, and I don't like the doggy pile, and so I feel compelled to have him on. And then in the article, it just said Steven Crowder said he was an interesting character. So if it comes down to it, I've got the full phone call recorded. I actually was quite nice.
Hey, I disagree with me a lot. I just love your show. I watch you. Here's the thing. I watch you on my TV. I like go to your channel and we watch it with the kids. So I watch you every day. So I'm like, I know you. So I don't care if you attack me. I deserve to be attacked.
No, but the point is, Alex, I didn't attack you. This whole piece was I was going, maybe Alex needs to know.
They misrepresent everything. I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Because you are an interesting character.
I don't read what they say and believe it. So
yeah, you are an interesting character. You know that, but that's not an insult. You are a character, and I don't mean you're playing a character. It's like you're a character. You're a guy. You're a character.
We're all characters. So gut level, is Trump going to be president tomorrow morning?
Gut level, yes. What do you think?
I agree.
Okay, good. All right.
I mean, he better be. My God, if that walking corpse is the president and people buy into that,
I tell you what,
I don't know what to
have
say,
you actually
Stephen.
tried to watch a full Biden rally? I don't mean 5 or 10 minutes. A full Biden rally? Have you tried?
No. I agree with you. Everybody's like, oh, it's out of context. I've sat there like 5 or 6 times and watched like an hour. It's worse than the clips. It's like, what the hell is this?
And I tell you what, I know that you've had a few, Alex, and you're still far more articulate than Joe Biden when he when he's on speed. By the way, right now they're saying on CNN that Joe Biden is to make a statement shortly.
Yep.
Oh, so I wonder what that's about. Please don't tell me he's saying I'm going to pull the switcheroo with Carmella. I get it's Kamala, but I want her to keep
in
racism.
Axios this morning. This morning in Axios, he said, I'm going to assert power and declare myself the winner, and the media is going to declare me the winner. So we're about to see history right now, Crowder.
Oh, my God.
Steven, I've had nothing to drink today, okay?
Okay, well, that's fair. So you haven't had any domesticated fowl 102?
And Joe Biden's not a Chi-Com agent.
No.
I've never had one drink of my life, and Joe Biden is not a traitor.
All right, Infowars.com. Alex, we do have to get going, but I appreciate you being on, brother, and maybe you're right. I do want to stay tuned here for this next statement. Yeah. I think he just hung up on us. Okay.
And Iowa and Montana are going for Trump.
Oh, surprise!
Oh, yeah.
Remember, Iowa was supposed to be a swing state.
By the way, so Getzman on Wayne County, he's outperforming 2016 in Wayne County. He's outperforming in Grand Rapids, and it just keeps getting bigger. 300,000 vote lead roughly in Michigan right now, 600,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania.
Is it just me or does Gerald sound a little low?
Deep voice or volume?
I don't know. I think you might need to turn it towards you. Well, you guys didn't put on your bulletproof vests.
Oh, I didn't know.
So that was Alex Jones. Again, the promo code is Crowder Election Stream, and you get $30 off. Folks, listen, if you want 4 more years of this, and you don't have to do this, you can pirate it, you can do it for free. We just ask that you don't. Crowder Election Stream, that's the hashtag, that's the promo code. You get $30 off, and you get to spend every day with us where we read your chats, where we spend time with you. Maybe in a little bit we can actually read some chats from people in the Blaze. I don't know if we necessarily have any. Does anyone know what Biden is going to do? Do you think he's going to try and declare victory?
No, I think he's saying go to bed.
What do you say? Everybody sleep on it.
Is it we're not going to find out tonight? Is that?
Yeah.
That's
probably what it is.
Guys, if we don't find out tonight, you guys can just leave the camera on in the studio, and I'm going to stick around.
He is up way past his bedtime. You know he
it's a
never
recorded
gets,
statement. Come on.
He never gets to Tuesday evening without calling a lid. Okay, guys. Like, we don't need to punch.
Guys, I've been in bed for 6 hours. I hope things are going well.
I tell you what. Fair point. You guys know me. I'm an old man. I'm always asleep by 10.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
So this is what I think Biden's going to say. I think he's going to say it's clear that we're not going to have the results tonight. So he's going to say, I'm not conceding, and I'm calling a night.
Yeah.
That's what I kind of think.
I think this is just him calling a night.
I do think Donald Trump has made a statement about the Iowa going red.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, we have Donald Trump calling Iowa for us. What do we know what he's saying at all?
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, it's Trump. Oh, Iowa. Some may call you a flyover, but I don't. I love ya, because I love all states except New Jersey.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you know
Ending
what?
with a New Jersey
I
joke.
can't say it's inaccurate.
No,
He's been factual all night.
Yes, that's true.
You know, people say fake news. I say New Jersey's a cesspool.
That sounds real.
Yes.
Do we know how close we are to calling Wisconsin at all? Are we close? Because that's when we're going to have the dog, of course, attack.
Yeah. Wisconsin was that was what 1:30 a.m. in 2016.
Yeah, in 2016.
Yeah, it seems like it's still a ways
and actually, we'll be ready to check in. We'll check in with Even Brendan in maybe about a minute. You guys let me know when he's ready because he'll be preparing to be attacked by Ice the dog.
Yeah. Can we just do it for fun? I mean,
no. We got to wait until they call. But I just want to check in and make sure he's at the ready.
Okay.
Boo.
So what were you about to say there?
I was just going to say Fox News retracted their call of Arizona.
Oh, really? Okay, so
who knows? Who knows?
Let's pull Arizona off then. I think we should pull Arizona off the map because I think that's some bullshit.
Yeah, and I think I
don't need any more justification than that, do I? It's my show.
No, that sounds reasonable.
It's my show.
Them's just some bullshit.
It's some bullshitsin'.
The bullshit.
I don't think that. I think Arizona was called too soon. I think Arizona might go to Biden. That was the one that I thought would go to Biden just because of the consistent leads until the recent polls that had switched. But I still wouldn't be surprised to see Donald Trump win Arizona by a point.
I'm a little surprised, I would say. I thought it was going to be like razor thin down to the wire with him 200 and something thousand votes right now. That's a little more than I thought. Unless, like you said, they haven't counted all the in-person votes. They're saying it's too early. We'll see kind of how it shakes out.
Do we know if they've not counted the in-person votes with Arizona versus the mail-in votes? Do we know what that's?
I think they have not counted the absentee votes. I think that's part of what's outstanding. So that doesn't seem as promising.
Well, hold on. Let me see. The New York Times is reporting that 93% of counties, so 14 out of 15, have reported their absentee votes.
Okay.
So, again, where that final number comes out, not entirely sure.
Do they say on the New York Times? Or New York
yes,
Post?
New York Times.
Do they say how much of the same-day voting has been reported?
This looks like 76%.
Okay, so there's more of the absentee votes counted than the same
overall.
day.
So I think the governor's statement was we haven't counted all of the in-person votes. I thought that's what the governor said.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So in other words, but you're saying 93% of the counties have counted their absentee votes and only 70-something% of today's votes.
It's not
70, overall, 75%.
I think this is an overall
76%.
number. Honestly, the website is not very clear from the New York Times, but we can dig into that data and see what else we've got there.
Okay, I think right now we lost CNN for a little bit. We're trying to get the stream back up.
It's okay.
This is one of those things that can we check in with Brendan then and see if he's ready? Maybe that might be something to do right now as we wait. All right, let's check in. Even Brendan and Ice the dog, who will be attacking him later. Even Brendan, can you hear us, sir? Yeah, he's right there. Okay, he's getting ready to be attacked by a dog when we call Wisconsin. That's his home state.
I cannot wait for this.
He would have to drive 2 hours just to go to a Chick-fil-A.
Really?
What's he wearing?
That's not.
He's wearing a bodysuit.
A body.
So he's wearing a bodysuit.
Looks like a sumo wrestling.
Like does it have pillows in it?
Yeah,
like,
I don't know what. Well, it's padded. It's padded. These are technical things you need not worry yourself with. It's a padded suit because he's going to be attacked by a belt. Yeah, it's a big dog. It's a very big dog. It's going to hurt a lot, but he volunteered for this. And by volunteered, I mean it was in his contract.
He knew.
Brendan, did you volunteer for this?
Well, we can't hear him. We don't have a microphone.
That's a good.
Do we have a micro? Are we going to have a microphone when we actually attack him there, Tim from HR?
Yes.
We're going to have a microphone when he gets mauled, right?
We have to hear the screaming.
Yeah, we have to hear the screaming.
Yeah.
We are going to have, hey, Tim from HR, we're going to have a microphone when Brendan gets mauled, right? Okay,
yes.
Right now I can't hear him. I just see his stupid little Liberty Bell looking haircut.
The mop top.
He doesn't even know. All right, that's enough from even Brendan. Let's see. Let's go back to CNN now with John King. Oh my God, that's a 12-point lead for Trump in Michigan. How much of the vote has come in Michigan?
5% in here.
Can't see it yet.
Let's see here.
And in Pennsylvania, 61%. 61%. And he has a 15-point lead. Wisconsin, 70%, and he has a 51. Here's what it comes down to: Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and Madison. With Milwaukee and Madison, if that has already come in and he's already at a lead, then it's over in Wisconsin.
I think Milwaukee is going to come in toward the end of the night. So that's sort of a wild card there.
It's a wild card, but again, because he's doing better with black voters, and there still are in Milwaukee a lot of, hey, look, half Asian Bill is wearing his vest. That's 44 Magnum proof.
I feel like I need to be negotiating a hostage release right now.
That guy, he looks tough.
This is the classic, I just walked up, I'm drinking this terrible coffee, crumple up the styrofoam, boom, jump, I don't care. Boom. Walk away.
All right, NCIS. Hey.
This is my case now, son of a bitch. They brought in the feds. They don't know anything about my town. They think they know how to do my job better than me on this boardwalk. When was the last time they set foot on this boardwalk? Never. That's when. Feds.
Oh, that's pretty good.
It's my jurisdiction.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Send in Cockburn.
A lot of talk about jurisdictions.
Let him talk about jurisdiction.
Gosh, you're always
you're off the case.
Give you
You're on
the
the
juice.
This is
My
kind
Hammer
of
your badge.
par for the course tonight. We're all talking about
It
jurisdiction.
should used to be more classic. Like, they all show up and they're like, no, you have to do it.
Right.
No, you have to do it.
No, you.
Hey, by
You
the
have
way,
to do it.
I didn't pour or drink 5 ounces of that whiskey.
What?
Well,
Because I saw how Alex Jones was talking.
you mean well?
I think in like 2 hours, Alex is gonna be like, I was with Steven and Steven drank 97 ounces. He drank the whole bottle.
Listen, folks, listen. I don't want to speak out of turn, and I know that the media's going to take this out of context. I watched Steven Crowder drink 2 giant 3-liter bottles of Wild Turkey whiskey.
I have the document.
I have the documents to prove it. And then he infected knowingly
bring me those documents.
Guatemala with gonorrhea as an experiment of biochemical warfare. Now, I like Steven. He's got a lot of good qualities, but he's an alcoholic.
Look, it takes one to know one.
Yeah, never mind.
Love
He
Alex.
encouraged you
Love
to do
Alex.
It's Alex Jones is an entertaining character.
Oh, I love Alex.
He absolutely is an entertaining character. All right, let me ask you guys. Gut, does Trump win?
it. Yes.
Gut, does Trump win?
Barely.
Gut, does Trump win?
Barely, I'm going to say.
Gut, does Trump win?
Close. Yeah.
Gut, Audio Wade.
Yes, he wins.
Yeah, I would say barely too.
What does barely mean to you guys?
I think he
Define
wins
barely.
Wisconsin and one of the other two.
I don't see any surprises on this map right now.
I'd say, look,
The way it's
What do you
Yeah.
know?
I'm right there.
What I'm saying is, like, there's nothing that he won last time that he is losing
Other
on
than
this
Arizona
map.
right now.
Arizona.
Yeah, the
Arizona
Arizona
we
but,
took
yeah.
off.
I'll say
That's
that,
true.
that there is some confusion on Twitter. Several high-level accounts that were verified were saying that Trump had retracted it, but Fox now says,
check marks, man.
per a network source, that they have not retracted it. But none of the other networks have called Arizona for either candidate, so that still seems to be in play some. But as for my gut feeling, I looked at the electoral map, and there are several scenarios, where Trump gets in the 270s, 280s that are all very workable, So it may just come down.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Okay, show of hands, and we'll just show the long shot here, Cordell Black Garrett. Who thinks that Trump wins, or whatever? I'm just saying. Who thinks that Trump wins at least one of either Michigan or Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. That is huge, because then who thinks that he wins one of the other Midwestern states, being Wisconsin or Pennsylvania? I think he probably does.
Yeah, I think he wins Michigan.
I think he wins Pennsylvania if not for voter fraud. And I don't want to be that person who says, oh, Donald Trump wins if not for voter fraud, period. No, I'm not talking about a national level. Pennsylvania specifically is rife with voter fraud. I don't know if we have that segment or if you can bring it up, the voter fraud segment, but a lot of those ballots discarded and a lot of double registration and a lot of extending the deadline always happens in Pennsylvania.
And
it's well known that Pennsylvania is a hotbed for voter
Now
fraud.
look what CNN's reporting right now. They're saying they just showed a 15% lead by Donald Trump, with 61% of the estimated vote having come in. Though, of course, you've got a huge number of absentee ballots that have not been tallied and will be, according to what Gerald and Reg are saying, will be counted by maybe Thursday or Friday. So I think there's going to be a lot of nail biting that happens. And I really am confident that, yes, there are a lot of paths, but I think it all ends in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it's 670,000 vote.
Unless
right now in
Trump
Pennsylvania.
wins both Wisconsin and Michigan, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think Wisconsin's
true.
the toss-up. I think Michigan's looking really, really strong for him right now. I think he's outperforming by like 70 or 80,000 votes in Wayne County if the projections just extrapolate out.
Let me ask you this:
He's doing
what
good.
do you think is ethical with Pennsylvania? Because some people have said we should know election night. Some people have said we should wait until all the votes are counted. What do you think is the ethical thing to do in Pennsylvania? Do we wait 2-3 weeks? Do we count all the way into December?
There's no system under the law that would the current structure of how votes are counted in Pennsylvania that should allow us to be going weeks and weeks out. Even the officials there are saying we'll be able to count them by Friday, and for us to have some kind of question about a couple of days of counting or even to early next week, terrible, not ideal, not great. A lot of consternation, a lot of up in the air that's not ideal. But we have to be the group that believes in democracy, even if we are going to call out problems with these votes. And trust me, I don't think there's going to be anything good that's going to come out of looking at these votes in terms of how they're actually being counted and the concern that we have about how these mail-in ballots actually got there and how they're being counted, or more importantly, which ones get through.
My worry is that when you count after Election Day, that the postmarking can be funged a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That you don't necessarily know if they came in before Election time. As far as I'm concerned, if you're an adult, you get your ballot in before Election Day, and you get your ballot in so that it can be counted by Election Day. And I understand that some states, but again, people, what they often do is they say, well, this hasn't been the rule. In states like Ohio, there was the governor of Ohio. What's his name? DeWine? What's his name? DeWine? DeWitt?
DeWine.
The lovely
derelict.
Somebody
well, I guess Governor Derelict. My ball.
I mean, I feel like CNN is about to just be like, oh, yeah, Biden, 290, good night.
Well, don't you notice at CNN, they don't have Texas filled in. They don't have Iowa filled in. This is what's so telling. And by the way, I don't know if there's any other stream out there, Reg the Bandit, if they're telling us if there's a stream out there like ABC, NBC, CBS, where it's either more accurate or they're more on meltdown.
Yeah.
But listen, I think they're nervous, and I think we're nervous, and I think that that's fair. I never told you that Donald Trump was going to win, but I think that people are going to be surprised, and they wanted you to think that Donald Trump was going to, that Georgia was a toss-up, that North Carolina was a toss-up, that Florida, Ohio. What did I tell you tonight? I said the ones I'm most confident about here are Florida, Ohio, and Iowa, and those are called, and they're by big margin.
So now we're seeing on the New York Times that they are, with their little meter, mabobber, whatever that is, that the margin is +7 for Trump, 81% reporting, but their forecast is 67% Biden.
For which state?
For Georgia.
For Georgia?
What? For Georgia. Yeah.
Does that mean because there hasn't been Atlanta counted or something like that in Georgia?
Not entirely clear, but they're saying tilting Biden in terms of a win probability. Now, not a heavy switch, just kind of slightly left of center. But
Atlanta would probably swing Biden.
Yeah, so
Atlanta would swing Biden for sure.
It looked like they just counted Atlanta. They're counting Atlanta now, and Biden is up 0.5 on the New York Times little meter that I have there. So,
overall,
with 81% reporting, overall.
Of the vote in Georgia.
Yeah, less than 1 point. Though.
How much of that is early voting versus how much of that is same-day voting?
Yeah, that's they're breaking it down by county, but not by earlier.
Trump still has a 7-point lead with 81% of the vote in Georgia on CNN right now.
So let me.
Is that updated?
Well, I think maybe they're a little bit late.
They're behind.
If Trump were to actually lose Georgia, you probably could come pretty close to calling that election. It's very unlikely.
I think it's going to be pretty indicative. So some interesting data on the New York Times. They've got a little section specifically for Georgia that talks about what's changed from 2016 in precincts where voting is complete, and you have seen a +14 for Trump and +12 for Trump in majority Hispanic and Cuban neighborhoods, +6 with in urban areas, and +2 with majority
How
black.
How did Cubans make their way to Georgia? You can't raft across land.
They're everywhere, man. They get into Florida. They're like,
it's the next place north.
I'm not into swamps. They go to Georgia.
There you go.
Really?
Yeah.
A little less swampy.
Hey, they finally called Florida on CNN. Hey,
they got around.
Jeez.
So here's the interesting number in Georgia. The vote shift for Biden was majority age 65 plus and white, fewer college grads. Now, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
There are areas that just have those types of people. Plus 0.5 for Biden this time around. 1.5 million votes. So I think that's some effective getting out the vote on the Democrats in Georgia who are making some gains there. But it looks like, still 67% for Georgia. Potential probability of win for the New York Times.
Yeah, they have a 67% chance of Biden winning Georgia and an 85% chance of Trump winning North Carolina. I don't know that I buy that with Georgia. I don't know. I mean, again, the New York Times.
That's a big one. He peels that off. That's a big one.
Yeah, that would be a big one if that actually happens. What are you about to say there, Reg?
Oh, I was just saying, you're asking about, what's ethical with waiting to count all the votes coming in, specifically in regard to like Pennsylvania. And I think it's one thing if it just takes a long time to count the votes. It's another thing if Pennsylvania says, we're stopping counting the night of the election, and it's not even that far in, and then you have the Attorney General saying, even if Trump wins, we're going to litigate this. We've gone 0-6 with like that. Yeah. If you're doing it on purpose, just to sort of string things out and buy time, that seems sort of
is he about to do the
dishonest.
Oh, here we go.
Is Biden about to speak?
It looks like he's coming out.
Oh, he's coming out. Let's see what he has to say.
Let's see.
Somebody's coming out.
It's all the Trump voters.
Or whatever those
What happened to his stylish Hugo Boss black mask? Okay. If he declares victory...
Oh, yeah.
I think he's just going to say...
Go to bed.
Go to bed,
Your patience is commendable. We knew
Say
this
he's
was going to
going
go
to bed.
long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer.
Everyone, dumbass.
It's on the news.
We feel good about where we are. We really do.
He doesn't know where he is, but he feels good about it.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
He looks like he got sunburned on a ski hill.
Yeah.
But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe
You're feeling
one
good
of the
'cause you're
Nets has
hopped up on
suggested
painkillers.
we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
I don't know why you feel
And
really
by the
good.
way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early.
Oh, jeez.
Get back on YouTube.
Well, we need a
YouTube's
concentrated effort on the rest of social media, guys, and
Yeah.
everyone out there to let people
Yeah,
know.
it was Facebook took us down, so
Okay.
it took both streams down. Now we are back up on YouTube.
We are back up on YouTube.
okay.
All right, everyone on
Very
YouTube,
good.
please tweet this out. Facebook took us
Yes.
down. Make
Again.
sure that Half Asian Bill knows. Let him know that it was Facebook that took us down, and the social team to get everything back up.
Yeah,
what were
bastards.
we at before we were torn down?
Over 500.
We were over 500,000 on
Yeah.
YouTube, and then all of a sudden our stream went down on the YouTube. So anything you guys can do, whether it's Instagram, whether it's a Facebook post.
Yeah, let all your friends
and of
know we're
course,
up.
everyone, we don't know exactly what happened yet, but this is why it is very important that you join at louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub. It's what allows us to keep doing this. This is what allows my half-Asian lawyer to go out there and kick some asses. This is one of those things where you don't get it back, right? You don't
Yeah,
get it.
no,
Oh, it's
exactly.
a glitch. Well, we don't even know what's going on with Facebook. We can't necessarily reach somebody at Facebook. If we didn't have you guys supporting us, and this has always been streaming for people who miss a portion, a few minutes on YouTube or on Facebook, where I guess we may not ever actually be back up tonight, you would have watched everything over there on Mug Club over there at the Blaze. So please do consider joining. And this didn't happen with the Young Turks.
Yeah. I don't think Facebook
It doesn't happen with these other shows going on,
Yeah.
and we take extra precautions to make sure that we are within fair use. That we
it
are
did
not
go down
violating
during the
copyright.
speech.
It went down during the speech.
Facebook.
Wow.
They're a fair arbiter. Yeah.
I thought it went down after Alex Jones.
It was long after
They
Alex
were
Jones.
unhappy with that.
But something else that I want you folks to I sound like Joe Biden. Something else I want you folks to know. It was Facebook. It wasn't
You
YouTube.
fixed it, Bill. Good
Rich.
job.
So, guys, anyone needs anything from me out there to get it back up on YouTube, let me know. As far as getting people back here so that they don't think they lost the stream. What was I saying? What was I saying before that?
Something about Alex Jones, but
YouTube and Blaze and us are all sending out. Make sure people know that.
No, what was I saying before that? Something about folks, and I said I sounded like Joe Biden.
They took it down during the Biden speech.
They took it down during the Biden speech.
Yeah.
That's not what I was going to say.
Yeah.
But I don't remember exactly what
Dang
I
it.
keep dropping my cigar. It's one of those things that is kind of, it's par for the course, but you wish that it wouldn't happen.
yeah.
You wish that it wouldn't happen anymore because you're playing fairly, you're playing by the rules, and this stream tonight has been smoking.
Yeah.
Anyone else? It's not even close. Not even close. There isn't even a distance second. And I mean that, by the way, with conservative and liberal streams.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we get targeted and we get taken down. And it's one of is it par for the course? Sure, but we have to build in costs of lawyers. We have to build in costs of being able to take down streams, mobilize them really quickly, get them back up. It takes a while to get this going. And so I really appreciate you guys being with me, and I hope that you understand that your support over there at Mug Club, ladderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club. I cannot thank you guys enough.
Yeah.
The promo code is Crowder Election Stream, and you get $30 off. You know what's funny is I'm not demoralized at all by the election, because whatever happens, it doesn't change what we do.
Right.
Yeah.
But I always get it always takes a little bit of wind out of your sails when you do everything right and you get taken down. And we know that tomorrow or the next day this issue will be resolved with YouTube or Facebook, because it always has been. But you don't get it back. So imagine that. Let's say you're having a commission coming in on a big sale and it's gone. And they go, but you know what? We're going to make sure that you get your commission in your next sale. Doesn't matter. You don't get that back.
Yeah.
That's what happens with us all the time. It's what happened with ABC. Is it ABC Disney?
Yeah.
NBC
Disney.
Universal, Vox, who, by the way, are also producing a show with YouTube. It's what happened with Facebook. Do you know, for people who don't know this story, and I don't know if you want, with Facebook took revenue from me for months, for years, right? I used to run ads on Facebook, not Russian election interference, just me running ads like, hey, like this page. And they took money for years, a few bucks a day, maybe $50 a day here or there, depending if we had a big video. Then for a period of 2 weeks, they didn't take any payment. And then for a year afterwards, they continued to take payment. And Facebook came to me and said, hey, you're delinquent on your bills. You didn't make your payment. I said, well, what are you talking about? You have my payment information. They said, you need to switch it. So I switched it to PayPal. I gave them different credit card information. Guess what? Still didn't work. But they were still accepting money at that point for currently running ads. This is how I met Bill Richmond. Well, there were two ways that I met Bill Richmond, but the first time was actually my friend Jordan who introduced us. He said, here's what you do. You send them a check to accounts payable at Facebook. You send them a physical check. And if someone is stupid enough to deposit it at Facebook for that amount of money for 2 weeks, I think it was like $1,200.
Yeah.
He said, if someone is stupid enough to deposit, you have a paper trail. You have them dead to rights. Guess what? Have the bank statement. They deposit the check. And then they still say, we're going to remove your page because you're not making your payments, and we're going to send it to creditors. That's when half-Asian lawyer Bill Richmond got on the phone. That's when he started fucking up some people on Facebook, and that's when things got settled out of court. And you know what? We might be finding ourselves there again. Everyone else who bitches about censorship, they don't have what we have, which is Facebook took money, deposited it, said, we don't know where the money is, and threatened to ban the page. That's something that folks out there maybe don't know about. We don't talk about these things. Maybe it's because Alex Jones made me drink 5 ounces of liquor here on the stream. Yeah. I don't like to talk about numbers. I don't like to talk about the finances, but it is absolutely an uphill battle, the likes of which I can't fully describe to you because we don't have money from Al Jazeera and Qatar, 25, 35 million like Young Turks. But we did have the world's most powerful social media company take our money, deposit it, and then tell us they were going to remove this page anyway. And that same company decided to take our stream down tonight. You know what? Doesn't matter. We're going to keep going.
Yeah.
Maybe we have a few thousand less people. Okay. Whatever it takes, that's what it takes. Let everyone know. Crowder Election Stream.
We're climbing back up.
And we're already back to 400,000.
Yeah, 400,000. Up to 500-something thousand because of thanks, Facebook.
Well, we'll be back up.
And it doesn't. You know what? I'm grateful for anyone who's here. It's just this shouldn't happen in the United States of America.
Yeah.
When people say there's censorship and private companies can do whatever they want, I'm sorry. Private companies can do whatever they want, but could you buy a boat, find yourself out in the middle of the ocean, and then realize it doesn't float? Companies can do whatever, but I paid for a boat that floats. I have a page that I've created and managed, and we've been on the phone with you that you've said is not in violation. We've paid for advertising. You've deposited that money and then claimed that you didn't. Can you go out there and purchase a firearm that doesn't work? What if our wonderful sponsor, Spartan Armor Systems, they're bulletproof, what if they didn't work?
Yeah.
There's no recourse? Or we're all of a sudden supposed to act like there's no recourse with private companies just because it's an open platform, which it's not. I hope you guys enjoy the Supreme Court decisions coming your way. And dear Lord, I hope I'm never subpoenaed. I hope I'm never summoned. I hope I'm never required to release information that I have that nobody else has on YouTube and Facebook. But all of a sudden, because it involves them actually not providing the service they sponsored in relation to speech, it's not a First Amendment issue? No. Listen, people try and blur these lines. It doesn't need to be blurred. If you pay for a boat, it floats. If you pay for a gun, it shoots. If you pay for food, it's edible. If you pay to be on a platform where you obey the rules and you're supposed to have the same voice as everyone else, that's how it should be. That's not what they're doing. It's just like selling you a boat with a hole in it. That's the issue.
Yeah, and it should be the same set of rules that everybody plays by, right? They said, here are the rules of our platform. And it's not like it's just something fun that you go out and do. People make a living off of this stuff. And there's 100,000 people right now that we're watching that aren't because of this. Right. And it was just willy-nilly. So I guarantee you somebody at Facebook...
it wasn't willy-nilly.
No. Somebody at Facebook was waiting for the moment that we did something that they thought was out of line. I mean, how are they going to pull it off in that? Bill, do you have something? You look like you have something.
We're back over 400,000.
No, I know. We're just down 100,000 people who are watching because of Facebook, which, again, I don't want...
Arbitrarily.
I don't want to be that prodigal son going after someone else. It just bothers me that this is how it works with social media. I don't know if we need to get a phone in here for Instagram for people to see so that we tell them to get back on. I have no idea. Maybe that would be a good idea for someone to get in here from...
outside there.
Manuel! If someone is listening out there. I know you guys are having your party, but I kind of could use your support.
I can tell you that Trump is going to be making a statement tonight for Fox News, so that's something to look out for.
That is something to look out for, and also another reason that maybe we'll be banned.
And things are...
Probably.
We'll
hey, you know what? You know what? If I were Biden and Facebook, and the two are one and the same, I'd hate me too.
Yeah.
I hate everyone in this room too. Because having 500,000 people watching at that second, that's a rolling average of many, many millions. That's far better than anything CNN puts out there. People don't understand that. It's a different metric. If I were them, I would hate us too. So you know what? Don't hate the player, hate the game, and Zuckerberg.
The Zuck.
Now, this is kind of... I knew this was on the ballot.
Someone come in here with your Instagram shit. Go ahead.
But Oregon just voted to decriminalize heroin, meth, and all other street drugs.
Yeah, that's what they need.
Oregon needs more
that'll
of that.
help.
Yeah, that'll help.
I mean, that's what Portland needs.
Yeah.
It's taking Antifa, Black Bloc, and give them some black tar in the bag.
I gotta say, it's actually a smart plan.
Actually, it is. It's more sedated.
Can you imagine how many windows can they really break when they're in a back alley with needles in their arms?
Yeah, man.
You know what I think it is? I think they're tired of the Black Bloc people. It's kind of like... If you have a 90-year-old grandma, when you buy her a gift, you don't really need to buy her a gift that she wants. You need to buy her a gift that you want, but you can go like another 2 years without. Like, look, Grandma, I have a 75-inch LED screen. Look, a new iPad. That's what they're doing with Oregon. And they're like, hey, guys, look, we legalized heroin, huh? Yeah, we have Instagram right here. Hey, Instagram, just so you know, Facebook removed us and we lost 100,000 people. So please do swipe up and go tune in right now to the live stream. It's back up on YouTube because they can't keep a good man down. And by that, I mean...
Me.
Wade.
Damn it.
He's a good man.
Yeah, they can't keep Wade down. Everyone else here is horrible.
Yeah, that's true. So bad.
And all of our endeavors are tawdry.
Tawdry.
Someone
Someone listen to the word of the day.
Oh, someone's watching Downton Abbey.
How do you like that bulletproof vest? Isn't
Man,
it nice?
I like it.
Damn
Man, I walked
tawdry.
outside and I was like, ooh, I look like I drink a lot of unfiltered cigarettes.
One thing about those things...
Drank a lot of unfiltered cigarettes.
I don't know.
What does that even mean?
I was
Mush
gonna
'em
say
up.
This is the part of the night
coffee.
where it becomes sloppy. I repeat, sloppy.
I've been up since 5. It's not good.
We're having
Whatever.
a good time.
Say one thing about those vests. We wore them at the rally in Michigan, and they're actually really comfortable.
Yeah, the soft ones?
Yes, they're super
And the
comfortable under.
soft vests,
Yes.
that surprises me, they're 44 Magnum proof.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, they're
I
44
wouldn't expect
Magnum
that, 'cause
proof.
They are super comfortable. I could wear them all
And
day.
then the plate carriers, like the thick ones, which are still pretty light when you get, they're like, they're fully rifle proof.
Wow.
So yeah, I mean, you won't feel like $1 million.
No.
Don't get me wrong.
You won't be dead.
It's not going to feel like a kiss on the sternum.
No.
By the way, hey, actually, I realize right now a lot of people don't know that Hunter Biden has his own party actually right now in progress.
Okay.
And we have an exclusive because he's actually a fan of the show. I don't know why. So we tune in now again back to the Hunter Biden election live viewing party.
Oh.
Was that an M&M?
I think it was several.
Yeah.
Were they M&Ms?
They were minis.
But by the way, I think he's now planning to move to Oregon given the election results because his behavior is now acceptable.
That absolutely makes sense. Let's see what they're saying here on CNN, and then I actually want to bring in Smooth Manny and where he can fill us in on his election.
His strategy. Yeah.
Yes. What are they talking about here?
22% of that current vote is early vote.
Male
at
or
the
female
moment.
voice?
But we don't expect it to stay that
know.
small
What
of a
is it?
share. We believe in Michigan, the early vote is going to make up a majority of the overall vote, that 55%. of the overall vote in Michigan.
Yeah, but again, that's where I told you there's a 4-point spread in Michigan with the early vote. And keep in mind, there was a 5-point spread in the general election last time. So a 4-point spread might as well be a no spread.
Well, it equals to nothing. If you had a whole advantage of doing the early votes and your early votes go in one side versus the other, if it's not enough to overcome the prior advantage, you've got nothing now.
Yeah, I feel like he's going to win Michigan. I do feel like he's going to win Michigan, and if not for rampant voter fraud, I would say Pennsylvania. But I don't know. I really don't know. What are they right now? Pennsylvania, 64% of the vote in, and he is ahead by
670,000 votes.
Hey, listen, is there any way someone out there can find me the numbers, or maybe someone in the chat, in Pennsylvania, what counties have come in? Pennsylvania and Michigan. It's almost impossible.
I've got that right here.
Find.
We had it earlier, but we just...
well, you had the general, but do we know, has most of Wayne County come in Michigan?
So we've got, Michigan.
Yeah, Michigan or Pennsylvania, either of those, because that'll be big.
In Pennsylvania, I can give you these numbers here. We've got, let me just get it to where you can see it on the screen, and I'll also give you, Michigan was the other one.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
By the way, Arizona's narrowing.
So narrowing by what? Like it was a 12-point lead or something before.
Yeah, it was like 220,000 votes. It's about 170 now. I'm like 2%ing.
I feel like I have a little. I keep knocking my cigar into the ashtray. Thank God I cleaned it. I feel like I have a little bit of the Asian rosacea.
You got the flush.
You do. Well, you've got a little bit of a.
I never drink liquor. But I've probably had the equivalent to 2 drinks
You've
total.
also probably been up for like 9 straight days getting ready for this.
Well, I've been up quite a bit.
Yeah.
You know what the key is? Timothy Oliphant said, work really hard and then act like you don't. I don't work hard.
Yeah, so we've got, it looks like, it's hard for me looking at this to call it either way. If we look
Stop being retarded and look harder.
No. Look at the numbers. We've got several, we've got Philadelphia is 46% reporting, and Biden is way up there, so he probably will continue to be way up there.
He's up by 49 points in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
how the hell does that happen? They're burning your city to the ground. That'd be like sending a Sherry's Berries to the rapist while he's mounted on you. Like, do you prefer white chocolate or maybe a nice custard? 48% of Philadelphia. Have you seen your Liberty Bell?
Maybe all the right wingers left.
But Trump is outperforming 16, so that tells you how bad it was in 2016. He's outperforming his numbers in 16 in Philadelphia.
And then you have counties like Bucks that Trump is up by 15, but you only have 35% reporting, so a lot of more could come in for him there. So it's it's still a lot of counties.
Well, hold on a second. Do we know, is Bucks typically a Trump county or is Bucks typically a liberal county? Because if only 15% of the vote is coming in for Trump there, only 15% of the vote and he's up 15, and we expect it to maintain that margin of Trump being plus 15, again, that would suggest that he still keeps that lead in Pennsylvania. I don't know Pennsylvania as well as I do Michigan. And I know in Michigan, if Donald Trump is up and there's been a significant portion of Wayne County counted, the likelihood of Joe Biden making up that gap is very, very little.
So, yeah, it looks like in 2016, Bucks County was just almost even for Trump and Hillary. That actually Clinton won it by 2,000 votes.
Okay,
so it's neck and neck, 48.4 to 47.
So does that mean we can expect Bucks to be about even as opposed to a 15-point lead? Because if that means that it's going to be even, and then you have Philadelphia going to Joe Biden heavily, then that could mean that.
But he's cutting into Philadelphia, which is great. So he's cutting into these areas that Democrats have done really well, and he's got a 670,000 vote lead. I think at some point the number of outstanding votes and the percentage that should go Democrat, you start to go, well, there's no way. Right? If it's 60% of 2 million, that's 1.2 million votes. It's a 400,000 vote spread, and he's got 670,000 vote lead.
You could be right. Can you bring that up again there? Can we bring up that image again from Reg? Reg the Bandit. By the way, can we steam that flag for crying out loud?
Yeah, my God.
For crying out loud. What did you
we have a steamer?
Okay, so Lancaster, that makes sense. In Lancaster, Pennsylvania, that's all Amish. That's 82%. That's Trump. Okay, so that's done. Chester, 70% in plus 8 Trump. Westmoreland, I don't know that very well, but that's plus 39. That's almost settled 79%. So it comes down to Bucks. Last time that was an even split. If Bucks continues with Trump at a plus 15, he could still win that state. But again, look at where these margins, again, where Donald Trump is ahead, more of the vote has come in Lancaster, Chester, and in Westmoreland. So we're expecting more of the vote to come in plus Biden territory. But the biggest one is Bucks, and that's still a significant Trump.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is if Trump keeps that plus 15 in Bucks, he wins Pennsylvania. Seems like there was an even split last time. And based on what we know, something that was an even split between Hillary and, you know what? Can someone do me some research? Bucks County, fracking. Someone find me that. Bucks County, fracking.
Yeah.
If someone can find me, if Bucks County is big on fracking, there you go. There's your answer.
I would almost assume not. It's in a suburban. It's right next to Philadelphia County, so it's in the Philadelphia metropolitan area. But that being said, it could still.
But you know what though? A suburban area of Philadelphia, that's where you would expect heavy Trump voters.
Yeah.
Certainly from Hillary Clinton, because last time they weren't having their cities burned down to the ground. So people in the suburbs right outside Philadelphia, I could see that definitely leaning toward Donald Trump.
I can see that. Yeah.
What are you laughing about, audio? Wait, what's that shit-eating grin? It was your birthday yesterday. I gave you a box of cigars.
I'm excited about our next guest.
Oh, happy birthday.
Oh, give it on him for liking
My
your
smile is a
guest.
segue.
You say it's your birthday
Yeah.
because you're back in the USSR. You don't know how lucky you are, babe. I just mixed those up.
That was a treat. That was a treat for me, a Beatles fan.
Well, go screw yourself. All right. Our next guests, all kinds. I want to make sure they have this right. All kinds of entertainment from the next guest. Hold on a second. Before we go to them, before we go to these, I want to hear this other black guy, Van Jones.
This close, I think. It hurts. It just hurts.
It hurts.
People got their hopes up.
It hurts.
Looking at those polls. The political victory, I think, is still possible because you still have Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Nebraska, too.
Did you say Chew?
Oh,
was he trying to talk about? Was he talking about Jimmy Chews? In the middle of it, like this hurts. Are you Thor? Well, it hurts. Van Jones. Here, listen. The fact that it hurts, Van Jones. That's enough for me.
So they sound kind of scared.
They do sound kind of scared. I think it could go either way. I really do. I think if Biden wins Georgia, that's a real problem.
Yeah.
I'm not. But like I said, listen. Everybody out there who's watching this, I think Donald Trump is going to win. But if he doesn't, you guys need to go forward with a joyous heart and a joyous spirit because Joe Biden's going to die.
No, that's
I'm not saying take joy in him dying. What I'm saying is he's not going to be around for very long, and there aren't enough people for Kamala Harris to blow.
There's a lot of
Our next guest, HodgeTwinsTour.com, is where you can follow them, though I don't know if they're necessarily touring anymore because of the COVID. You know them. You love them. I love them. I brought them out of the closet as conservatives, and then they berated me for it. Keith and Kevin Hodge, how are you, sirs?
Oh, we're doing great, my white friend.
That's racist, and we don't need racism here.
Hey, Steven, I just want to say I put the coon in conservative.
But there is, well, it's like, but there's no coon there.
Add another.
Conservative. You got to put an extra O in there.
Okay.
It wasn't there. He put it in there.
So you're not really putting it in, you're not putting the coon in conservative, you are inserting a new word into conservative.
You know what we meant by that. Come on.
Please don't tell me that you guys are as drunk as Alex Jones. He was the last guest before you guys, and that made my life very difficult. All right, guys, are you following the election tonight?
Yeah, we've been following on CNN. It's funny how they will not call Texas, Georgia. Yeah, they won't call the states. And these liberal shithole counties are not counting anything.
So you guys haven't been watching our stream because we've been watching CNN and following everything. If you're watching CNN, you're getting the states called like 2 hours late.
Yeah, it's really late.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was bouncing back and forth to Fox News. Yeah.
Well, it looks like Trump's going to win North Carolina, and Georgia now leans slightly Biden, which surprises me. I got to tell you, I still don't believe it. If Biden wins Georgia, it's kind of over. If Trump wins Georgia, then there's a really strong likelihood that Trump wins because he's ahead in Michigan and Pennsylvania. What's your gut feeling right now? Do you think that Donald Trump is going to win this, or what does your brain say and what does your gut say? Not that either of you have guts because you're reptilian.
Get that off me. What I'm feeling right now is a bunch of liberals is burning up Republican votes in these liberal shitholes like Philadelphia County.
Yeah.
How the hell you only got like 8% of the votes counted?
Yeah, it's like 48% for Biden. How do you have your city ablaze and vote for Biden? I don't understand it.
Well, they're liberal. That explains a lot. I just don't understand why y'all on the East Coast, y'all still haven't counted your votes. You're 3 hours ahead of us. Yeah, it's like, why don't y'all have the votes? And like these liberal areas, the vote's going to go liberal, but why is like 20% of your vote in? It's like almost like you're like saying, like, let's hold off on counting all these votes. Yeah, okay, until we need to know how many we need. Yeah, that's...
Did you see Biden's speech where it was basically Biden's speech was just I'm going to bed, you guys go on without me. That was his speech. And I don't know if you saw, we got shut down on Facebook with that speech. We had like we had 530,000 people, and then we got shut down on Facebook for Biden's speech, and then we had to work our way back up. So I'm sorry, I wish you guys had more people, but blame Sleepy Biden. He's actually Sleepy Joe.
He is. He is.
Yeah.
It's midnight.
He's tired. It's like everybody's in their cars blowing the horns, and then everybody gets out and they're like within 6 feet. I'm like, why the hell did you even go in cars?
Yeah. Well, no one was actually blowing the horn. It was just like in Halloween 2 when that guy was supposed to save Jamie Lee Curtis and he had so much blood loss he went. That's what I think happened.
Just as creepy.
Yeah. I cannot corroborate this. But she does love her probiotic yogurt and Jamie Lee Curtis poops. Did you guys go? You guys went and you're in Nevada. You went and voted?
Yeah, we went and voted, and it was like a lot of people knew we was taking a lot of pictures, so that gave us like a good sound. Like there was a lot of Trump voters turning out today. Hopefully he takes Nevada, but it's too many people moving from California over here.
Hold on a second. Nobody move. No, nobody move. Show Bill Richmond right now. Show Bill Richmond. This is so disrespectful to my program. Can you guys see Bill Richmond, or can they only see me?
No, they can only see
Bill.
Good
Lord. Stop looking up election
What
data.
if you have your tie underneath your vest like Diddy Kong?
It doesn't go over the vest.
I want to see Richmond. Where is he? I can't see him.
Bill Richmond, here. Show him Bill Richmond.
What am I, a fucking fool? Why would this go on the outside? This is what Steven would like. He would like my tie to go on the outside of my vest while I look up election data for him, because Gerald here has no device with which to look up data.
Yeah, Gerald's lazy.
See?
I
Now I'm
was
just gonna
told
leave it
not
out.
to have a
I'm gonna
phone.
leave
No
it out here
device
like-
with which to look up data.
Hodge twins, who do you think wins?
I think Trump wins.
How do you think he
takes
wins?
Georgia, takes Pennsylvania, Michigan. Yeah, I think he's already run. I think everybody's just fucking with us.
When are you guys going to be back in Texas?
He's definitely trying to rake in the ad revenue. Yeah,
right.
They're trying to keep it close. I think it's already over. I think he's got all those states.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad. That actually
I think he's got Michigan, Wisconsin, he's got Georgia, he's got Pennsylvania. All the states where they're saying they only got 10% of the liberal counties, he already run that bitch. That's just some shit they came up with, talking point they came up with to make this shit look like it's close.
Well, let me ask you, what do you think happens if Trump wins? What do you think happens on the street?
Oh man, it's gonna be some rioting. It's gonna be white people. No, it's not rioting. It's peaceful protest. You're gonna see a lot of peaceful fires, a lot of peaceful black people attacking peaceful white people.
Hey, hold on a second. I don't know if that's, I can't sense if that's sarcasm because you called both black and white people peaceful, and I know that you're racist. Let me ask you this: did you guys? Okay, you're both black, but you did serve in the armed services. You are business owners. You're family men, but undoubtedly you were in a neighborhood when riots were taking place. Because come on. And did you ever take advantage and slip in a little bit and maybe grab yourself a pair of Jimmy Choo's?
I hate to bust your bubble. We actually grew up around poor white people.
Oh, son of a bitch. There's nothing to steal and they don't riot.
Poor black people. He said, let's get away from these crazy black people. Let's move with the poor, racist white people. I'm not kidding. We grew up around in a poor white neighborhood. Man. Yeah.
Were they? Yeah. Let me ask you, because we never talked about this. Were poor white people? Were most of them? Would you say most of them are racist, or were most of them just kind of in the same boat as you guys?
They always had these nigger jokes, man. They thought it was funny.
Yeah, but were they actually racist, or did they just tell funny N-word jokes?
I think they're pretty racist, Steven.
Well, I didn't know you were so sensitive.
Did I ever tell you this story? How was we? We was about. I say we was probably about 9 or 10. We just moved into the poor white area. And we was playing with our new friend, Scott. He was a white guy.
Sounds like it.
His name wasn't Scott. No, he wasn't Scott. It was G.B. Hopkins. Yeah, his name was G.B. Hopkins.
Oh, that could go either way.
Look him up. Right, but long story short, his daddy was calling him, right? G.B. He went run up to his daddy. He came back. He said, I said, what did he want? He told me to stop playing with.
Wait, I didn't hear. He told you to stop playing with what?
Stop playing with niggers.
Whoa.
I gotta go
But
home.
you were
Yeah,
not that I use that term, but you're amongst them.
yeah, he said that. I just remember, and Dennis, I'll see y'all in school tomorrow. I gotta go home.
Damn.
That sounds awful.
That shit is not funny.
It is funny. It is funny, and I want to meet this person. And I'm going to have them in third chair.
Suicide. He had a horrible father.
Well, okay.
That guy was always trying to kill himself.
Well, listen, it sounds to me like you told a story that was funny, and then because I laughed and you're overly sensitive about it, despite those giant biceps, you decided to then tell me something.
I'm only 54% black.
Yeah.
Much more than a quarter.
Get your facts right, buddy.
You know what? You've ruined this stream. You can't bench press your way out of this one.
Buddy.
No, listen, when are you guys going to be back in Texas? We love having you here. We need to assemble a coalition. You know, we had Brian Callen out here recently. We've had Dave Landau, Anthony Cumia. You know, you guys just need to put some work in. We have a full operational studio. You guys got to get the hell out of Nevada. You know what's going on in Nevada tonight.
I tried to come, but your dad said, no, we'll just do Skype for now.
Oh, well,
Maybe
yeah, because just for tonight.
Dad.
No, for tonight, because you guys are watching CNN. You don't even do your prep. Your prep is CNN. All you have to offer is Stelter's warm-ups.
I love Mr. King on CNN. This dude is professional.
Yeah.
He got the hands down the whole night. He's pointing to the mouse. This guy is professional. I like him for some reason.
What the hell does this mean, these hands?
He's got the hands.
He's got the hands. What are you talking about?
All the TV shows, man. Everybody's doing the night coverage of the election. I just want to say, by far, I mean, Zeke, he came in a close second. But you guys are doing a good job over there with a lot of pride.
Well, thank you very much. Yes. And that's why we kept you. We kept you as a last guest because we wanted you guys on last. Also because we assumed, given your ethnic makeup, you'd be late.
Jesus Christ! I thought you was my friend. Just like
I am your friend. You know what, though? Here's one thing, too. You know, there's this whole idea of being colorblind. Is there any, by the way, hold on a second. Is there any new update that I need to know, guys? No new update. It's going to be slowing down right now, so we can shoot the bull a little bit. Don't you miss that? Like, you talked about growing up around poor white people. Okay. And some of them told N-word jokes, obviously, and that's something that they shouldn't be doing. But don't you find it far more endearing? You guys, let's be honest, you guys make white people jokes all the time when you're here. Don't you feel more comfortable? I know I feel more comfortable around black people who make jokes about white people. And I would imagine that black people feel more comfortable around people who are fine joking around about racial differences rather than either acting like they don't exist or asking what kind of an unaired grievance you have. We used to be at that point in the country where we could bust balls. Because you know what? You know how I know someone is not my friend, especially working in the circles that I run with as a comedian? If someone is not breaking balls, I know we're not buddies because I don't feel comfortable enough.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Like people that are overly sensitive, man, they're liberal. Well, I mean, we should be able to all joke and laugh and poke at our differences and shouldn't get offended. Yeah. Only people that really getting offended is because they have some issues they have to deal with personally or some insecurities. But yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, regardless of race, we should be able to joke and have fun and not overly get bitter about certain things. And that was nice.
Yeah, that was nice. That was pretty nice. Beautiful. Which, you know, I didn't expect from someone. Usually, you're angry and aggressive. Not you. I mean, your people in general.
You just
you fucking asshole.
Yep, see? He just took that nice moment and ruined it.
No, but I mean, listen, my grandfather was possibly one of the most racist people on the planet if you were to just go by his jokes. But you know what? If he didn't joke about you, he didn't want you in his house. That's what it was. My grandfather and my dad said, now, was he actually racist? He might have been. But he was in the military with black people. And, oh, my God, if you were to pick someone who was more racist against any individual group of people, it was Italians. My grandfather on my dad's side, every single racist comment was about Italians, about eating too much, about never winning a war, all this stuff. And his best friend was an Italian. So I just say,
I get it. He's a racist, but he's only wanted to be cool with you if he can make fun of you.
Well, yeah. In other words, if you were to show up as a black man and you were like, oh, listen, I really appreciate what you've done for your culture as an ambassador, you're like, oh, that's a racist because when I leave, he's calling me a coon. You know what I'm talking about? Whereas you guys, when I was there, you said, yeah, you got that big, powerful white ass. It was gay, but I appreciated the candor. And by the way, a lot of people have been watching our jiu-jitsu video, too, so that's been going pretty well. I know that I owe you a gym visit where I'm going to go into your, obviously, into your waters, and you guys will embarrass me there. But, hey, listen, we got to get going. I really do love you guys. I love it when you come out to Dallas, really. For people who don't know, the Hodge twins, they're rough around the edges on air, but they are good family guys, and I don't think we ever have more fun than when the Hodge twins are here.
Oh, yeah.
Great. What you see is what you get. They're like cartoon. They go to the bathroom together.
That's true.
I won't do that anymore.
Yeah. Oh, really? You changed since a whopping 2 months ago?
Yeah, that just happened.
They went to the
I did that since I was 6.
Was it Token? People don't know the story. Yeah. And let me, guys, hey, Reg, the Bandit, and Bill, let me know if there's any new any new updates. But because this was a racist prank, the Hodge twins were out in their car in front of the studio, and they were there for like an hour, right?
It was a while.
It was a while. It was a suspicious while. For example, if a cop were to just, knock on there, it wouldn't be ill-timed.
Sure.
Right.
Regardless of race, but specifically taking into account race.
But I mean, you can't.
And so we said we're going to do a prank where we're going to send Tokenawan out there. We dressed him as a cop to go out there and knock on the door because they had been there for 45 minutes.
Right.
Well, Tokenawan goes out and he knocks on the door. One of you is out there pissing in a cup. When you were 40 feet from the studio, and there are 2 bathrooms right in here, and they're gender neutral. Why were you peeing in a cup in the car?
I didn't feel like getting out of the car. The cup was right there. I said, Kevin, look the other way. I'm going to the bathroom. Hey, Stephen, it's a black thing.
It is not. It is not. I've lived with black families. Never once have I encountered this. It's a you thing.
The truth is, shut up. He waited, and he said, you know what? I can't make it to the bathroom and piss on myself. Give me that cup. I looked up and some guy dressed up like a cop. I'm like, what are you doing here?
All right, listen, we're going to have to get going soon. But you tell me, what do you want to leave our audience with tonight? Because it seems like they might not call the election here tonight. But what are your final words, and where is the best place for people to find you?
The best place to find us is Instagram, because Facebook is going to get deleted any day now. Yeah, you can find us on YouTube at the Conservative Twins, Hodge Twins. Instagram is Hodge Twins, and Twitter's Hodge Twins. And if you want to just, for shits and giggles, you can still go to Facebook, but I can't promise you we're going to be there. That's Hodge Twins. It's the Hodge Twins.
This isn't being broadcast on Facebook right now anyway. So, all right, Keith, Kevin, hey, thank you guys. And you know what? I joke around, but I really do appreciate when you guys come out here, and it's always fun. And I'm really glad to have you guys on our side. For people who don't know, I followed them. I watched them. So did Reg the Bandit. Hey, well, we can talk about this now. Can you guys see? Can you show Reg the Bandit? Can you show him to the Hodge twins? Will they be able to see him?
No, we're just sending them your camera.
Oh, they're sending my camera. Reg, come in here. Walk over here. Walk over here. So remember how I told you, because it's fine now, right? Your identity is no longer a secret? You don't want to wear the bandit mask, you prick!
Yeah.
So this guy used to be a professor of research. What's your squat?
My best squat was a little over 635.
635.
615 deadlift.
635, 615 deadlift, and he's 170?
Yeah, I'm
170 pounds. I'll send you the video. This guy is an absolute monster, and he was a big fan of yours. When I started talking about, I'm like, hey, we're gonna have the Hodge twins on as a guest. He started working as a researcher for me. He said, the Hodge twins had all kinds of guests. Yeah. And right away, so this guy's he blows us all out of the water as far. It's okay. You can go back to your thing.
He looks like that one actor. What's his name?
Tom Hardy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Hardy.
Yeah, he gets that. He gets that all the time. Only he would ragdoll Tom Hardy. But I just say this because, listen, I say this because people who are watching right now, and I know it's going to be fewer and fewer as we go later into the night and Facebook bans us. Listen, let me be careful. There are grifters in this movement, okay? Everyone out there, and you know this. I've been, you know how you know that I believe what I say I believe? go back to 2006, go back to 2008, go back to 2009, where I was on YouTube doing this, and I had made myself onto I put myself on the ISIS kill list when there was no reason to. You know that I'm saying what I believe. There are a lot of people who've come up through the ranks now where they've realized that there's a market share. Now, you guys, I followed you, Reg followed you. I know a lot of people here followed you just from your fitness channels and from some of the funny stuff you did and your comedy. And then you risked something coming out being conservative. You didn't come up as the black conservative voice. And so I want people to recognize that difference. You guys have a lot more to say than just, I'm black and I like Trump. You had a lot more to risk, and that's something that I really do not only respect, I admire, but I really hope that it pays dividends for you guys, and I want to see you guys around for a long time. So I'd like it if you were in my vicinity more often, but I know you guys like being in the hellhole that is Nevada.
Hey, let's set it up, man. We'll come back out to Texas.
And I mean it, guys. You guys, everyone here, you guys know, right? They stepped out on a limb.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They stepped out on a limb. And I felt a little bit bad because I kind of forced them to.
No, that was
Just
cool.
a
That
little
was
bit.
a good thing. That was a good thing you did that for us, because, man, it made me grow some balls, you know?
Yeah, take some courage,
when you invited us to be on your show, I said, hey, man, this dude's conservative. We haven't came out of the closet yet. Yeah, I thought it was cool that you brought us on your show, and then Kevin, I was like, keep it cool. 5 minutes in the show, you already spilling the beans.
He said that he voted Romney. He said that he voted Romney, which I can't think of.
It's like this.
Got him. No, you know what it was?
Yeah.
I told my dad, who books the show, I said, Marines, small business owners, family men, they're probably more conservative than they realize. And then you guys said that you voted for Mitt Romney. And that was, then it started hopefully a great new beginning for you guys. We do have to get going because even Brendan is going to be attacked by an attack dog here. But the Hodge Twins, what is it, Hodge Twins Tour, your Facebook, your Instagram. Thank you guys, and keep everyone posted as the election continues to unfold.
Yeah.
Trump 2020.
All right, well, I hope that's what happens. See you guys later. Thank you very much. I don't know if Reg the Bandit or if Half Asian Bill, if we have any updates.
So it looks like CNN is calling Nebraska split.
District 2 for Biden.
Well, District 2. So
not a surprise.
Yeah, that's 2 votes or 1 vote? Yeah, I always thought. Well, I always had that written down. Four Nebraska votes for Donald Trump and 1 for.
That was 2016 as well, right?
It's pretty par for the
So
course.
Arizona, I want you guys to look at this: a 3% in estimated vote count difference, a 50,000 narrowing. So if you extrapolate that, I don't know that you can, but that's a big thing, right? So 3% increase in the estimated vote count, 50,000 votes narrowed for Trump. So we'll see how Arizona goes.
So it's definitely trending. It's definitely trending tighter. The question is whether that
will it
gap
be enough?
Whether it will be enough, but it's certainly less of a gap than Pennsylvania.
Well, Pennsylvania is bordering on 700,000 votes right now.
Right. And you were saying, Reg the Bandit, you were talking, I think, about Arizona before we were so rudely interrupted by the Coons of the Year.
Oh, no. Actually, I was going to come in and say that, the Arizona does seem to be tightening a little bit. I don't know if it'll be
Pause.
enough.
Does everyone know that they call themselves that?
Yeah, nobody's
Get you in trouble for saying, whoa. All right.
I thought it was funny.
But I was going to mention Twitter just censored one of Trump's tweets.
What?
He said, we're up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. And they did the thing where you can't see it, it's censored out, and then you can't retweet it or like it. And they tweeted out, we placed a warning on a tweet from real Donald Trump for making a potentially misleading claim about the election. And so they haven't censored, Biden's out there tweeting, we'll still win this. They can't take it from us, and they're not censoring that. So I thought that was notable that that's how they're playing it on election night.
Sorry, I have the hiccups. Can someone else talk?
So I don't think I think we're going to see more of that over the next couple of days. I think you're going to see Trump willing to kind of voice his opinions. You're going to see Twitter not give 1 or 3 shits about the fact that the election is hanging in the balance right now.
I think Jack Dorsey has 3 shits in him.
Right. He doesn't. He doesn't.
Like a turd and a tapeworm.
Well, I was going to say use them all to style his hair and beard. So I don't think we're going to see any less of that. And particularly if we see a Biden presidency, we're going to see an emboldening of the platforms to say, hey, you know what?
But the Supreme Court is a hedge against that a little bit.
It is a hedge only to the
It just
extent
takes time,
that
though.
If the Senate is where the Senate needs, if the Senate ends up going blue as well, then you have a legitimate shot at packing the court. I mean, how many weeks and days have we heard Biden and Kamala dance around the question of packing the court? Now, I think it would be political suicide to do that in the long run, but that doesn't mean they won't do something stupid in the short term in terms of packing the court, which would neutralize the ability to have any kind of determination about Section 230 and big tech.
I think you're probably right. My concern is really big tech.
Yeah.
That's my biggest concern.
Everybody's concern.
Well, you don't have to control the people. You just have to control the messages that they get.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it.
Yep, and that's exactly what they're trying to be doing. And right now, what are they doing right now? They're just look at this.
They're
John
going back over.
keeps going back and forth and back and forth. Do we have any updates on Georgia at all?
So what's interesting to me is that you have the New York Times, their little the needle, right?
Yeah.
They have Biden with a 0.3 point lead, but if you look here,
it's changed. It used to be 67% tilting Biden. Now it's down to 59.
Now the AP is reporting that Trump is leading 51.9% to 46.9%.
Yeah.
So that looks like much more conclusive. I'm not sure why there's that discrepancy. If New York Times has some sources that AP doesn't, but it seems like it's about the same percentage of reporting.
Well, the numbers are the same. If you look at the New York Times actual hard numbers, it's about a 250,000 vote lead for Donald Trump with about 85% reporting in Georgia. So I'm not sure where they're doing that. And if you zoom in on the counties, I did that just a minute ago. Like you've seen, like the big counties for Democrats are reporting heavily. Like it's not like they're just waiting on Atlanta to come in. That's not what's happening. They've already.
Do we have that? Can you bring that up? Those counties there in Georgia when you can,
pretty much.
Bandit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because I know we did that with Pennsylvania. I don't know if we looked at that with. Can you bring up what you did with Pennsylvania? I don't know where I have the actual percentage points, because I don't, I just have a gut feeling. I still feel like Georgia's going for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I do too.
I really don't see it going for Joe Biden. And the fact that all of a sudden they gave it a 67% chance of going to Joe Biden, and now it's down to, let me see, even on New York Times, 59% Biden. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's like,
I'm not sure where they're getting that, but maybe they're pulling some county information we don't have. You asked a question about Bucks County in Georgia. I think Donald Trump got around 120,000 votes there in 2016. He's on pace to get about 200 to 240,000 votes this time. So that's a big shift. I mean, unless just 1 million new people come out of Bucks County, which who knows? They have votes coming.
I expect the gap to close in Pennsylvania, and Michigan,
close.
and Wisconsin. I don't know if it's going to eclipse Donald Trump's lead.
If you build up that gigantic lead, that's hard to overcome.
If we want to look at these Georgia counties, I'm assuming that what the New York Times is looking at is that DeKalb County there, that's only 39%, but it's plus 67 Biden.
Right.
They may be thinking that when that comes in, it'll flip it for Biden. That's what I'm supposing.
Okay. It's got to be that huge gap, the DeKalb County. That's going to be a big deal. Now, Katie Pavlik over at The Hill said, this is about 30 minutes ago, tweeted that she had spoken to the Arizona Governor Doug Ducey's office, that there is about 900,000 votes outstanding that haven't been counted, half from Maricopa County, which is heavily breaking towards Biden. Yeah. However, they're saying with every update, they say it's breaking significantly towards Trump 2-1. She does, of course, give the caveat that doesn't mean he'll close the gap, but it's certainly different than where it is.
Right. Certainly seems like a premature call.
It's a premature call at this moment. Again, can the gap close? If it's just 2-1, it sounds like from her math, it's not going to get there. But again, it's about towards in there we talked about quality of the actual.
Well, something also people don't understand, that you also look at the county sometimes as a monolith, but in Maricopa County there can be big differences. For example, if you look in Dallas County, what is Dallas County officially? What is the actual name of the county? Is it Dallas County?
Dallas County.
Yeah, it's Dallas.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then what is Plano, Frisco?
Collin County,
That's all
Tarrant
Collin County or
Tarrant County. Yep.
Okay, so let's take Collin County right outside of Dallas, right? You have certain areas you have Plano, overwhelmingly Republican. But you also have some areas, is Louisville is Carrollton all Denton?
Yes. It's mostly, if not all.
Okay, well, Frisco kind of goes Democrat because you have a lot of Indian and Bangladeshi immigrants. And so even in that same county...
I don't know. I feel like a lot of them are
Republican.
I don't think you can break it down on just the racial side.
Every county
but I'm saying, but by the racial side, statistically, when you have Indian Americans, they go like 70% Democrat. Yeah, it's very high. Indian Americans go significantly higher Democrat. And I'm saying in Frisco, particularly in the new developments, there are a lot of Indian Americans. But what I am saying is in Collin County or Dallas County, okay, take Dallas, where you have downtown Dallas versus Highland Village, right? There are areas that are significantly more Republican, and there are areas that are significantly more Democrat. And it depends on what's coming in from Maricopa County. I'm not super familiar with the county, but
I think
again,
the point
you could
is
have the
that-
majority of the
Yeah.
portion of that county, which is heavily Democrat, already be counted. And there could be an area that is heavily, because put it this way, you're no worse off at this point if it just continues along the trend of Maricopa County. But maybe there's a Highland Village like you have in Dallas, or maybe there's like a Red Rock like you have in Austin. What is it, Round Rock in Austin?
Round Rock,
which ends up being a lot more conservative.
Yeah.
So there could be that could be the discrepancy, because this is one of those things that gets to be granular, and why politics is local. You don't really know if you're not super familiar with the county. Like I was saying with Lansing, I don't know exactly what it encompasses, that county. But I know once you get out of that Capitol, when we were there and we were giving our speech, it was overwhelmingly Trump signs.
Well, and that's when you do have to get to the very granular level, because other than just guessing about what precincts have come in, you do have pockets. There's no question that you're going to have pockets in neighborhoods that end up voting in different ways and end up reporting in different ways. So maybe you did happen to skew towards Trump or Biden one way with the first 15 of 30 precincts, and then the next set of precincts comes in and it swings back the entire way and then just happens to eclipse. So I think that's the entire point, is that there's still a number of votes that need to come in. No one's giving a down to the district or precinct level of what has come in, and then compared that to what those actually are, compared to that to historical trends. So we just got to see. There's still an open question about Arizona right now.
Now, I do have an interesting historical trend in Wisconsin. If you look
Something
at
about
the
cheese.
It's actually Kenosha. If you look at 2016, Trump only won Kenosha by about 200 votes. Okay, so it's really tight. 36,037 Trump to 35,799. So now, if we compare to 2020 Kenosha, you'll see
Do we have 100% of the vote?
We've got 55%, but it's going 20 plus 23 Trump.
Wow.
So I think there might maybe something happen there.
But it makes you wonder why that didn't happen in Minneapolis. It makes you wonder why that didn't happen in Philadelphia.
Oh, sure. I mean, I think
But Kenosha's a little bit more suburban.
Maybe they moved.
Yeah,
Well, but
I
I would
so.
say he's outperforming in Philadelphia, right? He's doing so much better. In Wayne County,
He's under by 48 in Philadelphia.
No, but he's outperforming 16. So that's the measure isn't just how he's doing right now. It's how many votes he's peeling away that should have gone to Joe Biden.
Yeah.
I think that's a big indicator.
I think
in Wayne
you're right.
County, it's the same thing.
No, I think you're right. I still think if I had to bet, I still probably would bet on Donald Trump at this point.
Election betting odds are still at 60-40 Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah.
That is interesting. That is very interesting.
Now-
Say your speak your piece there, Reggie Bennett, and then I'm going to have to pee.
Oh yeah.
Like a
horse that races.
like a Clydesdale.
Now, Fox.
Clydesdale piss more like race, or do racehorses have to have larger bladders?
Ooh, good
What about the
question.
Arabian horses because they're
I
dancing?
feel like this is a myth.
I think the
Whole different
racehorses
thing.
are just nervous. I think they're nervous. And
Really?
That's why
They
they're
just
peeing so
urinate
much.
Oh,
all
they're
over the
being
place.
ridden by
Yeah.
midgets.
No, they
Too.
make them pee so they weigh less.
Oh,
So they can run
yeah,
faster.
Good point.
You got 19
Okay.
gallons of water in you. You're going to run slightly
Diuretic.
slower.
And then you have to put probably give a diuretic to the jockey too.
Yeah, you got to make those guys.
They gotta
pay.
cut weight.
those guys
can't
gotta
be
cut weight, too.
That
They're
guy
like-
can't be tipping the
3
scale at
foot,
120. He's supposed to fit in his old wedding dress.
75.
We'll
We'll be able to send this clip all around so people know what piss like a Russian racehorse means.
Russian
Right.
racehorse?
Russian racehorse.
Whoa,
That's
what?
what- that's
Is
what I
that a
always
dog
heard.
whistle?
I always heard Russian. That's what I always.
He's calling for interference.
No, I was
Stand back and stand by.
What?
Okay. Loud and clear, Wade.
Look, there are fine people on both sides of this studio.
No, there really aren't.
What were you about to say there, Reg?
Oh, I know. I was just saying, it seems like to me, one of the things in the coverage that stands out tonight is I think Fox News especially has really torched its sort of reputation with that early Arizona call, especially since we know a lot of their viewers are going to trend toward being Trump fans. There was really no reason for it.
Yeah.
And now Fox News is saying, oh, we're probably not going to get results for Nevada or Georgia or Michigan or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or North Carolina tonight.
So they're
And it
erring
seems
on the other end.
Yeah, people, I think that sort of unsteady back and forth is going to turn a lot of people off of them. I think that's, why people are turning to alternative media sources, because on both the left and right, you know, there's things not to be happy about.
Well, I will tell you this. We will be here for a while tonight, and everyone who can be here, you guys stay here, and people who have to leave, you can leave. But we'll have a better idea for you than Fox News by the end of the night. I guarantee you we'll have a pretty good idea of Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We will give you a better idea before you go to bed than Fox News. Doesn't necessarily mean that we will call the states, But I think they're all being a little bit lazy here. And I think North Carolina, depending on what we see with the mail-in voting, of all the states that we're talking about, North Carolina seems to me like the one that we could most likely comfortably call or at least have a suggestion before the end of the night. Now, before we come back, I actually want to let everybody know, of course, this is the 4-year anniversary for Mug Club. We launched this show 4 years ago. Before that, it was a once-a-week show. It was a 3-hour show. It was syndicated across radio. And, of course, it was a campaign, never daily, because I said, I don't think that we can do a show to the quality that I want to do every single day. And once we realized that we could do it 4 times a week and increase the staff, and it ended up being about an hour more per week than what we were doing once a week, 3 hours on radio. We felt confident that we could create a show not only that you guys would like, but that a show that we could grow into, and a show that would really sort of break some new ground. And win, lose, or draw, not only tonight, but win, lose, or draw with this channel. We saw our channel get throttled here, our stream get taken down by Facebook. I got to say, I really am very grateful. It's been a wild 4 years. We've had a target on our back, and it's really been within the last 4 years that I met my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond. It's been within the last 4 years that I hired Reg the Bandit full-time. Really, that Quarter Black Garrett has moved into his position. Tokenawan wasn't with us. Audio Wade wasn't with us. All the people who are out there, Angela, even Brendan, Bryce, Smooth Manny, Too Cute Maddie, none of them were with us. I think Francine, Darren, and Courtney were obviously with us before, but there's been a huge development. There have been so many people, and these people are directly affected by your lives. And one thing, too, I want to say, if they're directly affected by your support, they're directly affected by this election. Listen, no one here is going to be losing their job, unless I feel like it. But you're talking about half-Asian lawyer Bill Richmond knows. That's like 2 salaries that are gone if Joe Biden has his way with taxes. That's 2 salaries that are gone that we have to find a way to, and we will find a way to make up for it. And if you do join up at loudwithcrowder.com/mugclub, that will help us make up for it and continue to create new content. But we have seen so much growth. What were we didn't even have 1 million subscribers 4 years ago.
Nope.
It's crazy.
And we were about to cross out. We certainly weren't anywhere near 1 billion plays. And we certainly hadn't spoken with the president's son, people like Ted Cruz. Change My Mind wasn't a thing. That didn't even exist. All the things that you've come to know and love with this channel, these were things, they were sort of steps out in faith, where I know I was afraid because we were doing this show and it was kind of growing. It was a 3-hour, once-a-week radio show. It was something that everybody else was kind of doing. We were doing it a little bit in more of a comedy way. But stepping out and trying something like Change My Mind, stepping out and doing an actual late-night comedy show, stepping out and then doing a late-night comedy show in the morning and doing sketches and interviews and bits, something that we were told wouldn't work in the right. I remember actually pitching my book, and I remember actually pitching the show, and them saying, well, conservatives don't actually like comedy. They don't like entertainment. They like doom and gloom, and they want to be scared into how to vote. And I said, that's not the kind of show that I want. So I cannot tell you how grateful I am, how much these last 4 years have meant, and I really do hope that we have another 4 years. And so here's a little trip down memory lane. Again, it's louderwithcrowder.com/mugclub, promo code Crowder Election Stream. You get $30 off to make sure that there's another 4 years. And I will be back after I pee, and you guys enjoy this little trip down memory road, because I don't want to be redundant by saying lane twice. So we are officially announcing the Louder with Crowder Mug Club for our daily program, and people are aware of how corrupt the media is, and there's a void, and we are going to take it back.
You're listening to Talk Radio's Strangest Animal.
This is the waterboarding Christmas telethon spectacular, and waterboarding has to be done just properly.
We're stopping. That's not the water. That's...
By the way, hashtag tonight is Crowder hijacks Shia. He will not divide us. Such an inspiration.
YouTube CEO Susan Wojcicki.
Go himself.
This man doesn't know who Brett Kavanaugh is.
Most importantly, the funny is on our side.
YouTube dragged its feet before taking any action against conservative commentator Steven Crowder.
So then we did announce
the monetization change that Steven Crowder was.
Vox adpocalypse right now it is trending.
You ass! Yo!
Hey, no go.
False news.
Might wonder. Might wonder.
I'm a woman, so fuck you. We are here at Shop.
New Chaz from Raz Simone's apartment.
The M&M's can only hold you M's. The M&M's can bite-sized candies M's. The M&M's can only hold you M's. The M&M's can.
I'd say that's a wrap.
All right. So we're Steven's on a little bit of a break. He'll be back here in just a minute. But
He's peeing again.
Look, it's been a long stream. I mean, the guy has been up all day getting ready.
Yeah,
He's been force feeding himself all of this different news in order to be prepared.
It hurts.
For those of you who may have not tuned into the very beginning, there was some really interesting analysis about just really getting to that granular level of what the districts are doing, the precincts are doing, how they're really working, and a lot of it has bore fruit.
It has.
From the very beginning when we were there, looking at Florida, getting all the way to kind of a shock of where we were at Arizona, the Fox News false call, which
it's been kind of all over the place.
I mean, you guys were calling it. Looking at how Fox News is being treated on Twitter right now, it's no shock that we were over 500,000 folks who were there, even right before, and still up. I think back over 400,000 since Facebook cut the stream. We've got Brodigan going to fill in for me because lawyers don't work this late.
What's up, buddy?
And so now he has to put up with Gerald.
Nice.
And I feel
when you phrase it like
for
that.
you. My condolences.
It's okay.
So I think during the break we were taking a look at some of the numbers were narrowing.
Yeah, Georgia
there
big
with
time.
Georgia.
So Georgia is 91% reporting. I think it's around 120,000 vote difference now, which I think was a little closer to 200,000 just a little while ago. So we're seeing a lot more. And I think the two counties right around Atlanta that are coming in, I think 70-something% reported, but they're obviously huge Biden leading counties. So I think that's going to narrow some more. And that's probably what they were waiting on. We'll see if that tips it, though.
Right.
I'm crossing my fingers on Georgia because that's a big one. Because that'll so if he wins Michigan, that cancels out Michigan.
Right. It's going to end up really. It'll be the same kind of major effect, upset shift that you saw with Arizona, going if Georgia were to go the wrong way, right? Or if it holds, though, it's going to be that continual part where we're focusing now on what I would consider the eastern part of the blue wall. We're looking at Pennsylvania, we're looking at Michigan, we're looking at Wisconsin. Clearly, Minnesota no longer on the table. Maybe Maine. Is it Maine? We've got one.
Maine's a little bit of a holdout.
Right.
I can't imagine Biden doesn't sweep Maine.
Well, right now, I think we have it at
I don't know if he's going to sweep.
Split of
he
one
might not. I'm with you. I think that's the most likely outcome.
Yeah.
But again, Hillary Clinton was the most likely outcome.
Right.
In 2016. And again, I know I was joking earlier that the Democrats had conceded 2016. Just so you all know, it has not happened.
Officially,
that was just comedy.
Not.
I realize this is not the Richmond show. I do like to crack some jokes. So I don't know if we've seen anything else. I kind of want to switch back.
One more percentage point. I'm sorry, I know this is granular. One more percentage point from Arizona, and it's narrowed again by about 10,000 votes.
Okay. Wow.
So he's chipping away. He's got 20% left. He's going to have to make up some ground, but if you do the math, it's possible.
Well, look,
so
we saw issues. We've got a lot of voter turnout, low for DeKalb in terms of counting the votes. We had issues in Gwinnett County where there was computer problems. We had Fulton County where there was, I think, a water main break at State Farm Arena. Thank you for the tweets that are coming in from various places. Saw some folks sending in numbers for Wayne County, which is very interesting. But we are still taking some chat. If anyone who's watching on the Blaze, we have a lot of folks there. Our top supporters, people who are making sure that this show is here all the time.
Yeah.
When we literally at every moment, I am sitting here waiting for Steven, whether I'm at home or I am here or I'm sitting in that chair or I'm outside trying to eat a sandwich on a break, that someone's going to hit the fucking bat button and go, YouTube's fucking with us, Facebook's fucking with us.
We need Bill Richmond in
while I'm
now.
excited to do it, it's so disconcerting that it's even required.
Yeah.
Right? It's so disconcerting that people want to know what's going on. You want to hear from this man right here,
squatting,
fucking with his armor, and you can't
body
at times.
armor.
So, you taking off?
Rolling.
Thank you, Bill Richmond.
All right.
See ya, buddy. By the way,
see ya.
Maricopa County is what's narrowing in Arizona. It's one of the big things. So, which is kind of a surprise. You had mentioned maybe
that is a surprise.
Maybe some Republican areas out in the outliers were coming in.
I apologize that I am a little bit late.
I wouldn't say you're late.
You had to poop.
No, I didn't have to poop.
Okay.
You didn't?
What is it? Oh, okay. Maybe I shouldn't have put Brodigan in here. The bourbon out there.
It does smell
Be
like
honest,
bourbon
You
now.
little bit souse there.
I'm a little bit tired. This is like about 3 hours past my bedtime.
Okay.
Well, you're on
lag.
East
Hey,
Coast
I just
time.
want to be
Yeah,
clear.
like-
Anyone who wants to go home, I know, like Bill is. You
Oh,
guys
yeah,
can
I
feel
can-
free to go. Well, I know.
Oh, geez.
If you go,
I'm
then
just
everyone
kidding.
else goes, and you just leave the camera on me, and I'll just keep going. But I want to go until at least we call one more state.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll call one more tonight?
I will.
Georgia.
No, I mean, do you think it'll actually happen?
If I'm not over you by the time I get to Georgia. What's the next lyric? I'll be Alabama bound. There was a time when I'd do anything for you.
Yeah.
But you can go fuck yourself.
Whoa.
Did you make up this song?
Because I won't be around. No, I don't remember who. Was it Miranda Lambert? One of those white country broads.
That's all of them.
I'm using another one of these wisps. Look at this.
So
Pretty good stuff.
with this election, a lot of people have a bunch of different motives for why they chose one candidate over another, and a lot of people aren't thinking about down ticket items. Somebody who's we were going to hear from at least at some point tonight was Smooth Manny.
It's true. Well, I heard that. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just have to brush my teeth because I literally just ate an RX bar.
And also, wasn't a dog supposed to eat Brendan? Did I
Yes.
get that right?
So actually, really quickly, we are going to go right now because they didn't call Wisconsin.
They haven't called
but I
Wisconsin.
think everyone was looking forward to this. If I'm not mistaken.
I know I was.
I mean, you got to give the people what they want.
If I'm not mistaken, Carolyn the dog trainer, whom I love, Carolyn the dog trainer. I just can't tell you how much fondness I have for this woman when she actually got a handle on Betty and just beat the hell out of her.
Oh, wow.
She just said, "Get in line, sweetheart." And Betty said,
That's
"Okay."
that didn't happen.
No,
That's
she
It was
didn't
not
beat
beating.
Betty.
She's
Just
nice.
verbal abuse. So,
That's not true either.
but she is remarkable. No, she loves dogs and how she handles dogs and how she was able to teach us. Because I will say this: Betty has been a problem dog. Everyone here knows this. Quarter black carrot. She's adorable.
She's cute.
It's God's defense
She's a
mechanism.
handful.
You know how like the crab. Like the crabs that have like the weird bright colors that's showing danger, where you're like, oh, don't bite it. It's Betty's equivalent, where it's the cuteness, right? You want to kill Betty, and then until she goes, I can't. That's like the
That
crab
smolder,
showing its
man.
underbelly. It's like the coral reef snake. What is it? Red next to black is a friend of Jack. Red next to yellow could kill a fellow. Maybe I'm screwing it up and I'll die. I have no idea.
Or you
The
have a
point is,
hangover.
don't
Clue
hang
what you're
around
saying.
waterfalls.
A real bad hangover.
I don't care how many Last of the Mohicans you've watched. They're not safe.
Don't go chasing those.
They're
waterfalls.
just not safe.
Salt and pepper, really?
But
That was not salt and pepper. That was
But
TLC, bro.
she has been remarkably effective with
right.
Betty. She has not been thrown off by the
Quarter
cuteness.
black got you.
And actually, I believe right now we didn't call Wisconsin.
No.
But even Brendan still deserves to be bitten by an
course.
attacked dog.
Yes.
I'll call it so you can blame me.
Well, okay, we can blame you, and then you can go to bed.
I would like to call Wisconsin for Donald Trump.
Okay, all right, all right.
Hey,
Get the hell out of here. Go to
boy.
sleep. Go to sleep.
I want to see Brendan get eaten by the.
Oh, all right. Okay,
Oh,
wants to
okay,
see Brendan
that's
getting eaten by a dog.
fair.
So, even Brendan and Carolyn, are you there? Can you hear us?
We can hear you.
Okay, well, hold on a second. I can't see you. Brendan, even Brendan, are you
There
ready?
we go.
Carolyn, all right, Brendan, time for you to start running, and let's see if Ice can get up.
Put your helmet.
Yeah, put your helmet
Oh, yeah,
on.
you do have a safe word. The safe word is actually a phrase. It's the moon landing was fake. So when you say the moon landing was fake, Carolyn, nod your head to confirm yes, that's the safe word. The moon landing was fake. Yeah, when you say that, obviously Ice should stop. Okay? And ready? We're going to give you a head start. Even Brendan, your home state of Wisconsin, in 3, 2. Let's go. Release the ice and start running, even Brendan. Go, 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 go. Let's see. Oh, God.
Oh, man.
Oh, jeez. Oh, she's going back. Don't let her stop. She doesn't agree. She's a NASA enthusiast. Oh, my gosh. Wow. That was a security. Let's go. Oh, jeez. Okay, let's cut back. Let's cut.
Yeah, I don't know if that suit is enough.
Was that a MAGA dog?
We should check on him. We should check on Brendan.
She went back for more.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but it was worth waiting for.
She went back for more. We thought it was over.
No, man.
I can still hear her. What's going on? She's calling her other dog friend.
Oh my gosh.
All right, let's
Fresh
leave
meat, boys.
Well, I guess she's a friend of Buzz.
I hope he's okay.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I hope he's. I mean, I think he's okay, but I don't know
think
that
he's
I
okay.
care.
You know, listen. You can
Or
always
maybe the
hope.
dog's a flat earther.
Tonight is all about hope. Maybe the dog is
I mean, yeah.
It's possible.
Did he use the safe phrase?
He did use the
multiple times.
I didn't hear it.
Multiple
I didn't hear
times
it.
I heard it. Yes.
It might be kind of hard with the helmet.
Or might be kind of hard by the helmet.
No, he said it. Guaranteed.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
that was funny. That was the pick me up that I needed.
It really was. Just picks you right up.
Okay, so we do have actually Smooth Manny. So a lot of people don't realize that Smooth Manny is Colombian. And before we call our next state, I'm going to be hanging around with you for a little bit tonight. So I know there's only, whatever it is, 300-something thousand of you left watching this. So we're just going to have a little bit of fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
And hopefully eventually call a state. But actually, well, I think you're going to have to, I think Smooth Manny's going to have to take your...
All right, cool.
Do you have anything you want to say to the audience before you go, McBrody? Because you have to be back in New York. You only had a 24-hour window.
The funny thing is, I only had a 24-hour pass, but like literally an hour after Johnny Boy booked my flight, Cuomo canceled the quarantine, so I don't know what the rules
really?
are. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like, and I get literally an hour after.
So can you hang out for a little bit then here? Like, can you hang out for a couple more days or no?
My flight's already booked.
We can,
Those things
we
can
can change the
change.
flight.
Right?
I kind of want to go home.
If I go back out there, is there going to be any
I see
left
how
of
it
that
is. You don't wanna
special
hang out.
Russell's Reserve bourbon? Because this was a prop, and I was forced to drink it. But the good stuff is
Ew.
out there.
Well, before I leave, I'll switch bottles.
Okay. That's very nice of you. All right. Thank you,
The
McBrody.
mic moves.
And people who don't realize McBrodigan is the one who helped create the website for us, Louder with Crowder, and has been writing for us for a long time. Brilliant. One of the funniest writers that I know.
He's a good man.
You can drink your energy drink on air.
I know.
Don't
I
worry
saw
about
that. I was like, oh, crap.
But Smooth Manny, who is Colombian, and again, just to show you that it is not a monolith. Hold on, don't go in yet. Don't go in yet. It's time now for the slightly racist voter with Smooth Manny. All right.
Slightly?
So
yeah,
I'm going to let you guys carry this on because this was something that happened. Smooth Manny, how are you, sir?
I'm doing great.
Did you make that shirt, or
No.
did you already buy it from a shop?
I have owned this for years.
Really?
Yes.
Where did you buy that shirt?
I think it's AmericanAF.com.
American AF. What does the AF stand for?
As fuck.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. Look at this. This was a totally new bottle tonight, by the way, everybody.
Other people out there have been drinking that.
Yeah, right.
There's at least one other person.
Nothing like
press.
perpetuating the
Other
original
person press.
stereotype, you mick son of a bitch. But
Said with love.
okay, I am going. So as Manny can, Manny is. I'm a racist. With jokes. I'm a racist for love, in that I discriminate against anything that is not pure love. Manny, you're. I don't know what this means. You are.
I like it though.
You're Colombian.
Indeed.
Were you born in Colombia?
I was born in Bogota,
What does that mean?
the capital of Colombia.
Bogota.
You never met Shakira, right?
I did not, but I do remember her first song coming out in the radio.
What was the first song?
Oh, I don't remember the name. I remember it like happening.
So Colombians are a lying people.
Pretty much.
I think it was Hips Don't Lie.
That wasn't her
That was
first
the first
song.
one?
That was not her first
Wait,
song.
you're from Arkansas.
No fighting.
Okay.
No.
Oh, what are you, from Arkansas? What's your anthem? Who comes from Arkansas?
The KKK.
Johnny Cash.
Oh! Johnny Cash from Arkansas?
Johnny Cash from Arkansas, yeah.
okay.
Hey,
Dias,
that's
Arkansas.
pretty good.
Well, that's
good.
pretty
Good. Come on.
That's
It's like the only one.
Johnny Cash.
Name another one.
He's the coolest guy in the world.
his sister
Name two.
/ wife.
Ooh.
That's untrue.
That is very Arkansas.
That is factually untrue.
That is incorrect. I don't know. We'll have to get a fact checker on it. But you did. You went in and you voted,
I did.
and you found yourself in a little bit of a conundrum. Now, explain to people. Take a little bit of your time here because I need to light my cigar. It's not a victory cigar. It's just I want a cigar because it'll help keep me
So,
away.
Manny, who did you vote for in the election? You
Well,
voted-
I went in with a really solid plan, which was to vote Trump.
Okay.
And just
that's not really a plan.
R next to everybody.
Okay.
It was all
okay.
good until
Yeah.
the very end. The last, peoples, they didn't have a letter next to them.
Right. Okay. So what now? Who were these people? What were they running for?
I believe these are judges.
Okay. So you go in, you're voting straight Republican ticket.
Correct.
And then all of a sudden you realize some of these people are not Republicans, and now you've got to play a guessing game.
Pretty much.
Okay.
So
set the stage.
Yeah.
So one option is to leave everything blank.
Right.
Right. You don't want to vote if you're not informed.
And I thought about that.
Yeah.
I thought, but I am already here at the polling place. I might as well vote. You know?
Exactly. Because you're there.
I'm already here. If I wasn't going to vote, I would just not go.
Yeah, it's the place where you vote. You might
Exactly.
as well.
Right. Might as well, vote.
Right. So, and it was only it wasn't like a multiple choice test that you just totally fail where you just guess on 10 questions. It was just one.
Yeah.
So I said I'll fill it out.
Oh, you said so. You decided to fill it out.
I decided to fill out.
I just cracked my wrapper,
How
but
did
I'm still interested in your story.
So
mostly,
I basically decided the most logical thing to do was to vote for the whitest male name that I could find.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
I mean, it
gosh.
sounds like a plan.
Okay, and when you described this, by the way, my mom was in the room.
She was.
And she was horrified.
She was very upset.
She goes, "Why would you do that, Manny? Why would you vote for the whitest sounding male, Manuel?"
I mean,
well,
and explain your justification.
So,
keep in mind he's Colombian.
Yeah, right.
It is not racism because if
it absolutely is, but continue the story.
if the name that was there was Thomas Sowell, I immediately would have voted for that guy.
Right.
You would have known the difference.
Of course.
But the problem was I didn't know who I was voting for.
Right. There you go.
So I mathematically, the woman was immediately disqualified.
Oh, jeez.
And the
You're
name
a
that
horrible
wasn't
person.
that white was disqualified because statistically, they're just not going to be conservative.
Right.
Okay.
That's
And my mom said,
Like, when-
"Why
yeah.
would you say that?" She said, "Like, what it could have been like Amy Coney Barrett on the ticket."
Right.
and I told her that would be like winning the lottery.
Twice.
Amy Coney Barrett shows up on your ticket.
Yeah.
Like winning the lottery.
That's
I don't
not.
know.
Yeah.
Why?
That's not happening.
Okay, so you voted for the whitest name, and then afterwards you did your research.
It was actually Gibbon. Gibbon
yeah,
Tokinowan, he did the research because he was upset too. And I said, listen, it's upsetting because I'm right.
You got a little triggered?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
I was upset because I went to Manny with this question, like, who should I vote for? I figured he did his research, and no, he didn't, of course.
No.
But then I looked into it. And I was like, Manny, you're absolutely right. The woman, her profile picture on Facebook is like a rainbow, and on Instagram she says, "Yes, I do believe that all Black lives matter." And then the Hispanic gentleman just had nothing, like no presence, and the white guy. The white guy was very conservative and a big fan of first responders.
So if you could do it all over again, would you?
I would do the same thing.
Now, let's say you voted for the white guy, and it turned out that it was like Francis O'Rourke, and you voted for the white guy, and it turned out that he was the most liberal. How bad would you feel?
So I thought about this too while I was at the polling place.
Did you really?
I did.
You had this much time to enter in these equations
You talked about the
into
sniffing.
your
Yeah.
closed Colombian mind?
I was there for a while. And
Take your time.
basically, I thought about that, and I said, well, if he is the white guy in the age of identity politics, he's probably the easiest one to bully and kick out of office.
There you go.
Because he has nothing going for him.
Wow.
He's just
God, I
white.
can white boy punk.
He's just a white
You
dude.
can get pushed around.
If he was Muslim or Latin X, like forget about it. You're never gonna get rid of the guy. He's gonna be in there
Yep.
till he's 95.
Unless he has higher office aspirations, it's possible.
Do you realize that you're a horrible human being?
It's upsetting because I'm right.
He is right.
And you do hope that nobody treats you this way, Manuel, correct, if you ever run for office.
But no, it's his own fault if it doesn't show up on the thing, right? I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
you got to get out the vote.
Yeah, you gotta. If I don't know you, you gotta make your presence known. Like I know I'm voting for Trump because the name. So
Right.
you gotta get up your name brand.
The name,
Right.
the party.
Yeah.
Got to get the ground game going.
If you don't want people to be racist, you have to help them. That's the moral
Yeah.
of the story.
Yeah,
Well, I don't even know. Would this be considered racist in Colombian circles?
No, not at all.
Well, it was also sexist, right? Because he took the woman off as well.
That as well. Could have been homophobic. We don't even know yet.
That was what your mom was so upset about.
My mom was upset that it was sexist. Yeah.
And again, if Amy Coney Barrett was, I won the lottery. Like I would have voted for her.
But I think she was saying it could have been Amy Coney Barrett, and you didn't even know.
No, I said the probability of that is non-existent.
He's just doing
You're
the
just
math.
thinking like if it's a woman in politics, it's more likely going to be liberal.
Right,
Is that what you're-
100%. Same with a Latino voter. As
All
you've
right.
seen,
I'd be interested in that
Texas was
Is there
almost-
anything else, since you've been mostly behind the scenes, is there anything else that you would like to say on air here tonight on election night, this historic moment?
Trump 2020 and hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Okay, great. Hi, Mom. Don't expect his vote. Do you think...
Don't run.
Do you think Donald Trump wins?
Oh, he already won. They're like just trying to shove in as many ballots as they can print real quick.
No, okay. But do you think that the end result will be Donald Trump winning regardless?
Yes.
You do think so?
Yeah.
How do you think he wins it?
Michigan and Pennsylvania.
And you think he still wins Georgia?
Yeah,
I think he already won Georgia. They're just doing their best to not announce it.
Hey, and election betting odds are still going up.
Yeah.
Going up for Donald Trump?
Going for
What
Trump.
are the election betting odds right now?
67 to 32.
Well, that hasn't gone up. I thought there were 67 before.
It was 60-40, I believe. Yeah, so it's gone up a little bit.
Okay. This cigar looks like a... Look at this. This thing is falling apart. I should have gotten an AJ Fernandez cigar. They're not a sponsor.
There's
Look
still
at this.
time.
They're still falling apart. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have someone else get me a different cigar. This thing sucks.
You don't smoke a bad cigar, not an election.
No, you don't smoke a bad cigar in an election.
No,
You are
what's the matter
correct.
with you?
Okay. Well, Manny, I appreciate it. Not so much. But thank you so much. I'm glad that you're a part of the team. Just keep your views on racial supremacy to yourself as long as it relates to the editing block, the editing cubicles, okay?
Duly noted.
And let's try and avoid words like the C word anymore.
Yeah,
You've run into some, you know what I'm talking about.
If we had HR, I would have been fired.
Yes,
Probably
absolutely.
many-
We do have
Easy
HR.
times
It's
over.
called me. And my feedback was, ha! All right, this has been Slightly Racist Manny on how to vote. Thank you, sir.
Man, that music.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny boy, I am going to ask you, if he is out there, to bring me one of those San Latano Maduros that's in my humidor, and if you could clip that for me. Yeah, this thing is just... You can take this one if you want, but I can't handle it right now. I can't. With tonight, I can't handle a broken wrapper.
No.
You
Can't
hanging
do it.
in there, Gerald?
And
I'm
you
doing well,
deserve
yeah.
better.
Your wife was out there, too. She's really been
And
very
my
supportive.
munchkin. He
Your
was
little
here
munchkin.
for the whole thing. That was great.
We have several dogs out there.
Yeah, I think the barking and chewing up of another human being probably woke him from his slumber.
I think you are right.
That was inconsiderate of us.
I really hope he's okay. More than Brendan. I really don't. I mean, I hope my son.
Remember
your
how
child
afraid I was
disturbed.
of your baby when you had me to go over your house? Like, you were like,
You didn't
hold
want
it? I was like, I
to
don't
drop
want
him.
Yeah, I really am. I really am afraid of dropping babies.
No. I don't think that's just a you thing. I think that's everybody who doesn't have a child, which obviously was me until a few months ago.
Right.
You're like, how do I hold and not break this? You know.
Yeah.
So I understand where you're coming from.
Baby's
but you
pretty resilient.
but
can
you
hold
were
them up,
also
you throw 'em
sitting
around.
I
on a
also don't
couch.
trust myself because I always want to bite babies. What is that?
That's weird.
Why is it when you seem like you want to bite those feet and those hands? You're like, it's like, what am I, a cannibal?
No.
So like, is it like
weird?
Is it like it's so cute? I just
Yeah, so you just want to bite them.
Not actually.
But then it's also weird that I want to have a baby throwing contest. Like I want to use it like a discus.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
That's unique.
You grab it by one
I think
foot,
that's
you just
normal.
toss
Maybe
it.
a baby
No,
doll.
I think that's just to me.
throwing contest.
Reg, the bandit. Do we have anything new coming in here?
So, we're getting more and more for these for North Carolina. Hold on just a second.
It does look like Trump is about to speak.
Okay.
It's about to be
we'll
very
keep
soon.
an eye on
That's
that.
been on for 8 minutes though, so it may be just a few more minutes. Who
Yeah, we
knows?
got a shot.
I don't know what's going on with the shoulder pads from this broad. All right, hold on a second. Here, you can take this out. Here. Maybe you guys want this one. It's just the wrapper
He's
was
sick.
breaking a little bit. Hold on.
Don't suck on it. He's sick.
No, that's good. That's fine. That's
There you
absolutely
go.
fine. And you know what? I'm going to give you this there, Tim, because that's Shinerbach. And you know what? I hope they never become a sponsor to the show because it tastes like wet nickels.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Do you want a new beer?
No, that's okay. I will need give this to John. I'll need him to clip this. I can't, look at the hole in this thing. Look at this. What is it? What am I trying to suck it through a sippy straw? Oh, you know what? I have my own knife. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. Sorry. This is not compelling content. All right, what were you saying there, Ray?
No, I was just going to say if we have time before Trump speaks that Trump is holding his lead in Georgia.
that's good.
Decision Desk has 99% of the vote in, and he is still 2,367,000 votes for.
Wait, they have 99% of the vote in?
That's what Decision Desk is right at a little less than 99%.
Okay, let me go to New York. Let me go to New York Times here. And it still has tilting 63% Biden.
So close.
How does New York Times have it tilting 63% Biden?
I think Decision Desk may be a little ahead of New York Times.
They have been throughout the night.
Yeah.
But are they accurately
So
ahead,
wait,
or are they
Decision
just
Desk
ahead?
has what? Decision Desk has how many votes for Donald Trump?
Here's the graphic.
Yeah.
Well, that's substantially. In other words, that's 2 points. That's more than 2 points ahead.
Yeah, it's 120,000 votes.
Yeah. How do they have it at +4 on New York Times? Are they that far behind? The most trusted name in news?
Yeah, I think it just must be that the remaining counties are just counting on those to make that up. But as it gets closer, I'm not so sure. In North Carolina, Trump, it's nearing 99%, and Trump still has a decent lead over Biden there as well.
Yeah.
Now is that 99% of today votes, or is that 99% including mail-in votes? Are we sure that Decision Desk is using the same methodology? Because again, at this point, if what you are saying is correct, then it just means that the media is being afraid of calling states for Trump.
Yeah. It could be that they're just they don't know exactly how many votes are going to come in. So Decision Desk is saying it looks like the numbers are similar. Decision Desk is saying a little less than 99. New York Times is saying 91 for Georgia, and I'll see what they're saying for North Carolina. But
now is that here's the thing that I want to make sure. Do we know is that 99% of the total vote from 2016, or is that 99% of the total vote available this year?
Of the estimated.
Well, there's no way then at that point, if it's 99% of the vote, there's no way that Joe Biden makes up that ground in a place like Georgia. Georgia is 99%, and you said North Carolina is 92%?
Yeah, it is. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I let me see what New York Times is saying as far as the percentage. If we want to go more conservative, that would be the more conservative.
New York Times is saying 91% is reported in Georgia.
Right.
And they're saying 95% reported in North Carolina, and they have it 85% Trump. In Georgia, they have 63% Biden. But
I've got according to AP 93% reporting in Georgia, and it's 2.36 million to 2.248. So
for Trump,
for Trump, roughly the same.
So New York Times is the only one here that has Trump down.
Yeah, Associated Press, 94% from North Carolina, and they still have Trump ahead.
By how much do they have Trump?
He is 50.1%, and Biden is 48.7%.
See, they only have Trump ahead in North Carolina and New York Times by 1.1. So this is really important. Let's here. You know what? Well, no, I don't want to do it because we'll lose CNN. But do me a favor, Reg. Bring up Decision Desk and bring up, was that AP? And then bring up New York Times. Have those in tabs next to each other because you guys need to see the difference in New York Times. Either they are not good at their job and they are that far behind, or they are trying to avoid calling states for Trump. Why? Because they want to demoralize people. Why? Because they want Joe Biden to come out and say, hey, everyone, go to bed. You won't know the results. But guess what? If people went to bed knowing that North Carolina and Georgia went for Trump, that's a very different bedtime ritual, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
Well, think
visions of winning danced in their heads.
Yeah. Well, I think that blue wall, though, is, again, I guess 3 out of 4 of them have not come in yet.
Right.
And for some reason, he thinks he's comfortable calling it, or at least having some kind of positive feeling about it.
Well, and from what I understand, Georgia is also not one of the states where they didn't expect to get the results tonight. So if they have 99% of the results, Georgia is one that should be called tonight. And that's why I think Joe Biden came out and said, we feel good about Georgia. Well, you shouldn't.
Yeah. I think the two that we have to
Unless
really
he meant
watch,
a 6-year-old girl named Georgia.
Well, it's true. I think it's Arizona and Georgia. I think they're not talking about North Carolina at all on CNN. They haven't mentioned it probably in the last hour.
Yeah, North Carolina is,
so
I think barring some unforeseen incident, it's Trump.
So it really does come down to, I think, the Georgia deal, and then we'll just kind of see how Arizona goes. Because if Georgia comes in, I feel like it's over. Michigan and Pennsylvania look like they're very heavily leaning towards Donald Trump. It takes Wisconsin out of the mix. They're about 110,000 ahead in Wisconsin right now, but only about 65 or 70% reporting.
Yeah, if he wins Georgia and North Carolina, then again, like we said, he only needs to win Michigan or Pennsylvania. That's it. He doesn't need any.
Well, but if he loses Arizona, that's not true. He's got to win Michigan as well as Pennsylvania. So that's a big
Michigan.
change.
He can also do Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, yeah, he could do one of those.
Whereas Joe Biden needs
all 3 of those.
Michigan and Pennsylvania, or Michigan, Wisconsin. So either needs all three or he needs the two big ones.
The two big ones, right? Exactly. So, and we'll see. And Nevada's very close right now too. And I know everybody's thinking that that's not going to happen, but it's I think 40,000 vote difference right now. So it's a smaller, obviously smaller population, 6 votes, but we'll see how that comes out.
So hey, wait, can you turn on the cigar fan a little bit, just a little though, because I'm having one of these here now. Is it a premature victory cigar? Not necessarily. It's just I feel like it. And guess what? It's my studio.
You can.
Yeah.
You can
a smoke when you're happy.
A 29,000 vote difference in Nevada with 78%. 29,000 votes.
Oh, you know what? Maybe I should.
Question mark does it seem so funny now, huh?
No, it does not seem so funny. Hey, can someone bring me in a mug with just some ice, and I'll have some of this Russell's Reserve with it?
So I dug into New York Times numbers. If you go to their actual numbers for North Carolina, what we're seeing is they are reporting essentially the same thing as Decision Desk and other outlets. But the deal there is that they are anticipating some of those later reporting counties to break for Biden. And so that's why you have that tilt on the election needle. Right, because that's sort of that's their prediction.
But North Carolina or Georgia?
North Carolina, it's
because they still have 85% Trump.
Yeah,
but Georgia they have 63% leading Biden, whereas Decision Desk everywhere else has 99% of the vote, and Donald Trump leading by 2 points.
Yeah, it's the same deal, I believe, for both. That they are reporting the same numbers. Yep, they have Trump up in Georgia as well. And
let's show the screen, guys. Let's show Reg's the Bandit screen if we can.
We're getting it pulled up.
Okay, good.
So anyway, it's they are reporting those numbers, but they're just anticipating.
So I want to be clear here. Right now in Georgia, 99% of the vote, and Trump's ahead by 2 points.
They say 91%.
But Decision Desk,
New York
and
Times.
AP say 99%.
AP says.
AP last I pulled up in Georgia was 93.
Yeah, I think it may be to
94 now.
Let's see.
And Decision Desk had 99?
It's had greater
93.
Than 99.
93 on the Associated Press.
Yeah.
No, I think, a lot of these are reporting things like, 94 to 98%. So there's a range for that. So I think that's what you have with Decision Desk is within that margin.
Yeah, but still, that's a big difference if everyone else has 93, 94, New York Times has 91.
Because that's a big number.
Let's see what Jake Tapper is saying right now in front of all those white states.
That we didn't anticipate would happen necessarily, although certainly people were sounding the alarms about Joe Biden and Latino voters. But there is a realignment going on, and so it takes a little while sometimes when that's happening.
What's with the shoulder pads at
so
CNN?
Close in each state.
Weird.
What's with the Maleficent
trying to start a trend?
And
style
Arizona
look?
and Georgia are the prime examples of that tonight. Arizona, we have been talking about the dramatic demographic shift in that state. And Georgia, same thing.
Important, though, for people watching, just so you know, that doesn't mean that Arizona is lost forever, because if Donald Trump made this much headway with Latino voters, imagine what he can make before the next election, even in Arizona. So in other words, that demographic shift occurred really quickly, faster than Republicans could gain more Latinos. But you're seeing that happen. You're seeing the gain with Latinos really happen only in the last 4 months, 4 or 5, 6 months. And you're seeing that demographic shift having already occurred before the last election. So you're talking about a demographic shift occurring with more Latinos in Arizona. Also, by the way, anyone who lives in Arizona knows that there are a lot of people who are not there necessarily legally, and it's not necessarily hard to vote sometimes if you're not there necessarily legally. So they've had several years for that demographic to change, and we've really only had a few months of changing with Donald Trump and Latino voters. So that could change before the next election dramatically.
Why do you think that is? So you said just like 6 months or so of a big swing of Latino support? There's not like a news event I can think of that would be obvious.
I think what it is I think there are a couple of things. Why do we think that Latino voters they're not breaking for Trump, but in record numbers for Republican?
Sure.
Compared to someone who, I think he hates Mexicans, said that lady at that stand-up. I think a couple of reasons. First off, Latinos typically when they come to this country, they want to work.
Yeah.
And they're being told by one party you can't work. And Latinos come to this country and they don't want to be, let's say Mexicans, they don't want to be in Mexico City. Sure. And they look at Philadelphia or they look at cities like Los Angeles and they see lawlessness and they see Kamala Harris and they see Joe Biden saying, get used to more of this. And people who are Latinos for the same reason, people who migrate here from the Eastern Bloc, they don't have a lot of tolerance for sort of victimhood culture. When people talk about victim culture, when people talk about systemic, that's really not coming from the Latinos. Latinos are saying they just want a path to citizenship, but they don't believe that America is inherently a racist country. They want in this country, they want a green card because they believe that they have more opportunity in this country than their country, which is very monolithic as far as color. So I think there just aren't a lot of messages that appeal to Latinos coming from the current Democratic Party other than automatic path to citizenship.
Plus Despacito.
Despacito.
That was pretty bad.
That was really pretty bad.
Yeah.
People thought Sarah Palin was bad with Barracuda.
This was worse.
Like Barracuda, it's like, that's fine. That's like an American Idol Round 2 song.
Well, another thing, and this, to your point, Wade, this isn't something that just happened overnight, but I think they've seen that with Joe Biden saying, hey, I'm going to undo the tax credits, a lot of working class people are saying, that means I have a lot less money in my paycheck.
Right.
And so you may say that people under $400,000 aren't going to get a tax increase, but when you say you're getting rid of the tax credit that I'm getting right now, or the lower taxes I'm paying, then that's a big deal. And I think that starts to impact people. But anecdotally, in Hispanics that I know, they appreciate somebody that has the balls, I guess, to stand up to what they consider kind of a corrupt, during the swamp kind of mentality that he had. And they appreciate that. And they're like, yes, we agree with that, right? This party has told us forever that they're going to take care of us, and they're not doing it. We're not seeing the results. And that the black community is probably thinking the same thing. Like, we had a black president. We had people in office forever saying they're going to do these things. They haven't done it. Trump comes in, and immediately we start to see this.
Yeah,
right? We start to see.
I think
impact.
I think there's a big difference between Latino voters, Spanish-speaking voters, and people who are in close proximity to the border, who come here illegally. I think there's a big difference. Oh, it looks like Donald Trump may be coming out to speak. I see Eric Trump. There's Junior. Hey, look, he's on TV. He was just speaking with us. Although I will say it looked like Donald Trump Jr. was a little tired and he was a little dejected.
It did,
that worried me a
He
little
was
bit.
going on an hour of sleep. That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Here he comes.
Oh, here comes President Trump. Let's see what he says.
Donald J.
Well, I guess we should probably stand. Even if it's just like... 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. Has a hot wife.
Well, thank you very much.
Let's go, Don. 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 Mug of ice, please.
Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you.
Certainly looks like a lot more energy than Joe Biden.
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people.
Look at this.
And we
he didn't
won't stand
insult
for
people
it.
who didn't
We
vote
will
for
not
him.
stand for it.
He insulted the elites. He's never insulted the people who vote for Biden. He's insulted
my
Biden.
entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
By the way, that gap is widening in Pennsylvania right now. It's now 14-point spread. It's 56-42.
We won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia.
They're going to try and say he's election meddling.
Well,
2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us.
Never going to catch us.
Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4%.
I believe him. And when you have Georgia and North Carolina, guess what? He just needs Michigan or Pennsylvania and one other, and
we
Wisconsin.
also,
or really, hold on a second.
If you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
Pennsylvania is huge, hovering around 700,000.
Short of massive voter fraud, I see him winning Pennsylvania. And like I said, especially when you take into account fracking in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Well, Michigan's somewhere around 300,000 votes ahead, 310,000. 301.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 600.
He must be listening to us in his ear.
These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close.
It's not even close. It's not like it's close.
It's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, so we'll probably expand that.
May I have a beer?
We're winning Michigan. But I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said,
whoa.
Wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by, and all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these.
Someone in the control room, keep an eye on Young Turks to see what they're doing watching this, because I bet you they're going to have a meltdown.
Because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win, so they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000.
Hey, what was the final count, Florida? Did he win it by 3.5?
Ohio, think of this.
I don't know.
Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461.
What did I tell you?
Wow, that's huge.
I told you if he won Ohio by
almost
8, that's a bellwether.
500,000 votes.
That's what makes me think he's going to win Pennsylvania.
North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting
let me
ready
ask you
to
guys,
win this
does anyone here
election.
feel like he's just doing
Frankly,
this for his
we
own personal
did win
gain?
this
Or
election.
does everyone else here kind of believe this?
Yeah, he just said we did
Because
win
we've
this.
gone through the numbers ourselves.
To ensure the integrity.
Does anyone else feel
for the good
like
of
this is one of those things? He's not trying to stack the deck in his favor. I really do think
This is a
Georgia, North
major
Carolina,
fraud in
they
our
should call
nation.
that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing about Georgia is the
law to
votes
be used
remaining
in a
to come in.
proper
But yeah,
manner.
probably should call it.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad. It's a very sad
That's not going to
moment.
play well.
To me, this
That's
is a
going to be
very
the
sad
headline
moment.
tomorrow
And
morning where they're going to say he wants to stop
we
the
will
election.
win this.
Well, what he's
and
saying
as
is
far
he
as
was
I'm
saying-
concerned,
haven't voted
we
yet.
already
He was
have
saying the
one.
Democrats.
So
wanna
I
do
just
that.
want to thank
Right.
you.
Oh, Democrats want to stop the votes?
That's what he's saying.
Oh, is that what he's
They're
saying?
stopping
I
it
wanna
tonight
thank
prematurely
all of our
to make it
support. I
unclear.
want to thank all of the
This just
people
goes to show you.
that
Well, hold on a second.
worked with
Remind me.
us.
Work.
And,
Someone
Mr.
remember these
Vice
words. Work
President.
ethic Democrats. Remind me.
Say a few words, please. Please.
Come on, G.I. Joe, Mr. Small Soldiers. Take it to the Gorgonauts. Fuck them up. You know what I'm talking about?
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in
No, I
thanking
know.
more than 60
Oh, that's
million
right.
Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump.
Put a beard on that son of a bitch. He'd be one hell of a Santa. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And while the votes continue
What do
to be
you want
counted,
for Christmas this
we're
year?
going to remain vigilant,
You.
as the President said.
Yeah.
The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do,
You can even see the
that we
difference
are
in the
on
energy
the
from
road
Pence to Trump.
victory,
The
and
energy
we will
that Trump
make
has.
America
Yeah.
great
It makes me
again,
tired.
again.
It's infectious.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And you can tell he really has a fondness for Pence. Mm-hmm. Wow.
All right, so Arizona ticked up one more point and then it narrowed again.
Okay. Let me see what they have to say on CNN right now, because they are going to be having. They're going to be apoplectic.
Falsely and prematurely declaring victory, saying that he won.
Falsely and prematurely.
He did not win. He has not won.
This has been the
President
play from the
falsely
get-go.
depicting
The
counting
fact that
as
CNN,
votes
ABC, NBC,
as
CBS, they've been talking with big tech that Donald Trump cannot declare victory. Listen, what we would need, and I don't know, Reg, if you can bring this up, or if anyone out there in the control room, and Reg, I know you're tired, if anyone can bring up comparable elections in the last 20 years where states have been called that were close to these margins.
Yeah.
In other words, if there's any way that someone, or if you guys can let me know in the chats, people who are there at louderwithcarter.com/mugclub on the Blaze, let me know. I don't have time. I don't have the ability to do this right now while broadcasting the show, but look up 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, 2006, 2016. Look up, really, let's go back all the way to Reagan. And I want you to tell me if there have been any other elections where with 93% of the vote and a 2 or 3% spread, if they didn't call it at that point. Because this, to me, seems pretty unprecedented.
If it is that, then the media is holding the country hostage.
Well, think of Florida for a second. Let's just go to Florida. They called Florida for Gore. They rescinded. They called it for Bush. And then that was just locked up in the Supreme Court for a long while. It was determined by, 537 votes? But the fact is they called it, both for Gore and for Bush.
Yeah.
Well, I think the thing tonight, though, that's different is that we've got it's not close enough to call the election either way because Pennsylvania and other states are still outstanding. So I think that's the big difference. And I think you were actually correct that Trump was saying that we needed to take that to the Supreme Court because of some of the ridiculous things in Pennsylvania. I mean, do you guys know that Pennsylvania can accept ballots in drop-off boxes without postmarks for 3 more days?
Yeah, 3 more days.
3 more days.
I think that's why they say they're counting until Friday.
Do we have? Can you bring up that segment we have on the voter fraud?
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
There, Reg, can you bring that up?
I can't bring anything up on here, but I can tell you the numbers.
What was the? Do you know what the document was called? I might be able to find it here. Was it called? Was it its own separate document? Voter fraud.
Yeah, I have the election. It's in the election night briefing.
Oh, is it in the election? Is that by state briefing?
Yeah, it's down there at the bottom.
But think about this while you're pulling that up. The entire kind of pitch has been that it's too dangerous to go vote in person. We have to have these extraordinary things like drop boxes for 3 days later to make sure everybody can vote, and sending out ballots to everybody. And it's all been this pitch that you have to let people do this in order to vote. And really, what it does, just like in Harris County, they cut it down to one drop box because they're like, we think this might be illegal, and these votes may be kicked out. So we're going to drop it down to one. That way, if it happens, it's not going to affect as many people. We're going to force you to go and vote another way, and it gets pitched by the media that you're trying to suppress the vote.
Yeah.
No, we're trying to make sure that people's votes are actually counted.
So just for people who aren't aware, in Pennsylvania, the state legislature passed a law allowing no excuse mail-in voting, right? That was a first for Pennsylvania. And they've also had a lawsuit filed that ruled that ballots can arrive 3 days after the election and still be counted, even without a postmark.
Right.
And what's more,
insane.
By the way, up to, just for people who don't realize, 2.7 million compromised ballots. Now, that doesn't mean 2.7 million ballots that are fraudulent. That means 2.7 million ballots that are potentially compromised because they've either been double registered, because they can't be matched to signatures, because they've been found in a ditch, or because they've been actually attributed to dead people's names. So we have this on a breakdown by state. I believe we have it at loudwithcrowder.com, but 2.7 million ballots could have been compromised in elections as recent as 2020. Not saying that all of those are fraudulent. A lot of them are simply due to ineptitude. Sorry.
Yes.
So this is what Pennsylvania has done. They said, we stopped counting for the night, and you guys have got until Friday, November 6th, to drop off any more ballots in satellite locations, including unstaffed drop boxes.
Have these lazy pricks never heard of a night shift?
Yeah.
Here's what you do. All right, guys, go take a coffee break. You're in. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, again, we're here.
You take a break. Now you go. We've been here for what? 5? We've been here since 8 o'clock.
7 hours. 6 hours almost.
Yeah, 6 hours. I think this is longer. I think this is longer than our last election live stream, wasn't it?
Almost 7 hours. Yeah.
When did we? Our last election live stream, was it done by?
I think
2?
we were done by 2, and then we made a really bad decision.
Then we drove, yeah. For people who don't know, again, the start of Mug Club, louderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club, for those who want to join. We did this in 2016. And by the way, thank you so much, Gerald. And thank you so much, Courtney, who is not here right now. I don't know if Courtney can maybe come in and take a bow or a curtsy. Courtney can come in and sit right there if she wants to. I just don't want her to because I don't know if she has her makeup on and stuff, and she's a lady, and she's very fetching.
She's a lady.
But you guys really stepped in. Courtney! Can you come and sit? Do you mind?
All right.
Courtney, and then I want you to continue, Reg. Courtney, you were there election night. You have to put on your headphones, 2016. Oh, you have a cigar. I love it. I like a good lady with a nice cigar. Courtney, and back then you didn't even drink. No. Courtney and Gerald saved my ass because we did not have. And by the way, tonight every one of you has been making my life a whole lot easier, so I appreciate it. I really do. Quarter Black Carrot, Audio Wade, Tokenawan, Reg, even Brendan. Sorry about the dog. Smooth Manny, Bryce, Cute Natty, Angela, Francine, Darren. Is there anyone that I'm forgetting right now?
All the names.
You.
QB.
Me. Oh, me.
We love you.
But thank you. And I can only do it with the team that we have. And here's how you know that's some people just say that like, oh, I couldn't do it without Listen, could I do a show without the team that I have here? Of course I could. Could I do it as well? No. We brought in over a ton of sand to do a Saving Private Ryan parody that we recorded in that green screen.
That was fun.
Look at the change of minds that we've done, where we've released 2, 3, 4 in a week. You can see the volume of work that I was putting out before the team that we have, and it was not the same that we have now. So does it come from this cerebellum? Sure. Do I think that I'm that bright? No. But I have a team of people who are able to frame it in and make it work that is doable. And so everyone here has made tonight possible. But on that night in 2016, I didn't have that. And it was Courtney and it was Gerald. Gerald was really just kind of there just to help be a sounding board.
Yeah, and
and
kinda
Gerald
tear down
and
the
Courtney.
studio
Do you
afterwards.
remember? Yeah, exactly. And I surprisingly, I got my security deposit back on that house.
Well, that's
but
Highway robbery.
you really took the bull by the horns because you could see me going, I can't handle, because everything at that night in 2016, it was all on my computer, right? And I had a mirroring app, which wasn't even like an Apple TV, or it wasn't even like some kind of a Roku. Even it was just me having some kind of a makeshift mirror app. It was a black magic connection, trying to get it done. I'm going, I can't do this. I can't call the election and watch these streams and stuff. And Courtney, do you remember what you did? Because I don't remember, but I remember you and Gerald communicating. Tell me, because you guys took charge.
I remember getting a phone call. I remember watching the stream, and you said, you know what? I got to go for a second. And then 1001, 1002, I get a phone call from you. And you're like, I need you to fucking handle this right now. I'm losing my mind. I need you to get things organized. I'm like,
well, I didn't say that. What I did say was, I need you to help because I can't do all of this.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
I was mirroring the computer. I was bringing up the television station. I was calling the states. I was bringing in the sketches.
There was a lot going on.
It wasn't like do all the work.
No. There was a lot
Courtney
going
is
on.
like Big Mama Bear, and she said, so Courtney, just to be clear, because it sounds sexist the way she's describing it. What I said was, I can't do everything that I'm doing right now. And Courtney, it's actually more becoming of her. She said, I got this. Yeah. And she handled it, and then she communicated with you.
Yeah, so I was actually there not to really do much of anything. I mean, the only thing that
you were there to wire the studio, and you messed it up.
Well, I screwed it up.
We didn't have a dimmer.
I had to call my dad. Dad, how do you hook this up?
Remember that we went to Home Depot?
Yeah,
and we were looking for the light temperature, and you're like, this should be good. And I'm like, it's like
who knew you had?
It's like River Monsters.
Have dimming bulbs, dimmable bulbs. I think that should have been something I should have known. But she basically became the point of kind of reference for everything. Like everything needed to go through her on results because we were trying to feed you information from too many points.
Right.
And that was just not, we couldn't do that.
Yeah, we needed kind of one person on.
Yeah, and
you didn't even have a chair.
I didn't even have a mic at the time.
You didn't have a mic.
Like hooking it up.
You were just off
second.
and in the distance, and then someone else was kind of hitting a we were in over our head.
A lot.
And I think how many people did we have watching? Was
that
it
we
maybe
didn't think was going to happen?
People watching?
Yeah,
it was a lot for us at the time.
Yes, it was.
It was.
It's all
but I want to
right?
say it was like 50,000, and we were.
No, I think it was 15,000.
It was 36,000 was the peak on the 2016 live stream.
Listen to this guy.
I looked it up.
The peak tonight before we got taken down by Facebook was like 520.
Yes,
it was like 520.
Yeah.
What are we now at 3 in the morning?
360.
363.
Thank you so much.
Up.
Listen, before, and I want you to continue. Thank you guys so much. Sometimes, there are a lot of people who go out there and talk about their numbers and talk about how successful they are. I try not to base the success based on the numbers. And I know everyone here gets more excited about the numbers than I do. For example, that first debate stream was the most watched conservative stream ever with 170,000.
Yeah.
But I wasn't really happy about it. I left out there and I kind of read some of you guys the riot act where I was like, this cue wasn't right, this wasn't right. And I think you guys know when I do that you know that I love you and I just want to make it better.
Right.
The second one was smaller, but I was happier about how we pulled it off. So this isn't based on how many people are watching, but I also am aware of that means that there are 500-something thousand, over 500,000 people at that second, hearts and minds who are watching, who are choosing. You always hear, we know that you have many choices. Thank you for flying Delta. Well, the truth is we don't have many choices, and your cookies don't make up for it, though I did find out the cookies from Delta, they are delicious. The point remains.
Did you ever find them, though?
I did.
Okay.
Remember, actually, she used to work for us. Casey sent me some of those because she knew that I loved them. Hi, Casey.
Yeah.
Every previous worker who's worked with this company, I'm still friends with. And I just remember, anyway, I just remember that night, and I want you to continue with the story. But thank you guys so much. And if you are watching, and if you haven't joined Mug Club yet, I really do ask that you do. And I know that it's a lot to ask, $69 for many of you, that times are tight right now. But I really, really do appreciate you being with us, because I do feel what did I tell you guys? I don't know if you remember this before we went out for any live show. What have I always told you before we go out and there's a crowd roaring? I say it doesn't matter because what?
It's the first time.
It's the first time
you're going out there.
You've got
to prove
to
it.
earn it. You've got to act like it's the first time you're appearing in front of these people. And whether we succeed or not, that is my belief. And thank you. You know what, Garrett? That means a lot that you know that you hear that from me, because I've always tried to tell everyone here, don't rest on your laurels. Don't expect people to let you coast. We always try and earn your viewership every single time. Even when I say Charlottesville, North Carolina, like a fuck up.
I think you've covered for that. You've paid your penance.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, we've always come out if I have mistakes. But I really, and this isn't. Listen, I've had 3 drinks over the course of 7 hours.
You're fine.
So grateful. I really, really am. I'm touched and I'm grateful. And this shows us just how far not only have we come, but how much less afraid you guys are. How much more bold conservatives are. I mean, Audio Wade, you were watching that election night, you said.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
You were one of those 35,000.
I was.
And you said that's what made you a fan.
Yeah, it definitely solidified. I think it was one of the first full episodes I watched, and it was just a great way to follow along and not be alone watching the news by myself. So yeah.
And Tokenawan is quiet too, but you guys, everyone here has been an incredible blessing. And I will say, and then I want to continue with the story of election night. But you know what? Reg the Bandit, he didn't want to wear his bandit mask tonight, and I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of pissed, but I'm kind of a pushover.
Big.
You said whatever I needed to do to perform, and it is hard to monitor.
Yeah, but I wanted to put on makeup, like war makeup, and you refused.
It's hard to monitor stuff with a mask.
But
love it.
So I was pissed about that, but I'm a pushover boss. If I were like another boss, I'd be like, you're putting on the mask. But when Reg called me one time, people don't know this. Reg, can I say that you were a professor?
Yeah.
You just did.
Okay.
I mean,
Reg was a professor of research, and Courtney knows this. We always said, "Thank God he's on our side."
I know, right?
Reg, I was like, "This is
Don't
the guy
piss
who's
him off.
635 squat, and he found the salon pedophile, and he would find so much information to the point where we would hire interns to help Reg with research, and they would go, "I don't know, I can't do anything." I say I can't because Reg, like you'll say, and then Reg already has it.
He's already got
I'm
it.
like, "Hey, Reg, can you find something comparable?" Like, well, yeah, I can check it out, and then. Then he has, like, all of a sudden, I'm surprised he doesn't have all the election history right now in front of us. He's probably working on it. He'll just come up with it so quickly. He's brilliant. And I wanted to hire him so badly, but I also knew that he was working at a school, and with schools, there are pensions, and there was something that the kind of security that I couldn't provide for him at that time. And then one time he said, I need to talk with you. And I thought, oh, my God, we're going to lose Reg. I thought he's getting tenure.
Ominous.
And you called, and you were so nervous. You know how I remember you had a mason jar. You were on Skype.
Oh, I always have a mason jar on Skype.
Well,
that's
you.
my
This
default drinking vessel.
This is important because listen, I'm trying to. This is the problem. He doesn't understand creating an emotional connection with the audience. You son of a bitch.
It's analytical.
His neuronet. His CPU is a neuronet processor. He's mildly autistic.
The mason jar means nothing.
Yeah, but he had a mason jar and he kept drinking from it. Yeah. And I thought, oh no, he's nervous. And he was nervous because he had worked himself out of a job. He was such a good professor that, can I say this, Reg? You could tell me if I'm speaking out of turn. But he had put all of his lessons, his lectures on tape, I say, digitized, whatever you want to call them, recorded them, filmed them. And then they're like, we don't need you anymore. And so Reg was calling me to see if he could come work for me full time. And I remember hitting my knees. And I mean this afterwards, hitting my knees. Not quite crying, but I told Hillary, you can ask my wife, Reg, after this. Look at me. Look at me.
Yeah.
Look at me. He's not looking at me because he's uncomfortable. Do you remember this? I think I told you. I was like, I think Reg. I was like, I don't know. I think, maybe I didn't tell you, but I remember telling Hillary, I was like, I think I'm going to lose Reg. And I said, I said a prayer with my wife before I went in and talked with you. I said, I don't want to lose Reg. I said, I need to find out. I said, I just don't know if I can compete with tenure and with like all the benefits, but I know I can try and offer to pay him more. So let's come up with an offer. And we came up with kind of a concrete offer. And I said, so my wife and I prayed. And then you got there and you were on the phone and you were drinking. And I was like, oh no, Reg is going to say that he's leaving. And then Reg was like, can I come work for you full time? And I said, yeah. And I think you asked for a certain amount. And it was less than I had planned, and so I just gave you more, right?
Yeah.
What, am I mistaken in that?
No, that's 100% accurate.
More. Yeah. I think it was like, if I'm not mistaken, it was take that and add a few zeros more. Where I was like, no, Reg, no. Before this, you don't understand. Before this call, I spoke with my wife, and this is what we were prepared to offer you because this is what we can afford. Let's see if Reg will take it. And then Reg said, this is all I need because I'm gonna have to leave my university.
Yeah.
And we said, no, we already agreed to this amount. You're gonna be paid more. And there's been a real rhyme and reason. Vox Apocalypse. And I want to go back to the election story, but for people who don't know this, when the Vox Apocalypse happened, you guys know this. Remember when I came in and I had that meeting with you guys?
Yeah.
No, I told you, don't worry, that's not the biggest chunk of our revenue, and it wasn't. And YouTube has never been the biggest chunk of our revenue. In order, it goes your subscriptions far and away, your Mug Club memberships far and away. And then it goes sponsors, from people like Black Rifle Coffee and Spartan Armor and some others. And then way down the list, it goes YouTube revenue. But I also understood that when YouTube demonetized us, that was their first step toward banning us. Before I walked in and had a meeting with this team, I got on a call with YouTube, and they read a prefab letter. I wish Bill were here because he could testify to this. They read a prefab letter with no answers, like, you have been found to be skirting on borderline content. And as they were reading it, the room started spinning. I was upstairs in our guest room. And the room started spinning, and I thought I was having a heart attack. I couldn't breathe. And I remember my knees got weak, and I couldn't stand. And I laid on the back of the bed while they finished their prefab statement that they regurgitated, and they hung up. And then I got on the phone with Bill. I said, wait, what just happened? He said, they just demonetized us. I said, they didn't ban us? He said, no. I said, okay. All right, let's call a meeting with the team. We came in, and remember, I had that meeting with you guys. And
that's pretty tense.
That's when we wrote up the 16-minute apology for everything that I've done wrong. Which, for people who don't remember, was an insult to every single leftist on YouTube and some people who were just collateral damage. Sorry. It was scattershot.
You were there.
But I wouldn't have been able to do that if not for the team. And all of that started with not a belief in myself, but a belief in what we could do that election night. So we go back to that. So election night, I go into the bathroom. I say, Courtney, I just can't handle everything that's going on. You say, I got this, and then I guess you and Gerald spoke, and now the floor is yours.
Yeah, it was the first time I think you even appeared on the show. Like,
it was
always
first time.
Audio.
I'd called in a few times about Islamic terrorism. Those bastards were
we're
busy.
Talk Islam at a fatwa, I think.
Pretty much, yeah. Oops.
Okay, so Courtney calls you that night.
Yeah, I don't remember because so he called me. I knew kind of things were chaotic because we had kind of the too many cooks in the kitchen thing, everybody trying to do one thing instead of one person doing one assignment.
Yeah.
And then, Steven went to take a potty break maybe,
And I had no idea what to say other than, Courtney, my eyes are blue. I don't know if you remember that. Somebody can pull the video up. I was basically like the first time on camera. Steven's like sit in my chair for a few minutes. I'm like, oh God.
I think we said bad things about them.
Pretty much. Yeah.
About who?
About you guys.
About most people.
Yeah.
But then it became like this. Courtney would feed me kind of stuff to say. Right. You would give me results, and you would text me, and you and I would text back and forth, and we had a much more kind of easy flow of information. And then Steven would actually call on me to say something instead of me just kind of going, oh God, Steven, something's happening, and really just bombarding you with information. So it streamlined the whole process.
And by the way, anyone here, whether Reg, you, Courtney, if you want to leave, sorry guys. I mean, you can just set the audio, and I can kind of sit here because I do want to stay with you guys at least a little into the night. Who here wants to stay for at least a little?
I want to stay for a little bit because I'm seeing numbers move a little bit. So Nevada has tightened, Arizona has tightened again. I think it's up to 82 or 83%, and it's moved closer. We've seen Pennsylvania move further away. The gap is getting a little bit bigger in Michigan.
Keep in mind that night we sat down. We fully at that point.
It was Hillary.
There was no Donald Trump upset.
No, not at all.
We thought Hillary was going to win, and we thought, hey, you know what? We're just going to make this something that helps it go down smooth. Yeah. Because we've never believed that the country is done because of one person. And I don't believe that's the case if Biden wins.
Yeah, we had conversations about Donald Trump and his candidacy, and I thought it was a joke. I really did. I thought it was just a publicity grab early on in the primaries, and
we were not pro-Trump.
This he's not going to be around. It's probably going to be Rubio, or it's going to be Cruz, or maybe Jeb Bush, somebody like that. And then he did something.
I did say Trump over Jeb Bush. I remember saying anyone not named Jeb Bush, but I didn't think it would be.
Well, no, but those were the guys that everybody was talking about. Donald Trump was kind of like this carnival
Jeb
barker,
Bush cut
right?
his dick in a light socket.
I remember you being pretty.
In his defense, he thought it was a gumball machine.
Well, at least it wasn't.
It's so small and narrow.
Yeah. Something else.
It wasn't a good defense. No, I was very anti-Trump.
Yeah, you were very.
I was very anti-Trump at that point. And
we
again,
didn't know.
because
and even after you were still like, I don't know, let's watch.
And
see what he does.
I've readily admitted for a long time that I was wrong. I was wrong because I don't think we've had a president govern this conservatively.
No.
Okay, put it this way: none of us here hated George Bush. Donald Trump a better president than George Bush?
Yes.
Yeah. So
easy.
I mean, think about it this way:
easily,
if Donald Trump had not dealt with COVID. And I will say this, people don't like Donald Trump's rhetoric on COVID. His actions on COVID are fantastic, just fine. If we had not had COVID, this would not be a close race at all.
No.
The economy was booming in ways that we didn't think were possible under Obama and Biden. And so this is one of those like kind of fate deals you a hand kind of conversations where you're like, well, this happened.
I was wrong, and I was wrong too in the sense that when we talked about the trade wars with China, I think the tariffs it's basically a VAT tax on the consumer, but he definitely opened a lot of people's eyes to the dishonesty that was taking place from China. I was just watching an episode of The Office. Remember, everyone, and my dad was one person who always said, I don't believe this, when they were always saying China is the next great economic superpower of the world. Anyone believe that today? No. And that's almost entirely because of Donald Trump. And you know
made
what?
him blink.
That helps. Look at the protesters in Hong Kong. That helps human rights across the globe.
Yeah.
If China were to become the next great global superpower, which is what all the Democrats were saying, which is what the entire media, entertainment, industrial complex was saying, think those kids in the Apple factory would be any better off, those kids making your sneakers? No. Now they have a shot. Because if China wants to compete, they can't just screw Americans and they can't just screw their own people.
Right.
They have to start playing fair to some degree. So there really has been a lot. I will say that Donald Trump has moved me from being more libertarian to I am a constitutional conservative, but also taking a hard line on trade, and I hate to use the word, but global policy, globalist policy. We are not all in this together. We are not all one. I am not one with communist China. I am not one with Iran. I am not one with Egypt. I want to be clear about that, and I think Donald Trump has made it okay to say that. And I think there's been a lot of progress there, and there's been a lot that I've had to check myself on. And I think it's emboldened a lot of people. But that election night, man, that was something I will always remember, and it would not have taken place if not for the two of you, and the two of you paved the way for everyone here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Were you about to say something there, Reg? I thought you raised your hand.
No, I was just saying, it seems like the buzz in the media and on Twitter and everywhere here is that, Trump has declared himself the winner of the election. He did do his little bumping back and forth. They're like, frankly, yeah.
We kind of did do that.
Yeah,
and so, fine.
But I like it.
Well, we know how Trump is. He's saying, we're going to fight this to the Supreme Court, which is what the Democrats were saying already. That's what the Attorney General of Pennsylvania was saying already, and he's just saying we're not going to let people stuff ballot boxes for 3 more days in Pennsylvania just to pull out a win, is basically what he's saying. And so I think it's one of those things where, do you wish he might not have phrased it that way? Sure. But would it have played better if he'd phrased it differently? Yes, but I think the heart of it is, we want to make sure this is a fair election. If Biden's allowed to say, we were winning, and we will win this or whatever. If he's allowed to say that, I think Trump is allowed to give a statement and say that they'll
of course he's
fight
allowed.
to the death.
Right.
Talk about a milquetoast. I think Donald Trump, he's a president. He could squash your nuts to oblivion, and you have nothing to say about it.
This is what I'm saying, though, is that people in the media are saying this is, egregious, and how dare he, and no, he hasn't won or whatever. When clearly we know what he's.
Was that Shirley Temple in the media?
Yeah.
No. Oh my word.
That was Jake Tapper.
And run.
Well, and so you brought up a really good point. Every single time that, and we've said this a million times, but every single time something like this happens, Donald Trump, the headline goes, Trump says he'll go to Supreme Court, unclear why. Falsely claims victory when states have yet to be called. If Joe Biden says anything remotely similar, they frame it. They put it in context.
Frame it a different way.
Yeah.
And of course, all that
By
Trump
the way,
is
people
saying,
out there, I do want you to do the research on elections that are comparable to see if they called states.
Well, and all that Trump was saying is, I think we've won this election. And all of a sudden, the votes stopped coming in. And I feel like there's
completely factual.
I feel like, God forbid, Pennsylvania might have some voter fraud like they've always had.
Right. Yeah. Voter fraud. Almost like, hey, you know what? I think Chicago has a strong corrupt union.
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
really? Did they charge you
controversial.
$2,800 to plug in your own television at McCormick Place, which actually happened with my wife? Fuck them. So, Biden and Trump both gave a speech. They were similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
They were different in one.
Trump knew where he was?
No. Do you guys know what that was? Okay, let me ask you this. This isn't a trick question. How were they similar? They were similar in saying, all right, we may not know these results tonight, and thank you so much. We feel good about it.
Some positive spin.
Yeah. Some positive spin. Right. The difference is Joe Biden said, we feel good about it, positive spin, good night. Donald Trump said, we feel good about it, time to fight. It's the difference in energy. Joe Biden is not even willing to fight the night of the election. And that's why I want to be up for a little while. And I don't care if you guys leave the camera on me, if I have to go to my webcam, just in principle, because I want people to see, listen, if this is your job, if this is your calling, and you pick this job to be president, you want to be in that position. Donald Trump has certainly outperformed. He has done more than any of us have asked of him. Yeah. And Joe Biden has not done the bare minimum. They both said we feel pretty good. Joe Biden said, I think we're winning in Georgia. I think you're not. He said, I feel good about North Carolina. You shouldn't. And then he said Pennsylvania and Michigan. And Donald Trump said the same thing, only he said, we've got to make sure this is fair and we're ready to fight. You think Donald Trump's going to bed? I think right now someone's getting fired just for kicks who will be back on the payroll tomorrow. And then he's going to be giving people hell to pay. That's what I think. I think right now Joe Biden is sawing logs. And I think if you woke him up, he wouldn't know where he is.
Right. Well, it's because Joe Biden knows that other people are going to fight for him. And I
he's
think
got the media, the big tech, everybody is on his side to do it for him.
Yeah. So I think that the...
it's okay. I know you're tired too. We're all tired. Our brains are all fried.
Well, it's like 2 a.m. I'm just hitting my stride.
What I was going to say, it's a question of authority, right? So essentially the media is saying, how can he declare victory if we haven't allowed him to?
Right.
We haven't declared victory
we haven't
for
called
him.
It for him.
Exactly. So then he can't say it.
Right.
And then he's saying, well, I'll go to the Supreme Court. Rather than saying, I'll wait for the media to do my job for me.
Right.
The 5 different media.
Can you let me know here, Tokenawan people? Can you let me know, people out there, people in the control room? I want you watching all the streams and also including the Young Turks. And if there's one that is particularly entertaining that we should tune into, let us know.
They've all quit. They've gone offline.
Young Turks is offline?
Oh yeah.
NBC is offline.
20 minutes ago.
ABC is offline. They're all offline.
Joe told him to go to sleep. ABC is still on, but I'm saying the.
Okay.
The
What's more
CNN
entertaining, ABC or CNN?
Probably CNN.
CNN
ABC
has
and
the best
NBC are going to keep it
graphics.
professional.
Okay. Do we? So in other words, there are no changes right now to the tallies because they've just stopped.
Well, no, they haven't just stopped. It's just slowed to a trickle. I've been watching the numbers very closely, and you have seen Arizona move up. You've seen Pennsylvania move up. You've seen, I think, Michigan's back up above 300,000 difference between Biden and Trump. So
you mean Trump
moving
over Biden?
Yeah. Difference between Biden and Trump. Yeah.
Right. What
Trump
percentage of the vote do we have in? Hey, Reg, can we do one final look at? So Michigan, it says 70%.
70%.
And Donald Trump has a 7.5 point lead in Michigan. Hold on, let's see what Cuomo is saying. Yeah. Oh man, he said
lemon.
Of the 2020 presidential election, and that is not a surprise. Not to me, Chris Cuomo, not with my brother Don Lemon.
No, because you planned it this way because you have Jack Dorsey on speed dial.
Not with my brother Don Lemon.
Expectations are for tonight. So welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage.
Wisconsin at 81%.
The gap is holding.
It's a 4-point spread.
Yeah, and that's been holding for a while.
And that was always
I didn't expect
to be the case. And yet President Trump is falsely claiming victory. Let's move past the noise.
They're acting like, did I just not watch a press conference where Joe Biden said we feel good about these numbers and we think we're going to win? Donald Trump just said it in a different way where he said, look, we're winning. Yeah. Never has it happened. There's no way to close the gap. Whereas Joe Biden just said in a general veiled attempt at communicating, we feel pretty good.
Yeah. We feel pretty good. We feel pretty good.
Like he was turning his head left in a locker room.
His wife fed him a line. It was great.
His wife fed him a line. Which, by the way, speaking of tone deaf, can you think of anyone more tone deaf than bringing Lady Gaga to Pennsylvania?
Yeah,
that's a bad
Lady
idea.
Gaga to Pennsylvania where people are losing their jobs.
30 people watched it.
And am I the only one? Again, we have more energy in the United States than ever before. We are a net energy exporter, and our carbon emissions are lower.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
What else does it take?
You don't need a Green New Deal.
No, you don't need a Green New Deal.
You're already doing better
to do what it does.
You do if you just want to take over half of the entire American economy.
You're right.
I saw Angela whisper sweet nothings into Tokenawan's ear. Is there something that I should be knowing about?
She was just bringing me a coffee.
Oh, she's bringing you a coffee?
Yeah.
Well, that's very nice. Does anyone else want a coffee at all? Or does anyone else want an energy drink or something?
I'm kidding.
No. Do we have any chat that we want to take at all?
We've got several.
Okay, let's go to some chat here so we can talk with you guys. I'm sorry for those who are still here at Mug Club. Thank you.
Which is a lot.
That's a bunch of it. So Landon says, I have a question for you, Stephen. Why should I vote in Illinois if it will go blue anyway? What's the point?
That's a little late for that.
It is a little late for that.
Well, it's a general.
It was late when you asked.
Closed.
You should. You know why? Because if you don't vote, you lose your right to bitch. If you don't vote, you can't complain. If you don't vote, in other words, if we have a conversation and we're talking about issues regarding tax policy, regarding foreign policy, regarding American military interventionism, regarding what we should do as far as protection of goods and services, what we should do as far as immigration, if we're having that conversation and somewhere down the line I hear you say, well, I didn't vote, it's done. I don't want to talk with you anymore. There are only a few ways. We're not sacrificing goats and rams at an altar like the Old Testament. There are only really two ways that you can physically manifest your values, your faith, your belief today, okay? One of them is you can tithe because you're giving away 10% of what you make with nothing more than a promise that you read in a book that you believe is the written word of God, right? And you say, okay, I'm going to do this because I'm told that this is the right thing. And the other is a vote because you don't get it back. There are no do-overs when you cast that vote. That's why it matters. Now, for people out there who are business owners or for people who are out there who are in the military, you obviously have more areas where you're putting your money where your mouth is. But for the average American who wants to go about their day, and I don't begrudge you at all, you want to collect a paycheck, you want to come home to your family, maybe watch some TV, take vacations a couple times a year, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a great life to have, a great dream to have. But there are certain times where the rubber meets the road and you need to manifest your values in a tangible way. And that's a vote and that's a tithe. And let's say that you're some tantric yogist and you don't believe, okay, fine, then give to charity. But it's putting something out physically without any expectation of something in return. And if you don't do that with voting, you lose your footing. You really do lose your footing.
Well, there's also local issues. It's not just the presidential race. And there used to be a time California was red.
Yeah,
it's not out of the possibility that
there was a time where Vermont was a deadlock for red.
Yeah. Right. So things can change, and if you just are complacent and think, well, I can do nothing because everything's determined for me. Well, you've just given up.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Seeing Texas this close is scary, and this means you got to get out there and work harder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a 27,000 vote difference right now in Nevada. Do you think there's 27,000 Republicans in Nevada that are like, it's gonna be Democrat anyway?
Right, and then they
I don't know,
sit
but
home and
maybe it's closer next time. And if it's closer next time, maybe there's more energy to change
craps tables.
Also,
true,
the popular vote doesn't matter, but I'd rather not have to sit around for 4 more years and hear Democrats whine about it. So hey, chip in.
Yeah. You should vote, period. Regardless of what your state's going to do, you should always go and vote.
Sorry, my cigar's a little plugged, so I have to keep relighting.
Yeah, we were talking before the stream about how many of the, many things that affect you in your day-to-day lives are on the state level, right? And
much more so.
I mean, my wife was very involved in the pro-life movement. Most of these sort of restrictions and things that are passed are enacted at the state level or struck down at the state level by some judge. So there's a lot more of that than anything that's done on a national level as far as abortion goes.
Right.
That's where I'd tell people, get out and vote and do it locally, even if it's going to likely go blue, and check some boxes, and then don't give up.
And if you think it's going to go blue, do something to change it.
Right.
Take your complaints and don't just go on Facebook and bitch about how it's not fair. Yeah. Take those complaints to a local city council meeting and say it, and maybe run for office yourself.
Not only that, but if they feel as though there are enough people. By the way, Illinois is overwhelmingly red outside of Chicago. People don't understand that.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same in a lot of these states. If you look at the county
almost all
breakdown.
But Illinois is worse because it's
like one county and then the rest of the state.
And then the rest of it is red. Yeah. And no one is moving to Illinois because Chicago sucks. So, I don't care what Yeezy says. So, if you are voting overwhelmingly red, guess what? That does keep those local politicians in check where they go, well, you know what? Maybe we should support the Infants Born Alive Act. I know we had this junior senator who said throw them in a wastepaper basket with some weird terrorist-sounding name, Hussein Obama. But we have enough Republican voters here where that may not go over well. Let's scale it back a little bit. That's something that people don't understand.
Yeah.
You can still have a Republican presence. You can still have a conservative presence in a blue state. It still does act as the eyes over the shoulder of some of these legislators. So it's not just about a national election. It's not just about the Electoral College, and it's not just about the popular vote. It is about the cultural makeup of this country. As an example, think about this in the black community. You know what I hate for the? You know what I hope for the black community? Look, where are you right now, Georgia?
Yeah, nothing's changed. So
it seems to have crawled to a halt. The reporting.
It's a 2.5% lead, which is pretty significant in Georgia. Yep. With the black community, okay, celebrities shouldn't tell you how to. Celebrities should not dictate how you vote. We all agree with that. But, and let me finish what I'm about to say here because people say, "Ooh, white person talking about this." Compared to white people, we've talked about this. The black culture right here in the United States, and you know this, Garrett. You've talked about it with some of your relatives. It is much more, as much as we hate when the Democrats treat a certain voting group like a monolith, that is much more the case culturally with black America than white America. For example, if Chris Evans comes out and says vote for Biden, well, you're into comic books, and so quarter black Garrett might say like, oh, okay, well, Chris Evans, and I know that's not going to influence you, but it's someone you would know. Yeah. But you may not know, you may not care or know what Michael Bublé says, whereas my parents might. Whereas someone like maybe, I don't know, Jack Johnson with audio weight. I don't know. I'm trying to think. But I'm saying, in other words, Robert Downey Jr. isn't going to affect your vote. But the point is, white people can have entirely different cultures. I remember when I was a kid, we were in school. You could be a skater, you could be a punk, you could be a metalhead, you could be a goth, you could be an emo kid. Black kids right now in this country, you better be into rap or hip-hop. This is what's told to them, by the way. This is not what I'm telling them. Unfortunately, this is what's told to them by a lot of the cultural figureheads in the black community is you better be into hip-hop or rap or you don't get a seat. You don't get to have friends in the black community. And so when you have Lil Wayne, Lil Pump, kind of 50 Cent, depending on whether you think he speaks for himself or Chelsea Handler speaks for him, and Ice Cube, when you have these people come out and say, you know what? Donald Trump has some good ideas. What that has far more influence on black Americans than a couple of like Taylor Swift and maybe Billy Joel and I don't know, James Taylor would have in the white community because we're more fractured. And so what I do hope happens in the black community is with these few really prominent figureheads in the black community, it allows the political discourse, hopefully, to be in the black community like we had in the white community 20 years ago, where it's just, oh, you're voting Republican, I'm voting Democrat. And it's not a riot. It's not a fight
exactly
at the Thanksgiving table. And that is something that I do believe has changed and is valuable. So that's something that I think cannot be overlooked. Win, lose, or draw in all this. And I really do, looking at this, I feel more confident than I did 2-3 hours ago that Donald Trump's going to win this thing.
Yeah.
It's just that right now they're trying to tell us, go to bed.
They're trying to slow it down.
Go to bed, all is well. Why aren't they having people voting? Why aren't they having people count the votes right now? I don't understand
it's ridiculous.
this.
Yeah.
Why do they have any fewer people counting votes right now than they did 2 hours ago? Have they ever heard of a night shift?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Trump just sort of called their bluff in that was their plan, that they would get some early votes and say, well, it may swing Biden later on. We need to wait on the results, and then just stop counting in places like Pennsylvania and sit around on it so that they could have time to strategize. And he said, okay, yeah, fine. You want to play it that way? Let's do that. Let's stop counting the votes, and we'll take it to the Supreme Court. That's exactly what it seemed like they were going to do. So really, I feel like he just sort of called their bluff, is essentially was his move.
Right, yeah. He didn't say anything all too dissimilar from what Joe Biden said. He was just saying, okay, now it's time to fight for this. As opposed to Joe Biden saying, and now it's time to let the media do my bidding.
Yeah. I don't know what their plan was to begin with, but, I understand that you have to count, votes that have been mailed in, and there's a whole process for that, but we're looking at the states that we knew were going to be the states we were watching all night anyway.
Yeah.
Why is this news to them? Like, are they not a swing state every single year? Did they not know that they would need extra people to count ballots for 6 or 7 months planning for an election that could be affected by a pandemic? What was the thinking behind, we've got 71% in Michigan. That's probably good. Let's call
Especially considering that Democrats were the ones saying, hey, vote by mail.
Yeah.
Republicans were the ones saying, vote in person. Shouldn't the Democrats have had a plan in place to count the mail-in votes?
It would have been nice.
And the polls close on the right side of the map before they close on the left side of the map.
Right.
And yet we're calling
There
them
is no reason logistically that right now we shouldn't have an answer on Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. There's no reason that we shouldn't. Right. And by the way, it's pretty clear that we do have a definitive vote count from what we know. There could be some things that change again. I don't necessarily know all the counties, but that would be a gap that I don't know historically has been overcome in these counties.
Well, and I mean, they're talking about one of those right now in Wayne County. You know, in 2020, he's got 166,000 votes. In 2016, he got 228,000 votes, right? That means he's going to get to about 320,000 votes if you extrapolate that out. And he's going to way outperform what he did in 2016. And he won Michigan.
You just said he had 200-something thousand.
Only with 50%. Reporting. Okay. So if you just multiply that, I mean, it's 43%, but you can't necessarily say it's a 1-to-1, but it's pretty close to say he's way outperforming his numbers in these counties.
I do not think that they want people to see the results specifically in counties that are predominantly black and seeing how much better Donald Trump is.
So let me bring up one of those.
Okay.
Starr County, Texas. This is the median income there is $17,000 a year. It's 95% Hispanic, and in 2016 it went for Hillary plus 60. Now 2020 it's gone for Biden plus 5. That is a 55-point swing in a single cycle.
Yeah,
and so that sort of
that. Wow. Legal immigrants, their average salary goes from $17,000 to $40,000.
Yeah,
now you have a Republican voting bloc for the rest of that generation.
Yeah, it's like, so you guys hate poor Hispanics? We just want to make them rich. Like that's that's right. what you're seeing
it's
here.
Your biggest gripe.
If it is an arms race, Republicans are the party of the rich, which, by the way, is not the case. If you look in Michigan, Romney, Snyder, they obviously endorsed Biden. They're the party of Wall Street. But if Donald Trump is the party of the rich, the party of small businesses, the party of the upper middle class, which I think is true, then it's an arms race. It is a race to get you there. Whereas Democrats, it's a race to make sure that they keep you there. And if they can't keep you there, bring in more people who can be there. Look at the H-1B visas. I don't know if you guys know this. This is a little change that just happened with H-1B visas. Maybe Reg can bring this up. It used to be a lottery. And now there's a change where Donald Trump, this is a win-win-win across the board, where it's just, hey, instead of being a random lottery, we're going to base it on companies that pay the highest wages on average. So what does that do? It doesn't cut down on the number of immigrants. It makes it more competitive. You're pulling from a global pool, right, a global talent pool, but you're also not driving American wages down. You're bringing in immigrants who you will pay more, and ultimately it drives up the market wage of American workers rather than some lottery where you bring someone in from Bangladesh, you bring someone in from India who's happy to take $17,000 a year or $25,000 or $35,000 a year that an American would do for $85,000 a year. And often what happens is these foreign workers come in on these H-1B visas, it's a lottery, and then they go back to their country where they can make a comfortable living. That's something that no one should be against unless you simply want people to come in here and be low-wage labor so that you can promise them more free stuff. Basing it on merit, and we're not just basing it on merit, we're essentially holding companies accountable. It's reverse of what the left does with COVID. If a business is found with someone not wearing a mask, we're going to fine them $2,000, which in Austin, I just wanted to not wear a mask and go into a bunch of businesses that I hated. Apparently that's frowned upon.
That would be funny, though.
It's a reverse of that, where the administration is saying, hey, you know what? We're going to reward companies that pay people well. But they don't care about American workers.
Yeah.
Whereas Democrats are saying, let's make it a lottery and keep the average salary lower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something that should tell you, again, who is looking out for the American worker regardless of color. And it's something that isn't being told more because they know that the parties are shifting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick on Wisconsin, we've talked about counties in some of these other states. They just did Milwaukee County, and Donald Trump is up by 3 points with 82% of the vote in Wisconsin. And he's outperforming in Milwaukee County, or Milwaukee, I think it's the county there. That's huge.
You mean outperforming his previous performance?
He's outperforming 2016 there. He's outperforming 2016.
Where are you getting these numbers?
I'm just paying attention.
Oh, okay. Well, what are they saying? Let's see what they're saying right here.
Well, they drill down into these counties, and you can see the totals. So you just look at the total vote from the previous year.
By the way, don't you love that you can tell when Chris Cuomo has just for men?
Confusing this year. Why? Because
he goes from totally gray to all black.
When it goes election night, I mean, you got to spiff up a little bit.
It's like he goes from looking like his brother to Ralph Macchio in Karate Kid 2. What are you talking about? I just woke up like this.
Not a lot of reason for optimism.
I'm 21 years old.
Making you feel good about yourselves and this country in a way that was going to send you out into a virus to vote, and yet you did. In numbers we've never seen before. So what does that mean? Not only is it about everybody who came out today, but who voted early, who voted by mail. It's complicated this year. So, Kristen Holmes, You've been sorting this through.
That should be the
What are
leftist
high
bumper
points? I
sticker.
mentioned
It's complicated, which really should just read, "We don't have an answer."
Yeah,
it's like that old.
Well, they need time
fault
to
is it?
plot their answer.
Yeah, and the reason that the excuse that they are giving is the coronavirus.
Of course,
right?
And they've been trying to run the
They
same
were the
place
ones
since
that
March.
did this the entire
it's
year.
insane.
The people that have been selling the coronavirus
Right.
all year long are the people now saying,
Oh, now
well,
they're
this
all-
is
it's a little bit.
Wait, now they just said there's
problematic.
only 74% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
So they're saying 39% mail vote, 1.5 million left to be counted.
That had 2.5 million mail-in ballots sent in, and the state was not allowed to.
So that's what they're
process
saying in
any
Pennsylvania.
of
They're
those
expecting it to be overwhelmingly Democrat because of mail-in votes.
Well, Joe Biden would have to absolutely clobber him in the remaining votes to be counted.
Make it up.
Clobber him. He's down by 700,000 votes, and there's 1.5 million to go.
Right.
he would.
And Butts is a suburb of Philadelphia, and I see that remaining at least at a plus 15 Trump or pretty close
been
because
huge.
I don't see that changing because, again, they're looking at their city being burnt down to the ground.
Yeah. Well, Allegheny is Pittsburgh. He's outperforming in Philadelphia, Bucks, and Allegheny right now. So count more votes from those places, and he'll still outperform if what has happened holds true.
Yeah, but
they
if
can't
they
count tonight.
No.
Yeah.
What are they
People got
retired?
sleep.
Yeah.
I think Allegheny paused the count an hour ago, and they're going to reconvene at 10 a.m. to continue.
Why? Why? This is one thing. Why can they not? If they were planning this whole time to do vote by mail, why don't they just have people working in shifts? We've done that. We've done that when we've been building a new website or we've been migrating to a new server. We're like, well, listen, we're just going to have to stagger it so the site doesn't go down. This just shows you how ineffective the United States government is and our process that they cannot have people working around the clock. For crying out loud, elves do.
Well, I'll say specific. It's the state governments that are the problems.
Yeah, well, they're probably choosing to be ineffective on this.
They're both the problem. And if you look at a place like Florida, the other states need to model the way they count votes off the way that Florida did it this time around, because we were seeing the tally by party registration, all day today. We were looking at that. That was in the morning. I remember I couldn't stop checking, and I was like, I know this doesn't mean anything yet, but Florida is giving us the numbers, so I have to be looking at all this. And so I think Florida did a pretty amazing job with getting in the count, and then you just see it with a contrast of some place like Pennsylvania where they're setting themselves up for failure. They're setting themselves up for a Supreme Court case.
Well, when you add it up with Pennsylvania, where they've had all of these fights that go to either their circuit court or the Supreme Court, then you have an AG saying when all the votes are counted, there's no way Donald Trump wins, and then they're actually just retiring for the evening. I'm retiring to my quarters. These were people who never intended to count the vote all night, and why they're hoping that enthusiasm dies out.
Yeah, and I mean, that's with their primary elections in June. You'll recall that Pennsylvania, they were counting their votes for, I think, 2 weeks for some of those. So they know it doesn't work. They know that system does not work.
Yeah.
It might work for the ends that they want it to work.
Right.
I was going to say, are they being ineffectual, or are they just hoping that
what's the incentive?
If they're just saying, well, no, it's just taking us a long time.
Yeah.
But really, the conspiracy theorist.
Give me more ballots to fill out.
Yeah, how many more ballots do we need to get the result that we want?
And the outward reason is because of COVID, obviously.
Which is what they've set up since
Yeah, because
March.
of COVID, we can't have people counting right now, even though we're broadcasting.
Even though we're bringing them back at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, they can't do it right now because COVID strikes at night.
I'll say Wisconsin is looking better than I thought.
Yeah, it is.
93% reporting, and Trump is up 51.1% to 47.4%.
That's big.
That's 92% reporting. Do we have a count on
93?
Do we have a count on what that is from Milwaukee and Madison? If there's at least half of Milwaukee and Madison coming in, that ratio should hold pretty consistent. So that's something if we could look into, then we could pretty much clearly call Wisconsin for Donald Trump.
What is it, 110,000 votes right now?
What were you about to say there,
I do have a clip here compiled by our editors from a little bit of a meltdown.
A little bit of a meltdown. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go to this clip, and then we'll see how we feel, because we may have to reconvene God, I hope not tomorrow after they start counting. But
I'll just sleep in my chair.
Just sleep in your chair like an old man, where you just fall asleep in your chair. Fall asleep in your little Yogi Bo. They're not a sponsor, but they're very, very comfortable.
Very comfy.
All right, so we have a clip now of just tonight. And by the way, keep in mind, we've been here tonight and we've been frustrated. None of us have been frustrated or demoralized by what we think is a loss. I think everyone here actually probably feels pretty good that Donald Trump's going to win this.
Yeah, I do.
No.
We're frustrated with the ineptitude and the dishonesty, which I think you can contrast.
But is it surprising?
No, it's not surprising. But I think you can contrast with the meltdown that we are about to watch of the left not getting their way exactly, despite all of the tricks they've pulled. So thank you very much to the team out there in the control room. Let's take a look.
So the election is about a month away, and I'm calling it. It's official. Donald Trump will lose. Joe Biden will win.
Like Joe Biden, who's focused on bringing this deeply divided country together again, he will become the first Democratic nominee since 1976 to claim the 38 Electoral College votes in this state.
I'm less biased than everyone else in news. This election is over.
Joe was one of my best friends in the Senate, and he will win Florida as well.
I think this is going to be a change election. I believe that Biden will be elected with a nice margin.
Please predict that Trump will lose the White House.
They did hear Trump's going. He's going to be gone in November, and Joe Biden's going to replace him. And
so far, the polls have been good for Biden, and not just in the blue states. And Texas is a toss-up.
If Joe Biden's got a 5 or 6 point lead, and then Donald Trump wins, my profession is done.
But it's just not going to be, as some Democrats were hoping for, that they thought it was going to be an early landslide, which was really always a pipe dream.
He's actually exceeding right now his 2016 number.
Let us hit the Republicans in the face. The guy's IQ is lower than 70. He's an idiot. He's a total moron, and you couldn't figure out how to crush him in an election?
Voting for Trump is the worst thing that you can do for this fucking country.
Hey, do women deserve to, have access to abortions and life-saving medical care through Planned Parenthood? Or, hey, do black people deserve to live? What the fuck?
Well, you're so fucking selfish that the only thing that you care about is your fucking money. You will make money over everything. You will watch this country burn to the ground.
We got to burn this thing down.
We will make America wealthy again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And yes, together, we will make America great again.
Well, that was lovely.
That was good.
Okay, so do we know, is Elijah Schaffer still around? Is he still awake? No, is he asleep? I didn't know if something was going on. Do we have any idea what's going on? What was that?
He got chased out of D.C. by Antifa.
Whoa, he got chased
out of D.C. by Antifa.
Wow.
Well, that's a
Jerks.
wonderful state of affairs in our country.
Oh, man.
Okay, well, here's the deal. We probably should. I would stay here as long as we felt like we could be productive. Unfortunately, for some reason, no one else is doing their job.
They've stopped us.
Yeah.
They've stopped doing their job.
Yeah.
So what I want to do is one final thank you. Well, maybe we'll read some chats. And of course, louderwithcrowder.com/mocklub. The promo code is Crowder Election Stream. You get $30 off. How long is that active? For the next 48 hours? Is it?
I mean, until the election's call?
Until the election's call.
It could be months.
So we'll make sure,
token
out, let's make sure we call everyone at the Blaze and make sure they keep that promo code available until the election is actually called. So I want to take some chats. Then I'm going to go through the map, and I still think we should still finish it out with the rent callback because I do think that this is a win for Donald Trump.
Okay.
And before any of that, look, let me tell you, win, lose, whatever happens here, and I do think it's a win for Donald Trump. I am really suspicious of election fraud here. Listen, two can play at this game. They said if Donald Trump claimed victory, they were going to stop it. So, okay. If at this point you guys then claim, oh, look, we found a bunch of mail-in ballots, I'm not going to call the election until it goes to the courts. Everyone here agree with that?
Yeah.
Till it goes to the courts, until ACB has her say. So suck it. Let's go to a couple of chats, and then let's have someone out there in the control room. I'm going to fill out this map to what I think is most likely going forward into tomorrow. We'll end it with our final goodbye, and I might have to be back here tomorrow or the day after as they continue calling the election. Let's go to a couple of chats.
Yeah, Vanessa says, what should we do about family who are disowning us for supporting Trump?
Fuck them.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was a bit hard.
If they've already disowned you, just love them from afar, and who cares?
X-lax on the coffee.
Does that work? Well, I guess it would have to be like a mocha.
Yeah.
You can't just put X-Lax in the coffee. Like, what is this, chocolate? You're like, no, it's a mocha. It's a peppermint mocha. See, it's a peppermint mocha. You like those little chocolate shavings?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was shaved chocolate. This isn't X-Lax in this. Why would I do that to you? I'm a relative. So I don't hate that idea, but you have to be a little more tactful. See, you're a little on the nose
spice
with
latte.
it. Pumpkin spice. Only it's pumpkin shit latte.
Oh, no. I didn't know they did that. So
I can tell this late at night.
That would be worse.
About, how I remember I told that story, how I just prayed and hoped that I wouldn't crap my pants, and I didn't, and I made it home. Well, when I had the staph infection and they had me on 3 antibiotics and prednisone.
You didn't make it?
God didn't. God answers prayer. Sometimes he just doesn't answer it the way you want.
Oh, boy. The big old no on that one.
It was a big old, hey,
you
need to suffer a little bit. You're not quite Job, but there's going to be a turtle head.
Not pull you down.
Yeah, not quite. All right. What do you have? One or two more chats?
We have several, but
all right, let's
do a couple more.
You tell me what you think. We'll grab a couple more chats, and I'm going to fill out this map, and then we're going to leave you guys, and I will stay. I would stay up, and I would love to have the camera come with me out to when the sun comes up, but I just think it might not be productive because I don't think we'll be any closer.
No. Right.
So I might have to come back in here tomorrow or the day after, but I'm not going to leave you guys hanging.
Cool.
Okay, let's go to some more shit.
We'll take two more. So Jonathan says, so everyone, say Trump wins, what happens with the crackhead laptop thing?
I think laptop crackhead gonna laptop crackhead.
Yeah,
Here's the thing.
It's gonna move to Oregon.
Here's what's sad to me about Hunter Biden. I mean, aside from the fact that he's a pedophile. You know what? Let me say this before I go back to what I think will happen with Hunter Biden and what's sad about it. Ashley Biden, is that Donald Trump's, is that Ashley Biden, is that the equivalent to Donald Trump's stepdaughter? Is Ashley Biden's biological daughter or from the second marriage?
That's a good question.
Does anyone know?
I thought
it was his granddaughter, but I'm not sure.
Is Ashley Biden his granddaughter?
I thought it was too.
The one with the journal, the diary. Is it a granddaughter? Is it a biological granddaughter, or is it from his wife since the second marriage?
Are you not thinking of Natalie Biden?
No. Hold on, let me bring this up. Ashley Biden. Let me bring this up here. Hold on a second.
Ashley Biden is Hunter Biden's sister.
Oh, okay.
Right, but Hunter Biden is not Joe Biden's son.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying is Ashley Biden.
Oh, yeah. She's the one who had the diary. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is she Joe Biden's daughter? She's the daughter of Jill Biden and Joe Biden. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's one, and then I want to go back to Hunter Biden and why I think the media has done him a disservice. But Ashley Biden. So hold on a second here. Let me fix my computer. No, that's wrong. Hunter Biden. Okay. Interested in young girls. At the very least, we know that he FaceTimes naked. All right. Crack. Okay. Ashley Biden had a drug addiction, and Ashley Biden, according to her diary, is a sex addict. These things are not in dispute. She has not denied it. I'm not condemning people for their sins. I'm just saying this is a pattern of behavior. So we have one son who may or may not be a pedophile, who definitely struggles with ongoing drug addiction and seemingly no intervention, no accountability. Then we have another daughter who was a drug addict and also has compulsive sexual issues. And then we have a father who sniffs 9-year-olds. Mm-hmm. If you were social services, you'd investigate that household. You'd go, ooh, wait a second. Is she a sex addict because he was sniffing her? Is he doing crack and interested in children because his dad was sniffing her? The point is, this is one of those issues. If you were looking into it, you go, hold on a second. Both children drug addicts. Both children have sexual perversions according to their own admission. And the father says it's harmless, but he's been accused of rape, and at the very least he's made many people uncomfortable and is on camera documented sniffing children and groping them. that is beyond just something weird happened here and there. So that's something that I will say when you add up, when you take into account the totality. The problem with Hunter Biden is the media has tried to gloss over this so much. He has no incentive to improve.
No.
Hunter Biden's gotten away with it for so long. Think about it. The only time you really change when you are a compulsive addict, right? Whether you're a sex addict, whether you're a drug addict, is if you get caught and there needs to be, I don't know that he's had any kind of an intervention from his family, but he certainly hasn't had any kind of an intervention from the media, considering that this is the media who tried to say Donald Trump Jr. was on cocaine at the RNC.
Right, yeah.
So what's sad about Hunter Biden is because, again, of the standards that are so low from the Democratic Party and from the media establishment, but I repeat myself, is that Hunter Biden, unless there are some kind of charges brought, he can continue doing what he's doing, which will destroy his life and the lives of countless other people who are left in his wake. That's what's so sad to me. And not to mention, of course, it's not really about Hunter Biden. It's about Joe Biden's relationship with the Chinese. It's about Joe Biden's relationship with the Ukraine government. It's about Joe Biden and the fact that he used his position. Joe Biden has nothing to sell. Joe Biden doesn't have any goods or services. Joe Biden doesn't work with a private company. Joe Biden only has his name to sell, and his son was selling his father's name. So keep that in mind. But again, what's really sad to me is there's never a spanking for Hunter Biden. So I don't think he'll ever improve. I expect Hunter Biden, I really hope not. I pray the guy finds Jesus. I pray the guy gets his life straightened up and he flies right. But you know it's not coming from his dad. You know it's not coming from the people around his dad. And you know it's not coming from the people who have the information available to them regarding his drug addiction and sexual proclivity. So I think that's actually sad with Hunter Biden. And I don't think that that'll improve at all. So that to me is sad because I would like to see some redemption there. All right, let's go to another chat.
Yeah, we'll go to one from Matt. He says, question, if Biden does win, will the rioting continue? And if Trump wins, will the Dems finally work and stop the division and accept that their impeachment scams are not working?
No, and I tell you what, if Biden wins, I've always been a principled conservative, but the shoe is on the other foot. Once you've accused someone of being a gang rapist, once you've started a knowingly false witch hunt with Russia, once you've tried to impeach the president for political gain, and once you've tried to rig the election, and I mean that, I think we're seeing it tonight, they are trying to rig the election effectively.
Yeah.
Guess what? Now we're going to make your life difficult at every single turn. And if they start packing the courts, I will support any trick in the book to stop that. Because at a certain point, the actual fabric of our constitutional republic matters more than my principles. And I think that our principles say we need to fight that because it'll be interesting to see if Joe Biden were to win, and I really don't think he's going to win. If Joe Biden were to win, it's really a Kamala Harris presidency. Yeah. And this is someone who, again, she used the word equity, not equality. She believes in equality of outcome. That's what equity means. Yeah. I think it's something that needs to be fought every single step of the way, and I'll be there. I'll be there, and listen, consistency at that point be damned because the rules have changed. All right, let's go to one more chat.
Yeah, all right. We can do one more. We got to pull up here. Sorry, yeah.
By the way, does anyone else find this funny? When you look on CNN, there's one guy who clearly doesn't have a filler light in the middle.
Just computers.
He looks like the Mr. Burns coming from the cornfield. I bring you love. I bring you peace. And that's an aggressive haircut from that one on the right. Who is that? Aeon Flux? All right.
Yeah. All right. So Scott here says, hey, Stephen, love your quality programs. Do you ever get embarrassed making the videos, music or otherwise? Or other?
That would require shame.
There we go.
Not so much anymore.
Question.
I really don't. I have one rule. I do have one rule. When we do these streams that go on for a long time where I have to be sitting in a chair and a couch, I'm just like, I just don't want to be entirely shirtless for the whole stream because who wants to be for just 3 hours sitting there? No, for sketches and stuff like that. So that's the one rule I have. I'm like, I just don't want to do it because I know that people are going to be photoshopping it, and I'll move in a weird way, and, titties, stuff like that. So outside of that, no, I really don't get embarrassed as long as there's some kind of a purpose to it. Now, I'll tell you what, everyone here is really pretty much a gamer. Quarter Black Garrett, Audio, Wade, Tokanawan. Gerald, we don't really ask you to do anything very embarrassing.
Not anymore.
Really works more behind the scenes.
He used to dress me up as a woman quite often.
Yeah, we'll get back to that.
Don't bring it up, dude.
But Gerald B has filled in that.
Thank God.
Has filled in that gap for us.
He's
So
really
no,
taken
you
a
know
bullet
what?
for
I
me.
don't really get embarrassed because I see it. This is one of those things where I think conservatives are a little bit behind the 8 ball. Where when you look at SNL and you look at a lot of the late night hosts, it's not embarrassing if it's funny, and it's not embarrassing especially if the comedy is making a point. So no, I don't really get all that embarrassed. I get embarrassed when I make a mistake. For example, like when I say Charlottesville, North Carolina. I know that it's Virginia. Obviously, you can watch hours and hours of coverage here. I just accidentally said North Carolina, probably because that morning I was looking at polls in North Carolina. So that's when I get embarrassed, is when I make mistakes where I know better or I misspeak, because I know that I'm held to a little bit of a higher standard than someone like, I don't know, potential President Joe Biden. Okay, let's have someone there in the control room here. What I want to do is fill out this map as to what I think is most likely. So, okay, Nevada, Arizona, right there on that map, and we can bring this up here on the screen. And I think is Tim from HR out there filling out the map? Is that how it's working?
Yes.
It was me. I was doing it.
Oh, was it you?
Oh, okay.
Is there someone out there filling out the map?
Tim,
I don't know if now.
Tim is going to do it.
All right, there better be. Okay, let me see. I want to see Alaska go red right about now. There we go.
There we go. Okay.
Perfect. Okay, so I expect Alaska to go red. I expect Nevada to go blue.
Yep.
Okay, so Nevada to go blue. I expect Arizona. I know it's still coming in, but that's the one that I got wrong. I expect Arizona to go blue. And I don't really feel bad because I wasn't super confident about that.
Right.
Now we go to Georgia and North Carolina. Both of those go red. Okay, both of those go red. And then barring voter fraud, I think Pennsylvania goes red. And do we think both Michigan and Wisconsin go red?
Wisconsin, I think, is looking very much that way.
Okay.
I'm surprised by that, too, yeah.
I think Wisconsin and Michigan both go red. That's what I think this map looks like, give or take one of those states in the Midwest. And if people could be bothered to do their job tonight, that's what they would be showing you. But I feel pretty comfortable in making that prediction. Does anyone have any disagreements here? Do you have one that you
I feel
think
like that's pretty solid? Right
I think it's pretty solid. I think the Wisconsin one, I hope that holds out, but I feel really good about Michigan and Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
And he doesn't need Wisconsin if he gets those two, so that's fine. But,
right.
Yeah.
He only needs 2 of them.
Yep.
He only needs 2 of them, and I really do feel. What are the Vegas betting odds? Do we have those right now? What the Vegas betting odds are?
We're
I
looking
think they've shifted a couple of times.
Yeah.
They've shifted a couple of times, but I would imagine.
Currently it's 61% Trump, 37% Biden.
Now, see, that's the problem with the media because of them saying, "Oh, Georgia," and we don't know in North Carolina.
Yeah.
But guess what? If Georgia had been called, or North Carolina, or both, that would be at about a 75-80%.
Well, so here's the thing: if Wisconsin and Michigan both go, then Georgia doesn't matter.
It's true. Or if Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania go, because those are significantly higher margins than even Georgia or North Carolina, then they don't matter.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are multiple paths for Donald Trump to win.
Yeah, there are.
That is the path that I think is, I don't want to say most likely, but I feel pretty comfortable in calling that. Now, could Georgia go another way? Sure. Could Wisconsin go another way? Sure. Could Michigan go another way? Sure. Could Pennsylvania go another way? Sure. All of them? No. And I certainly don't think more than half of them going the other way based on what we've seen come out here tonight, especially when you look at double the winning margin in Florida and the same margin as last time in Ohio, which people were saying this time was going to be a swing state. It's the same number as last time, if I'm not mistaken. I think Ohio was close to 9 points, and it was 8-point-something points tonight. So again, Ohio should be pretty damn similar to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, whereas it's a little bit disconnected from Georgia and North Carolina, but those states seem to be pretty comfortably in the Trump column. That's the map that I think we will most likely end up with, or something similar to that tomorrow. I really do think that Donald Trump wins this election. I think he has won this election. It just depends on the margin. And we'll know better tomorrow. Although, truth be told, if they couldn't get it done tonight, I don't think they're going to be getting the count done tomorrow. And they're going to try and drag this all the way into Christmas so that they can make sure that you don't get to have Christmas with your family because of a slight cough. So, speaking of cough, isn't COVID
that was real?
It's actual. I do have a cough right now.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
My voice is very, very raspy right now.
Why.
And you guys know
it's
that
only
I've been,
like 7 hours. I mean, come on.
and I woke up sick.
Almost
I was
8.
trying
That's
to.
right.
I was trying to rest at home. Oh, look! She put on the big glasses, trying to cover the bags in her eyes. Hold on one second.
Of Mexican Americans.
Oh boy. Oh, boy, if that's the COVID, you guys got all my aerosoled particles.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Any closing thoughts? Any closing thoughts from anyone else before we leave?
I would say that if those states that you just said should go to Trump were leading Biden with the same numbers, that media would have called it for Biden.
Yeah. I think that's a reasonable statement.
I think that's a good point. If the margins were that far ahead for Biden,
in Pennsylvania, what was he up, like 9
Almost
points?
700,000 votes.
Why would they delay it if this were good for Biden? Yeah.
Yeah, they would have called
they
him.
absolutely wouldn't.
And they've
Arizona, they tried to call. They're like, Arizona, Biden. They tried to call Arizona with far less of the vote in than Pennsylvania.
I think they had like zero reporting, and they were
exactly.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a very good point, Courtney. Yeah, that's a good point. Also, looking at the motive here, I try to not attribute motive, but the good thing is I don't have to because Chris Cuomo's on my television.
Yeah. They were calling some states for Biden when he had 50%, and they were going to say, oh, it's Biden. But Trump is leading and has been leading in those states all night long.
Hold on a second. That's not Tubin on my screen, is it? Right next to that guy? Hold on a second. When they go to that long shot, that's not Mr. Masturbate on a Zoom call, is it? Look, let's see.
He's just such a good commentator.
Doesn't it,
Yeah,
Mark?
he's a good commentator
We
going,
sat around until about
"You
11:30 saying, doesn't she have to win somewhere? Doesn't she have to win? Isn't that kind
No,
of...
that's not. That's another guy with hipster glasses.
Tubin is balder and creepier looking.
Guy looks like when they did a flashback to the young version of the guy from Up.
I think Tubin was on earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
Was he?
What? He was
Well,
the one with the
CNN has
questionable
no
voice.
shame. So that's what I think. Any other comments from anyone else here as far as that map or any changes that you think?
I just think we just don't go to bed scared. I think.
Oh, of course you shouldn't go to bed scared. If
I think we're gonna win, for one, and two, again, like you've said before, like don't be afraid. Like life will go on. We just got to work hard next time, and it's not going to change anything we do.
Yeah, it doesn't change what we do, and it doesn't change how we serve you if Biden were to win. And I'm not just saying that. I am tired right now, but I really do think that Donald Trump wins this. Gun to everyone's head, show of hands, who think that Donald Trump has won this election?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I really do think he's won this election. And to be clear, Reg, the brilliant one, you didn't think that Donald Trump was going to win this election.
No, I said I'm always pessimistic.
Right.
I'm always skeptical and pessimistic because I feel like that aids me in decision making, so I don't get overconfident. But it's. I thought it was going to be close. It is close, but I do think Trump is the favorite, and the fact that Democrats seem to be constructing this sort of defensive narrative of, there's going to be some more ballots that we just find somewhere that's going to sound worse and worse the longer they drag it out.
Wait, where'd you find those 200,000 ballots? Foot Locker. Really? I meant lids. You're an asshole, aren't you? Yeah, I'm one of those. So, listen, let me leave you with these closing thoughts, and then we're going to close with this because I do want you to go to bed happy.
Yes.
It doesn't change what we do, okay? Don't ever let anyone turn you into a meltdown highlight reel because unlike the left who believe that there's some transcendent political figure coming here to save you, imagine how sad. You want to talk about sad? Imagine going to bed tonight thinking, oh, my life is ruined. My life is ruined unless Joe Biden wins the presidency. Unless Mr. 53 years in government wins tonight, all is lost. That's sad. We believe that you are the master of your own destiny. That's really what this comes down to. And sure, you might have to navigate some tax codes. And if you're a small business owner, listen, of everyone tonight, the people who have most at risk are small business owners and middle-class families. So this is not at all to belittle your concern. I hear you, and it's a valid concern. And by the way, this isn't just if you're making over $400,000, which is a very interesting cutoff considering that the White House salary is $400,000. By the way, anyone want to bet that Joe Biden doesn't donate that shit? Mm-mm. So anyone here who's a small business owner or anyone who is a family really making a middle-class family, period, you're probably looking at paying about $1,500 to $2,000 more in taxes. And if you're a small business, you're probably looking at a tax increase of the equivalent to 1 or 2 salaries. And listen, if you work for a small business and you voted for Joe Biden, I think you should be fired first. That's what I think. You should be fired first. I know that's illegal, but If I could go out and count Biden bumper stickers because I hired assholes, I would do so, but I can't because I hire good people, and I would go, all right, listen, if we have to lay anybody off with these, listen, this is for the greater good, because the left believes in the greater good. They believe that we are all in this together globally as well as nationally as a country, and they believe the only person who can come down from the heavens to save them somehow is Joe Biden. We don't believe that. No one here believes that. You don't believe that. So your own destiny is controlled by yourself and by God. There's a higher power that all of us have to answer to. So I do recommend that you go to bed with a joyous heart, with gratitude, contentment. Pray, of course, for our country. Pray for our president and pray for Joe Biden. Pray for the state of our union. All of these things matter. You should be doing these things every day, by the way. Be a good father. Be a good wife. Be a good mother. Be a good husband. Be a good son. Be a good member of your community. And with all that being said, do not lose any hope, because right now the numbers are in our favor. And when I say our favor, I don't just mean Donald Trump. I mean the American people. I mean the people who want the best economy that we've ever seen, the people who want more opportunity for Latin American, I guess Latino American, Latinx Americans, you know what I'm talking about, Spanish, the Donde Está folks, and Black Americans. All of us are in this together, and the numbers favor us. And we'll be here to talk with you tomorrow. Maybe, what are we? We're technically Tuesday?
Technically
Wednesday?
We're on tomorrow already.
Maybe Thursday, maybe Friday, but we'll be back with you to go over these results, possibly with the Trump family themselves, possibly with some senators. I don't know what the game plan is exactly, but we're not going to leave you hanging. I thank you so much for taking the time to tune in, even though Facebook cut us off. You guys brought the numbers. You rallied with us. You brought it back. And I would be staying here until the sun comes up, if not for people just abandoning their post. So we're going to make sure that we are there at our post before anyone else shows up, rain or shine, next go around. But if I have to leave you, I think that you should go to bed happy, content. Again, the promo code before I leave is Crowder Election Stream. Until this election is called, you get $30 off joining Mug Club. louderwithcrowder.com/Mug Club. You get $30 off. And we will be back doing Good Morning Mug Club. We will be back every morning. We'll be back doing super videos regardless. But that discount is something significant. I know that many of you could use it during these times right now, especially with COVID and a lot of businesses being shut down, which hopefully will reopen. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I think to everyone else who is going to bed expecting to wake up to a Biden win, I think you're in for a rude, demented awakening. And I feel pretty confident in leaving you with this tally of the minutes of 8 years. Thank you so much.